Good morning. I'm Simon Tiller. This is Matt Robbins, and we're KitPlus TV, and we're here for the next 12 hours. And we have 132 guests with 5 minutes each, and we'll be chatting to them about their IBC plans, their news, and what you can expect to see coming out of IBC this year.
Yeah, it's a long day. There's a lot of guests. Let's hope they all turn up on time. Please bear with us. It's completely unscripted. We've just got to hope that the people can talk for 5 minutes and 5 minutes only. And at 1 o'clock, please keep around, because we've got Jenny Marwick Evans and Gay Bell coming in to talk with an all-female lineup for a whole hour.
Yeah, they've actually described it as their loose women, so that's what they said, not us. And yeah, whether you're an IBC veteran or new to IBC, do watch out for that. That's between 1 and 2 British summertime, UK time, so do look out for that. So do subscribe to the channel. You'll see a little red button in the bottom right, and we want you to get involved as well. So we've already had a few comments on the chat. If you're watching on the IBC Facebook page, you should be able to comment on Facebook, and if you're watching anywhere else, just comment in YouTube.
And if you see us looking around, it's because we're looking at the chat. We're looking for prompts. As I say, you know, we do have notes. We've got to have notes because it's a long day. It's going to be a long day. We're here waiting for. We're still waiting for our first guest. We might have to go to our second guest first. So it started really well.
Yeah, our second guest is actually ready. So we'll give the first guest, who's actually coming in from the west coast of the US.
Yeah,
we'll give him a few more
for him to decide to come in, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's midnight. It's an interesting time because we plan the day so that people in Australia and the Far East are coming now, and our friends in the States are coming later in the afternoon, which is more or less how the day's going to run. With a few exceptions, I'm sure.
So we'll get John to line up our second guest, ready for him to come in.
We should mention John, actually. John Pratchett is behind the controls. So we are streaming for Manor Marketing. We've got a whole team behind the scenes here that are doing all the social media. They're doing all the tweets and everything else. John Pratchett, who I'm sure if you've been watching KitPlus, you'll know John looks after us from a technical point of view most of the time. We'll find out what John's doing a bit later on in the day. He can get involved and have a chat, and we can look at his workflow so we can see what's going on behind the scenes if you're interested in how we're actually doing it. So shall we go to the first one?
Looks like Joris is ready. Let's say hi.
Joris from Lumens. How are you doing, Loris?
Well, that was a good start. He's muted. You're on. He can't hear us. Right. Well, we're not sure that he can hear us. There we go. It all started well. Hopefully, he'll be on in a minute to tell us about his new full NDI PTZ camera. He's thinking about it. We're trying to communicate with him. Again, in the meantime, let's go on into the people that are behind the scenes here. Oh, it turns out Zoom kicked him off. It's not our fault at all.
As if. So we'll just wait for a
quick
reconnection. Yeah. A quick reconnection, and then we'll be off again, I'm sure.
So don't forget, we will also be at IBC doing interviews on the show floor. So a lot of these people we will be speaking to again in more depth about what they're telling us about today from the show floor. And they will be available on the channel after IBC. Well, actually during IBC. We normally get them up within 24 to 48 hours. And if you subscribe to the channel, you'll be able to see them after the show.
I think Joris is ready. Should we try again?
Let's try again.
Let's bring Joris in.
Hello.
Hi, there.
Hi, Joris. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. That was Zoom, not you.
Yeah, no. From the moment I went from one room to the other room, connection got lost. Sorry.
Okay.
No problem.
So, why don't we start? I mean, you know, let's in 5 minutes. IBC for you. You've got something new coming up, I hope.
Yeah. So for us, we're looking very much forward to the IBC show. During this IBC show, we will launch 3 new cameras, and we will update our lecture capture system to the NDI protocol. When I say we launch 3 new cameras, I'm very delighted to say that now our top-of-the-range camera will come with even more features. So we had a 4K 60 frames per second, 30 times optical zoom camera with NDI HX. Now this camera will come also with full NDI and a 12 GSDI connection with Genlock. So that means this will be a very versatile camera that can be used in most of the production environments, or meets most of the requirements of the people who need a PTZ camera. And then we also made a huge improvement in our auto tracking cameras. We will launch 2 of those, and one of them has a 2-built camera system. So that means you just have to set up the camera, give the outlines of the room or of the environment, and then the camera will be able to track the person or that you want it to be tracking. It also is it has AI built in, so the more you use it, the better it will get. Also, you will be in the background be able to select people to track. So before in auto tracking, it was somebody was standing at a specific spot. Okay, from that moment on, you follow that person. But now you will be able to select in the background on the web browser. Okay, now select person A. Now select now track person B. We also can follow 40 people or count 40 people at least at the same time. So that means the camera tracks one person, but has the whereabouts of 39 other people. So it helps you on making less mistakes, because people walking in front of each other, he knows that I'm going to walk in front of you, but he's going to still follow me. Mm-hmm. That is a very nice feature to have on these cameras. And then we have the same solution, but for a single lens camera. And
a question, Joris, for you. These obviously, are these being shown for the first time at IBC, and are they available now?
So for the question, for the first time, yes, they will be shown at the IBC. So it's a premiere for these cameras in a working condition. We had some prototypes already at previous shows, but now we think, okay, the firmware is good enough to show it at the IBC. And these units will be, let me be honest, shipping right now from factory to Europe. But due to the increasing costs in shipping, we don't airship too much units. We sea ship them. So that means they will be available from the start of next month. So then they will hit the shelves and we can start selling them as the cameras. But they are fully production ready, what we're going to show. The same thing with our LC100N. So that is a lecture capture box. It can take in multiple IP streams, SDI, HDMI, mix it out. But what we added is now is also capable to take in NDI HX streams. And it's also capable of mixing HDMI, SDI, RTSP streams together and then bring it live out as an NDI HX stream, as a very nice entry level or a mid-range box for recording and streaming.
So you're not far from IBC, are you? You're quite close. So you're probably actually quite a good person to very quickly, we're a bit short on time, give us your big tip about visiting Amsterdam, about going to the show. Where, is there anywhere you should say people should go while they're there?
When you're there, I'm not that much of the tourist during the IBC show, but close to Leidse Square, there is a very nice bar, and it's called Bollejan, and it's the best place to go. It's a karaoke bar. That's always the best with your customers. I come from Belgium. I love my beer after the show.
Yeah. And so where the most important thing, where can people find you at the show? Where's your stand?
We will be, we have a very nice spot in Hall 6, C12, just on the entrance. If you come from Hall 7 and you enter Hall 6, you will see the big sign of Lumens there.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Joris. Do check out Lumens Hall 6, C12. And we're looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam, well, in a week's time now, Joris.
Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
There we go. That was Joris. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, good.
And I think our next guest is ready. We may have gone out of order. So who have we got, John?
We've got Mary. Mary from Net Insight, I believe. We're moving them across. Hopefully she's here to tell us about their...
Here we go. And let's
ready.
bring him in. Hi, Mary. How are you doing?
Hi, Mary.
Very good to be here.
Having the audio work this time.
It did.
Yeah, Zoom likes you better. So, Mary, tell us a little bit about what we're going to see at IBC, your latest news in IP and cloud from Net Insight.
Yeah, thanks. Now it's exciting to finally be back again. So there's a lot of new things we're going to showcase. Actually, our show starts already Wednesday. We're going to do a bicycling ride together with Tata Communications from London down to Amsterdam. Also, the environmental things around this. But then we have a quite broad spectrum of showcase and live demos. We're going to do everything from 100 gig live IP workflows with SD2110, using remote production with our low latency JPEG access compression, all the way up to showcasing and live streaming of cloud production workflows, taking both REST, SRT, and 60 streams in and out of our booth. We are also connecting some of our partners with both video and Simple Live and MediaKind, and also showcasing low latency distribution. So we have really an end-to-end cloud production workflows with also distributing out to mobile screens and social platforms with Red 5 Pro. So quite exciting demos there. We're also going to showcase our IP media trust boundary security, as we all know, is becoming a hot topic when it comes to IP media workflows. And with the IP media trust boundary, when you're connecting between different local IP media address domains, really that interface when going out from the local area into another local area or into the wide area is becoming very important. And we are showcasing that, protecting individual RTP streams in and out of your local domains, but also doing address translations and monitoring of the individual streams. We're also present in the IBC Accelerator pavilion. That's really exciting. That's showcasing a lot of the new stuff when it comes to 5G contribution, the new 5G arenas, and how that's going to work. We're also doing some VR application streaming stuff there. So I think I really can recommend people come there and watch the latest and the new stuff there.
Yeah. Mary, just a quick one. What do you think, in literally 30 seconds or so, what do you think has been the most significant technological advance in the last 12 months?
There's so many new things happening right now, and it's huge transformation. I think that what COVID did for our industry is really accelerating the ramp to more remote and distributed workflows, especially in the live production space where we are present. And that in turn has accelerated the move to IP and cloud production workflows, and also moving from traditional satellite to IP and cloud for both the contribution feeds and also for the primary distribution feeds. We started, of course, also touching now on the 5G. I think that's still early days, but I definitely it's the remote distributed production workflows moving to IP and cloud, I would say.
Brilliant. And so they can come and see you on the Accelerator program. Where else on the show floor? Have you got a stand number? How can people engage with you at the show and find you?
Yes, yeah, please meet us up. We're going to be in the balcony suite at above Hall 1, BS 18. And of course, as I said, also going to be present there at the Accelerator pavilions. Brilliant.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you in Amsterdam in a week's time. And I think now we're going to our next guest. So it's been great talking to you. See you soon.
Yeah. Thank you, KitPlus, and hope to see you all next week in Amsterdam.
Yeah, safe travels,
everybody.
Thank you.
Take care.
So now we're going over to Raj Patel from Yotta Media Labs, who John is currently lining up behind the scenes frantically to get him switched across. So let's just wait for him. Do check out all the latest news on our website, and of course you can head over to IBC 365, which is a year-round industry website for updates and so on. So I think Raj is ready.
Raj is ready. Yeah, let's welcome him in. Hi, Raj. Morning.
Hi.
Oh, is the audio there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can beautifully.
So, go on.
Okay, this is unscripted, Raj. So we're talking about, as well as IBC, we're talking about HBB TV and DVB-I. Tell us what tell us what this looks like now.
Yeah, so I suppose what was interesting from DVB World, and there were a lot of demos that were coming out from DVB-I. It's a new kind of initiative around content providers syndicating content. So we're trying to demonstrate at IBC how DVB-I may work with a HBB TV operator applications. That's the space that Yotta Media is in. We do a lot of applications for one of our clients is HDplus in Germany. We had TVSat, and formerly I worked at FreeSat for Free Time. So a lot of that kind of operator applications have been the kind of vertical kind of apps. And DVB-I is interesting around how content partners can provide deep linking, EPG services, fast streams now coming out. So there's a lot of things coming through that we're trying to experiment with and see how that might look like from an operator point of view. And so we're going to be demonstrating that at IBC.
Yeah. And whereabouts should we be sending people to come and
so we're in the UK pavilion in Hall 1. We're in C37H. So we're going to primarily demonstrate around operator apps. The other area that's interesting that we work in is the US market. So we're actually be demonstrating ATSC3 interactive applications as part of a Run 3 TV initiative, and alongside that we've launched applications that are actually audience collecting data in the US. It's early days because there's still deployments going out in the US, and so we're trying to show a bit of a side-by-side comparison really around how HBB TV is working, how US applications are working together, and showing that I think for the first time back in the UK, really in Europe, because typically you wouldn't see US applications here at IBC. But there we go. We see a lot of broadcasters from the US coming over as well, and also European partners working over in the US.
It's an interesting thing, actually. I do want to ask that question. This is all about IBC. Do you expect to see many US visitors?
I do, yeah. I mean, I was at the NAB in Las Vegas earlier this year, and I saw almost not back to full capacity, but there are people going out there, and I think people watched how COVID worked and whether there was a big impact, but there wasn't. So I think that I would expect to see quite a lot of US candidates coming over and re-engaging. We've seen that at DV World, so at AngerCon. So I think we'll see that in Easter coming out as well. So yeah, I'm hoping that it's going to be a successful year and restart IBC again.
Yeah. And what are you most looking forward to about getting back to Amsterdam, Raj?
I think what I've found is meeting people again, re-engaging. You know, it's kind of almost been a pause, hasn't it, for the last 2 years? So that's what we've seen is that kind of, okay, now where are we? You know, where's the last 2 years gone? What have we been doing? And then actually projects are starting to kick off again. You know, new initiatives are starting up. So I think a lot of that is starting. So I think meeting people particularly has been the key thing. Our old contacts, but also new people who say, we're now interested in doing X and Y now. So, you know, how can you help us doing that? And so, yeah, so we're looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, Raj. We're equally looking forward to seeing you, and people can find Yotta Media Labs in Hall 1 C37. So
that's it.
Safe travels, and we're looking forward to seeing you. And our next guest is currently being lined up.
I think he's been lined up. Thank you, Raj.
Thank you, Raj.
Yeah.
We've got Nicholas from EVS is coming in next. We've got no notes on Nicholas, but we don't normally need them.
We don't normally need them for Nicholas or EVS. When he's ready, we'll Oh, well, actually, it looks like he is actually ready.
I think he's just being reframed.
I don't know who's reframing him.
Here we go,
Here we
Nicholas.
go.
How you doing?
Yes, hello, hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
So, Nicholas, IBC, this time next week, we'll all be in Amsterdam. What will EVS be talking about?
Absolutely. So looking forward to seeing everybody there. So yeah, for IBC, of course, one of the big focus is to present the latest evolutions of all technologies related to live production, content management, and video processing across the different solutions, liveception, mediaception, and media infra. So we effectively put the focus on helping customers, being OB facilities, production facilities, broadcast networks, to face different challenges and key trends like producing more faster in a more efficient way, master the complexity of moving to IP, as well as, of course, taking the benefits of clouds taking into consideration. So the security aspects, the cost and speed. So in terms of improving the capabilities of customers to produce more and in a faster way, so EVS is introducing LSM VIA, which was already briefly introduced at NAB, but with more extended capabilities. So a live replay control systems comes now with an application called Multi-Review that enables in a very intuitive way to access and browse all multicam content. Enabling to take ultra-fast decision when it comes to creating highlights and content creation in a live environment. So we also are working on different types of platforms that enables customers to enable working into a central ingest factory environment. So gathering all types of content coming from different types of sources. So PTZ cam, new types of formats content that can be instantly encapsulated and centralized, as well as managed by our different types of applications, one of them being IP Director, and as well as the introduction of a new application called IPD via ingest that enables the management of all these content in terms of integration. Of course, one important thing is also to enable and bring the flexibility to customers in terms of providing them a pool of flexible infrastructure. So this comes, of course, naturally through the evolutions of our live video production server, which is improved, namely in terms of connectivity with our high bandwidth IP-based solution. That has just been has just been approved by JTNM by EBU, but also the availability of Access Neo, a new software-defined server that enable also multi-format ingest and encapsulations. We also come with an extensions of our processing capabilities with our high-density processing platform called Neuron. That comes from the acquisition of Caton Technologies in 2020, which is extended with a series of applications with Neuron Bridge that enables smooth and high bandwidth SDI to IP management. Convert that enables the conversions to HDR LUT, as well as other applications such as also the integration of a control system such as Cerebrum that offers the flexibility of the management of different sources, the monitoring and the control. That comes also with the integration and the presentations to the market of Strada of a new IP-based routing solution that offer extreme level of flexibility from 1,000 to 10,000 IOs being managed through the control system of Cerebrum. That is really offering a lot of flexibility in that sense. So in terms of cloud management, so it's an important evolution also on that side, with the approach of EVS in the domain of cloud called balanced computing. So it's effectively offering the ability to offer a series of services on top of on-premise solutions. So we come namely with the extra motion a service slow motion, a super slow motion service capabilities that comes on top of LSMVR, which means that from your LSMVR you can select any type of content of nodes on hybrid models that combines private and public cloud architecture. These solutions is actually used to enable multicam search based on intuitive web-based interface to select instantly any types of content, so feeds being ingested, but any types of clip that could be used by any facilities or any sports federations instantly to distribute their content with their communities.
Nicholas, that's a very succinct roundup, as we'd expect. Thank you very much indeed. Where can people find you at IBC?
Usual place.
So we'll be in all 825. So this is the locations where we are. EVS will be also pretty active on many different conferences of IBC, IABM, and many others. So you can definitely meet us there.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed,
seeing you
Nicholas. Yeah, looking forward to next week. And yes, we'll see you then. Thank you very much.
See you then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Perfectly done. Right, next up, Imagine Communications. We've got Gladina. Hopefully she's lined up.
I think John is doing his magic behind the scenes, and he's currently... Now, don't forget, if you're watching this, you can chat and you can contribute. We've had a hello from Nigeria, Alan, and we've had a few other people around the world saying hello. So do make sure you chat and join in. And if you've got a question for the guest, we can see the question and we can ask that question for you.
Yeah, please do.
So let's welcome Gladina.
Gladina.
Hi, Gladina.
Hi, Gladina.
Hi, everyone. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
So this time next week, IBC. Are you looking forward to it, Gladina?
Yes, I am. I mean, look, I can't believe it's been 3 years since we've been there. And so it's going to be really exciting to be back. And it's also interesting to see how we're going to approach this, right? Because we have experienced quite a few things since then. So it's really looking forward to it.
So is the sort of 5 or so minutes enough time to tell us what's new for Imagine at IBC this year?
Yeah, it's never enough, but I'll try.
Off you go. The floor is yours, Gladina.
Okay, well, we have a couple of exciting announcements at IBC, following up from NAB as well, but it's our international debut of our Aviator platform, which is really an overarching platform to help our customers plan, make, and monetize TV. So for the first time, I think we are bringing together our best solutions under the Imagine portfolio from a playout and ad monetization standpoint. So we're really excited about this. And in addition to that one, we're also excited to introduce our video ad server broadcast quality that can really handle the digital advertising in the context of linear. So really a unique solution to bring into the ecosystem when you have to deal with, cross-platform monetization as far as advertising is concerned. So those two things are really key because it's what the customers need right now when you see the demand on fast channels, connected TV, even the digital first new players, they need that too because they're not only looking at digital, they're also trying to get some traditional linear business going. So we're really excited about that.
And has there been, I mean, these are all new technology, sort of, if you like, very new ways of experiencing content, of consuming content. What do you see as going to be the driving force for your technologies for the next sort of 12 months?
So I'm going to just pick up on what you said here because in fact, those platforms, the way I've described them, are not just for the digital content. If you only have traditional linear business, you can still take advantage of the Aviator platform, for example.
Yeah, cool.
And really the key there is to propose solutions that allow you to move from the traditional on-prem, if you will, environments and all the way to the cloud. And so obviously what's driving the vision of this portfolio is to think cloud first, but still allow our customers to leverage those platforms now. and make incremental steps toward whatever vision they have, right? So that's a key element. And so what's driving our portfolio development is really to fulfill the needs of what our customers today, really have to develop to overcome their cost structure challenges. Let's be real here, as well as also creating new revenue opportunities, right? So 10 years ago there was only linear TV, and now it's fair to say there are several ways to get the content and to monetize it.
Absolutely. What do you think has been the most significant advance in the last couple of years that has brought you to where you are now?
Well, I think the cloud adoption is really one that has really accelerated. I mean, we've been talking about it for at least 7 years or so, and some big chunks of the whole workflow, the ecosystem of our business is already working in the cloud for most customers. So it's a matter of how you can now start to include more live type of activities, right? Real-time activities in the cloud in a way that works, seamless manner. And frankly, with COVID, things such as remote production and doing things as we can have forced people to overcome their fears, right? In terms of leveraging cloud. So I think that acceleration is a major trend that we've seen.
And where are people, when they go over, where can people find you at IBC? I'm sure you'll be, you'll have a stand, and you'll probably be doing other activities, but give us a rundown how we can engage.
Thank you for asking me about the stand. I almost forgot. So Hall 2, B49. But we'll also be present at several partner booths. Obviously, I just talked about cloud, so we'll be on the AWS booth as well. We'll be represented on the various speaking opportunities that we have across the floor with our, we're members of IABM as well. So, we'll try to spread the word as much as we can. But one of the key things, I mentioned is being able to be shown on different places. I think the IP showcase also is still going on. I mean, I didn't talk a lot about it, but another trend that obviously we've seen accelerate is ability to do more remote production by and so we're really excited because we have more than 2,000 units of our SNP deployed, and it's really our IP gateway, SDI to IP, IP to IP, and the demand for this product is just skyrocketing right now. And we're really excited to, have been leading the move to 2110 to enable more IP production for our customers.
Thank you very much indeed. We are sadly out of time, but thank you very much for connecting today, and we're looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam in about a week's time.
Likewise. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Next one's ready, I think.
I think it's Stefan from Bitmovin.
Yep, Stefan Edder is just being framed by John, and we're going to talk about what's new for them, their trends, and why IBC is important to them. So we'll be welcoming Stefan in literally a few seconds.
Ah, there he is.
Hello.
Hello, Stefan. How are you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Good morning.
Very good. So
we're okay at the moment. We'll come back to us later on. Yeah.
The madness starts next week with IBC.
Well, it's already started for some of us. But Stefan, tell us. We've got 5 minutes. So tell us what's new for Bitmovin this year at IBC.
Wow, a lot. I don't know if 5 minutes actually suffice. We are launching a lot of new stuff this year. It's amazing. So one of the big changes that we're announcing is our playout category. We did a lot of innovation over the last 12 months on our player, our analytics. We published a new product. It's called Streamlab. It's basically our testing environment for all of our playback devices, more than 200 different devices that we test our players on an ongoing basis. And we thought, okay, we need it for our software development, and a lot of our customers actually benefit from it. Why not making it a product? So we are expanding on this like client playout experience side for OTT video with Streamlab, with our player, and with our analytics. And customers actually need all those three components to have the most reliable customer experience out there. And so we said, okay, let's create a category, a package around that, and we call it Playout. So we were quite successful testing that with a range of new customers coming into the door over the last couple of months. So we are very happy and excited to announce the general availability of this Playout category at IBC, present the benefits of this bundle, like really like testing your like customer facing streams and player experience before you release, having a player that works on like all types of devices, desktop, mobile, smart TVs, game consoles, and so on. And then having the last mile telemetry of user engagement, but also like user experience and errors and problems and buffering and quality. We all know we are reaching a point of subscriber satisfaction. A lot of the viewers out there have multiple subscriptions that they use at the moment. So what we think strongly is that user experience is and will even be more critical for subscriber retention and subscriber growth. If a streaming service doesn't perform on devices like a smart TV or a Chromecast or a game console or something like that, the user is going to move on. And I think with Playout, we are going to have a pretty strong offering for streaming services out there to mitigate that risk.
Yeah. Stefan, if we can just add a quick one, because we are short of time, what trends are you expecting to see coming out of IBC?
We are seeing a huge trend for live at the moment.
Right.
So we are also launching our live encoder at IBC, a completely revamped version based on the market demand. So we tested the market, we saw like a lot of interest. We ask our customers, we ask our prospects, and based on this feedback, we decided to like re-architecture our live encoder. We are having the best encoder on the market for video on demand, and we are now taking this code base, spinning it off for a live encoder and like rebuilding it for the needs of live. So the market demand and the market response is tremendous. So I think live in all forms of shape, ad supported or like premium offerings, will be a huge trend for this IBC.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Stefan. Where can people find you at IBC?
We are at Hall 5. We have a nice booth. Come by, visit us. We have a ton of demos. We have a lot of like experts at the booth from our engineering, from our product, from our solutions team. Step by, say hi, experience what we're doing.
Absolutely.
We'll make sure we come and say hello.
We're looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed, Stefan. And we've got our next guest lined up. So we'll say goodbye, Stefan. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
And
we've got John Sparrow.
We've got John Sparrow from Clearcom, currently being lined up in the behind the scenes. So I got a feeling we're going to be talking about Intercom now, aren't we?
Intercom, Free Speak Edge. I think what we have to, he's in. Right, he should be ready to go.
I'm in.
Hello, John. How are you doing?
Morning.
Morning.
All right, thank you. Yourselves?
Yeah, very well, thank you.
Very good at the moment.
Off to a good start.
Yeah, it has been. Yes. So. Sorry, I jumped in then.
No, you
IP-based
jumped
and remote
away.
production I've got written down as something we want to talk about. Tell us a bit more about why people need to come and see Clearcom at IBC.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we're looking forward to seeing our existing and new customers. It's been a while, as everyone knows. Rote production, we've been doing it for quite a while now with hardware panels and a unit called LQ, which gives you communications and audio over the internet, basically. But we've got a range of virtual panels that work on PCs and laptops and phones and tablets. Been using those for a while. One's called Agent IC on your phone. One's called Station IC, which is relatively new, which is for the PC and the Mac. And there's also the Trilogy Mercury virtual panel, which is a standalone device. So these are great for remote productions. They're very easy to deploy. They can work off the back of the LQ, which is a little throwdown box, or they can work from the main matrix. I mean, you can almost also use them as a backup for the backup. There was a recent article that I read. If you have sort of 1 or 2 levels of comms and you need your comms to work and they both fail, you can use things like these virtual panels, which are relatively easy to deploy and relatively low cost to help you.
And
Shall I carry on?
Yeah, no, please carry on. Yeah, sorry, you were on a roll. I just wanted to let you go. Yeah, keep going. What's next? Yeah.
What's next, really? The main highlight on the stand is the award-winning Arcadia Central Station, which is a new development we brought out probably a year or so ago. It's basically a 1U by 19-inch scalable IP intercom platform. And we started out with this. It combines our HelixNet digital wireless system, HelixNet digital network system and the wireless products. So it combines wired and wireless. It has analog 4 wires on the back, 8 of them. It has 2-wire analog on the back, 4 of them. So you can have what we call legacy circuits as well now, going back to the old days. And it also has Dante, so it's scalable. We started out at something like 96 ports. It's already grown to a maximum of 128. You can buy it with licenses from 16 ports to 128, but enables us with one product to be able to give you wireless, wired, using HelixNet and Dante. So it's a great product for all sorts of markets, broadcast, theatre, industrial, all sorts of things. It's been going really well. It has a sort of a junior sibling, which is called an Edge base. And it's more or less a reduced version. The Edge base gives you up to 16 of our wireless belt packs, as well as the 4 wires, 2 wires, and I think 8 Dante circuits. So both of those will be heavily demonstrated at IBC. They run off something called a CCM, which is the Core Configuration Manager. It's a web browser to configure these things, so that makes it really easy. And we do have all the web browsers connected up at IBC, so you can come and ask for a demo. And have a look how to configure them with the monitoring and the diagnostics. One more thing, and nearly. Features introduced into our new EHX13, which is the software we use for the large matrices, the HX range of matrices, which grow, anything from 3U to 6U for larger systems. We've got new release which includes role-based logins, which is something pretty new to the market. So you can log into a hardware panel with your role and you get all your keys. If you then log out and move to another hardware panel, the panels or the other circuits effectively follow you without them having to be reprogrammed. So you can log into one position, log out again, go next door, log back in again, and the rest of the system will still find you. It works on our hardware panels, it works on our belt packs, and it will work on our virtual panels as well. So you could log out of a hardware panel, log into your virtual panel on your phone, and wander off for a break or something and come back. So that's the role-based login. We'll be demonstrating that at IBC. We're adding support for the N+1 on the IPA card. So effectively the IPA card is our 64-channel heart of the matrix now, with AES67 and IP endpoints, all sorts of things. So we're adding redundancy for that card, so you can have a second card that covers one or more of the cards that are running, which is good. And redundancy for the actual network itself. So we've got dual ports on the panels, dual ports on the cards. So if you've got a network that will have a simple dual network system, we can give you redundancy there. Right. Eclipse systems have grown as well to support 200 free speak belt packs in a single frame, which is pretty huge. I think that's about it.
Just as well, John, because your 5 minutes are up. We've just got one question to ask you, John. Where can people find all this amazing technology at IBC?
Thanks for that. Yeah, we're in our normal position, Hall 10, stand D29, which is more or less in the centre of Hall 10. We've always been there, I think, and we'll be there next week. Looking forward to it.
I think the KitPlus camera crew will be visiting your booth, so people can see in about a week's time.
Thank you.
If those not able to get to IBC can see. So thank you very much indeed, John. Looking forward to seeing you next week.
All right, good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, someone new this time.
So someone new. Do we know someone new?
We've got Planet Cast International. I don't think we've spoken to them before.
No. We'll look forward to that. Hopefully, John, again, in the background is moving him across into the right room. And we'll be able to speak to... I'm going to have to ask how to pronounce your name.
Venu? Venu?
Yeah, Venu is good, actually. You got that right.
There we go.
Good morning, Venu.
Experts.
How you doing? So, Venu, excuse us, but we haven't spoken before. So, for those watching, give us a quick elevator pitch on your company's roots and where you come from and what you do.
Oh, okay. So Planetcast is based out of India. Our customer base, of course, now is spread across Asia and some parts of the Europe now. So we're pretty much squarely in the middle of the distribution value chain, spreading both sides to enable our content partners to reach wherever they need to, and increasingly to help monetize through the distribution that we can provide them. We've been doing this for the last 25 years now. We've evolved with the industry, and we've had a chance to work with some of the biggest names in the business, and we continue to do work with them, and that's kind of helped us scale, evolve, and at a point where I think and all of distribution is actually sitting at a very interesting inflection point now, right?
Yeah.
And everyone's looking at the crystal ball, figuring out which way it's going. And I think we're very happy to be in this space at this point with the expertise that we have gathered over the last 2 decades, and with our unique ability and expertise to help our customers answer this query as best as they can.
Absolutely. So are there any particular technologies you're going to be showing at IBC that you want to talk about?
Yes. Yes. So we've evolved a product suite that over the last couple of decades. I mean, we started out with, of course, content acquisition through Teleport, DSNG, news gathering, digital news gathering, VSAT, and so on and so forth. And then went on to do playouts, traditional playouts that we've been partnering. And again, we're doing this for global customers at scale for more than a decade and a half now. And over the last decade, I think we could see the push towards cloud, towards moving away from traditional architecture. And in that respect, we have evolved our own product suite as well. So cloud playouts, fast channels, which are the hottest thing right now in the US and parts of Europe, but haven't really caught on in other parts. But we do think it's a matter of time. So even that, we also developed our own proprietary OTT platform for people, for our customers that have expressed a desire to control their end-to-end distribution on some channels. So that's available too. So the entire product suite is designed to help you distribute quickly at high quality and in ways that you can monetize your offerings. So that's pretty much what our IBC showcase is also going to be about. But more than anything else, what I think we want to bring to the table, other than just products and services, which we do. For instance, post-production is something we got into, over the last few years, and already have racked up clients like Amazon here. We do it for Viacom, Star, a lot of these folks. But the bigger point we would want to try and make is the sense of partnership that we bring to the table, because the space is evolving so rapidly. What people are looking for is, of course, the technology to manage that change, but also a partner who can evolve and help them manage the pace at which it's changing.
And what are you looking forward to most about being back at IBC?
Just being back is, I think, a number one, box ticked, I would say. I mean, physical interaction this year, right across NAB, where we have been, and Broadcast Asia here, now IBC. I think it's a welcome, change to be back to physically interacting. It's unbelievably valuable to be meeting our customers face to face. The quality of conversations, obviously, I mean, I don't need to tell this audience, there's so much free flowing conversation and leads to so many, possibilities. That's something that we certainly are looking forward to. The other, of course, is to catch up with our peers in the space. I mean, there's been a lot that's happened remotely, and it'd be lovely to meet up with our peers and see where trends are headed, what we could be doing over the next year or two to, make sure we, we can propel this forward. So that's definitely there, and hopefully a little bit of biking, considering it's bicycling, considering it's Amsterdam.
It's generally safe over there to get on a bike, yeah. But you said there, identifying trends and meeting peers to talk about what the future might hold, and you only get ideas by speaking to people in person most of the time. Can you give any clues even now before the show what direction your services and technologies are going to go in?
See, I think the shift to the cloud is bringing with it, many other possibilities, and I think that those are areas we'd really love to kind of talk about. If you looked at currently what we did with our disaster recovery, right, where we kind of broke down the monolithic DR concept into a more accessible pay-as-you-go concept that can help everybody embrace the concept of DR, which is critical in today's 24/7 day and age, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that, I think, are being enabled by cloud-based applications. Also, the AI/ML layers that are possible on some of our core products are going to dictate a few of the trends, especially when it comes to post-production services, curation, content curation, playlisting, things like that. These are all micro trends within the overall macro piece of how distribution is evolving. I think those are going to shape what we will see coming up in the next 12, 18, 24 months. And those are we are not only have begun some of our work on that with AI layers on our post production, as well as on especially for sports properties. We do want to compare notes with some of the peers and see what else we could be doing in that space. So yeah, that's looks to be very promising.
Thank you, Venu. So we are sadly out of time, but just quickly tell us where we can find you in Amsterdam in the Rij. What hall and booth are you?
We are in Hall 5, G22. So
Fantastic.
Please do drop by. We would love to host you there and talk to you about what we do and listen to what you have to say for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you in Amsterdam in a week.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you.
So hopefully we've got another guest lined up.
We have got another guest. Which one? Is this guest 10 or 12?
I don't know, yeah.
We're only in the first hour of,
we're still only
of 12 hours. So don't forget to make a comment if you've got anything to say or anything to ask a guest. We can see the comments and we can ask that question for you. Or you can email it to ibcpreview@kitplus.com if you prefer to email. So our next guest.
Total Media Cast. Total Media Cast? Total Media Cast. Yes, I think we have Ayad, is it?
Yes.
Hi.
How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Okay. Fine, thank you. How are you?
Welcome to the show.
So I don't think we've spoken before. So give everybody a quick intro of your company and what you'll be showing at IBC.
Yeah, Total Media Cast is a company established in 2012. It started in the Middle East region. We started our office in Lebanon, in Beirut. Then we expand to the world. So we have an office in Istanbul, Turkey. Then we have office in London, and we expand in Latin America and Brazil. We have office in Sao Paulo, and we have 2 offices in North Africa, in Tunis and Libya. So our company basically is giving a consultation for operation management and establishing TV station. And we are helping them to build a workflow for their TV station. And we have many other services in digital media management, integration services, and we have a news gathering service and logistics service in the region. Also, we're providing TV station with a space capacity in different satellite operator in the region. So this is our service in general.
Okay.
So what are you particularly going to be concentrating on at IBC? If you want people to come and see you, why are we going to come and see you at IBC?
design a special offer because we feel that now, as you know, in the media, there's a digital transformation for all the TV station and the media. So most of the media companies or media TV station, they try to present their content in digital platform. So our company now focusing to helping them for this digital transformation, to present their content in different media platform, digital media platform. So we start our consultation focusing to helping them to redesign their workflow, their traditional workflow, to build a new workflow to present the new content in the digital platform in efficient way, to affect all the people to present their media in the digital platform. So this is the first service that we provide. The second service, our company now is design a system to cover the World Cup in Doha, Qatar. We are planning now, we built a service that we will cover the World Cup, the side event of the World Cup in Doha, Qatar. So we have many OB vans there, and we have many E&G kit to help to broadcast the event there. But the most important thing that we will have a live show from all the country are participating the World Cup. So we will build a big network from 32 one country to broadcast their the match for all these countries.
Fantastic.
So this is in the new service. Yeah. So it's very important, and I think it's a new service for the region. We have tried to make a partnership with a company to cover from all these countries the reaction of the match, the TV match, the World Cup match. So if there is a match, let's say between Brazil and Argentina, we will go to Argentina and to go to a public place and broadcast from there and shooting the reaction of the people there. So this is what we will do there in the news section. And the fourth thing in our service, that we are a satellite provider. So in IBC, we have a special offer for our customer that we will provide them with a special offer of satellite capacity in different satellite provider like in 7 West, and we are an exclusive reseller for Hellsat in Turkey. So we have a very special offer for them. So if anyone want to have a coverage in our area in Hellsat, we have a very, very special offer because we are an exclusive reseller for them. And if you know now, Hellsat is the only satellite in our region will broadcast the World Cup in BN Sport. So BN Sport is broadcasting in Hellsat in our region. So it's very important for the channel to move to this satellite. So we have a very special offer for our customer there.
Thank you very much indeed. Have you got a top tip who's going to win the World Cup?
Sorry?
Have you got a top tip for who's going to win the World Cup?
I don't know, but from my point of view, for me, I think Brazil.
Fantastic. So we can find you in Hall 1, C37, I believe, at IBC.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Yes,
thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking to you. Take care.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
We've got our next guest coming in from Elements, Heiner, I believe. So we'll just be getting them lined up behind the scenes. Don't forget you can add a comment in the chat. Do subscribe to our channel. So when we do the interviews at IBC, you can be alerted and you can catch up on all of those, what's happening on this show on the show floor. So I believe we have Heiner from Elements with us now.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Morning.
Very well. Thank you very much. Nice being here.
Nice
Thanks for having me.
to see you. Now, we've got quite a statement on our bit of paper, advancing the hybrid cloud concept and presenting the workflows of the future. Over to you to explain.
Yeah. So what we mean by this is obviously Elements has always been about simplifying media storage and making it accessible for the creative industry, taking all the technology out of the mix so that our users, the editors, the people that work day to day on the storage can be really efficient and have a nice experience working with the IT product. And we're now bringing this to the cloud. The cloud has obviously been around for many, many years. People talk about the cloud since, I would say, 10 years or so. But what we've seen is a change in how the cloud is utilized, especially with all the events of the last years in mind. Historically, the cloud has been much about transferring data or your assets or archiving your assets in a cost-efficient way across the globe in different data centers, making sure that everything's safe and easily accessible. But nowadays, also more of the post-production and the production stages themselves move over to the cloud. And we at Elements have started developing a new platform that supports these new workflows. For example, you can think of things like bringing content straight from the camera into the cloud and then creating low-res versions of the high-res assets in the cloud in a very efficient way on multiple worker nodes at the same time. But you only need to spin up these machines for the time where you need them. So instead of having all this heavy machinery sitting in your data center waiting to do a job, you just start these machines as you need them and where you need them. And then having created those proxies in the cloud, you just bring down the low-res files into your on-prem environment to do the final editing. And the asset that will stay during its whole life cycle in these cloud infrastructures can stay where it was, and you reduce the amount of transfers back and forwards between the different premises.
You're taking you're allowing people to do the creative job without technology getting in the way of them being able to do it, I guess. So
exactly. Because
go on. Carry on, sorry.
Yeah, the cloud is a very technical thing. Everybody who's tried setting up a cloud environment on one of the big providers has figured out that it's a very IT-driven process. And as I said before, our user base, they are creative people. They want to create a nice movie. They would like to be very inspiring in their work. They don't want to fiddle around with all these IT terminologies, getting it up and running. So we make it really easy. We streamline the process and we grant access to all these very powerful technologies and resources that exist there, but in a way that is much easier to use for the editors and the post-production supervisors and all the people that work on our systems on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah. So what will be the highlight of your booth at IBC?
Yeah, first of all, we have a very nice big booth right in the center of Hall 7. The highlights there will be that we show the different workflows in real life. So we have cloud connection there. We move data around. We show the new file system technology that we have introduced just about beginning of this year, which is BGFS, a high performance computing file system that has been used for the first time in the media entertainment industry by us. It's quite a new and exciting technology. And we achieved the fastest file system benchmark for video production workflows with it last year, and we're showcasing this. And we also talk about how all these hybrid workflows can actually help the users be more efficient with all the challenges today, or also the opportunities of today of working on different sites across the world at the same time. And yeah.
Excellent. So where do people come to find you?
It's 7B25, Hall 7B25.
Yeah,
right in the middle of the hall.
Yeah, you've been there.
Thank you very much indeed, Heine. It's lovely to speak to you, and as always, looking forward to seeing you next week.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, we've got Leader Europe coming on next.
Kevin.
That can only mean test and measurement, can't it, I think?
Test and measurement, yeah. Well, actually, and they've moved it on, haven't they? Oh, here he is. He's ready to go. Well, let's ask Kevin.
Kevin, welcome. Nice to see you.
And you, Simon. Great to see you again. And isn't it great to have IBC back?
Oh,
well, we'll tell you next week when we're there. But it's great to be talking about it. Yeah. So, Kevin, what are Leader up to this year at the show?
So, we're in Hall 10, and for those aware, we will be co-exhibiting with Fabrics this year. So, Hall 10 is your one-stop shop for test and measurement. Come and have a look at us. You compare both solutions. But once again, our customers are facing huge challenges. I think we say this every year, but having not done the show for 3 years, you've now got UHD, you've got HDR, you've got IP, and all of those require test and measurement solutions that you can't sort of use your legacy products to address. And that's what we're going to be showing at this year's show. Plus also the vast experience we have as a company now that's nearly 70 years old. We've been through many of these transitions. So we think we understand how to build products that allow customers to migrate at their own pace. And we're seeing a lot of that at the moment. IP, most of our customers are going from SDI to IP, and they're having to use a hybrid environment. And that requires products that can work both in SDI and IP and show them simultaneously so that you can identify where issues potentially lie. So
and are there any I mean, there's always something new as a feature, but any new products specifically this year?
That's always one of the challenges. When you move to a hardware platform that allows you to put software updates on it, the hardware platform stays the same. It's the software enhancements and that. And we'll be showing a number of new features on the LVB440, our IP analyzer, that not only allow an engineer to analyze what's going on with packets on the network, but it's also now a production tool, bringing up low latency monitoring of pictures, waveform. This is the tool that's enabling remote production. You know, we've talked about it. Now it's here. Now it's happening. And we're now seeing it happen at major sporting events as well. So, yeah, come and see us. We've got enhancements to that, which I think will pleasantly surprise people.
Well, I know we will be spending a lot of time actually on the leader and the fabrics, and we'll be talking to fabrics later on in the day, but we'll be spending a lot of time on the leader stand at IBC. So we'll be sure to be sharing that content with everyone watching. Is there one particular thing that you'll be shouting about louder than most at the show?
I think it's just that we've got products that address all of our customers' challenges. You know, some UHD, you know, they haven't started yet. We've got HDR. We've been very successful in kind of that post-production environment, but live production of HDR brings a completely new set of challenges. And we'll be showing some of the tools that are being, again, used at the major sporting events to capture, distribute high dynamic range while not compromising the standard dynamic range output as well that broadcasters rely on.
Brilliant. Thank you, Kevin. People can head to Hall 10 C01, as we said earlier on, to see what leader are showing. Kevin, thank you very much. Pleasure
Thank you. Have a safe journey to Amsterdam. Look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, see you next week.
See you there.
Take care. And we've got our next guest coming on, I think.
Dalet. Robin
from Dalet.
So we've spoken to Dalet on a number of occasions.
I think
before,
we have,
so
yeah.
should.
Looking forward to it. And I think Robin is ready. Oh.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Robin. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
So, IBC, just a week away now. What are Dalet going to be showing on your stand?
Yeah, it's coming fast. So we are very, very excited actually to go back to Amsterdam. We've been prepping for the show for the past few weeks. We're exhibiting stand 1A47, if I'm not mistaken. And we are showcasing the entire product lineup for the first time, everything in the cloud, not much hardware, so very, very agile. And we are actually very excited because that marks the first time we are exhibiting with our entire revamped product lineup, with all the new features and new products we have launched in the past 3 years. And that means that the entire lineup, from our news, end-to-end news workflow solutions, to our media management and media production and multi-platform distribution solutions, are on display on the booth. So if I go into more details, and perhaps just taking a step back, what we do at Dalet is really helping media-rich organizations all over the content supply chain to help them really to create, produce, to manage, package, and to distribute their content to their audiences wherever those audiences are. That's what we do at Dalet. If I start with the media workflows and solutions, here, the big highlight this year was the launch of our Dalet Flex solution as a service. So what we have been doing here is really leveraging our cloud-native media management solution, Dalet Flex, and to make it available for all teams, smaller organizations, and also make it much easier for organizations perhaps outside of the media and entertainment space to leverage professional-grade media workflow tools. So that's called Dalet Flex for Teams, which is a pre-configured SaaS version of our Flex platform for media workflows. And it's really coming to help organizations with library, content management, multi-platform distribution, review and approval process, doing that at scale with the professional-grade tools that Dalet Flex is known for. And if I look at the other side of the coin here is Flex for Enterprises, which is the version of the platform for larger organizations, for media and entertainment companies really needing the scale and all the power of the platform in terms of integration. And here we have been making strides in terms of improving the production capability of the platform, the integration with NLEs, Adobe Premiere Pro, Avid, and others, to make sure we can deliver on all those professional production workflows. And today we are covering the entire scope, everything production and obviously everything multi-platform distribution, where Flex is known for its capabilities to deliver at scale. That's the first part. The second part is really around news. News is a big market for Dalet. We have been known for quite a few years now to deliver end-to-end unified news operation solutions to companies like the BBC or France Television or NBC in the US. And what we are doing here is really augmenting those newsroom workflows, not only delivering broadcast TV workflows, but also with the launch of Dalet Pyramid solutions, going in the cloud, helping them to unify their planning among stations across a country, for example. So not only having a station-by-station approach, but having a global approach as well to make sure collaboration can be done at scale. And that's the first part. We are also hard at work with solutions around remote editing. So we have delivered a full remote editing cloud-based solution. So it's a web-based browser editing solution that you can use to basically work anywhere in the world, even with a very low bandwidth or no bandwidth at all. And then you will upload your content whenever you get back with a proper internet connection. And it's obviously fully linked to the newsroom solution in the newsroom on premises that allows for collaboration again and much faster news breaking. And last but not least, it's a digital first aspect, or I should say digital native aspect. That's what we want to bring to newsrooms today and to our customers. That's really the ability not only to look at broadcast TV, broadcast radio, and digital platform, but everything native on social media and digital and those digital platforms, the aspect ratios, the graphics, and everything like this. So that's really a package to help them cover news at 360 degrees for all platforms and with all the characteristics of those platforms, so it looks and it feels like native content with the right angles.
Fantastic. Perfect timing as well. You've got about 10 seconds left to just confirm where we can find you at IBC.
Thank you. So IBC will be located on stand 1A47. It's 5 more seconds. We also invite all industry leaders, professionals, enthusiasts to come to our Dalet Pulse event that is going to take place at the College Hotel on Thursday, so the day before IBC, starting 7 p.m. So at the College Hotel, which is a very nice location at the heart of Amsterdam.
Brilliant. Thank you, Robin. It's been great talking to you. Thanks for the information. And yeah, we'll see you next week, I'm sure.
Thank you. See you there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now, as we mentioned, we've got a big team behind us who are making us tea and looking after us. So we should give a shout out to Manor Marketing for making the tea at least.
For sorting this out, yes.
And we've got Lisa Collins coming in next from the Circle Society. Lisa won't mind if we drink tea while we talk to her, will she? I'm sure she won't mind.
I don't know, she's moaned at me for doing worse. Anyway, right.
Lisa, good morning.
Good morning, both. How are you?
Yeah.
Oh, you made me laugh then.
Yes, sorry.
So, Lisa, we've got a few minutes for anybody that hasn't heard of the Circle Society. Obviously, we're talking about IBC this morning, really. But give us a quick elevator pitch on what Circle Society is and what you'll be doing at IBC.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Circle Society is a new community in our space, specifically for those working in marketing, sales, finance, HR, operations, and industry leaders. It's all about the people in our industry rather than the tech. We all know that the tech's really well served by some other great membership bodies out there. We don't want to tread on their toes. So it's all about the people in those job functions. The aim is to connect people for peer-to-peer knowledge sharing, education, moving individuals up that career ladder, and with a collective voice, making change around some of these issues the job functions find themselves up against from time to time. I think these job functions have been behind the scenes way too long, and our aim is to really showcase them and showcase some of the work they're doing and allow them to shine.
Have you got a particular focus for IBC, though? I mean, yeah, that's a great all-round objective. Is there a particular focus, and how can what should people come and see you for?
Yeah, I mean, this is our first IBC, so we're really quite excited. We are going to be exhibiting. We've got a small stand in Hall 5, F37. And we're going to be producing some content on that exhibition space. We hosted a IBC Prelude event to help people get organised and prepared for the show ahead. And we're going to keep that conversation going throughout the show, meeting with some of our members and people from the industry about how things are actually going on the show floor. We've also got 3 fantastic events. So one of the highlights is on the Friday, where we will have our leaders event. The first time we've brought together our leaders. This one's in G105 from 1 p.m. on the Friday. And we're looking forward to bringing some of the industry's most influential players together. We're going to open with a panel of leaders who will be sharing some of their thoughts from their businesses, some of the opportunities that they see at the moment, and also some of those pain points that they are all facing. And then, quite excitedly, we'll be launching Applications Open for our Leaders Powerbook, which will be published early next year. So we will highlight within that Powerbook the good and the great from all of our community. More than just a listing, it'll all be about how they managed to get to their role and some of the tips that they see within the industry. So we're really excited about Friday, bringing the leaders together for the first time. And then moving on, we've got some time where we'll be on our exhibition stand. On to Monday, we will be kicking off proceedings for the IBC Changemakers stream in the forum. One of the Circle Society's missions is to work towards making the broadcast and media entertainment industry the best possible place to work. We want to ensure that we're keeping the industry's best within our industry and also attract new people in to show what a wonderful place it is to be. So the session is titled Designing a Company Culture that Attracts and Retains a Powerful Workforce. This one's 10 a.m. in the forum. We actually have been doing some research within this area, and we will be presenting the findings of that research. And then we will be joined by a panel of people from within the industry, HR people and CEOs, who are going to be talking about some of the internal practices that they've been adopting to ensure that they have the best possible workforce. So there's some tips that people can learn from there, I'm sure. And then finally, and it's where the Circle Society started, we've got our Marketing Leaders Circle meetup, where we will be celebrating all of those that made it to the Marketing Leaders Powerbook, which we launched earlier in the summer. And that's a fantastic lineup of people. If you haven't read the book yet, it is available to download on the Circle Society website. But it showcases those people working in marketing roles, some of the tips that they've had along the way this year, some of their highlights that they're sharing with the whole community. So really looking forward to bringing that group together. In a nutshell, that's us at IBC, guys.
Brilliant. That's a good nutshell. And often, as you say, it's often the unsung heroes behind the scenes doing all the marketing that don't get the recognition they deserve. So we're looking forward to following the Circle Society, and yeah, we'll be sure to catch up at IBC, I'm sure. Thank you very much, Lisa.
Thank you for having me.
Remind us where to come.
So Hall 5, F37, and then the events are in G105 and the forum, and those events are open to all, so the more the merrier. We'd love to see you there.
Thank you very much, Lisa.
Brilliant.
Good to talk to you.
We want to hear.
Thank you.
See you
guys.
soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Nice to see you again.
And next up we have
Next
TDL.
up, TDL.
Julian,
Yes.
we're running a few minutes behind schedule,
We're a bit behind, but
I'm sure we can just talk faster and
keeping on top of it.
We'll get on top of it. Yeah.
Yeah. TDL. What are we talking about? Media integration platform, smart work. Hi, Julian.
Hello,
You should
Julian.
be able to hear us, and we should be able to hear you.
Hello.
Hi.
Good to see you, Julian.
Yeah, good to see you too.
So, shall I start? I'll start. Julian, what are we expecting from TDL at IBC this year?
Well, our main product that we are presenting is Smart Work, which is a revolutionary no-code media integration platform that basically will allow non-technical users to take full control of the operation.
Okay, so give us a rundown of the features in particular that, we've already touched on with other people about, creatives not needing to know too much about the cloud. It's a technical place to be. Give us a rundown of why people should come and see TDL about this kind of solution.
Yeah, well, the more important thing is that we can demonstrate, because sometimes we say that seeing is believing. So you can do all the marketing things and everything, but if you don't demonstrate it, it is, people won't believe what you are saying. So in the case of a Smart Work, what it is, it's a synthesis of more than 20 years of system integrations. So, and the key concept we are presenting is that all the systems which are integrated within the platform are seen in the same way. That can be a MAM, a transcoder, AI tools, and everything can see and used in the same way. What is the key advantage of this? Is that people, as you mentioned, they don't need to know anything about the infrastructure, but even more, they don't need to know anything about the integration method, about the media location. Everything is extracted by Smart Work in this case. And if, for example, for some business requirements or something, our customers, they need to be testing new services or they need to be testing new tools or something, it can be done in a few clicks by changing the system which is doing the specific task. For example, transcoding, if you are receiving UHD content and you want to be testing a new faster transcoder, it can be changed in a few clicks. Or if you want to be changing, for example, the AI tools that you're using, the same way. So it's really simple and easy to change without knowing what is running under the hood.
And so we all look to try and hopefully you'll avoid saying just the cloud, but I mean because this seems to be if we had a sweepstake on how many times the cloud was said today, we'd be making quite a lot of money, I think. But what's the technology? What's been the driving force that's made this possible for you?
Yeah, well, another of the key features is the way that we deploy Smart Work, because as you say, the cloud can be good, but can be expensive depending on the operation. And in our experience, also many customers, they want to be moving to a hybrid cloud environment because part of the operation needs to be done on-prem, of course. And the way that we manage the infrastructure, which is using the infrastructure as code to be deploying the platform, can be deployed in the same way if you are on-premise, because we are, in that case, we are using, well, everything is orchestrated by Kubernetes. So as long as we have Kubernetes, it can be deployed. And more importantly, everything which is related with all the plugins and all the integrations and everything, we have a central repository where we will be upgrading the platform and installing everything which is needed in a very simple and easy way. So we can deploy, answering to your question, in the same way, in the cloud, on-premise, and also if, which is a really important and useful use case, that many customers, the time where, in our experience, and the new requirements and the new requests that we get from our customers is at the time where there used to be a very big project that you were replacing everything. It happens, some of them, but it is gone. So people, what they want is to be solving specific problems. And if they need to be moving into the cloud, they need to do it in a low risk and consistent way. And this is where a Smart Work is key, because we can start deploying a small system in the cloud
another part or another site on-premise, and they can be moving the operation and testing the operation in the cloud and leaving on-premise what they think from a business point of view, which is important. But everything can be managed in the same way.
Julian, thank you very much. We've run out of time, but it's been a pleasure speaking to you. Just remind us where people can find you at IBC.
In the 10D30.
Fantastic.
I hope to see you, there. Okay.
Yeah,
sure, we'll be
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Julian.
Okay.
Take
bye.
care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And our next guest is Judy from Killerview. Always interesting to talk to Killerview. We spoke to them ISE in Barcelona this year. Some really cool products. So this should be quite an interesting chat with Judy.
Am I right in thinking that we've spoken with Mark at Boxer Digibox about this in the past? Yeah, I think so.
We have.
So,
good morning, Judy. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Welcome to KitPlus.
Good morning,
Judy. It's a pleasure to see you.
Hi, Matt and Simon. Good afternoon from China. Very nice to see you.
Great. So, Judy, give us a quick overview of what you'll be showing at IBC this year.
Yes, of course. As you know, Killerview is an IP-based video transmission solution provider. So actually, we have a bunch of products around IP transmission. And this time, we're going to show almost our whole ecosystem, and we will make them working together, including our video encoders, video decoders, the NDI converters, our forge bonding encoders, the NDI software systems, and a lot of the products. And also, we are going to bring the new products there. The first thing we are going to show will be our N60. That will be a HDMI and NDI bidirectional converter, and we are going to put it in live, and that can do both encoding and decoding NDI, NDI-HX, and even NDI-HX3 up to 4K P60. And also, the image quality will be super high with 10 bits YUV42 and also super low latency. And also, we are going to show our Cube series. I'm putting it here. That will be a little bit bigger, but it's a hardware product we developed to run our software systems as a kind of embedded product. And here we are going to show the Cube R1, which will be the hardware version of our NDI core, our NDI recorder for reliable NDI recording. And also we will have the Cube X1 here to do the NDI routing, the controlling, and for distribution of all the NDI sources. And both of the units, you can see they are just rack mount designed, and they can do quite a lot of things. As we previously mentioned, the Cube R1, we can support up to 9 channels of video recording simultaneously, and also with preview, we have the touch screen there, and the recording will be synchronized. And the Cube X1, we can support up to 16 channels of NDI input and 32 channels of output with preview. And for seamless switching, as you know, all the connections are already established. So that will be very benefit for the production systems. And the other systems we're also showing the Link Deck series, which will be the product to centralizedly link all Killerview products, including our multi-view product, our NDI core, our NDI recorder, the intercom, and everything. So that will be a series of the deck products, including the panel deck, the take deck, the zoom deck, the KIS deck, and also the PDZ deck. So they can all work together, or they can work independently, and we can, we got the touch screen to preview the videos, to do the remote control for all the software products, and also the other deck series. We can do the preview program, preset, switching, and a lot of the functions, so we can control everything remotely. And also we are going to show our latest video decoder, the D350, which will be a kind of update of our existing product that can do 9 streams of the video decoding with SDI and HDMI outputs. And also we can support both H.264, H.265, NDI, NDI-HX, SRT, and everything all in one. So that would be a kind of super strong and the decoder to get everything together, and they can do all those kind of multi-view and also free layout and everything. So that could be very interesting, and we will show everything there. And yeah, that's all.
Fantastic, Judy. That's a great roundup of your stand. So where can we find you in Amsterdam?
Yeah, we will be together with 3D Storm in Hall 7B60, so you can easily find us there.
Fantastic. Now that's a good segue, because we're actually talking to Frank from 3D Storm next. So we'll say goodbye, Judy. Safe travels to Amsterdam, and we're looking forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. See you at IBC.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, and
so yeah, Frank Lafarge from 3D Storm. They represent new tech in Europe. I'm sure John. Well, I'm not sure. I know John is busy in the background, whizzing away trying to get him across. So Hall 7, one of the most popular halls at IBC.
One of the hottest halls.
Yeah, one of the hottest halls.
Hello, Frank. How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. We last saw each other in Barcelona. I think we bumped into each other.
Exactly. And actually, you know, it's interesting because in Barcelona, we didn't know we would be at IBC.
No, I don't think many people did. So we've got a few minutes, Frank. Give us a quick roundup of what we can expect to see on your stand at IBC.
Well, of course, yes. At 3D Storm, we have decided this year to join force with several partners to make the visit to 3D Storm stand the NDI rendezvous of the year. NDI, the Network Digital Interface IP video protocol invented by NewTek, has become the de facto standard, as you know, for remote production and live video production over IP. This year on 3D Storm stand, we will be showing the latest innovation from NewTek for hybrid production and micro broadcasting with CaptureCast and the TriCaster Mini X, and of course all the NewTek TriCaster line. But we will also show many new products from several partners that integrate the NDI technology, like KiloView, and KiloView will be showing their new lineup of products. You interviewed a few minutes ago Judy from KiloView, so we'll be showing their new N60, N50, the KiloView D350, which is a decoder with dual output that convert multiple video streams into 3G SDI, 4K HDMI. Well, it's a complete new lineup of products around NDI. We'll have also, with our new partner Telecam, we'll be introducing a complete new lineup of NDI PTZ cameras. And these are in HD and 4K. And what is amazing and noticeable about Telecam is that their camera are integrating KiloView NDI conversion technology, and we will have both cameras doing NDI HX3, but also full NDI, and at an unbeatable price-performance ratio. It's something that has not been seen on the market yet with such a quality. We'll also have the 3D Storm on the 3D Storm stand, New Blue, with Title Live Broadcast 5.3 and their new Blue Fusion Extreme. It delivers all the broadcast you need, all the broadcast graphics you need in one new, very compact unit. And that is not all. We will also have SNS showing their NRS system. This is the only native NDI-enabled shared storage system for NewTek TriCaster. We will be also showing the automation systems from Newsmaker. We will have Netgear with their Pro AV switches. These are really the best switches you can find for NDI network video streaming over IP. And what is amazing with the Netgear switches is that they come with profiles for NDI 5, and it's really plug and play, and it's optimized for working with NDI. We'll be also showing the new products from Skahoy with Blue Pill inside. And this year, we are happy that since ISC, they've added support for the NewTek TriCasters in their new products. And finally, let's not forget the 3D Storm VIP bar, open during all the show to 3D Storm customers and partners. And every day from 5 to 6 p.m., 3D Storm is organizing a happy hour to celebrate the 7th anniversary of NDI. This is already 7 years, and 7 years ago, NDI was introduced at IBC.
Wow, there we go.
It was launched there.
Frank, we are out of time, Frank, but that's a great overview of what people can find. Hall 7, B60 is where it's all happening, I guess.
Exactly. Thank you for mentioning it.
Looking forward to seeing you next week, Frank, and we'll be sure to stop by.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Looking forward to see you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
So we're using those Netgear routers today here.
Yeah.
And our next guest is ready. He's being lined up as we speak. Adam Lear from Next Edition.
We've spoken to Adam.
We've spoken to Adam on a number of occasions.
It's a Thursday, so he won't be doing his Whiteboard Wednesday, which is on a Wednesday. So hopefully he can
Sounds
hear
like
us.
he's ready. This should be very efficient.
And if there's no graphics on this, I'm going to be disappointed.
Oh, there we
Matt and Simon, as I live and breathe. How are you, gentlemen?
Good morning, Adam. How are you?
I'm all right. I've got a different robotic move today.
Yeah, I've taken the seasickness tablet. I'm all right.
Yeah, it's okay. I can switch to camera 3. It'll be fine.
So, Adam, I can see on your graphic there, Hall 7, A08. What's happening?
Yes.
What's happening on that stand?
Well, we got some new software that we're going to be doing in a new update. One of that piece of software is called Virtual Assets. That's quite an exciting thing for us because I think part of the problem that we have in the broadcast industry is the glue that holds things together. And then Next Edition actually really covers quite a lot of the workflow. So what we tried to do is build an API that allows us to very easily connect to third-party products and then be able to bring that content into the system. So if you're thinking something like a legacy archive, we will virtually mount it and they can search it and look at it, but without leaving the Next browser at all at any point in time. And the same thing applies to Twitter, and the same thing applies to things like YouTube. So you can actually search YouTube directly inside Next Edition, which is really interesting conceptually for journalists to do research, and even email. So we can actually bring the email in for press releases, etc., which we can gather and we can put into storyboards for the planning aspects of anything in a newsroom or any production like that. So, and there's more to come, but I'm not allowed to say anything because I'm embargoed until next week. So there's a really big announcement about that also, which is really worth coming to our stand to see for sure.
And I think, am I right in thinking you're just down from the escalators on in Hall 7? Is that right?
Yes, we secured quite a hot spot down there. So as you come down the escalator, you should be able to see us with some, confetti and spinning other such things as this. But the other thing that's quite exciting is we're also really involved in the IBC Accelerator this year for the new Studio of the Future. And that's been a really interesting journey that we've been on for several weeks now, if not over a month, actually. We've been discussing a lot of things about what a new studio will be in the future, and I will be presenting part of that. Next Edition is quite a large chunk of that production workflow in terms of the NRCS and the MAM and the automation parts of it. But we've been looking at things like non-standard aspect ratios and how a user's interface to the story can be delivered in different ways using versioning, for instance, and machine learning, and a lot of stuff around how we can actually tell news to different devices in different aspect ratios, but not in a complex manner to put that all together, actually to make that easy for the newsroom to actually manage and push out. That's something that Next Edition is really good at.
Fantastic. We've actually got a 15-minute session, I think it's 6 o'clock this evening, seems a long way away now, but 6 o'clock Cinema on Ibc Accelerator. So we'll be, if anyone's watching that doesn't quite know what that is, do tune in then and find out all about it.
Yep.
Adam, we are a little bit short on time, so we're going to thank you very much for coming in. Looking forward to seeing you next week, and safe travels.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Good luck.
7A08. Cheers, Adam.
And we've got Miguel from Brainstorm, I think, is lining up to come on. Now, they're obviously well known for their XR production.
XR production
with VR.
tools.
So if you see a big green booth at IBC, it's chances are it's Brainstorm.
Yes.
Hi, Miguel. How you doing?
Hello. Great to be here with you guys.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. So tell us, why are we coming to see Brainstorm at IBC?
Well, as usual, we are showing our latest stuff, of course. But this year, after so long without being able to connect with people, I mean, everybody's, I think, was having the same feeling. I mean, we are glad to be back again in a live show and being able to show things directly to the audience and to the market. But in this case, as the market has evolved these last couple of years, being more into the virtual production, including more elements such as XR and AR more integrated in the stuff, we want to show all these things together and prepare a nice show, explaining the audience how far we can go with virtual production for live environments, broadcasting, and everything else.
Yeah. So on that point, Miguel, what's new in that world?
Well, there's a lot of things happening in the virtual production, as I mentioned. XR is one of the latest flavors, and we want to see how far we can go with XR. XR is not just showing a nice background in a flat screen. We want to go farther beyond. We want to show how we can include AR in the XR environments, extended reality with augmented reality, being all together, include characters, mix XR with LED video walls, with chroma screens, and mix all together to create a nice storytelling and a perfect content creation for anybody that wants to go into virtual production. So it's not just adding backgrounds, it's going to mix all the possibilities that the virtual production gives us, such as 3D graphics, statistics, augmented reality graphics, explanations, information graphics, everything all together in a single environment that can fit in a booth at IBC, of course.
That AR, XR production, virtual production, it's all accelerated. It's all come on so quickly and so far in the last couple of years. Last 5 years, but last couple of years and last year. And we're getting really good results. How far can you see this going? Have we got, much more innovation to come?
I think we do have more choices to prepare our content at the moment. Before the LED video walls started to be much more common, we had to rely on green screens and some different environments. But with the LED screens coming in, we can prepare live events showing virtual production to the live audience as well. It's not just doing things in a remote way and broadcasting them outside. We can do things both for the remote audience and also for the audience that is in a live environment or in a live event or in a direct broadcasting in a show. So I think that with all the possibilities we have for hyper-realistic rendering, including data-driven graphics with augmented reality, even inserted in the LED wall as if they were flying around the scene, we have a number of possibilities that were quite difficult some years ago, but now can be shown perfectly fitted into the content. So the audience will appreciate all the possibilities of the virtual content coming in, both for the live audience and also for the remote audience at home.
And again, I guess I'm trying to avoid too many people saying the cloud, but is there one technology that's really changed, that's really helped you guys make the change? And what's the technology you can identify in the last couple of years, since the last IBC, that's really made a change for you?
Well, it's not just one technology, it's a mixture of them. Of course, the GPU technology, we have a fireside chat with NVIDIA on Saturday to explain the evolution on the future of graphics. GPU technology has allowed all companies that get into virtual production to create better and better graphics. Also, the game engines such as game render engines such as Unreal Engine or Unity or some more are enhancing the way we can create our virtual content, and also the way that companies such as Brainstorm are integrating both these two technologies with their existing render engines and graphics and all the plethora of things that we can include in the virtual environment. I think it's not, as I mentioned, it's not just one technology, but a mixture of everything that can create a perfect environment for the audience.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of us go to IBC knowing who we're targeting, knowing who we want to, which customers we want to come and see. Who should come and see you?
Well, actually, anybody that wants to do live production with virtual content. Of course, traditionally we've been talking with broadcasters and production houses, content providers, but we now see an increased interest with live content providers such as live events companies and production companies or people that create things for just once in a life for an event and something like that. In this sense, we are also creating tools to prepare and to shoot live events more easily, and being able to not just have a huge setup to prepare such event, but also have simpler tools that will allow people that is not quite experienced in 3D or broadcast, etc., to create high quality content for events and live production.
Brilliant. Miguel, we're out of time, I'm afraid. So thank you very much indeed for your news, and we're really looking forward to seeing you next week at IBC. Stand B01, I believe.
B01 in Hall 7,
Hall
yes.
7, of course, yeah.
Look forward to seeing you then.
Miguel, thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Miguel, bye.
And I believe John will reassure us in our ear who our next guest is. Eric
Brilliant.
from Theatrics Technologies is going to be joining us. Hi, Eric.
Good morning, gents.
Now, Eric, I've got a feeling it's pretty early in the morning with you.
Yeah, we just passed 4:45 now.
In the morning, cool. So,
but I'm happy to be here with you guys.
No, we're delighted to have you. Now, I don't think we've spoken before, so give us a quick overview of Theatrics very quickly, and then straight into IBC, what you're showing.
Yeah, great. Well, Theatrics has been working in as a manufacturer and distributor of reliable and also innovative products for the event industry since '99. And across the years, we expanded the brand to go from events to broadcast and also system integrations and the such. One of our core offering is LED panels, and which leads me to the main product that we will be showcasing at IBC this year. I have a module here with me. It's called the Exhibition Nomad. It's our 2.6 mil indoor and outdoor LED panel product, specifically built for XR application, also virtual production and rental productions. So we call it TPEP, which means titanium polymer edge protection. So on each of these corners, we have an angle bar made out of titanium, which protects the side LEDs, which are usually the most damaged during handling, installs, and dismantling of the LED walls. Then the polymer that adds to the titanium is a layer of polymer that's spread out in between the LEDs. So contrary to GOB, it doesn't change the colors or yellow with time. It's just gonna go in between all of these LEDs and also bond together to make something very much stronger and stiff, ensuring that you don't have much repair on your panels and a very long lifespan. what it also does is, instead of having plastic shaders in between the LEDs, so these black plastic bars that would usually protrude out of the LED module, that the polymer acts as the shaders. So that's why we call it liquid shader. So if we look a little bit at an angle here, I have no plastic sticking out.
It's flat.
Yeah. So that means that you get a crazy viewing angle, which is almost like 270 degrees. You just go on the side of the panel and you look at the image, and there's no color shift. It's really, it gives you, for 360 experience or all type of creative installs, you can have like a very reliable image on every angle of camera that you would film. And regarding the cameras as well, on the chip that we use to drive the LEDs on these modules, we've doubled the refresh rate. So instead of being at 3,800 Hertz, we're driving them at 7,600, which means that as you go down in brightness, which is mostly the case when you're using cameras, you retain color fidelity as you have twice the grayscale.
Cool. Is there a limit to the size, as far as the technology you have now? Is there a limit to the size that panel can go?
No, the panels themselves, like,
it looks quite
this is one module. There will be 4 modules in one cabinet.
Okay.
So the panel itself is the typical 500 that we're used to see. In bigger, like touring or big arena sets, you will have the 1 meter high panels. But in a studio, it's easier to build something, and also usually you'll be limited in height. So it's the typical 500.
And this is the first time you've shown these in Europe, I believe, at IBC.
Yeah, at IBC it will be the European debut. We started showcasing them at Pro Light and Sound past spring. Then we went to ISC, and for the broadcast, it's going to be the first chance to see the product in person.
Cool, exciting stuff.
Fantastic. And where are we going to find you at the show?
We're going to be in Hall 7, booth B02.
Fantastic. And is this the first IBC for you guys, or have you been there before?
No, if I'm not mistaken, we've been attending IBC since 2016, when we first introduced our line of ruggedized video converters. Some of them are standing behind me. I have one here. The main thing with our video converters is that they don't use external DC adapters. So you have a straight-in PowerCon True One locking connector, and as you can see, everything is very robust, heat dissipation, and across the years we went from 3 models to now more than 45 different SKUs, spanning through those portable ones, but also the same electronics, but in a rack mount enclosure that is fully modular. So you have an enclosure with 8 slots that provides the power. It will then get it from the pogo pins, either in the front or the back of the modules. So that also means that not only they're modular, but if from one install to the other, I need to change my inputs and outputs from front to back, I would just slide it out of the enclosure, turn it around, and slide it back in.
Cool.
Very cool.
Fantastic. Eric, unfortunately, we're out of time.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for setting your alarm clock so early.
Well, come see us at our booth. We have plenty more surprise. There's the new Express Q Media player, and we'll be happy to see you guys.
Yeah, we're looking forward to stopping by, and we're doing some videos on your booth. So yeah, we'll be able to capture all the highlights for the audience.
I'll see you then.
Thank you, Eric.
Cheers.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Good to cheers, bye. So, have we got our next guest?
I hope so. I think we've got James from Cinedeck, I think, is with us now. Yeah. Another Hall 7 exhibitor.
It seems to be quite popular this morning so far.
We seem to be going through Hall 7.
They've had a lot going on this last 2 years.
James,
Hi, James.
good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing, guys?
Yep, I think John's about to zoom you in. Here we go. We can see you now. Fantastic.
See you as well as hear you.
James, what is Cinedeck showing at IBC?
So, well, we've got... we're going to be doing something a little bit different this year. We're actually going to be doing some stuff from the beach bar. So we're going to be showing how easy it is to ingest directly to cloud to our capture to cloud service. for sort of the SDI feeds into edit-ready formats. We're also going to be on the Edit Share stand, where they're going to be showcasing our integration with Flow. So they can be found on, let me just check where them guys are. So the guys are over on...
Well, are you Edit Share? We've got down hall 7 booth P10. I don't know whether that's you or whether that's the Edit Share stand.
Yeah, I think that, so the Edit Share guys are on, so Edit Share on 7A35.
A35.
Okay, also again, yep.
We'll find it.
So that's the Edit Share integration into Cinedeck that you'll be showing there as well, as you say.
Yes, so they'll be showing, checking Cinedeck into to assets, into Flow, checking in metadata, and checking in multi-clip into all within Flow. So that could be seen over on the Edit Share stand. And as I say, we'll be doing it's all going to be geared up around our capture to cloud service. So that's a new service that we've released. We've also got some partnership announcements. We're partnering with a company called Alapa, so that we can really go multi-cloud with our capture to cloud offering. So that it makes management and billing so much simpler. You're not going to get caught out with any extortionate bills. You can literally manage the whole process from their platform. We've put in some predefined instances. So depending on your requirement as to the amount of obviously video ingest you're looking to bring in, we've actually predefined so far. For example, if you was looking at sort of doing 4 videos, there's an instance designed for 4 SRT streams, 8 SRT streams, etc., so that it just makes it easy for when you're trying to provision a system that you can just spin straight up, and you could literally be spun up in what sort of 20 minutes, something like that. And you can do it all from their platform. And as we say, we're going to be supporting multi-cloud, so you can do it if you're already with Azure or AWS, for example.
So in terms of, sorry, James, I didn't mean to interrupt. In terms of other releases this year, what can we expect from Cinedeck?
Yeah, so I guess obviously our major releases are our capture to cloud, and we're also bringing more flexibility into our Cinedeck hardware solutions, which we've been predominantly known to provide. And we're now providing CD2, which is a software-only ingest solution, which supports obviously SDI, SRT, NDI, IP2110. So we've got that support already out of the box. So that's one of the things that we're going to be that's already out there now. New stuff, we're looking at launching a playlist feature. We can have a browser control version of our to control the decks themselves. So you'll be able to do that from your internet browser, rather than at the moment we have a separate application that runs either on Windows or Mac. You'll be able to do that straight from the cloud. And the great thing about the control is that you can actually control all of your instances. So if you've got a cloud ingest solution running and an on-prem, you can actually manage them from the same UI. So you can manage multiple Cinedecks from the client UI.
Fantastic. James, we are sadly out of time. We're running quite a tight ship this morning. So we're going to look forward to seeing you in Hall 7 P10. And thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah. Got to go to the beach. Yeah.
Take care. Thank you, James.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Take care. So Bo's ready from DPA, I hope. DPA, we use a lot of their kit in a number of areas, especially when we're at IBC, funnily enough. Cheap mics, always. Yeah, we love that. So
good morning, Bo, or is it good afternoon where you are?
Well, it's definitely good morning. It's it's 11 o'clock here, in Denmark.
Cool.
Good job. Right. So, Bo, what are we expecting to see from DPA new at IBC this year?
New, the newest things that we are coming up with is the little kick drum microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
it's
targeted.
Basically.
Go on.
Sorry.
Carry on. You carry on.
No.
And targeted. I mean, it sounds to me like a music industry product, which I'm sure it's going to apply to. But we're targeting this at broadcasters, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We expect that many broadcasters are also doing live music.
Yeah.
Like game shows and talk shows and
cool.
and the kind.
Carry on.
And they all use microphones. Well, any microphones. Well, we are also showing lav microphones, podium microphones, shotgun microphones. But we did bring this little baby because it's a fantastic little thing that has been received really, really well in the market. It exceeded our expectations by 5 times so far by the sales budgets that we planned.
What was the idea? I mean, what was the problem that it's effectively solved?
Quite a few, actually. One of the when we looked into the design, I've been miking drums I'm a sound engineer myself, and I've been miking drums for years. And since I started with DPA 17 years ago, I started using DPA mics on the kick drums, of course. But there wasn't ever a dedicated kick drum microphone. It was always like a workaround. It was one of the pencil microphones or one of the fantastic instrument gooseneck microphones that I was using on the kick drum, and it worked really well. But the market never really received it as a proper kick drum microphone because there is this assumption or a preference for microphones used on large instruments such as the kick drum, that the microphone needs to have some sort of volume. They need to look bulky. They need to look like they have a large diaphragm, basically. Yeah. Because there's this misconception that you need a large diaphragm to pick up deep or low frequencies. Right. Which is not the case. But anyway, if the market wants that, they will never look in the DPA direction when they are looking for a kick drum mic. So we took that challenge and we looked at what type of kick drum microphone is the market using these days. They are using basically 2 different types. One kick drum microphone is placed inside the kick drum, and another one is placed outside in the hole, just outside the hole of the kick drum. So when we were looking at it, we were saying, what type of microphone do we want to make? Do we want to make a condenser microphone that is inside the microphone, or a condenser microphone that is outside? No, inside the kick drum, I should say. Or should it be the outside? So we actually chose to go right in between and make a microphone that is capable of sliding through the hole of the kick drum, should there be a hole, or sit just outside the hole in whatever angle you prefer. So it kind of solved that problem that you could not, or it is difficult for often to use the same microphone for different positions on the kick drum.
Fantastic. Bo, we're nearly out of time. I think you're showcasing a couple of other mics at IBC as well, aren't you? Just give us a really quick overview of what else people can expect on your stand.
Well, our main topic this year is durability. We have sent a microphone on Mars last year, and we want to show that the exact not exact microphone because that's on Mars, but an exact copy of it, or a twin, or whatever you want. We want to show that you can hear it, and we want to show. I built a little funny gimmick where a microphone is dropping in and out of water. A microphone mounted on a Lego man, just to show and hear what happens with a microphone when it's inside the water and outside the water. It's not a hydrophone. It is a microphone that's made for theater, for broadcasters, lav mics, film, and so on. But just to showcase that it is very durable, also inside the water.
Fantastic.
Brilliant.
What's your booth number at IBC, Bo?
Oh.
You're going to be in Hall 8 somewhere, aren't you?
Yeah, Hall 8.
Yeah, there's a big DPA above you. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, we have this big DPA lime green cube hanging over us. So
great stuff.
We'll find you. Thank you. We're out of time, Bo, but thank you very much for joining us, and we're looking forward to seeing you.
Thank you for letting me in.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah, do check out that 4055 kick drum, Mike. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? We'll have to look at that one.
If I had a kick drum, I'd try and use one. So, live view I think we have next, and it's probably Ronan. Let's hope so. I think John is pulling him over into the right room now. It looks like a bit of a black screen at the moment.
Yeah, big shout out to John Pratchett. If you've been following KitPlus TV for a while, you'll know John. He does master of streaming. He helps us out with the technical stuff, shall we say. And today he's behind the scenes. So if you're connecting in, you'll be chatting to John first, and he'll be directing you into the right room, as he's doing with Ronan right now.
With Ronan, and this is probably going to be another cloud topic. It's been,
do you reckon?
Definitely a theme. I think so. Yeah. Well, with live view, it's going to be.
Yeah, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. You'll see the red button in the bottom right-hand corner. You'll then be alerted, hopefully, to any videos that we're recording over at IBC. We tend to do probably about 50 or 60 booth interviews. Many of the people we've been talking to today will be visiting them and just finding out, from on the show floor what they're showing.
Yeah, of course, and don't forget from 1 o'clock today, we've got Jenny, Marwick Evans and Gabe Bell doing their voice, and they'll be having an all-female lineup of special guests to talk to you.
Yeah, they'll be looking not only at the show itself, but they'll be looking at the conference and everything else going on. So whether you're a show veteran or you're new to the industry, do check out that, as Matt says, from 1 o'clock today. They're on for an hour. I think they've got about 7 or 8 females all coming in to chat about their experiences and where they are in the industry.
Yeah, is anyone from the veteran to the newbie? It's all about how to make the most out of IBC. Of course, that's a big question for a lot of people: is how to actually, how do you measure your success at IBC? This is the first show after 2 or 3 years. Let's say two missed, you really want to make the most of it, and you've got to get it all in.
Yeah, I think also it's very important that, we've had a few females on this morning, which is great, but we are predominantly male, and so it's great that it's all an all-female lineup.
Yeah.
So we've got Ronan. He's from LiveView, and he's with us now.
Hi there.
Ronan, how you doing?
Excited to be part of the show, and excited to be back at IBC 2022.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So tell us what we can expect to see on the LiveView booth, Ronan.
So first of all, we'll be on site with a large presence in our new location, which is in Hall 7, and new for us, C730. And this time around, we'll actually showing our end-to-end cloud production workflow, and this time with EasyLive.io, the company which we acquired back in 2022, which is a all-in-one cloud-based production studio. So we are really, really happy to be there with the main theme, which is moving live to the cloud. So people perceive us, and I think in the industry, as a backpack company, and this is not where we are any longer, despite the fact that this is our main product, the LU 800 and the Remy production. But this time around, our approach is that we are going beyond the backpack, and cloud will take center stage. We'll have a full suite of services, starting with our ingest, which are metadata, new ingest system. We have a matrix, which is the LiveView contribution and distribution service. And with that in mind, we're also actually today announcing the new matrix transceiver, which will allow us to be much more versatile in terms of the way that we handle matrix feeds. With regard to that, we are also releasing a new best-in-class LU 810 and LU 600S, which are the rack mount encoders, and we'll have a full suite of our 5G solutions. that will also be a crucial part of what we are going to present at this year IBC.
Brilliant. And where you said remind me, you're new in Hall 7. Whereabouts in Hall 7 are we again?
Well, we are in 7C30. This is a new location, a new booth, by the way, with a twist. We are building a golf course. We actually build a golf course, so inviting you.
Formula 1 cars.
No, you're right. We had every year I'm trying to bring something new. This time we built a golf course. So if you are a golf lovers and you want to take a swing in our booth, come and join, because it's not just a golf course. Actually, we'll be connected to a full REMI solution with 4 PTZ cameras overlooking this golf course. Everything will be fed into our LU800 multicam unit and getting into the Easy Live, where we'll actually show how you can produce a sport event completely remotely with graphic, switching cameras, doing a layover of graphics and anything remotely. So it's a golf course, but the main reason of that being part of our show is to show the end-to-end remote production, completely cloud-based. So we're really excited to do that, and I promise you next year we'll have a car.
Ronan, thank you very much. We are slightly out of time. We could literally talk for hours about LiveView, but it's all we've got time for today. But we'll be catching up with you next week on the show floor, I'm sure. So thank you very much.
Great, guys.
Hall 7, C30.
Great initiative. Looking forward to see you back at IBC next week.
Good. Cool. Take care.
Cheers,
thank you, Ronan.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So this is where we're now moving over to iSize.
iSize.
We've got Sergio.
We spoke to Sergio before.
Yep, Sergio's coming on, and they launched a new product at NAB in Vegas earlier this year. In fact, I believe it won Product of the Year from NAB 2022. So Sergio is with us, I believe. Hi, Sergio.
Hi, Gent. How are you doing today?
Yeah, very good, thank you. We were just talking about your new product that won an award at NAB, which I'm guessing is going to be a highlight of IBC for you as well.
Yeah, we launched BitClear back in April at NAB, and as you said, it won the award of the show for a new product. It's basically a post-processing denoising technology, fully ML based. And basically, we since we launched it, we had several different kind of evaluations with the different use cases. It all started from the fact that, you know, in social media, where we have a large customer, there is a lot of kind of content recycling where there is no history of the codecs, the content being shared with millions of views and often a very bad quality. So BitClear denoising technology is live. It can clean up and remove the noise from the noisy content and produce the image that is way better quality than what it is they have today. That kind of moved away. So from only that use case into a kind of IoT space where there is a limited coverage on some of these flying devices, and when that's happening, you know, they often stream very bad quality, low bitrate content, which then BitClear can in the cloud clean up the noise and then can be streamed at the way higher quality. So a couple of interesting use cases already defined. We are going to be deploying BitClear at scale to billions of users towards the end of this year, beginning of next year.
And is there a live demo on the? If we come and see you at the show, can you demonstrate it in working on the stand?
Yes, absolutely. We will be at IBC. We really look forward to meeting all the customers again in face-to-face. And, you know, we will be talking about BitClear. We will be demoing BitClear as well as our another award winning product that we launched at IBC at the last face-to-face back in 2019.
Great.
So yeah, we will be showing what BitClear can do for sure.
And last question, where can we find you?
We unfortunately don't have a stand this year, so we are going to be using the rooms of IBM through our partnership. So we will be talking about these two products. We'll be showing demos, and also we'll be giving a sneak peek of our next product.
Yeah,
brilliant. Sergio, we're out of time, so it's been lovely speaking to you, and hopefully we'll get to see you at IBC next week. And yeah, we can find out everything that's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. So now we have someone that John should be talking to, this guy more than we, because he's the sort of expert. Mark Wilson from Glen Sound is with us. John has said, don't even think about it in my ear, so we'll...
No, we won't. We won't encourage that at all.
I think, Mark, are you ready?
Hello.
Hello there. How are you doing?
It's good, Richard and Judy. Oh, sorry, Matt and Simon. It's lovely to see you.
It's okay. As long as I can be Richard, that's fine.
Makes a difference from Trini and Susanna. Anyway, what's new at IBC?
Well, it's because we haven't been there for so long. Quite a lot of what we're doing is new,
right?
For most of our sort of European customers, but I suppose the key things that are new for IBC is we're introducing some Ravenna units to have some options. Several of our units will now have Ravenna options on them for full AES67, for ST2110. Particularly at Victoria, we have a bridge where you can have two networks completely isolated. You can have a Dante module on one side and a Ravenna module on the other to integrate the two worlds, which we've had a lot of interest in. So many of our units are big audio monitors, and our I/O interface is now available in Ravenna options for people that are using Ravenna. We also have a unit called the Chiron, not Sharon, Chiron. Check your Dante history.
Right.
But the Chiron is an SDI embedder, de-embedder. It's something we had to develop for our GTM esports unit. So we basically made it into a standalone device as well. So we have an SDI embedder, de-embedder as well, that's being launched. We have full working version of our Nomad, our new portable phone, HD voice portable phone. The new version will be available on the stand, as well as all the things we've done recently, which have not been seen at IBC. Not least our GTM award-winning esports box, which is going great guns. So there's lots of new and interesting products to see, and we'll be delighted to meet a lot of people and show them what we've been up to for the last few years while we've not been together at our most important and biggest show.
Absolutely, and one eagle-eyed viewer has commented on it's very nice to see a Canford wall planner in the background. And I was going to say, it's even nicer to be able to plan things now, isn't it, at last?
Yes, it is. It is, although unfortunately I was waiting actually. The planner underneath is next year.
Oh, is it?
And I was looking at next year and looking at the exhibition schedule and thinking, there's a few back-to-backs next year as well. But yes, it is nice to be able to plan. But obviously, we're going to Plaza first. We're doing Plaza this weekend, and then straight out the back of Plaza to IBC.
Yeah,
but it is certainly nice to be able to plan, and we're not complaining really. We'd much rather be able to get out and about and meet people, of course.
No, and I'm sure the carnets haven't been a problem at all for you.
We use the fine guys at Exhibition Freighting who take care of all that for us.
Fantastic, good stuff, good recommendation. Where can we find you at the RAI, Mark?
We are Hall 8 in a normal position. He says a normal position that's right on the tip of his tongue. F72. Hall 8, stand F72, just near the main entrance.
It's lovely how something can still be normal even after a 3-year break, isn't it?
Yeah, straight back into our old slot where people remember us from. So yeah, we'll be there. There'll be 4 of us this time, so we're expecting it to be quite busy. So we've got 4 full-time and a few people there for the weekend. So a good chunk of the team will be there. So we look forward to seeing everyone.
Fantastic.
Fingers crossed.
Thank you, Mark. We'll see you in Amsterdam in a week's time.
Great, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
Take care, Mark.
Take care. Bye-bye.
So we've got no idea whether our next guest is ready or not, but we're hoping that John Hilton.
I think we've got John Hilton. Yeah.
He's from Portaprompt. We've spoken to John on a number of occasions, and we will, of course, be speaking to him at the show, I'm sure, in depth.
Yeah, he's also a regular KitPlus show exhibitor as well. He's
absolutely, that's coming up.
He's been supporting the KitPlus shows with prompters for many years around the UK, and we'll be talking a bit more about the KitPlus show later on.
Yeah, here he is.
John, you're there.
Hi guys, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you perfectly, John, yeah.
Brilliant.
So, IBC, first time, 2 years off, so to speak. What are you showing? Why do you want people to come and see you?
Yeah, well, first of all, we're in Hall 12, so we're where we normally are, Hall 12. We're in, the stand numbers changed, it's H49, and it's down near the IBC Showcase Theatre in Hall 12. Layout of Hall 12's changed quite a lot since we were last there, 3 years ago now. Portaprompt are going to be showing all their usual bits and pieces, so we'll start with our WinDigi software. So we'll be showing features of that from the sort of light version we've got full up to the full EMPS MOS newsroom integration that we've got, and also the IP levels that we can put on that. And then we'll be showing our sort of standard range of on-camera prompters from our sort of our micro prompts and tablet devices, our 365 and 465. Through our mid-budget range, which we call Fusion and Fusion High-Bright. The High-Bright is new actually for IBC. First time that we'll have shown these 1200 SDI monitors in Europe. We've shown them in the UK on some of the shows we've done with you boys and so on. But first time we've shown those, so we're quite excited about that. And then we'll have our range of what we call broadcast prompters. So these are our Quasar range, 1500 nit SDI IP devices, ranging from the 15-inch up to our massive 32-inch that I think John did a video on a couple of years ago when we showed it for the first time at IBC. We're also showing a few accessories around that as well. We've got a new foot controller, a new hand controller, both of which can work wirelessly or in Wi-Fi mode on IP. And also some little sort of funky things that we've sort of developed through COVID. Actually, we've got a very good what we call roll-in, roll-out stand that allows you to put the prompter on a separate stand, roll it into the camera when you need it, roll it away when you don't. And that's been used a lot in sort of Zoom meetings as well as PTZ applications and so on. So we're quite excited about that. And then the final thing that we'll have, which is sort of relevant to the show, it's always interesting showing our conference, what I call, I refuse to call it Trump glass, Obama glass, if you like. So that presenters can actually read on stage presidential systems and so on. So we're showing one of our systems there and so on. So yeah, a few new things, a lot of stuff that we've been doing for years and years and years that hopefully will consolidate some of the thoughts with customers. Just super looking forward to meeting some of our European and international clients that we haven't seen for so long. I'm very excited about it. My biggest issue is just getting bloody carnets raised, and Brexit, don't even start me on it. Anyway, boys, back to you.
We're here to talk about IBC.
Well, we've also suffered the carnet pain, so we do feel your pain. John, you're Hall 12H49, that's correct, isn't it?
That's it, yeah.
Fantastic. And we're going to be stopping by to do some video footage on your booth so we can share that with the audience. I think we're out of time.
Yeah, we are out of time. I think our next guest is ready and waiting for us. Oh, no, he's not.
He's not?
No.
Oh, I won't
John,
bugger off then. All right,
John,
you want me to tell a joke or two or something?
No, definitely not a joke. But John, you're a veteran of IBC. Yeah. I say veteran, I mean, you're not that old. But
I am. give
us a top tip or an experience that you might have had at IBC from a past.
I think for me, it's the time on the show floor and so on is super important, but it's the networking and everything else that goes around it and so on. We will laugh about getting up to the pub and so on, and the bars and so on. But that's where a lot of, in my experience, a lot of the conversations, a lot of the dialogue, and ultimately the business is actually generated. So it's making the most of not just the show floor, if you like, but it's all the activities and the stuff that goes around it. Try and maximise that to the utmost to get the most out of the show for your business. That would be our recommendation.
Yeah. What just as far as your larger screen prompters are concerned, like the big ones, give us an idea of what sort of shows they're used on.
Yeah, predominantly in broadcast. I mean, what we've got, the 32-inch we've got is it's a heavy price ticket item. But what we are finding is it was originally designed actually for the Russell Howard Hour. We've been doing that for a number of years, and they changed the set. It's a show shot for Endemol at BBC, transmitted by Sky. Welcome to the world of modern television. But they changed the set. They had quite a long throw, a distance, we call it the distance between the presenter and the camera, who've gone over 20 meters. Russell's eyesight isn't brilliant, and well, I hope he won't sue me for this, but and he doesn't like to wear his glasses on set. So we got approached by the client to see if we could put something together, and that's what it was designed for, a longer throw in a sort of virtual set and so on. So that requirement that we see, and they've been used on Strictly occasionally, but it's mainly broadcast light entertainment shows. This is where the main aspect is for them.
Fantastic,
Excellent.
John. Thank you for filling. Much appreciated, and really interesting to hear it all. And we're looking forward to seeing you next week.
See you next week. Cheers, boys.
Thanks, John. Bye-bye.
Cheers, John. So it's Bill from BHV Broadcast, I think, next. We had a little bit of a mix-up in the order because of a no-show.
Yeah,
I'm sure they'll turn up eventually.
If you're following the running order, then just skip to 10:25, which is perfect actually because it's 10:25.
Oh, there you go.
So it was meant to be.
Maybe they've done us a favour. So BHV, we have spoken to BHV before, but I must have held my hand up and say that I can't quite remember exactly what we're going to be talking about.
Good morning, Bill.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. I must apologise, a particularly croaky voice this morning, so we'll struggle through the 5 minutes.
Well, yeah, no problem at all. So over to you. The floor is yours. What is BHV up to these days?
Okay, so we've relaunched. We have a new brand and a new sort of identity. We've actually been operating in the sort of outsource space for about the last 6 years, but it's mostly been word of mouth. We haven't really needed to sort of push ourselves or advertise. People have come to us because they've needed very specific bits of intellectual property, mostly in the video space, and we've been supplying a number of key brands. But we're glad to be back at IBC this year after a bit of a break. It's provided us the opportunity to rebrand and now really reach out to a larger market base with some sort of exciting new silicon that we have to offer the market, and also a sort of library of intellectual property designs that we've been working on with our clients, which we're able to use for any new client to help them realize products very, very quickly.
And is this what technologies? Because I think I'm pretty confident we're not going to get cloud as an answer on this one, because I'm dying to get this right.
No, we're sort of very much the other end of the scale now. If you think that a lot of people are focusing on software solutions, the world is moving to a cloud-centric video distribution environment. The fact is, there's still a need to have technology at the edge, whether it's a small vision mixer, a camera, a display, some kind of bit of digital glue. I mean, that was the mainstay of video and broadcast, kit for a long time. But now, as people are focusing towards the cloud world, they are needing these specialist control surfaces, pieces of robotic camera equipment, stuff like that. And this is sort of what we'll be showing on our stand. It's a lot of stuff from brands that we've worked with, because we typically don't use our own brand now. We're making stuff for other people and empowering their products. And so what you'll be seeing is a lot of kind of the end hardware, the production hardware, the sort of tools that people have to use on location.
So who's going to come and see you? I mean, are we? Yeah, go on.
Okay, well, I think there are a number of new entrants in the marketplace who, they may not have a huge development team. They don't have, a massive software team. They've probably become, a brand in, say, the last sort of 3 to 4 years. And they're going to need extra resource and extra help. They're going to need specialist IP to realize the kind of products that they want to bring to the market to be competitive. And we're hoping that those kind of people will come to Hall 10, A20, and actually see what we've got to offer and understand how quickly that we can realize some pretty complex technology. And a couple of our clients have been able to register patents out of stuff we've developed, for them. And sometimes, we're talking development time cycles are from a blank idea on a piece of paper to a realized piece of hardware in as little as 6 months. So, you know, and that can include cloud connectivity, interconnectivity to other devices. So, you know, we're able to demonstrate that we've delivered some pretty groundbreaking stuff. We delivered SMPTE 2022 for one of our, SMPTE 2110, sorry, for one of our clients back in 2018. And we're looking at a lot of NDI implementations for clients now. So it's this kind of space where, you know, we anticipate people need that helping hand. They can come and see us, and we can discuss how we can get their products, you know, up to standard in a very, very short lead time.
And of course, I assume, because, you know, first impressions say that it's, you know, other manufacturers, other solutions providers and SIs, etc. But likewise, I guess it probably could be just as much an end user who's got a problem that they can't solve.
Yeah, obviously, there's an economic side to this. You know, manufacturers are, you know, recouping their investment costs through, you know, volume of sales. And, you know, if you're talking about a groundbreaking product, then there are some, you know, economic costs to that. I mean, there are end user opportunities. They may find that there's a piece of kit that they need to help deliver their workflow. And depending on the volumes of that, that's something that we can definitely help them with. We do have a couple of off-the-shelf pieces of kit. We have an open gear card, which you can actually develop Android apps for and have sort of immediate sort of graphic rendering out of an open gear case. So, you know, at the end of the day, there are some things we can get people off the ground with some of their ideas, you know, literally in a matter of weeks, because we've already got the hardware. And they're, you know, it's really a case of them realizing it with nothing more than an app developer. So there are some cases where that could be an opportunity.
Brilliant. Well, I'd like to have asked where you are, but it's on the screen.
Yeah, Hall 10 A20. There we go.
It is indeed.
Well, thank you.
We'd love
very,
to,
thank
love
you very
to see
much.
everybody there. It'd be great to be back in Amsterdam and meeting everybody again.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks for your time, Bill. It's been nice to chat.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
So we are now off to probably Germany, you think?
I reckon.
It's a strong chance. We're talking to Andreas from Roden Schwartz next.
And we've spoken to a few from Roden Schwartz over the years. I think this is Prismon, the multi-viewers, isn't it? Yeah.
I think they're also launching a new product on the 9th. I don't know whether he's allowed to tell us about that, but we'll find out in a second.
We might not be allowed to have said that there's a new product coming.
What do you think?
Yeah. Well, hopefully Andreas will tell us.
Good morning, Andreas.
Hey, good morning there. Thanks for having me.
It's lovely to see you. Andreas, we've got a note that you're launching a new product. Are you allowed to tell us about it?
Yeah, our transmitter guys for the broadcast transmission have worked very, very hard and listened to the customers. And yeah, they are launching a new transmitter series. So we're going to have the first member of that family launched directly at IBC on Friday. And we're really, really looking forward to that. We can't wait, literally, to bring that little baby to the market.
Cool. So, so what you know? Can you give us any clues? What's any details, or is it under wraps until the day?
It is under the wrap right now. But what I can tell you, we have addressed for us and for the industry the main challenging points. Which are obviously energy consumption and sustainability. So with this, it's a radical new design of a transmitter. So it will help our customers to dramatically reduce their carbon footprint, and also, obviously, even more important right now, in the minds of the people, reduce operating costs and energy costs for that dramatically.
Cool.
But that's not part of the story. That's only part of the story. We believe that there's a great future for transmission, for terrestrial transmission. So we believe that this transmitter will also unlock future revenue opportunities, talking about 5G broadcast, for example, which will help our customers to really unlock new revenue streams in the future.
Yeah, and you've got quite a big focus on multi-viewers, I should imagine, as well at the show.
Exactly. So we have Prismon, our multi-viewing and monitoring solution, software-based solution, and we constantly just redevelop and extend the functionality. and we're going to have a big presentation on the monitoring and multi-viewing. We're going to show that to our customers, can demonstrate all the benefits that our solution provides for the customers directly on the booth. So also looking forward to that quite a lot, yeah.
Cool. And Andreas, I understand this is your first ever IBC. Have you been given any advice?
Plenty of them, since I'm coming from a different industry, the lighting and electronic industry. So I really can't wait to be at the IBC, to meet people, to meet our customers, and you'll learn a lot from people staying in that industry who have been there for a long time, and it's I really can't wait it. It's just suitcases are packed.
Fantastic. So we just need to know your booth number. Actually, whereabouts are you in the?
Actually, it's Hall 7, booth B25, 21. Sorry.
7B21. Andreas, we're looking forward to meeting you. We are spending some time on your stand as well, doing some videos, so we'll be able to share those.
Yeah, that's
as
great.
well. And we're out of time, so thank you very much indeed. Been good talking to you.
Thank you. Looking forward to see you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
So now we are
Native Waves.
We're staying in Germany for a while, and
Yeah.
we're talking to Christoph from Native Waves, who's coming up very, very soon.
Very, very soon. No, we've spoken to Christoph before.
Yep. If you're following the schedule, we might be jumping backwards and forwards a few, as people might have a few issues coming in and out. But Christoph is on time. Hi, Christoph.
Hello. Hi.
Good to see you again. How are you?
Good to see you too. Yes, great.
How's your IBC planning going? What can people expect to see from Native Waves?
Yeah, I mean, to start with, it will be really good to be back in person, of course, at IBC. So very much looking forward to that. And this year especially will be very exciting for us because we will be showcasing our Native Waves EXP product, which is an experience creation framework that broadcasters and also OTT services can use to then take their existing content offering to the next level. And we do this in sports, in esports, and live entertainment. And what we will be showing at IBC is our football and motorsport experiences that we did, but also new ones, for example, like cricket and American football. So we are very much looking forward to then talk to our partners and also our customers and share our experiences we made, like around experiences, integrating multi-view in live events, data integration, what we learned about it, what worked and what didn't work, but also about instant replays and how we combined then all of this into one single event watching experience.
So this is, from memory, this is all about the sort of low latency, as in zero latency, really experienced across all platforms. Has there been anything in particular that's happened for you in the last 2 years since we first spoke to you that's really kicked off and brought you to this IBC stage?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, what we learned a lot, like while doing different sports, is that every sport is different, right? So a football is different from a motorsport. And what we also learned a lot by doing those experiences and listening to the users and also looking at the metrics, that every user is different, right? So I might just watch a motorsport on a Sunday and I'm super into it and want to follow my driver. But then on the Monday, I just come back after work, right? And I just want to have the lean back experience while watching a game on television.
Yeah.
So, and what we learned a lot is how can we make them and build those experiences around those individual needs for those use cases, right?
Yeah.
So to make it very seamless, switching between a passive and an active viewing experience and give easy access to the relevant content at the right moment.
Mm. And what do you think your standout point on your booth will be this year? What are you shouting about loudest?
Yeah, so loudest, mostly about like really those event watching experience and what you can do with it, right? Mm-hmm. So because coming from the traditional broadcast, there was also a lot of limitations in what you can do technically, and where we pushed it, and where also certainly digital and streaming helped a lot, and also how it changed over the past years is what you can actually do on the technology side. And now we are really at the moment where it just feels like these next level solutions are just around the corner to be then pushed out into the market on a large scale.
Fantastic. Christoph, where can people find you at IBC?
I'm in Hall 5, Content Everywhere, and we are very much looking forward to welcome you there.
Cool. I even know your booth number, D54, Hall 5. There we go. We'll be spending some time on that booth as well, doing some videos, so we can share that with the audience as well. Christoph, we're out of time, but it's been great talking to you. We'll see you next week.
Talking to you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio. Right, so next we have Octopus, Octopus Newsroom.
Gabrielle, I believe.
Gabrielle. I don't know if we've ever spoken to Octopus. We look forward to finding out some more.
Ooh.
Gabrielle, we would like you to change your orientation. I reckon you're on
There we
phone.
go.
There
Fantastic.
we go. That'll do. Leave it like that.
So Gabrielle, welcome to the show.
All right, guys. Thanks very much for inviting me, and sorry about the delay.
That's okay. We don't have an awful lot of time, Gabrielle, so give us your highlights of what people can expect at IBC.
Yeah, sure. All right. So we are going to present 3 really nice products at IBC this year. We are developing our products to enhance news production like all the time. So this year, the flagship product, the most interesting news is the new version of our news production system, Octopus 11. So this has been already a popular product among broadcasters for many, many years. But we took the last 3 years of lockdowns and everything to put a lot of development into that and redeveloping basically the product from ground up, completely new user interface. We made it even more story-centric as it used to be, while in the same time we kept the same powerful rundown management and integration and customers are really used to. So we know that the system is primarily used by broadcasters, so there must be very strong integration with studio automation systems, with media set management systems, with on-air graphics and so on. So this is always a high priority for Octopus. But in the same time, we understand where the market is shifting. So we added a long time ago support for story-centric workflows. In the same time, they can still do rundown-centric workflows as well. We can work with different AI tools, social media integrations, and fully supporting digital workflows. Then one of the things that are resonating these days, as you are talking about it as well on your show a lot, is cloud. So definitely our customers are asking about cloud as well. And we put a lot of work into this also in the last couple of years. And we did a full round of testing on Amazon Cloud. And now we can confirm that Octopus 11 may be implemented on-prem or in the cloud as well. We will be also talking about some of the biggest installations we have delivered basically during lockdown. That was built in Germany, the whole CH Media Group in Switzerland, and now we are doing another very nice project in Finland, which is for MTV. So this is all for Octopus 11. And just 2 words about the other 2 products, because this is also very interesting and I think great for broadcasters who are struggling with planning and collaboration, because this is something we can see is a hot topic very often. They have some tools, they have different newsroom systems, they have different planning tools, online tools, and so on, but still the teams are disconnected. Planning and collaboration is an issue. Often teams are doing duplicated work. So for this, our product Cur should be a solution. It's a very nice product designed by production people for production people. So this will be a nice add-on. And the last one is iReporter, which is a professional video gathering tool, and it can help broadcasters gather a lot of additional content, basically with very little cost, and that's something they need all the time.
Fantastic, Gabriel. That's an amazingly quick overview of everything from Octopus. Well done. Thank you very much for doing it so quickly. You're in Hall 16, I believe.
Yes, we are in Hall 6. This is a new location for us, so that's a hall between Hall 1 and Hall 7. So hopefully a lot of people will bump into us even when they are just walking between the halls.
I'm sure they won't miss you. Gabriel, thank you very much, and we're looking forward to seeing you at IBC.
Thank you. See you at IBC.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. I now realise that when he said Harry Potter, he was actually saying iReporter.
Oh, did you think Harry Potter?
I thought he said Harry Potter. I hope.
Maybe that can be a new product.
Yeah, there you go. I think we have our next guest.
Magewell.
Magewell.
Yes, hello, this is Edo.
Hello, Edo, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
So, you're correct me if I'm wrong, but you're the European distributor for Magewell?
Exactly, yes. We are the distributor for Magewell in Europe.
And you'll be representing them, I assume, at IBC.
Exactly, correct.
Fantastic. So tell us what we can expect.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to give us some details about the Magewell products we plan to show at the IBC. A major thing, we will launch a new advanced live encoder for streaming and IP workflows at IBC. This is called the Ultra Encode IO. So I'll show it. It's a dummy here.
Okay.
But we hope to show it.
Yeah.
This will be the new flagship model of the Magewell Ultra Encode family. So it's a live streaming single channel encoder. Offering SDI as well as HDMI input with 4K encoding and streaming. So yes, SDI and HDMI. It offers simultaneous multi-protocol streaming and higher bit rates as well as file recording and these kind of things. Then I think it supports multiple video encoding formats. So after the H.264, H.265, HVC, it also supports NDI HX2 and the new NDI HX3, both NDI protocols. And all the main protocols like RTMP, RTMPS, SRT,
etc.
can be encoded at all resolutions to up to 4K, 30 frames per second. So yeah, it's we are very excited about this product. It will also, like the Ultra Encode members, it will have a built-in Wi-Fi and RJ45 with gigabit internet with power over Ethernet. And it can be configured and monitored through browser-based interface, but it's also accessible through a mobile device with optimized layout for smartphones. And it's possible to manage it centralized with Magewell Cloud. So you can manage multiple units through Magewell Cloud. But in addition, which is new, it will have an LCD or an OLED
little monitor
screen. Yeah. Where you can also control the unit manually on the unit itself.
Okay.
So it's touchscreen, and as all Magewell products, it will have HTTP-based API. So you can all SI system integrators and third-party developers, they can develop their own software around it if needed. We expect to start shipping it around in Q4, but the pre-orders are accepted already.
Cool. And you're in Hall 7A40, I believe.
Yes, exactly. Hall 7A40.
And I guess you'll have the whole range of Magewell products on the booth.
Yeah. We will, of course, we will demonstrate all other successful Magewell products like the Pro Capture PCIe boards, the Eco Capture boards, the M2, the Mini PCIe solutions, as well as the Pro Convert Capture USB products.
Fantastic. Ada, thank you very much. As always on these things, we haven't got enough time to chat as we'd like to.
Go on forever.
But we're looking forward to seeing you next week. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you for your time, guys. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Cheers, bye.
And straight on to Shotoko, where Clive is waiting in the wings, I believe. So do check out KitPlus.com for all the latest news on IBC. You can see it on our news pages. And of course, do look up IBC 365, where you can see industry updates for the whole year.
Yeah.
Clive, how are you doing?
Hi there, Simon. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good indeed. We've got no notes for Shotoko, so over to you. IBC is coming up. What's happening?
Okay, well, like everybody, I guess we're very excited to be back at a real show with real people. Zooms are great, but we prefer to meet people face to face.
Absolutely.
So we're taking the opportunity to bring everything we have, really. So we're putting on a full show, everything from our smart PED system. We're going to be showing our full XY pedestal smart PED, but with its ANS, Absolute Navigation System, which gives you perfect referencing and shot recall. So that's one thing. We'll also be showing Smart Rail, which is now, I think, the most popular ceiling-mounted rail system in the world. We've got installations all over the world in China, in Europe, in India. So it's very widespread and very, very popular. We're also featuring our parliamentary systems as well. A lot of people don't realize, but we're quite heavily involved in the parliamentary side of the industry. We've got installations all around the world, the House of Commons, the House of Lords in the UK, but we've also got the European Parliament, the Senate, the House of Representatives. So we're very well represented there. We have a new version of our orchestra system, which manages the parliamentary systems, and that's up to a V3. So we'll be showing that. We've also got a couple of new products to talk about. So we have a brand new head, which is our TG47 product. It's based on our very successful lower payload TG27. But what we've done is we've raised the payload so it can hold up to 22 kilograms. And we've changed the build of it, so it's very lightweight now. So it's very, very good partner for our smart rail sealing systems. But the important thing about it is because of that higher payload, it can also hold a prompter too. So very, very flexible system.
Cool.
Another product we've got is our TI11X, which is our brand new pedestal system. So with a new elevating column. So this is based on our previous TI11 product, which many of our customers would know, but fitted with a brand new pedestal, which is faster, higher, and smoother, perfect for on-air presentation. The unit itself very mobile, so you can reposition it around the studio very easily. And connection-wise, it comes with a very easy connection panel. It's got a small footprint too, so it's really good for sort of smaller studios, and is the perfect partner for a smart ped installation for larger studios as well. So
great.
Yeah, we're very excited about IBC and looking forward to seeing everybody. Hall 12, stand F38. If you want to come and see us, we'd be happy to meet anybody.
You took the question out of my mouth. Thank you very much indeed, Clive. Looking forward to seeing you next week. Thanks for your time.
Good, gents. See you soon.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Catch up.
Now,
So
Atika, VRX's Orca.
Yeah.
So while John's switching Atika on, we should have a shout out to the team behind, really. So we're at Manor Marketing, and the team behind is Jenny, Cara, Lou, Lucy, Beth, all doing the social media and helping us promote the show and everything. So massive thanks to them, of course, to John, who's doing the switching.
Yeah.
And Atika is here. Hi, Atika. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. It's a pleasure to see you, but I'm even more happy because I know that I'll see you in person next week, right?
You will indeed.
Absolutely,
We
we'll
will
be
be stopping by Hall 1, A51 to have a proper chat with you. So what can we expect to see?
So a lot, to be honest. It's been challenging to organize this IBC because after 3 years, we want to show a lot. The focus will be basically on how we can support our customers, operators, and content providers to, thanks to our sustainable technology, to grow their business. We are hearing a lot about sustainability, and it's not just about green. It's also what is your technology approach? We are committed to providing sustainable technologies that support the TV services for the long run with a microservices approach, a scalable approach, flexible approach. You've heard maybe in April, we've announced our collaboration with Google Anthos, and we are integrating our technologies on their cloud through the Kubernetes technology. We are also maybe you're aware, but we are a subsidiary of the Orange Group, so we have a solid company behind us.
Yeah.
And yeah, basically, our approach, like a lot from the industry is to be able to provide end-to-end solutions. We are all integrated with a full ecosystem, but you can also, because we have a wide range of product solutions and services, you can also handpick what you want. So you choose either from a product perspective, you can choose some of our delivery technologies, security technologies, monetization technologies, or you can just take all of it with the end-to-end solution approach. What I can share also, maybe this morning you've seen we've issued a press release together with Harmonic, our partner, back to the security, which is our historically our core technology assets at Access. We've announced that our watermarking technology is now embedded in their live streaming platform, VOS 360. So it's particularly relevant for sports and live premium content broadcasters. So we are trying to help operators and sports delivering to secure their assets through those technologies. But we have plenty of other technologies around anti-piracy and security. Our TV platform, again, end-to-end, but you can also choose what you want, will be showcased at IBC. We will focus also on the monetization aspects with all the data intelligence that we can provide around it. Targeted advertising is a big topic, important topic, and we're working with key partners there as well. You'll be able to see a player like SoFast on the fast channel area, which is exploding in the area of advertising. We are working with Equative, formerly Smart Ad Servers, again with Harmonic and also with Ateme. So that's a lot to say.
Yeah, that's a good roundup, and thankfully next week we'll have longer to spend with you, and you always look after us so well. So we're looking forward to visiting your booth.
Remind us where you are.
So come during our happy hours every day, and we will be all 1A51. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tika. We'll see you next week. Safe travels.
See you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Okay. Right, now, we've got Farmer's Wife sitting in the background. I remember this brand from late 90s. I think it's
Stephen Elliott is going to be with us. Yep.
This is management and looking after you, scheduling and all the rest of it. So let's see what software we've got to talk about here. I think it's Circus, is it? That rings a bell.
Circus with a K, not at the beginning. Hi, Stephen. How you doing?
Circus.
Very good. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Matt just said he remembered the name Farmer's Wife for many years ago. You've been around for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been around 23, 24 years now. So, yeah.
That's why you remember it. So let's get straight into it. We're short of time as always. What are you showcasing at IBC?
Well, I mean, there's sort of three main things that we're going to be talking about. There's the Farmer's Wife product, which is the the established product everybody knows. We have a new version, a major version 7 was coming out in next couple of months. So we're going to be showing that to clients and prospects. And this will include, sort of enhancements to multiple currencies, general sort of UI enhancements, and redesign, including dark mode, amongst a bunch of other things. So some pretty major sort of improvements to the Farmer's Wife platform.
Yeah.
And then the second thing.
What, Stephen? Why would someone choose Farmer's Wife products over the competition, so to speak?
I guess, I mean, we sell to a whole range of clients, from very small boutiques, up to big sort of global companies. So it's very scalable. You need to start up and use it, as a small 2-3 person company. But it also has a lot of very sophisticated functionality that you would expect in a kind of enterprise system. So it does scale up and down. It's you can start small, grow very big, but it has a lot of heavy lifting functionality in there.
And where can people find you at IBC?
We're in Hall. Yeah, you're right. I don't have the stand number. Hall A.
Have I got it written down?
We got
6.
Hall 6 A23. Does that ring a bell?
That's the one, yeah. So
there we go.
We've got a brand new stand, nice new design stand. We're all very excited to be here actually this year. It's been a lot of fun.
Fantastic. Stephen, thank you very much. I'm sorry to cut it short. We've got to move on, and we're looking forward to seeing you at IBC.
Okay, we'll see you then.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thanks.
So we're going on to another regular, Ateme.
Ateme. We have Remy with us. So.
Remy, and he'll be being logged in as we speak, incoming, as John calls it.
We have slipped a little bit behind, haven't we? So we're just trying to catch up a little bit without cutting people off rudely.
Right,
so,
Remy, here we go.
Hi, Remy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. Now,
welcome to the Ateme premise.
That's real life? It looks like not a screen. Yeah,
I'm really in the. It's a real background. It's not a fake one, you know.
Yes, absolutely. So IBC 2022, a couple of years away. What can we expect to see from you guys?
Well, a lot of innovations. You know, really, this IBC after 3 years will be like a tipping point for our industry. A tipping point because we will be reunite again, but also a tipping point because we will be showcasing many innovations. When you think about the theme that will be, if we think about Ateme, we help content providers, service providers, streaming providers during their transformation to the new content and the new experiences. So we will be showcasing many innovations around the way we broadcast, the way we stream, we keep in mind the high quality of experience. So low latency streaming, whatever this is over IP or over 5G, efficient compression, open caching, these are the things that we will be highlighting. But that's not all. Dynamic ad insertion so that people can monetize the content, personalized television, be it fast or classic on-demand channel over OTT. That's also something that we will be showcasing. We are in an industry also that needs to take the carbon footprint into account. We are all experiencing a particular summer, to say the least. So when I'm talking about all these innovation, we are also keeping in mind how we can slash the carbon consumption.
Yeah.
So yes, we can talk about innovation, like I mentioned about CDN, about compression, about new scheme. But nowadays, we are also turning the mindset so that these innovations are done not only for the technology itself, but also from a sustainability perspective. Greening the streaming, greening our industry should be and must be a mandate for everyone. And so we will be showcasing how we can reduce the power consumption, be it at the compression side or be it at the streaming side, so that eventually we end up and we help our customers deliver a sustainable service. Last but not least, I already mentioned 5G. We will be showcasing the new ways of experimenting the content and the entertainment. So yes, 5G and personalization, but also gaming, metaverse. We will be showcasing a future zone where we are not saying that the industry will go necessarily mandatory that way, but that's a possibility, that's a trend. And so people will come and check these new ways of experiencing the video, experiencing the content. So that's really quite an exciting IBC around the corner, where we will be, again, together and around innovation.
And remind us where we can find you, Remy?
You can find us in Hall 1, booth D71.
And anyone involved in, I guess, live broadcast, anyone involved in gaming, anyone involved in, enterprise, all the way through.
Absolutely.
Great.
Fantastic. Remy, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Remy. Bye-bye.
And we're now moving on to Video Menth, where Muriel will be coming in. It's interesting what Remy was saying then. I think there's often themes that come out of shows, and sustainability, I think, for IBC is going to be huge at IBC this year. We're going to be seeing exhibitors, hopefully with all new initiatives to reduce their carbon footprint, which would be great.
It's an important part of business now. Right, so Muriel.
Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm fine, and you?
Very good, thank you. Muriel, we've got nothing written down for you, so can you give us a quick overview of VideoMent and what you're showing at IBC, please?
We are a VAR, but we are an editing software supplier too, and we have a platform called Eolmont, which is a media workflow SaaS platform. So we will talk about the collaborative way of providing workflows through a dedicated media cloud platform with different organizations and team. And we will talk about the new features like Eol Edit, which is a very light editing function, and about our new possibility in providing QC as a pay-as-you-go model.
And so, who are we targeting? I'm sorry,
I'm the CEO of VideoMont, the company.
Oh yes, of course. No, but the typical customer that you want to come and visit you. Sorry.
The customer are broadcasters, production, post houses.
All the full range.
Yes.
Okay, and it's all. And is it particularly? You mentioned the word collaborative. That's a big deal at the moment.
Yes, because we think it's really very important to collaborate, not only with your own team using SaaS platform, but with your partner, your business partner, or your clients too on the same bridge, and not just do some work on the cloud and then moving with another solution or another method, using the cloud as a bridge and a technical tool.
Yeah. What will you be shouting about loudest from your booth, Muriel?
I think it's definitely this evolution on Eolmont, using our platform as a big collaborative bridge on which you can do a lot of different functions like transcoding, QC, metadata handling, speech to text, subtitling, etc. And having ingest and outgest bridges to the different organizations. So it's really the topic. After that, we speak about new features too, like editing. But the big deal is really to move forward using the cloud not only for yourself, but really as a bridge.
Brilliant. And where can we find you?
During IBC, you mean?
Right? During IBC, yeah. Maybe not right now.
We are in Hall 2 in the French pavilion. So the booth is E39.
Fantastic. Muriel, thank you very much. It's been lovely speaking to you.
Thanks for coming in. And
thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So we've got Beta from Canford coming in, hopefully in the background.
We've already had one of their wall planners spotted in a previous talk.
Yeah.
Canford Audio, of course, manufacturer of everything audio, really.
Distributor of everything audio. And there we go.
Here we be. Vita, hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Nice to see you too. Hope you're not too disappointed it's me and not John.
Oh.
No.
I think John's had his fair amount of screen time, to be honest. I think his time's over. Time to move on.
Well, he'll be back at IBC, so
okay.
Don't be too nasty to him.
Be good.
So we're spending some time with Canford actually at IBC. What can we expect? What are you going to be talking about to people?
Well, first of all, we're really excited to be back. It's been 3 years. I really can't wait to go. Really keen to see all our customers because it's been a while. We'll be showcasing our usual things, metalwork, a lot of custom solutions, new products, a lot of fiber. We're actually introducing our own SMPTE cables, so you can come and see and touch and feel and compare to the other brands like Draca, Belden. It's really, we're trying to give as much choice to our customers as possible. So everything looks the same on the paper, but very different in real life. We also have our EMO power distribution units and various cables, audio, fiber, video, CAT, you name it.
The usual spot.
Yes, we've been there for decades and very easy to find, Hall 11, DO1.
And everything that Canford sell, you actually manufacture yourself, don't you?
Well, we have a bit of both. We have two sides of the business. One is where we manufacture our own things like metalwork and cable. We actually have a connector range coming in as well, new XLRs, Canford Connect. But we also distributors, so we have an array of different brands that we resell. So it's kind of one-stop shop for all your installation needs.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually, because we've been using the Bumblebee Industries in our monitoring, which we're using now.
It's one of yours.
Which is one of yours, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, we distribute them as well.
Yes, very good.
One important thing I wanted to mention as well, this year we'll be raising a toast to our founder and a friend, Ian Elliott, who sadly passed away late last year. So would like our customers, suppliers and people who knew him to join us on Sunday between 4 and 6. And it was his thing, Port and Stilton, so we'll be doing it again and would like people to come and enjoy it.
Absolutely. What a great way to remember him as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that won't bother the gout at all. Sorry, John speaking in my ear.
No, he was saying, what is there a standout product at IBC that that you think people are going to be mostly interested, a trend or theme that you're seeing?
It's very difficult to predict because we think it's one thing, but every year it comes out different. I think one of the years, fiber was a big attention grabber because we had a video, how John, actually your favorite guy, assembles empty connectors, and everyone just mesmerized watching it. And we never thought that it would be something that people are interested in, like just watching a video when there are people to talk to. So we'll see, and I hope you'll come and see us as well.
Yeah, we certainly will. We certainly will indeed.
Yeah, we will. And I mean, we just touched on Bumblebee. Are they going to be around you? Are they going to have their own stand, or are they going to be with you? Because actually, we want to see them and thank them for such a brilliant product.
Good question. I don't know. We will have some samples on the stand, but usually with international shows, we try to bring more of Canford own manufactured products rather than distributed.
Rather than distributed products. No, fair enough. Fair enough. So we're finding you in the usual space. And how many times have you done IBC?
Good. Me personally, about 6 years, I think.
So long enough to have worked out a tip you can give anyone that's going over.
Don't go too heavy on the drink because it's a long show and it will be done by Saturday. So
you sound like you're speaking from experience, Peter.
I mean, that's the nature of the shows, it's social. You talk to people, you have a drink, and everyone's having fun, and then next morning it's difficult. Yeah.
Peter, thank you very much. Lovely talking to you, and we're looking forward to seeing you next week now in Amsterdam. Thank you very much.
See you next week.
See ya.
Cheers, Peter.
Bye.
Okay, so hopefully we've got someone in the background waiting to come in.
Alison from Pebble is with us next. And you may have seen the Pebble videos at one of the KitPlus shows that Pebble kindly supported.
Yep, absolutely.
And we had the videos playing. They've been playing at Twickenham main screen and across Media City. Alison, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. What a great memory that was. That felt like we'd really arrived when we were casted all over Twickenham. That was great fun. Thanks for the opportunity.
No, it's great. So what do you think the big story is going to be at IBC this year?
That's a good question. I mean, aside from the absolute carnage that's going to arise from everybody being back together again for the first time in about, 3 years, isn't it really? Because not all of us made it out to NAB. I think there's going to be a lot around collaboration and networking. It's such a great opportunity being in front of everybody at a show to actually get those meetings in, to get those chance conversations going and to really move things forward with partners, with customers and so on. So I think there'll be a lot around that. I think IP is still a big story. That's still a big part of what we're talking about, and people are, really making the move now to exploring more options, exploring more ways in which they can make that transition to IP when it makes sense for them. think that's going to be a big one. Of course, remote's big, not just remote production, but remote working generally. As you know, we're a remote-only company now, so we've got lots of experience with that. So I think there's going to be loads of different strands. I think perhaps the days of the one big thing maybe are over, but I think, overwhelmingly it's going to be a sense of joy and excitement to all be back together again. I don't know about you guys, but we're really looking forward to getting out there and seeing everybody.
So I guess the question is, why would anyone come and visit Pebble at IBC? I mean, I'm sure they'd love to see you, Alison, but from a product,
put that a bit nicer.
We've got two big stories really at the show. One of them is our Pebble Control, which is our IP connection management tool, which we launched last year, in fact. But we've since decided to release a free version of Pebble Control, and we're going to be talking to people about why it makes sense for them to download that. So Pebble Control is an IP connection management solution which really democratizes that step into IP for people. We know that there's a skills shortage, that there is nervousness around making the investment, that people are struggling to perhaps find a compelling reason to make that step into IP. And of course, one thing that every engineer has to do is to connect devices, and doing that in IP is somewhat more complicated than doing it in SDI. And what Pebble Control tries to do is to make it as simple as SDI, with a very simple set of tools, a great user interface, and really a competent solution which is going to make that easy for people. So we've released it as a free version so that people can download it, perhaps just try it, upskill their engineers, understand what the pitfalls might be if they are going to make that transition and so on. So we're looking to talk about the transition to IP, and also to talk to other companies in the industry who maybe need this as part of their test environment for their IP solutions. So we're kind of doing it really in a way, I suppose, giving back to the industry and just trying to move the debate forward to remove those barriers to entry for people. So that's one big story, connection management. But of course, we're much more known for our automation and playout expertise. And, cloud is still a big story. We're finding increasingly that people are looking for hybrid solutions. They're looking for, again, rather than making that wholesale leap into a cloud playout environment, they may want to preserve some of their channels, which are perfectly happily and competently playing out to air from their on-the-ground system. But they might want to add some cloud channels into that infrastructure, and we'll be showing our solution for that, so that the operators are faced with the same user interface regardless of where those channels are hosted. So hybrid cloud playout is really another big strand for us.
Just a quick one, the free version, I'm wondering, is there a limitation? Is there a time limit? Is there a functionality limit? Is there a connected devices limit?
You got it. Yeah, we have to put a limit on it somewhere, clearly. So it's not time limited, and it's not functionality limited. It's simply the number of connections you can make. So you're able to sort of try, joining a couple of bits together, seeing how that works. What do you think? How can you customize the user interface? What skills do I not really know? What's not working for me at this point? So it's a number of connections that you can make. And then, of course, you can then go on to a bigger version and right up to enterprise level. We're not limiting the number of connections ultimately. We've got some people interested who've got huge infrastructures, actually. But the free version is simply, just try it out, see how it works, and check the technology. Yeah.
And has that been a successful conversion? Has it been a good model to roll that out with the access that you're giving people?
It has. We've had. Good? I mean, it's a great story, isn't it? Giving something away for free, it's always going to attract people's attention. So we've had loads of interest and loads of downloads. Absolutely, it's early stages for a lot of people. It's hitting a mark because people need it. People need this ability to not make some huge investment, but to give it a go and understand what they don't know. And what skills their engineers are going to have to pick up. So yes, we've had a lot of interest in it, a lot of downloads actually, and the idea behind it is that it's really a self-service portal. You go in there, you watch some videos, you check out the FAQs, you give it a go. Obviously, reach out to us, if you've got specific questions. But it's very much a just try it and see, have a play, see how you get on with it, and it's been really well received actually.
And you say you just said that we're in the early days of this.
Yeah.
Can you offer any insight into which direction this might be going?
I think we're finding that we are getting involved in more and more uncompressed IP projects. We did a webinar for our partners yesterday as part of our run up to IBC, and we ran some case studies on some of the projects that we've been involved in more recently. And of course, we could have done so many more, and in fact, we could have done loads of ST2110 projects. So there is a lot of interest. Often these days, the driver is a new building because it's a big change. So why do it if you're not having to move your building anyway? So that's still quite often the case, that it's a relocation that's being the driver. But it's only going one way as far as I can make out. And yeah, we're seeing more and more of those installs coming out.
So we all know there's been lots of change in the industry over the last 2 years. Most of it's accelerated what would have probably come anyway. Where do you think our industry is heading in the next, 2 years? What can we expect to see?
Well, I think there's still, this debate about linear and streaming, is still very active. And I think we're moving into a space where we realise that we can all peacefully coexist with one another, and that the market is segmented, and that viewers in some demographics maybe prefer linear, that viewers for certain types of content prefer linear, but that streaming is always going to be popular. And I think really, like I said, I think the sort of excitement has died down a bit. People are starting to swap around with their subscriptions and be much more discerning about how they're viewing their streaming content, but that linear is still what people will reach for when it's, the Women's Euro final, or when it's the Olympics, or, whatever else. What have we had this summer? We've had the Commonwealth Games, various sporting events that have been going on. And it's those things that people will always want to sort of have a curated content and find those, or take Love Island. People want those water cooler moments, even if those water cooler moments now take place on Snapchat rather than, actually buy a water cooler in an office. So I think linear's still got a place. And I think we're reaching a sort of mature approach about the whole debate now. And I think that's really what we're going to see more of in the coming years, is how an acceptance that both things sort of peacefully coexist with one another, and that the technologies that will emerge are helping to facilitate that, rather than just leaping in one direction or the other.
Great. Yeah. Alison, thank you very much. It's always so insightful to talk to you and get your opinion on the industry, and of course the reasons why people need to visit Pebble as well.
Indeed.
So,
well, I look forward to seeing you at the show and everybody else, and thanks for the opportunity to chat.
No problem at all. We'll see you next week.
Where are we finding?
Where?
We're in Hall 8.
And how?
Hall 8 B75.
Hall 8 B75.
So come and see it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're involved in other activities around the show as well.
We'll be all over the place.
Thanks, Alison. Nice to see you.
Thanks a lot, Ben.
Bye.
See you soon. Bye.
Bye. So we've got some guests coming up. We've just got a few, I wouldn't say technical problems, just connectivity issues. Would you call them?
No, they probably just need to turn their microphone on. Yeah.
So one of the organisers that helps a lot of exhibitors at exhibitions all around the world is called.
You won't know what sort of time of day it is because you're being rushed through. So thank you very much for inviting me on today. I've got a lot to talk about in 5 minutes. So
we've probably just given you a really bad introduction. So if you start from the scratch of what you do and how you do it, then that will correct anything wrong that we've already said.
Yeah, no problem. So we're organising the Great Britain and Northern Ireland Pavilion once again at IBC. It's actually our 20-year anniversary of being at IBC. It was 2002, our first show with 6 companies. We're back this year with over 25 companies. So we buy space in various different halls for various different sectors, and we help SMEs and startups their first time exhibiting. We have lots of first time companies. We have lots of old clients who like the fact that we can look after everything for them, make their lives easy. They can just turn up, plug their kit in, and off they go. So that's the whole idea of the pavilion. Gives those small companies that extra visibility, and it also gives them the support that they need so they can concentrate on their business while we concentrate on the event for them.
And what type of additional services are you offering someone that would take a spot in the pavilion? Are you involved in the shipping or anything like that?
Well, we have various preferred suppliers that help them with shipping, with travel. We mainly concentrate on the logistics side of the stand. So the space, the stand build, the overhead branding, the down to the Yorkshire tea on site, making sure that people have plenty of tea and coffee.
Tea on the show floor.
Absolutely. So they don't have to go and queue up, and queue up in the cafeterias. We have refreshment areas for them. We have networking areas where they can take their clients, they can take time off the stand. So it really is about making their life easier through the build-up process during setting up, during build-up and during the show.
this is going to be a difficult one because whoever you leave out, you're going to be like, oh, why didn't you mention me? But are there any particular highlights, or maybe pinpoint them for new people that you've got this year?
Yeah, so we've new to the pavilion in Hall 1, we have Teleo, we have Total MediaCast. In Hall 9, we have Robotica, who are new. They're showing their AI solutions for subtitling. We've got Aqua Broadcast, who are new in Hall 8. So they're analog and digital terrestrial transmission. And we have lots of various different products. As I say, over 25 companies presenting, ranging for, as we say, AI, OTT services, cloud archive storage, media asset management, satellite productions, production systems, antennas. We have a whole range in Hall 1, Hall 6, Hall 8, and we have pods in Hall 9 opposite Grass Valley in the busy walkway. Oh, yeah. We're also working with companies, independent companies off the pavilion as well in Hall 5 and Hall 10. So we're working with people like YoSpace Displays and also Ateme in Hall 10. So yeah, we've got lots going on. It's great to be back, and we're expecting a busy week.
I'm sure we'll see you between those areas, looking after everybody and dishing out the tea. And congratulations on 20 years.
Thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah,
great,
fantastic, Mark. Thank you very much indeed, Mark. Yeah, we'll see you in either Hall 1, 5, 6, 8 or Podsy 9.
We'll be racking those steps up, don't you worry.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mark. Nice to talk to you. Safe
and
travels.
you. Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So
that's quite a job he's got, isn't it? Can you imagine?
Yeah, you're looking after quite a few there.
Can you imagine the logistics of having
to our show?
Except he could easily do our show for us.
There you go.
Yeah, we've got InSync Technologies next. I don't think I've spoken to InSync before, so this will be.
I think I have, but I can't remember why.
James Taylor is just about to connect, so yeah, that'll be cool.
Don't forget, 1 o'clock, we've got Jenny and Gay coming in with their voice. They're going to be talking to an all-female lineup, newbies, and, well, I was just about to say people, people who've been there for a long time, but you've got to be careful. Veterans, yeah, you've got to be careful to say, referring to how long people have been serving. But now let's get James Taylor in, and from InSync Technology. Hi, James.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you, James. So, James, we've got no notes for InSync. So, give us a quick elevator pitch and tell us what you're doing at IBC this year.
Well, we will be presenting our world-leading broadcast standards conversion hardware and software technology. On the stand, we have a demonstration of our latest solutions built from our 20 years at the forefront of standards conversion technology. And as world leaders in video standards conversion, InSync has a successful history of producing the best products for our OEM partners. Whilst they may not realize it, a very large number of broadcasters around the world have been using our technology for some decades. So on the stand, we have our frameformer solution, which is world leading standards converter, which is able to be used on-prem or in the cloud, and available in multiple platforms, including AWS, Elemental, Media Convert, Comprimato, Dalet, High-Scale, M2A Media, and Telestream. And we're happy to discuss integrations with these partners platforms when people visit our stand. We'll be demonstrating the difference between our frameformer software using motion compensated frame rate conversion and regular conversion technology. And we've got a series of extremely challenging video clips covering sports, news, and cinematic material, and you can see a side-by-side comparison of the conversion results. Also, we're showing off a couple of our hardware products, probably the best 12G standards converter in the world, which we developed with 4A, called the MCC 4KA, which is a truly capable 4K hardware standards converter. And it uses only about 90 watts of power, which is about 1/10 of the power consumption of other high-end standards converters. And we also have an AE 2020 analysis engine, which we developed for Grey Meta for use with their SAMA products. And it's currently being used in the archiving process at the Library of Congress in the US.
Fantastic. So what do you, out of all that, what do you think the audience at IBC are going to be most interested in? What are you shouting about loudest?
Well, I think the interesting thing for us is people understanding more about standards conversion technology that's now got to the cloud and available in software versions. So it's looking at how that fits with their the workflows, their working practices, and we can show a flexibility of that with both the frame former and our hardware technologies. So I think the key thing is understanding where your workflows are set, and then adding the various elements to get the highest quality picture that you want to have the back end.
Yeah, thank you, James. I think we're more or less out of time, but can you tell us where we can find you at IBC?
Absolutely. We're in Hall 2, Stand AAT, and you can book appointments with us on our website, which is www.nsync.tv.
There it is on the screen.
Perfectly placed on the nice graphic behind you. James, thank you.
Wrong way.
Other way.
Well
James, thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
TJ.
We're going up into the cloud now, I believe.
Are we?
I think we might be in there for a while with Nick from Object Matrix.
There seems to be a theme today, isn't it?
Very cloudy, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Nick Pearce from Object Matrix. Oh, and he is in. Oh, hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm firstly, can I say, Nick, I'm disappointed there's no green screen.
So, just to share and be transparent, green screen failed today. So I was going to absolutely be fully green screened up, so apologies for that. I'm missing one of the tripods.
Well, I can assure you, Nick, if you were here, you'd have green screen envy.
Yeah.
I already have it. My camera's
transparency here, though. It's a mess. Right. Nick, so, what's going on? What's the theme for you, for Object Matrix and your partners at IBC this year?
Well, I think having attended many of the trade shows and membership groups, DPP, HBA, I think it's hybrid cloud workflows.
Okay.
People realizing they want the power of on-prem, but mixed with that sort of backup or collaboration that public or private cloud can give you, like Matrix Store Cloud. We've got a bunch of new partners, technical partners we've been working with. I don't know if you saw the recent videos with Newsbridge, High Scale, Mass-V, Pebble, to name a few. And that just expands on our dedication to the media industry to integrate with the platforms that our customers are using and want to use. We've done a lot of sort of updates to our vision, media, and metadata management application that enables people to sort of self-serve access to their archive wherever they are. But yeah, I think the cloud and the hybrid message is definitely going to be strong this year for us and our partners.
And as far as a product focus, Nick, what are you talking to people most about? What are you most excited about showing people on your booth?
Well, number one, we don't have a booth.
Okay. Easy.
We maintain the position that 2022 wasn't right for us this year, having put a lot of investment into other sort of groups and memberships. We're most excited about talking about that, those hybrid workflows. We're seeing a lot of our existing customers wanting an on-prem archive that's based on a private cloud Matrix Store object storage, but synchronizing that with their public cloud so they know they've got a secure offsite copy. As unpopular as it might be with some LTOs, definitely seeing its last days in certain workflows where on-demand is needed, like sports, news, etc. And so I think actually showing editors and producers that they can find content themselves, access content themselves, rather than asking someone in operations, can they go get them that clip? That's exciting for us, and also has a transformational effect on the businesses we're working with.
You're normally quite heavily involved in some extracurricular activities out there, and I don't just mean the beach, other things as well, like 4K runs and cycling stuff and football challenges and so on. You doing anything?
This year, pretty low key in that aspect. I think we're just sort of trying to put the feelers out to see what IBC and NAB are going to look like from now on. We certainly normally have our sports event. We normally dress up in inflatables for the 4K charity run, which is incredible. and this year we're not having our boat. I think the last time we did it, we had a Welsh male voice choir on the boat, which was caused quite a stir. Yeah, we're kind of not so much low key, but sort of feeling the waters again for trade shows, and how effective they are, what the return on investment is for us. Because I think it's been diminishing before the pandemic, and I think during the pandemic it was proven that we can engage with our community in many ways. But IBC is about meeting people, meeting new people, cementing relationships, and so it absolutely has a place. Just we're trying to find out where we are in that place.
Absolutely, yeah. Cool. Nick, I hope we bump into you on the floor on our travels and your travels over in Amsterdam. Be good to catch up.
Well, to be honest with you guys, I wanted to say that you pair and the team behind you do a fantastic job. I think not only are you super knowledgeable and professional, you're also super nice guys. So keep up the great work.
We surround ourselves with a good team that make us look average. So thank you very much for saying that.
No worries. Take care. See you on IBC.
Cheers. Thank you, Nick.
Bye.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
Nick. See you. So
we're
hopefully
going back in time now.
Back in time. Someone who should have been on at 11:10.
So if you're looking at the schedule, trying to find Caton Technology, we've got Paul just connecting in now.
And Paul Schoenfeld.
Paul Schoenfeld. He's going to tell us why he's excited about Caton transport protocols. Something
excitement.
We can't see you yet, Paul.
We can hear Paul, but we can't see Paul.
Can you make sure your camera is shared, Paul?
It is shared.
It is.
Let me start again.
Can you?
How about that?
There we go.
We're on.
We've got you now.
Hello.
Cool.
Right.
Let's zoom you in. Hi, Paul. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Confused, but run up to IBC is always busy. I'm glad to say.
So Paul,
carry on.
Tell us why you're excited about the Caton Transport Protocol, and give us an overview of what you're doing at IBC.
I think there's a couple of things which are getting me excited. One, a long time since we've been to IBC. Caton may not be a name which everybody recognises, but it's certainly been around 12, 15 years or more in the Far East, and is now moving out globally, which is always exciting to take onto new territories. CTP, our transport protocol, if you take something like SRT and Zixi and RIST and all the rest of them, then you go, yeah, we're another one of those. The big difference with us, though, is that we are actually able to recover from a 50% packet loss, which makes it very, very convenient if you've got some really poor IP connections. The distances we run on, quite often we do a Montreal to Melbourne run, which is always fun to do for anybody who's in our world. But it just seems to work. So we looked at that as the baseline, if you like, of providing IP of some quality and some low latency that actually is functional and works. And then we started to say, well, how can we build on that? So we started to add in some new bits and pieces on top of that baseline, if you like. So for NDI, for example, NDI, great codec, works well on a LAN. We thought, okay, why don't we make that available on a WAN? Why don't we do that Melbourne to Montreal, and we can control cameras and bits and pieces on NDI over that sort of distance? And we're doing that regularly. Now, we've looked around, and we haven't seen anybody yet who's actually doing that in quite the way we're doing it. And it's software, no extra hardware. It's inexpensive. It works. So we took that and said, okay, let's launch that. And that got launched like 2 months ago, and we've taken on 15 customers already.
Cool.
But the big thing which we're taking to, or we'll be launching at IBC, again, is based on the CTP as a baseline, but to actually have multi-path load balancing IP over long distances. So, for example, our software will allow you to have 6 for IP connections. We will choose, using our AI and our machine learning, which one is going to work best for you, and then make sure that transport is delivered to the end as fast as possible. And because we're always using and always swapping to the best possible network connection, that always means that you're getting the best connection. So that was cool, and the guys in the development were slapping each other on the back, and then they said, well, what if we do failover? So we could do the same signal, but if it was a complete disaster and we lost it, could we fail it over and keep running. Oh, and by the way, can we do that to be time code accurate? The answer is yes. We're going to be launching that at IBC. We're not aware of anybody who's done that yet. This is very, very new, very disruptive in a nice, positive way.
Yep.
But we'd love people to come and see it. Now, we've
and
been
you're going
told
to be demonstrating it live on the, we can come and
yeah,
really experience it.
You can come and see it. You can ask the hard questions.
So, sadly, we're short of time, but Paul, where can people come and see that demonstration?
It's Hall 1, F36.
Fantastic. So everyone head there, and we can all share the excitement. Thank you very much indeed, Paul. It's been good talking to you.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Take care. Cheers, Paul. So I think we're on to someone new for us, Andy Bovington. The name rings a bell, but it might just be there's more than one Andy Bovington in the world, I'm sure. But Bango. Let's hope we've got that right.
Bango. Hi, Andy.
Hey there, how are you?
Yeah, very good. We were just saying the name might be new to us and to somebody, so give us a quick overview of Bango and what brings you to IBC.
Yeah, good question. So Bango, for all of those that don't know Japanese, Bango is actually the Japanese word for number. Bango's been around now for a number of years, and we're traditionally known as a billing company, as a payment company. We're very focused on alternative payments. We've been working with the likes of Google and Microsoft and those sort of guys for a long while. But the reason why Bango's of interest here at IBC, which is a broadcast conference, is that we provide a single, simple, cloud-based solution that allows all of these big subscription services, so companies like Amazon for Prime or Prime Video, for the likes of Netflix, or for Microsoft for Xbox and M365, to rapidly acquire and monetize new customers through partnerships with telcos, with broadcasters, cable companies, retailers, and more. So companies like Amazon for Amazon Prime Video, they connect once into our platform, and we help them publish all of their product offers through the Bango resale platform out to big telcos like Verizon or T-Mobile or BT, EE, etc. And those partners can just simply select which of those product offers they want to push out to their customers. They can set all of the free periods, the discounts, and so forth.
And is this a unique service that doesn't exist anywhere else? It sounds like you've created this because there was a need and no one else did.
Yeah, I mean, so let's be honest. I mean, the telcos, if we use telcos as an example, telcos have been doing offers for some time now. I bet everyone out there can go and get Amazon Prime Video or Netflix or something, or Spotify for music through their telco. But a lot of those current offers tend to be very slow to implement, very expensive to launch and run. They tend to be very bespoke end-to-end connections between the telco and each of those video providers. And as a result, they all tend to be serial one after the other offers. So you see an offer for Amazon Prime Video, you'll then see an offer for Netflix, then for Spotify, then for Xbox. There's really no innovation. As a result, the offers tend to sort of have limited success. They're very me too. Bango takes a different approach. We have an industry standard platform. It's a drop-in solution which allows all of those providers, subscription service providers, to just connect once and make their products available to all of the telcos, retail brands, banks, etc. around the world. And those telcos can just equally connect once and pick and choose from a wide growing range of subscription services that they want to offer to their customers. So we kind of put an analogy in there. We're kind of like a digital vending machine. You simply plug in and go, and all of the compatible products and services, they simply auto stock into the vending machine for the partners to offer. So Bango really, we changed the game, I guess. We're moving from that complex, costly, integration-centric way of traditionally doing things into much more of an agile, cost-efficient marketing exercise. It's about which offers are going to engage customers and retain customers and grow revenues.
So I guess you are targeting both telcos and subscription companies at IBC. So if these, you want both ends to turn up, you want to negotiate at both ends. The question is, what are you going to say? What are you going to sell to each end, if you like?
So the proposition is very, very simple, and it's quite common. It's all about that simplicity, that single connection, that cloud service approach to delivery. So from the point of view of a subscription service from a video provider, it's about reaching 5 billion customers around the world through telcos. It's about having each of those customers that have a telco relationship be able to get hold of your product through traditionally a free or a promo period. At the end of that period, there's no entering credit cards because those customers have already got a billing relationship, a trusted payment relationship with the telco. So the on-ramp from free to paid is super simple. So the proposition is very easy. From the point of view of the telcos attending IBC, that really is about having the best solutions. If we look at what we're doing with Verizon in the US with their Plus Play offer, it's about offering customers not just that sequence of Netflix, then Verizon, then Spotify, etc. It's about giving them access to tens to hundreds of product offers that they can do combos and get really good deals on. That's going to engage and retain them.
Brilliant. So, I don't know if you've said this already, but where can we find you?
Where can you find us? Sure. We're in Hall 1. We have a stand. It's 1.A39B. Something to remember. When you come in the main entrance at the front, we're kind of towards the back of Hall 1 on the left-hand side.
Right.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Andy, thank you very much indeed. I think we could chat forever on this. It's a really interesting subject.
Cool,
and
interesting topic, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Pleasure. Looking forward to it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All the best.
Take care.
Bye.
So hopefully we've got someone sitting in the background.
Robotica Machine Learning. And that's, again, it's another name I'm not overly familiar with.
No, Michael Davey.
Michael Davey. So Michael will no doubt tell us everything we need to know. Michael,
And
hello.
Michael, here he is.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you, Michael.
I believe you've got a VT you want to play us.
Yeah, so Robotica, it automatically translates into sign languages. This is our first IBC, and we're demonstrating the world's first broadcast standard sign language avatars to TV audiences.
Right.
So they're ultra realistic, human-like, can sign in British Sign Language. We're currently working on American and Italian sign languages as well. And we can do other signing systems also, such as Caton and Cued Speech.
Wow.
But as you say, to get a good feel for it, it's probably suitable that I show you a little bit of video.
Cool.
Sure.
Avatars are already being applied to present visual languages, like British Sign Language. Synthetic sign language interpreters can bridge the gap between hearing and deaf people by scaling production levels and by offering instantaneous interpretation. AI signers never rest. They can sign airport departure alterations and railway platform announcements as soon as they happen. For television, advantages of avatars become apparent. Avatars may have enhanced features to help convey emotions and expressions, and they may change their appearance to support viewers in recognizing who the signer is representing in a drama or sitcom. Coming up next, we will see a cartoon translated into Caton to help people with language difficulties.
Wait, what? There's someone at the door. You need to learn to stand up for yourself.
Whoa! What's that, bats?
Oh. What time is it?
It's only 1/4 winter.
Mama? Papa? Someone's knocking at the door.
Well, I suppose the only way to stop it is by answering the confounded thing.
But dearest, you're still wearing your pajamas.
Oh, yes. Silly me, I'd better get dressed.
Happy New
hope so.
Robotica Media is using synthetic personalities to transform lives and unite people with accessibility. Their mission is to make all the world's written and spoken words available in sign languages.
That's quite, honestly, jaw-dropping stuff.
Verging on, yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah,
brilliant. And I like, actually, I mean, you know, I don't know whether this is a point you've already thought of, but it's for children. A lot of the sign language will have been done by an adult in a children's program. That, you know, identifying, it's all about seeing yourself on television and you know, representation, so to speak. So I mean, where did this all come from?
So we're a group of AI, machine learning, broadcast and software engineers that have come together to start up Robotica as a new company. We've been running for just over 2 years. We've got customers including Sky and BT that we can talk about today, and we'll be showing some of their content at the show. But as you say, you know, it is about having that accessibility for everyone. Deaf people are so excluded from accessing information and entertainment. So most signing that takes place currently happens between deaf sign language users, not between deaf and hearing people. And the reason is there's a global shortage of interpreters. So in the UK, for example, there are 151,000 people who rely on British Sign Language as their first, their only, or their preferred language, but only 908 interpreters to support those 151,000. And so for the broadcasters, this is a huge problem. They want to make their content accessible to bigger audiences, to deaf people, but they simply can't get hold of the interpreters to do it. And the reason is they're doing such important work in courtrooms, in hospital appointments, police interviews, and in school classrooms. Only a tiny percentage either are or want to be media trained.
So is this technology, does it work in a similar way to a traditional transcribing service where it can be live or in post, or is it only post or only live, or how does it work?
So today we're doing predominantly post. We do live for queued speech signing system. For British Sign Language today, we do predominantly post. And we think we're on a 10-year journey. So just as with automated subtitles, that's taken 10 years to get to the kind of levels that it's at today. So we suspect the same will be true of sign languages.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
And is this the first show you've ever shown it at?
This is the first international conference we've been at. Yeah, the first IBC we've shown it at. We've done a couple of local exhibitions previously.
Yeah. I think it will sell itself. But where can people find you at IBC?
So we're in Hall 9 at stand C03.
Cool. Well,
so near Glass Valley.
Of everybody we've spoken to so far, probably 50. That's
one of my favourites so far.
That's one of my favourites. We'll keep that there.
It's the surprise of the day.
Thank you very much.
About that? Yeah, there you go. Good. So,
Michael, thank you
very much for coming in. We've done the stand number.
Yeah, we'll see you in Amsterdam.
Got someone standing by to come in. See you there.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye. Amazing, wasn't it?
That's good.
Very
I was
cool.
impressed with that.
I was totally blown away by that.
Yeah.
It's,
it will be when it becomes real time. When AI really, as you said.
Yeah, but when you think about it, most children's programmes aren't live anyway, are they? I mean, you might, in our day, you might have been with Swap Shop, but, you know, a lot of them are going to be pre-recorded or...
Your day.
My day, yeah, fair enough. I wasn't allowed to watch Tiz was. We've got Avid next. How about that?
Well, there we go.
Avid.
And Craig. I think Craig's live and ready to come in.
Yep, all good. How are you guys doing? How are you coping with your marathon event today?
It's going really well, actually,
No,
Craig.
very good.
It's
They're
going
looking
really
after
well.
us. Yeah.
We've been talking to some fascinating people. And yeah, focusing on innovations, which leads us on to Avid, I guess, and what you're going to be doing at IBC.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it really is all about showcasing innovation and really letting our customers see in action all of the great solutions and products that we've been delivering in recent times. It's been some time, of course, since we've all been, together in Amsterdam. So We're going to be showing production workflows in the cloud, bringing in streaming SRT or RTM media from anywhere, working with it with our creative tools like the web-based Media Central Cloud UX and Media Composer, and then distributing it to anywhere. The key thing here is that the production workflow doesn't change for the end user, even though everything is in the cloud. And we'll be showing how all of that can be done with our Media Central platform, which is really at the heart of collaboration. We're going to be showing story-centric newsroom workflows, including integrated planning, project tracking, and media sharing tools, all of which can be done via a web client on mobile and also integrated into Media Composer and the Adobe Creative Cloud. And this is what's called Media Central Collaborate. It's a really, really exciting solution, I think, for people to see. So I mentioned collaboration there, and of course, remote and distributed post-production workflows are really important. I think that's one of the key themes and trends. I watched some of the conversations you were having earlier on today. I think a lot has come up a lot. So that's really important. So we're going to be showing a couple of things around that specifically for post-production, looking at what's called edit on demand. And that's a totally cloud-hosted solution. You can basically spin it up when you need it, use it to produce your show, spin it down when you don't. And we're also going to be demonstrating, and like a lot of our solutions, obviously for the first time at IBC, I think 2019 was the last time we were there, what's called Nexus Edge. And this is really a revolutionary new product which brings post-production teams together for new workflows, whether they're on-prem or of course working remotely. Now, it wouldn't be an Avid booth if we weren't showing the latest and greatest features in our award-winning audio and video products. So of course, we'll have a booth with Media Composer and Pro Tools so people can see the latest things there as well. It's probably also worth mentioning is we have a lot of Avid partners as well who are also going to be demonstrating our solutions on their booths too, for example, Microsoft. But there's a whole range of others. So it's not just on the Avid booth that you'll be able to see all of our latest innovations. And just as a final thing, it's not really everything, because as well as all the things I've told you about, we are also going to have a few other surprises too, with some exclusive tech previews. But to find out about that, you need to come and see us on the booth itself. So a lot for us to see, and we're really looking forward to seeing everyone back in Amsterdam again.
It's interesting you say that, because the collaboration, remote working, I think it's important that companies like Avid really have the opportunity to see people, because everybody, and I mean literally everybody, works in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, prior to to March 2020, my life was traveling a lot. I've obviously worked from home since then. But I'm able to demonstrate all of our solutions still working from here, whether that's connecting to systems remotely, connecting and working in the cloud. And I think it has changed everything. There's no doubt about it that it's proven that lots of things that perhaps people in the past didn't think could work can work. Yeah. And it's really about how we then demonstrate that and take advantage of that in the future. But yeah, absolutely. It's going to be great to see everybody again. But you're absolutely right. Everything has changed.
Thank you, Craig. It's been good talking to you. Now, I think we're right in saying Hall 7, B49 is where people can find out what's going on.
Yep, that's exactly where we are. We're very close to the north entrance. So if you actually come in that way, you'll find us really, really easily. So yeah, we'll be there from next week.
For Avid, isn't
Fantastic.
It? Brilliant.
Thank you, Craig. Looking forward to seeing you at IBC in a week's time. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks a lot, guys. Take care and good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Might need it.
So we're now moving on to our next guest. Ricardo is from Speechmatics, and
I wonder whether this is going to be close to Robotica.
Well,
I don't know.
We will see. Time will tell when John switches us through.
Right, Ricardo.
And Ricardo's here. Hello, Ricardo.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
So for those that haven't heard of Speechmatics before, perhaps we'll start with a quick overview and then tell us what you're showing at IBC.
Sure thing. So Speechmatics, we are a speech recognition company, speech to text, automatic speech recognition, whatever you want to call it. Essentially, we take audio, we transcribe it into words. We give those words timestamps, we give them confidence scores, and then that is essentially used to power a whole host of different types of technologies across media and entertainment, which is obviously very important for IBC, but everything from finance to government, defense, essentially anywhere where there is audio, we want to make it machine readable, understandable, so that then it can be used to power 1,000 different types of applications. At IBC, we're going to be demonstrating the offline speech to text. We'll be demonstrating our live speech to text. We've just launched a sort of a SaaS cloud version of our real-time system. So for the first time, you'll be able to, without having to speak to any of us, you'll be able to integrate and use our real-time speech to text live. So that's going to be a big thing we'll be demonstrating there. Likewise, we've got an ability to now detect what language is being spoken in an audio file. So up until now, a lot of people have millions of hours of audio in sort of in these huge metadata files, but they don't know what's being spoken and by whom. And so even trying to use speech to text to classify it is problematic, whereas we can now tell you with a very, very high level of certainty, sort of if a file is being spoken in Spanish or in Dutch or whatever language it might be. And there's a few other things we'll be demoing as well, but those are sort of the main areas. And obviously we're doing speech recognition right now in 34 languages. There might be a few more by the time IBC comes around. But yeah, that's what we're doing.
What's been the greatest sort of technology advancement in speech recognition? Because I mean, it's been around for a while, obviously, and I guess it's been getting better and better and better. But how good can it get? I mean, because obviously accents and all the rest of it. What level are we at now?
I think the thing to remember is that even human speech recognition, so my understanding of you, yours of me, that's not at a level of 100%. I think that's sort of classified as 98, 99%, depending on who's speaking. We very much see a path to a position where actually we're more accurate than humans themselves. Because obviously, if you have an engine with multiple languages, then actually, while I might be able to understand a few, we're going to be building engines that within 5 years' time are going to be creating human-like, if not human, sort of better than human level quality.
Yeah.
And at the moment, people always want sort of an accuracy score or a word error rate score, which is a slight misnomer because it does obviously depend on the quality of the recording environment, the type of accents, the amount of crosstalk. But if you say that for broadcast media, sort of high quality, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, you were looking at 80, 85%. I think we're in a position where genuinely we can get sort of mid to high 90s now. And we do get files that come through completely accurate. But again, from our point of view, it's always a question of test it for yourself. Because we want to be able to demonstrate to our partners and customers that they genuinely are getting something that is useful for their use case.
Yeah, I think you've pinpointed. I was going to say it's not only accent, because you've got regional accents, but then you've got the difference of identifying, sort of accents in foreign languages, and so the language and the accent don't match even. So yeah, it would be a challenge. Where can people come and see you?
They can come and see us at in Hall 8 at 8B778. And yeah, we'd invite them to come along, test it out, play around with the technology. We've got some fun demos there.
And we do it real time there? Can people come in and actually...
Real time will be there. Batch, everything will be.
Lovely.
Fantastic. Ricardo, thank you very much indeed.
No problem.
We'll see you in Amsterdam. Thank you.
Very much. See you then. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Right.
So next, we're talking finance now. There's a bit of a change. When you want
someone who visits. Who visits
all these people
IBC.
With the kit to buy. We need to find some way to fund it, I guess.
Yeah, you need to fund it. But also, IBC is the meeting place, and we do go there, not only just to see the show floor, but to engage with people and interesting people who.
And here's one person we normally engage with. We won't tell people where we engage with him. Duncan, how are you doing?
I'm very well, Simon. Nice to see you. Hi, Matt.
Hello, Duncan. You well? Yeah.
Not bad, actually. Not bad. Well done for this morning. I've been watching some of it. It's you're busy boys.
There's been some very interesting technology. Well, certainly a lot to look forward to. IBC, definitely.
Yeah. And likewise, we're looking forward to it ourselves. It'd be nice to be back. It's interesting. We've been already engaging with some suppliers and some manufacturers. Really, the theme that I'm getting is not really equipment based. It's really around how the resellers and the manufacturers need to be a little bit more switched on about how they sell their kit. It's important that they understand they need to be a little bit more creative, perhaps, about how they transact with their business. I don't know. They've been reading the papers recently. There's a world of pain that people are already enduring. Yeah. And it's not going to get any better certainly for the foreseeable future. So it's an issue, the cost of living, or the fuel bills are going up. And interest rates are going up. So that's important to me and to my customers. So
everything will impact.
That's key.
Yeah.
There's a knock-on impact always, isn't there? Business at all points will, advertising revenues suffer because people aren't spending money because of it, So it'll all have that knock-on. And
what we've noticed traditionally, I mean, we've all been around it a while, and traditionally our industry has been fairly recession-proof.
Yeah.
Because when nobody's got any money, they tend to stay home and watch TV, and that's good for us. So traditionally that's been the case. I still see it being a strong sector. You've got all the streamers coming in, spending lots of money producing fabulous content here in the UK because we're really good at making TV and film. But the cost of money of borrowing money to buy the equipment that's required is going up, and people need to be aware of that and need to be a little bit more creative about how they go about it.
So that's a good point to pick up on. Obviously, we're talking about IBC. We're talking about hopefully visitors going there to invest in kit.
Yeah.
How is there a smart way to fund it? Is there a not a shortcut, but is there a good way to do it or bad way? What are the pitfalls?
Engaging early is always a good idea. So you can go, perhaps, I mean, it's a bit late now, but a lot of people have got their ducks in a row already. So I've been engaging with a lot of people who are already heading over. They've got money in place and they know how much they're going to spend, pretty much what they're going to spend it on. And they're just going over to make sure that they're making the right buying decisions. So they'll speak to the key manufacturers, and they can get access not only to the UK people, but to the wherever the kit's made, be it in Europe or in Asia. And properly make sure they're making the right buying decisions, and then commit to it. Your cheesy handshake on the stand where somebody's committed to buy a very lot of a thing.
Yeah.
And often we have got money in place already for people that are going across to do that.
And your company is fairly well established now, Adamantean, for quite a while now, and the expertise within that company is key, isn't it? Really, in our industry.
It's fundamental, Simon. You're dead right. We've only been going 6 years, but we've got over 100. We added it up the other day between the four of us. About 120 years of experience funding equipment into the media sector. So we know what we're doing, and we're looking forward to it. We are looking forward to it. There's been, there have been, as a lot of people saying about, it'd be great to get together in IBC, but there's been other trade shows. This year, we've been busy at most of them. I was across in Amsterdam at ISE not so long ago. So, there have been other get-togethers. So that's not particularly a new thing. I'm curious to see how many people are going to go. The nature of trade shows is a little bit different. So I'm curious. I'm looking forward to it, though. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
On that topic, that's an interesting point, because you do have an opinion on the industry, and we often read it in other media outlets, which is brilliant, and it's appreciated. But so, aside from you shaking hands on stands, what does a successful IBC look like?
That's a great question. I'm always a bit wary. I remember when I used to run equipment sales teams, and we always used to come back with a ton of leads. And actually, how many of those actually converted in a month or 3 months or 6 months or ever? And it was always quite difficult to quantify. For us, we're still in growth mode. So, our branding is good to get on environments like this and talk to you guys and get some exposure that way, and to meet a lot of new people while we're out there, meet some new manufacturers. If we can walk away with a deal or two, then terrific. That's great. But I think we don't go across with a figure in mind of what we're doing. We'll get together, the three of us, afterwards and have a proper talk about what we've achieved.
Yeah.
And,
how can people contact you in advance of IBC, Duncan, to meet up?
Well, a lot of people can find me on LinkedIn, Duncan Payne.
Yeah, cool.
And we don't have a stand. It's really not worth our while to have a stand there. But our mobiles are on our website, adamantean.net, and people can find us. And we're looking forward to it. We've got some space still. We haven't booked ourselves up too much. So we'd love to see whoever needs some money. I've got the universal product.
And of course, if anybody isn't at IBC, Adamantean are great supporters of the KitPlus show, and you can find Duncan at Twickenham and Bristol coming up.
Absolutely, we're looking forward to it.
Thank you, Duncan. Hopefully see you in Amsterdam.
I look forward to it. Well done, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. talking support, I think, next, aren't we?
Support. There we go. Support. He's been supporting. Now we're talking support. Liebeck. I think we've got Koichi sitting in the side, ready to come in. They've got new tripod systems.
Very exciting HS series. It sounds very cool.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I think a tripod can be exciting. Well,
yeah, some people always refer to them as the non-exciting bit, but I know they're the best bit.
Hi, Koichi.
Right.
Hi, Koichi. Can you hear us?
Oh. He's trying to unmute.
There we go. Can you hear us, Koichi?
Well, in the meantime,
that,
I mean, we
that
have
looks like
used
an HS
Liebeck.
series in the back. Not yet, Koichi. No, we can't hear you. We still can't hear you, Koichi.
Still can't hear you. We'll talk about what we have used from Liebeck. We've used the THX.
Yeah, you did a good review on the THX.
We did a good review on the THX. We've used the hands-free monopod, or the HFMP, I think it is.
Yeah, very cool.
Very good to use. Not so good if you want to leave it on its own, but we know that.
You can actually leave it on its own, as long as you don't leave it on its own.
Yeah. And
for a lightweight camera DSLR, the monopod with the little legs is absolutely perfect. And the really cool thing about it is really quick to lift those legs up and off you go again.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
For trade show type stuff, it's ideal.
It's ideal.
If you want to find out more reviews, if you scroll down our playlists on our YouTube channel, you can see.
Can you hear me?
Reviews on all sorts of things.
There we go.
Koichi's
back.
We've got Koichi back.
We can hear him.
Thank you so much. Sorry, my microphone was messed up.
No,
That's
don't worry at all.
Don't worry, these things happen.
It's good to see you, Koichi. How are you?
Great. Middle of a storm in Japan, but I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me today.
We were just talking about your new tripod and whether tripods can be exciting or not. I'm sure you'll tell us they can be.
Yes, in 1 or 2 minutes. So we have this new HS series that is going to be launched at IBC. First time in Europe that is going to be shown. The key feature is that it has a unique counterbalance system. It's called the perfect balance system. It basically balances a camera precisely at any tilt angle, meaning that you don't have to hold the pan handle to have this head into place or the tilt to be in position. And it is easier for users to concentrate on precise movements. And perfect counterbalance feature is offered only by a few brands and usually very expensive. However, we were able to launch this new series in a very affordable price. Adjustment is very simple. 4-step drag control, a big knob for perfect balance adjustment. Also, there's a gauge here, a clear gauge here that shows the percentage of the balance spring, so that whenever a customer wants to change cameras, quick, repeatable setup can be achieved. And there's also a handy backlight here for darker operating areas. And for those users that needs to use monitors on their heads, there's a set of holes here that can be used. There are attachment holes.
Accessories.
For accessories that not affect the balance of the camera, which is quite smart. And also, the cameraman will be confident across the panning and tilting, knowing that the movement will be ultra smooth without any backlash.
Yeah.
And actually, we believe that more and more people are using mirrorless lightweight cameras for producing high standard contents. So we've thought that these types of functions will be needed for them as well. And we're extremely proud to have this full functionality for cameras as light as 0.8 kilograms up to 10.5 kilograms, meaning that a mirrorless camera with a very lightweight zoom kit lens could be on top of this head with full functionality. And it comes with case, and it is now available in Europe with our distributors that is listed on our website, liebeck.co.jp. Our booth is located in Hall 12, D30, and I'm very excited to see you guys soon.
I think you've answered every question I was going to ask. Great job.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
It becomes, I mean, it's the kind of thing that genuinely, and I think you'll like this, people have to come and see it. And you need to be touchy-feely with it. You need to pan it. You need to balance the camera.
Yeah.
You need to take it off balance and then learn how to rebalance it. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Cool. Koichi, we will see you there.
Thank you so much.
Where do we find you again?
Hall 12, D30.
Hall 12, D30. There we go. Thank you very much indeed. Have a safe travel to Amsterdam, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Thank
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. So,
Chris Clark is next.
Chris Clark is next from
Cerberus. Cerberus.
I want to call it Cerberus.
We'll call it Cerberus then, because you're better at saying things than me.
Am I? Don't know about that.
So I guess we should mention it's now 12:15ish. Do stay tuned at 1 o'clock. I think I've just heard Gay Bell arrive. Gay and Jenny are doing a 1 hour all-female lineup show to give me a matter of break, but more importantly to get the opinions of women in the industry and what they're doing. So whether you're
newbies to veterans,
and to make the most out of IBC.
Yeah.
So lots of opinions there.
Brilliant.
Chris is here. Hello, Chris.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Yeah, very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm enjoying my morning watching the show, to be honest with you. And it's cleared my diary. What an amazing set of customers and vendors.
It's been mind-blowing, to be honest. It's a bit like walking into an IBC where there's no halls. Everyone's all in one hall, all mixed up.
Yeah.
But
it's been great.
So importantly, what are you guys showing at IBC? What are you shouting about?
So we are mostly chatting about our platform LiveLink, which we had it as a beta release actually at the last IBC, and we started to show some clients around it. So Cerberus historically has been a managed service company, so providing linear 24/7 services and then occasional use services as well. And what we did with our LiveLink platform is put a front end on it, put a web page on it, and allowed our customers, or a selection of our customer base, to be able to do things themselves where they had the technical and operational expertise within the company, and they just needed what we term infrastructure as a service. So they could access on-demand cloud transcoding engines, stream distribution, protocol agnostic streaming platforms, so being able to handle any Zixi or RIST or SRT feeds or RTMP feeds, kind of made the whole thing agnostic. Put some really powerful transcoding engines from some of our partners at Ateme on there so that customers could start to build their own live stream distributions themselves. And that's kind of taken off over the last few years, and there's some enhancements to that we really want to show off. Some further integrations with Tag and their multi-viewers, so the customers can access on-demand multi-view platforms. And then the big kicker for the whole platform is the driver for it in the first place is cloud agnostic. What do we mean by that is that the infrastructure that we build can sit across AWS, or it can sit in Google Cloud Platform, or it can sit in DigitalOcean. And we have work streams this year to add Azure and Oracle Cloud Platforms also. So that's what we're there to show off.
And so you're partnering, you're partners. I don't want to say you're the glue. You're bringing it all together. But let's go with that for right now.
Yeah, sure.
But it's and you have your own stand.
We don't have our own stand. No. We've never exhibited at IBC. We're a small company, formed, and we've experimented with different things, sitting on partner stands, sitting on vendors that we integrate into and their technology into our platform stand. What we're trying this year is kind of free flowing. A lot of our meetings are on vendor stands anyway, so we're kind of moving around the place. But mostly you'll find us at the IBM Lounge. And occasionally on some partner stands.
So networking and sales, sort of networking and visiting IBC. What's a successful one apart from the obvious? Someone saying, "Yeah, we want to buy one of your solutions, please."
It really is. It's the network. So traditionally, from a sales and business development perspective, we've always done best on the face-to-face meeting, looking into the whites of the eyes of the customers, gaining their trust, and if everything for us has always been follow-up. One of my favourite activities at the trade shows has always been what I refer to as the après-ski, and that's the bit that I'm kind of looking forward to as well. Amsterdam has always had a phenomenal trade show, a phenomenal conference package, but the après-ski in that city is also really, really enjoyable.
Well, even just the beach at the show,
That's it. Yeah. That's it. And you've got to find yourself on a boat at some point.
Yeah. On that note, I think Chris, we'll have to wrap it up and hopefully see you in Amsterdam next week. Thanks very much
guys.
indeed.
See you on
Cheers.
the beach.
Thank you. Good luck with the rest of the show.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Nice to see you.
Next coming up is Satcom's Innovation Group, and we've got Helen Whedon joining us through John's finger control. So we'll wait for her to come in. She's on her way, we're reliably informed.
In the wings.
So here we are. Helen, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Very well.
Excellent. So, Helen, give us a quick overview of Satcom's Innovation Group and what you're showing or doing at IBC.
Yeah, of course. So the Satcom's Innovation Group, we're basically a technical membership group to the Satcom's industry aimed at promoting innovation. And it was born out of a request many years ago from the broadcasters who asked the satellite industry to fix interference, which was causing massive problems for broadcast. And these days, interference is still there. It's still really important, but there's enough tools, there's processes in place. They have a better handle on how to resolve it. So it's morphed into other areas because interference isn't the only thing that needs attention from that kind of unique group of technical people. So we kind of looked at expanding the remit and focusing on other areas as well.
So where are we going to find you guys? I mean, is it we're coming along to have a discussion, I guess, aren't we, about what's going to solve our problems? So where are we going to come?
Yeah, exactly. So we're not exhibiting, but we do have a presence with the UKTI. So we'll be in the room 1.C37.
Okay.
And absolutely be good to have those discussions. I mean, IBC for us is about meeting members and other people in the industry and understanding what those challenges are, what we should be focusing on. We've got a number of working groups at the moment. So we're looking at things like flat panel antennas, making sure that the manufacturers know what the requirements are from the operators, and there's kind of some alignment, and we can have good performing antennas, which should be particularly useful for things like comms on the move.
In terms of challenges, Helen, you mentioned challenges there. Is that sector facing any particularly large challenges right now?
Yeah, quite a few. I mean, it's the satellite industry is kind of evolving and things, and under quite a lot of challenges. So you kind of look at the way that you've got huge amounts of LEO launches that's causing competition for the traditional operators, but it's also causing an unknown possible problems. Will there be interference between LEO and GEO? We don't know yet. You've got other things like 5G, where that has been known to cause interference. So that's potentially a problem, but also satellite could be an enabler of 5G. So we're kind of looking at that from both angles. And then obviously you've got the thing from the broadcast. Broadcast is traditionally been one of the biggest customers of satellite, but we're talking, I'm sure that a lot of the conversations at IBC are going to be about IP. So where that's migrating, the satellite industry needs to evolve itself, and they need to have cloud-enabled satellite networks. They need to kind of work together with new technologies and kind of enable them where it makes sense, and kind of change their approach to pretty much the whole business, basically.
Yeah. Fascinating stuff.
So
Helen,
challenges.
I think we're out of time, but it's been really interesting talking to you and understanding a bit more about Satcom's Innovation Group. And people can. Where can people find you online, just so they can find out some more information?
Yeah, absolutely. So the website is satig.space.
.space. Fantastic, Helen. Thank you very much indeed. Nice talking to you.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, the SAP industry's been facing a lot of challenges. I mean, the costs of, and the failures that we've had, people trying to get the low orbit stuff into space. And, well, space, it's not in space yet, is it really? But, yeah, anyway, so next up, I think we've got Ortana Media. Simon and Shannon?
Simon and Shannon, I think.
Ah, right. So we've got two people. This will be a first. We'll see how that works.
This is testing John's technical Zoom capabilities to the max. But we've got every confidence in him, haven't we? Every faith in him.
It'll work.
Simon and Shannon, welcome to the show, Simon and Shannon.
Thank you very much.
Nice.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, it's been great. I've been watching it on live, obviously, because that's what you do today. And it's
everything's live.
Everything's live. Watching it on demand yet.
No, some really cool companies as well. It's great. Many of them are partners as well. So
yeah, it's been a fascinating insight into why you should go and visit IBC in person and actually see all this cool tech, because a lot of it you've got to actually see and feel and touch, haven't you? But a lot of it we can talk about. So anyway, over to you. What are you guys doing at IBC?
Yeah, so lovely new stand in Hall 6, and we're there with Spot and Spin, who do also a part of our group, who do tape digitization, film scanning services and the like. But we'll be showing our product range, Kubik's family of products. So we have Unify, which is our kind of core asset management orchestration platform, as well as Halo, which is a managed service based on the same technology, and our appliances as well, which are very focused software appliances for things like editorial ingest and archive migration, all that kind of stuff.
And Shannon, I was just going to say, and Shannon.
And Shannon will be there too, yes, of course.
I'm assuming you didn't just come in to give him moral support.
No, I just like following Simon around. He's going to get bored soon. Wherever he goes, I go.
Drift off. Yeah. So Shannon, you're here to tell us about.
So I'm, as Simon mentioned, there's Spot and Spin, which is our tape and film digitization services that we've got, and I'll be looking after that for the show. I don't want to give too much away, but the stand is in a quite a cool design, so I'll be sort of at the front. So if you need that service, come find me.
What's unique about Spot and Spin? I mean, it may not be unique, but what do you do best at Spot and Spin?
Well, I think it's quite cool at the moment, turning old content into new formats that can actually be used. So we also have the option of deploying it on site in our Northwest London facilities, or of course we can go onto your services and your facilities, and make sure that we're doing it on site with you guys as well. So really protecting that archive and looking after it, which is really cool, I think.
Now, Simon, there's been an acquisition recently, I believe.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that and the benefits it's brought you.
Yeah, so OSDI fully acquired Ortana Media Group back in April, and just before NAB. And it's been great. I mean, the team since has expanded. I mean, Shannon is evidence of that. So Shannon joined us after the acquisition. We've now kind of, I guess, doubled our engineering team support, and we can offer support, kind of follow the sun support. So we've got engineers in Asia, Europe, as well as the US as well. So we can actually support our customers, literally, 24/7 and pass tickets around the world as well to make sure things are sorted out, which is good.
Yeah, and out of everything you're offering on booth Hall 6 C29. What do you think? What do you think is going to be the standout, shout-out thing that most people are going to be interested in?
Again, as many have said, that's probably a tough call, because the thing with Kubix, we can apply Kubix because of the way that it's built. We can apply it to many different use cases. But one, I think most recently, and certainly myself and Shannon have been involved in, is that archive migration, whether it be legacy tape to be digitized or film, but also from legacy LTO, they want to put it onto a more modern system so we can manage that process.
Cool.
That's probably the key thing. Yeah.
Well, you've already said where we can go, and actually it's on the screen behind you, Simon. So I can't really ask you again. But beforehand, you're still open for meetings. Your diary has got some space.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're getting more and more meetings. We still have some spaces, but yeah, we're in the middle of Hall 6, and again, thanks to Trade Fair for all their help as well, helping us kind of get that organised and sorted out. Mark's been and Sophia have been great.
Yeah, we spoke to them about their exploits earlier on, so that was good to get informed. So just before you go, can you each give us a top tip about IBC? If you were advising a newbie who hadn't been before, what would you advise them, either at the show or after the show?
I always get an IBC cold, so I always try and take like flu tablets and lip still for my lips, because the aircon always gives me like when you're talking all the time as well.
Yeah, I think my top tip, probably after being to far too many IBCs that I would want to even admit to, is probably don't make meetings too early in the morning, because you tend to get dragged out to various parties during the evening. But no, and generally, I think just, wear comfy shoes, be prepared to walk around a lot, and
stay hydrated.
Just enjoy it,
There you
go. Stay hydrated, exactly.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I hope IBC is a massive success for you both, and we look forward to seeing you in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
And thanks again. It's been a great stream, guys. Thanks.
No problem at all. Enjoy the rest of the day.
See you there.
Cheers. Take care.
Cheers.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, bye.
We're going over to Free Media now, but just before that, quick shout out. We are nearly on time now. 1 o'clock. Jenny Mark Evans and Gay Bell are taking our seats for an hour, and they've got a whole host of all-female lineup to talk about at the industry and what's going on. So stay tuned for that at 1 o'clock-ish.
Yeah, keep stream live. And now I think Craig Berry is available and ready to come in.
Hi, Craig.
Hello, and I am available, and I'm in.
Sort of ready.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
that's okay. We've spoken before, Craig. I think
yes, we have.
It was an insightful chat then. So I believe this is the first time you've taken a stand at IBC.
It is. It's the first time that we're formally exhibiting. As we've been in business for over 20 years, we've been to a lot of IBCs and NABs and Broadcast Asias and the whole routine. However, this is the first time that we're formally exhibiting. We've taken space in Hall 2, stand C18, and we're bringing to the show our consultancy services to encourage smart working and the product side, which is new for us, and formally launching something called Zen Pipeline. It's a media supply chain management tool that brings a lot of other things to it: AI, ML, optimization, workflow optimization with AI assistance, and we're looking forward to a good show.
Great. Where's the stand?
We're in Hall 2. We're just C18.
Oh yeah,
I think I mentioned that actually.
You did mention that, and I've drifted off. So
that's all right.
What made you decide to do IBC for the first time? Really, I mean, you say we can get a lot out of IBC as a visitor. And the network.
We actually were prepared to launch the product at NAB in 2020, which unfortunately was canceled.
Yeah.
And we've been advancing the product, the capability in that, staying busy on the consultancy side, actually quite busy. And we attended NAB this year, and picking up the vibe, seeing the level of attendance, and just generally being back in the show environment was very positive, and that's dramatic. It was the dramatic influence for us to go forward, and we're excited because IBC is effectively the home show for us.
So, which sector? I mean, who are we going to try and encourage to come and see you? What problems are you really solving?
Well, there's a couple of things. First of all, it's the smart working, the ability to become very highly efficient across the various workflows, primarily in the nonlinear side, which is the content inbound, the processing, automated management of localization and subtitles and all the other things that go with it, as well as the automated distribution and packaging component that goes on the other side. We also have a linear piece, which enables an operator to register content, manage all of the relationships, move it into the storage environment, the nearline or the edge serving servers for that, as well as the missing material management. And this is a fairly new piece that we just recently added and ran in anger over the last year or so. So it does exactly as it says on the tin.
Great.
Fantastic. So I think we're out of time, but Craig, thank you very much. lovely to speak to you. I wish we had more time, and hopefully we'll spend that time in Amsterdam chatting to you more.
We're looking forward to it.
Hall 2, C18, did you say?
2 C18.
Hall 2, C18, right on the corner, easy to find.
That's what we like. Thank you, Craig. Nice to talk to you. Nice to see you.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we're looking at KVM solutions now with our friends from Gunterman and Drunk, I believe. And we should be connecting to Peter Janssen shortly.
Yeah. We always have a session again on the show floor with GDSys.
Absolutely. And it looks like Peter's coming to us from the control room experience. Hello,
yes,
Peter, how
exactly.
you doing?
Right from Germany.
It's nice to see you. So, what's new with G&D at IBC this year?
Okay, well, there's a lot of things happening this year.
Okay.
One of the solutions we will show live is our new Vision XS. It's KVM over IP with 10 gigabit per second technology, and also not to forget a redundant network port. And of course, it will support 4K 60 Hertz resolutions. So it's pocket size, which is quite new for us. In the past, we had a bigger device, but now we have managed a very small unit, redundant network, and as said, 4K resolution support.
And is that available in shipping now, or will that be after IBC?
Yeah, we are around this point. We will be showing it, and it will be shipped around this time, the first units, correct.
Fantastic. And you're standing, I believe, in the G&D control room experience, which I think you created. Was it before COVID or because of COVID?
It was because of COVID. Because there were no exhibitions, we built this environment, and you won't see it, but we have about 4 or 5 cameras. So during a show or a meeting together with customers over Team, we can show the whole room from the server room environment till the video wall, and we can show all functionality we have to offer, which you probably also will see at the exhibition, by the way.
Well, it's good to see that you'll keep this going, you'll keep the control room experience going, but also value the in-person and actually getting to IBC. There's a lot of value in that. Actually, it was a valid point. What does a successful IBC look like for you guys?
Well, of course, to contact with new people face to face, and also with the existing customers, share ideas, and giving face to face advice and consulting. Yeah, that's what we are very strong in. So that's what we really like to do. Yeah.
Well, we're looking forward to spending time on the G&D booth. Is Jochen going over? We normally speak to Jochen and the team.
Yes, well, the whole team will be. So we are international represented. There will be someone for France, someone especially for the UK, for the Middle East. Myself will be for the Scandinavian and Western Europe countries. Asia will be represented. So the whole team, for customers who want to visit or people who want to know more about our solutions. They are welcome, and we have native French-speaking people or Arabic speaking people. So yeah, just
where do we find you?
Sorry?
Where do we find you? Have we got
Hall 8, booth number 89.
B89.
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 Peter, thank you very much. It's a pleasure talking to you as always, and we're looking forward to spending a little bit more time with you at the show where we can get some videos and see what's going on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Catch up.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We're getting closer to being on time, aren't we?
We're getting closer. So we're now going over to Gravity Media.
Gravity Media, we've known them for a long time.
And Ed Tischer is with us, I think. He'll be connecting in a second.
Nice to see that they're continuing to support IBC and getting over there.
Absolutely.
They've got a busy year with them. They're big in the live events world, aren't they? There we go.
Ed, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you both?
Very well, thank you. Very well. Very well.
Speak for yourself.
Long day for you guys.
No, it's good fun.
So have you got, I mean, I've been going to IBC for years and you're always in the same spot, Hall 10, always good to see you. What's new for you guys? Are you showing certain products or offerings or? What are you talking about on IBC?
So we're going with some great launches and news, I suppose, about Gravity Media this year. We really sort of want to take advantage of it, as you say. So we're in Hall 10. We're in the same place that we've always been. We encourage sort of anybody to come along, say hello. So we've got a barista serving coffee during the day, then drinks on the stand in the evening. I think there's a few announcements that we'll be making this year that I think people will be keen to hear. There's going to be some news around some senior announcements within Gravity Media Group that we'll be doing. We've been shortlisted for an award with the SVG event on the Thursday for outstanding production achievement innovation, and that's an ATP Media-led initiative, so we're quite excited around that.
Great.
And also we're going to make a big announcement around our future plans. You can't say too much about that today, but I think that's something that hopefully large parts of the industry will be very interested in hearing about what we're up to over the next 12 months or so. And we're well represented as well, something that we're keen to do. So everybody from our CEO, John, across all of the territories, all levels of the business, great representation there. So yeah, plenty going on for us this year.
So if there's anybody if there is anybody watching this that hasn't maybe come across Gravity Media, are you able to, I know some things are a bit sensitive, are you able to give us an overview of some projects that you worked on this year so far and what the Gravity Media involvement has been?
I think, you know, without giving too much away ahead of sort of what we'll be announcing at IBC, I think, you know, we continue to work with, you know, major sporting federations and broadcasters looking around, you know, how remote really can overcome some of the challenges, and those challenges just keep increasing, don't they? Whether it's supply chain, freight, global logistics, cost, everything, you know, so very much, you know, that's our angle, I would say, from that point of view, and we'll be talking a lot more about that over the weekend. And in fact, actually on the Sunday morning at 10, we're doing a panel ourselves around how we've evolved remote workflows to help sort of sports federations better leverage their presence on site and back in the UK. So cool. Yeah, we'll be talking a lot about that.
Fantastic.
Hopefully, actually, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot here with this one, but you are at the cutting edge of all of this, and you're doing a lot now. You know, sustainability and the environment, and how you're working towards that. Because you know, you're a significant player in this. Is it something you're conscious of?
Yeah, something we're very conscious of. At the beginning of the year, we were awarded our ISO standards, and that means now that as a business we have audited metrics in terms of environmental responsibility, and we have a commitment to reducing them. And that's not just ourselves. You can imagine a company like Gravity Media, which, you know, is global and sends kit and people around the world, to not have you know, a strong moral compass around your environmental responsibilities would be reckless. So we have a huge amount of focus on that. Brilliant. And we've really seen, you know, not only ourselves, but how our clients want us to put scrutiny on how can we use these workflows to better, you know, reduce carbon footprint and have a much stronger environmental responsibility. And some of the stuff we'll be talking about, especially on that Sunday morning panel, we can give you a real insight into the impact that that's made. And I think people will be really interested. It's not insignificant, it's not minor, it's real dial shifting stuff in terms of how we can reduce that footprint on site.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
That's a good point to leave it at. Ed, looking forward to hearing your news coming out of IBC. Quite excited about that. And yeah, hopefully see you over there. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Cheers.
We've now got Edit Share. Always good to talk to. Stephen Chalamy, who...
Flex now, does it?
Flex, yeah, that won Stephen will probably correct me, but Flex won an award at last year's NAB, I think. Stephen, hello, how are you doing?
I'm really good. How are you doing?
Yeah, nice to see you again. I think last time it was at NAB, I think we were chatting and you had a big gold thing in your hand.
Yes, the Emmy Awards. Yes, that followed me around for most of NAB. It was good fun.
Well done.
So what can we expect from IBC, from Edit Share?
Yeah, I mean, you know, first off, expect to see the orange shoes. They will be back, as always, so they'll be ready. So look out for us in our orange shoes. In fact, it's been 3 years since I got to last wear them at an IBC, so that's where we launched the whole thing. So look out for the orange shoes. But really, we're going to be there to continue to demonstrate how our the Edit Share storage and our media management solutions can really help simplify the storytelling process. And I think really a lot of it is just like some of the other guests on the show have said, it's about having those conversations with customers about key challenges that they're facing. I think from our perspective, in particular, I think there's three big questions that we're hearing from a lot of our customers. How do they plot a path to the cloud? How can they sort of build these collaborative workflows that they want without necessarily getting locked into one particular creative tool? And then also, how do they efficiently work in a kind of distributed hybrid working environment? So certainly, EditShare will be there to show you, show each, solutions to each of those problems. I think you were just mentioning about Flex. So EditShare Flex is our turnkey cloud editing and cloud backup solution. So that will be on show, and that will help people understand how they can maybe plot a path towards the cloud. There's various different routes along that, so we'll be ready to demonstrate that. The universal projects, which are again, a key part of our new solution. It allows teams to collaborate on projects using all the popular editors, using things like Premiere Pro, DaVinci Resolve, and even Media Composer. So you can use those as well as a web browser. So that's going to be exciting for people who want to build those collaborative workflows, but have some flexibility as to which tools they want to be using today, tomorrow, maybe they have mixed teams. And then finally, on that sort of remote and hybrid working, we've got both, those hybrid features as part of EFS, storage and flow media management, things like multi-site, remote editorial, and all those kind of features.
I mean, everything that we talk about EditShare, and it kind of is in the name, share, it's all about collaboration, not only for the people working, but you have to play well with everybody.
Absolutely.
That must have thrown up some real challenges the last few years.
Absolutely, because people wanted to do things differently and their tools didn't necessarily fit that shape. And so, as you say, we're all about being ruthlessly open. We want to be able to work with all of these different tools, but some of them weren't quite ready yet. I think you had Cinedeck on earlier. Yeah, they've now got their ingest into the cloud. So now we can partner ingest into the cloud into an EditShare storage and MAM solution. So people, the technology vendors out there have started to think about how to embrace these new workflows. And if they're not quite ready, we can do things within our media asset management to kind of be that glueware to make things behave in a way that's going to fit with the new customer, the new normal, as it were.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been to many IBCs as we have. Yep. And you picked up all sorts of tips and experiences along the way. What can you share with people watching this that either might be new or rusty or just want some insider information about
everyone's
IBC?
Rusty.
Yeah. I mean, certainly comfortable shoes. These ones are somewhat comfortable. They look nice, but they're not as comfortable. But comfortable shoes is always an important part of it. But it's also, I think, making the most of the conversations that you can have both during the event and also some of the events afterwards. We're having a bit of fun with EditShare. We're going to bring a bit of Vegas actually to IBC. So from NAB back to IBC, we've got our partners Jigsaw 24. So on the Friday evening, so that's like the first night, we're going to have an event with a bit of Vegas tables there. Even our CEO Comrade Clemson is going to be on croupier duty, so we're going to have a bit of fun as well. But those are good ways in which you can engage in a conversation and look for those things that go one level beyond the, I've sat on loads of webinars, I've heard something, let's actually have a conversation that gets a little bit into that nuance and those details, and then keep a note of those. We do that all the time because when we have those nuanced conversations, we are noting down all the time, there's an interesting bit of a workflow. How could we solve that with the technology? So, keeping notes of those brief little conversations of that nuance that you pick up, because you'll get the big picture elsewhere, but you won't get the nuance. That's what you're going to get out of IBC, I think.
And this year,
good point, yeah.
And this year, I think we all of the exhibitors out there want the enterprise companies to come up and start, investing millions of pounds in their technologies and the rest of it. But the industry is much bigger than that. Now,
yes.
Who wants to come at all levels? I mean, are we talking post production of 3 or 4 people in a room, in an office, all the way through, or who are you targeting at this year?
Yeah, I mean, certainly from there on upwards. Obviously, as you mentioned, Edit Share, it's about collaboration. If it's a one-person shop, it's not really got a huge amount of collaboration. But even then, sometimes you have collaboration. But I think, yeah, starting from that point, and our sweet spot is, slightly bigger teams than that, but we can go all the way up to the enterprise. Certainly, an investment that we've made over the last period of time is adding those enterprise-level features. But what we've tried to do is say, well, actually, if you're a small team, 10 people working together, collaborating, or a post-production house, we've got a number of them that we've been working with in the UK recently on really optimizing their workflows. Those would be great people to come over to have a conversation with us. But I think it's just also important for people to see, even if they're a smaller team, as they grow, and hopefully they're successful, they'll grow their teams. What are the tools they're going to need that some of these larger enterprises or the other things that we can just bring off the shelf and make it work for them?
Yeah, that's a good point. Stephen, where can we find Edit Share on the show floor?
Yeah, so we'll be in Hall 7, as we always are. We're on booth A35, just right opposite Adobe, so you'll see our sign right next to theirs. So come and see us. I'd love to have a conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be surreal being back in Hall 7 again, isn't it?
I can't believe it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, fantastic, Stephen. Looking forward to seeing you as well. I think we're spending a bit of time on the Edit Share booth as well, chatting, and no doubt we'll be chatting further on that as well. So, see you in Amsterdam next week.
Look forward to it.
Thanks, Stephen.
Bye.
Good
Cheers,
stuff.
Bye.
It'd be interesting to see how what the scale of the show, how it changes. I mean, we've spoken again. You can look it up on the channel. We've spoken to Mike and Steve the other day.
Stephen Connolly from IBC.
About the how the show's shaping up, and whilst they're not taking quite as much space, it's busy, and it's business as usual.
I think we're chatting to Stephen from IBC just after lunch, actually, just after 2 o'clock, and he'll be giving an update on how many exhibitors, the registration. People always want to know registration, and that'd be quite interesting to see, because I think their target was 1,000 exhibitors, wasn't it? Last time we spoke, it was 900 with a bit of space, so that'd be quite interesting to see. So if you've got a question for Stephen, if you're an exhibitor or just got a question for Steve Connolly, IBC, then let us know and we can ask him.
And we're actually hoping that in a moment, Nikki McBride from SDI Group, we were speaking to Ortana a moment ago, to Simon and Shannon, who's part of the same group, and hopefully Nikki is going to be talking about what SDI Group. I hope I'm saying that right.
I'm sure you're saying it right. We'll find out in a second. Well,
they've got a booth, and apparently
I can tell you where the booth is. Hall 6, C29. And we just need a camera share. Maybe the cameras need sharing. Here's Nikki. Hello. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. Nice to see you.
Very nice to see you too. So, Nikki, tell us about IBC and your booth present, and I guess maybe rewind it a little bit. Tell us a little bit about you as well.
Absolutely. Well, this will be my I don't know. I'm a relatively newcomer to IBC, maybe my third or fourth time.
Okay.
I usually bump into people who've been there like 24 times, I suppose it's 4 times, but and obviously big gap. But very sad to have missed it. Last time I was there was 2019. Obviously, all sorts of things having gone on since then. My company in particular, the last time I was there was representing SDI Media. During lockdown, we were acquired by Ayuno Media Group. So now we return to IBC no longer as competitors, but as one big happy family.
Good.
So very much looking forward to that. And in that interim time, we've actually also made some additional acquisitions. So the stand that I will be representing is actually the family of Ayuno companies, if you like. So the part of the business that I focus on is language localization and media services. Mm-hmm. So the part of the content supply chain where we take materials that are usually in English or any other language and create them into any other language and them back to the clients or to the platform or fit them back elsewhere into the supply chain. So I'll be there representing that side of the business, but I will be there with my friends and colleagues from 2 other organizations that are owned by Ayuno. One is called Exhilarate, and that's very much on the tech side with regards to AI, machine translation, voice synthesis, text to speech, speech to text, all of that kind of stuff. So they will be there telling everybody about the amazing work that they can do from an automated perspective, taking the human element out of the voice work that my company focuses very much on: actors, artists, directors, sound engineers, and so forth. These guys are augmenting that service with automation in and out of that process. And then the other company that will be on our stand is Ortana, which is also owned by Iuno, and they are asset management, MAM company primarily. Obviously, we are a client of theirs internally. Their Cubics MAM system forms very much the backbone of the whole media services that SDI performs on behalf of our clients. But obviously, anybody can buy it, so they will be there selling it to anybody who's looking for a MAM system. And so I think a very good, strong portfolio of products that we will be proposing and hopefully presenting to all sorts of people.
Yeah, it sounds very strong. So tell us.
My biggest concern is how do I have time to get to the beach bar, quite frankly.
Well, just before the beach bar, you're participating in the Accelerator program. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. Well, this is quite unique, and I think very, very exciting in terms of a group of organizations coming together again, all part of the content supply chain, all with the same goal, but working at different parts of that supply chain, different links in that chain. How can we actually produce a proof of concept that says all of this can be done in the cloud? So working with various people that we would normally deal with on different levels, but really kind of drilling down into what would each step of the process look like in a cloud-based scenario that we would then be able to deliver products. So we will have the booth there separately. So some of my colleagues will be manning that booth in conjunction with the rest of the Accelerator team. Again, as I said, most of them who are either colleagues or partners of ours, already. So it's a really, really great collaboration. And then there will be some presentations, and I think there's a video already in place that kind of explains what part we all play in that. But I do think it's a really fabulous initiative. And certainly from the conversations that I have been having with clients in preparation of attending IBC, there's a lot of interest in that.
Yeah, fantastic. Nikki, that's great. Well, hopefully we'll see you on in Hall 6, C29, or maybe at the beach.
Indeed, drinks on Saturday evening, I believe at 5. Come along and have a drink on the stand with us before we go and make use of the beach bar after that.
It's nice as a Saturday evening drink, because most of them are on Friday, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're working, but it feels like
it's networking. It is working. Yeah. It's fine. Thank you, Nikki. Lovely talking to you, and safe travels to Amsterdam.
You too. See you there.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
So we've got two more guests. Vislink is coming in. Fantastic. Carlton from. Oh no, it's actually Mickey Miller from
Vislink.
Vislink.
Yeah. We've spoken to Mickey a couple of times. We've spoken to him. Was he on the track? Was he trackside?
Trackside. I chatted in depth to him at NAB.
Yeah.
Mickey, how you doing?
Great. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, Mickey, I think we might have got you up really early.
No, it's not so bad. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. How's it going over there?
Everything's going great.
Good.
Yeah, looking forward to being in Amsterdam at IBC.
And that's why we're here. That's what we're here to talk about. So, go on, IBC,
right.
Vislink. Why are people coming to see you?
Oh, we got a lot going on. First, with our 5G for Live solution, which is the first combined COFDM 5G, both private and public network solution that allows our customers to do amazing things that they've never been able to do before. So we're really excited to talk about that and the various elements that create that solution. And it's largely behind the combination of Mobile Viewpoint and Vislink, where Mobile Viewpoint had a great position in bonded cellular. We had a great position in COFDM. Now we've combined the two to be able to enhance the total capability for our customers. Second thing is our IQ Sports Producer, our AI-generated live production capability. We've made a lot of enhancements to that, both in our clipping tool, which allows you to clip highlights and immediately send those to an NFT or to any of your favorite social spots. Yeah, so we're really excited about that. So a lot going on, and we're going to I can't talk about it yet, but a new product announcement that's going to be super exciting.
There is going to be an announcement, is there?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and where do people come to find you guys? You're normally Hall 1, I think, are you?
Yes, I don't have the booth number though, but we will.
I do,
put it on our website.
Mickey.
Okay.
I'm going to save you. It's A63.
Thank you.
A63.
The mobile viewpoint is all part of it now. It's fully integrated now. The mobile viewpoint kit and Vislink, don't think of them as separate things. You're all part of the same gang.
Absolutely. We're integrated at the product level. Now, Link Matrix, which was the OS and management tool for mobile viewpoint, now manages everything. Both our traditional Vislink products as well as the mobile viewpoint products, as well as the IQ Sports Producer, but also organizationally, we've integrated the companies as well.
Fantastic. Mickey, thank you very much. We're always short of time on this, and we're running up to the 1 o'clock show, which has got
guys,
Jenny coming on and Gabriel. So thank you very much.
Great. We'll see you there, guys. Take care.
Looking forward to it.
Take care.
Right.
Cheers, Mickey.
Cheers.
Bye.
And our last one before that session that we just mentioned, between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, Jenny Mark Evans and Gabe Bell are hosting an hour-long show in our seats. And they're going to have a full lineup of inspirational females to discuss our industry, Amsterdam, IBC, and everything that goes with it. So hang around for that. We will be running a few minutes late because we have Andros from CRM. Hi, Andros.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah, very good, Andros.
Very good.
So let us know about your newest software release that I guess you'll be shouting about at IBC.
Thank you very much. Yes, so we are from CRM.com. We've been doing software for the last 30 years, myself at least. For the last 25 years with CRM.com. We started with wanting to disrupt the billing and rewards market for OTT and in general video. I wanted to deploy software which is easier to use, and also we handle the anti-churn and offer management and BI. So that's how, in a nutshell, what we do. I don't know, are you going to be asking me questions, or shall I continue and explain how we...
tell us, I mean, to a certain degree, what we need to know. Why should people come and see you at IBC? Have you got anything, inspire people to come and visit you?
Okay. Yes, thanks. Yeah, okay. What I want to talk about today and why people should visit us is if you see the current market. So I want to explain a bit how we see the market, where's the need and opportunity in general.
We've got 1 minute, Andreas. 1 minute. Go for it.
Okay. And the new model required. So we see a lot of launches for OTT and voice over IP and video, and many failing, many succeeding. So we think the successful ones are the ones who are going to be really functional, doing bundling, having promotions, allowing many payment methods for their customers, and giving a lot of BI to help micro-target customers with specific offers for specific segments. So that's in a nutshell CRM.com. We actually help operators monetize properly, offer something super functional for their customers, multiple payment methods, and enjoy a healthy subscriber base with minimum churn. So that's
fantastic. Yeah. Where and how can people find you? Where are people going to find you at the show?
We are in Hall 1. Let me take the stand, sorry, quickly.
Hall
1, C37F.
Oh, here we go, C37F. So it looks like you're part of a pavilion of some sort. So hopefully people will come and see you. We're running short of time, so we'll point people your way, and if we're passing by, we'll make sure we come and say hello.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's part one of the KitPlus 12-hour stream. We've been on air since 8 a.m. this morning. I think we've up to about 60 or 70 IBC exhibitors now. Some really fascinating conversations, really interesting people, and some great products to look forward to seeing at IBC. We've now got a really exciting hour planned. Well, Matt and I haven't planned it. Jenny and Gay have planned it, and they're going to fulfil it as well, which is even nicer. So John is going to play a VT. We're going to have a break for 4 minutes while we change seats, and me and Matt will be back just after 2 o'clock.
So this is the first event show, camera gear show, that I've been to in 2.5 years, and it feels really weird to come to something like this. I used to go to all of them, and to see different stands with all the gear, get your hands on with things, and to reconnect with people, which has been one of the strangest things. Is one of the things you miss the most is seeing your friends, and you see them here. People you used to see at every single show. So it's definitely they're the two main things for me: is just seeing the gear and meeting up with people, and of course talks. I mean, I'm not going to really mention talks too much because I just did one. It's sort of like bigging yourself up a bit, but the talks are also really useful. But it's a surreal feeling, to be honest with you. I never prior to today, I was so bored of trade shows. I was like, I didn't even go to the last IBC. I got so tired of them. And it's funny, I've just been absolutely craving them to come back, and it's so nice to be back at one. So I just did a talk with Alice. It was a discussion, although we were supposed to have opposing views, sort of, but we don't really. We basically think the same thing. It's about choosing the right camera for you, because there is no one camera that everybody should buy. What is really most important for me isn't necessarily going to be for Alistair or for somebody else. So we went through that sort of stuff, and we moved a little bit away from the sort of the technical stuff as well into more about into the broader how people consume things and whether it makes a difference as well. So I think it's a very interesting talk, and it's not going to tell you which camera to buy, because no video, no seminar, nothing will ever tell you what camera to buy, because it's what I'm going to tell you to buy is based upon what I want, which may not be, and most likely won't be, what you want or need. In the past year and a half or so, I think there's been about 2,500 cameras launched just from Sony, let alone all the others. And so it's just like there's so many different new products which have come out: lighting, audio, cameras, lenses, and we've seen them online and stuff. But this is the chance to actually look at them and see them, which is going to help you, because it's very difficult to, if you're going to spend a lot of money, you really want to actually use it and try it out first. I think it's a really important thing to do. So this is a great place to actually see multiple different brands and companies, and just see if there's anything that cements your decision to potentially buy something which maybe you're on the fence about. The thing I love about this show right here in Twickenham in particular, is I live a mile that way. So I've never had a show this close. It feels really weird. Most of the shows you go to, I'll go to NAB or to IBC, the big shows, they're fine, but they're way too big. You never, ever get a chance to see everything. I much prefer smaller shows where you can easily see everything and find people as well. So, yeah, big shows, I'm still not sure I'm going to go to any of the really big shows, but I might do. Maybe just because I've missed them. But this is really nice. Almost makes me want to play rugby. Except I don't play rugby or football. I do a bit of golf. Do you think they'll mind? A bit of pitch and putt on the pitch. So KitPlus do a couple of these a year, and they are regional, and I think that's a really important thing, is make sure not all, I'm a Londoner, but they're not always in London. So go to kitplus.co.uk to keep up to date with when the next one is.
Hello and welcome. I am Gay Bell. And my name is Jenny Marwick-Evans. So we've had a packed morning of interviews from the KitPlus team, including John Pratchett. so many insights into the demos and products that you're going to see this year. I don't know about you, but I can't wait to get back to Amsterdam. It's really actually made me in the mood. Seeing everybody, it's amazing. So for the next hour, Gay and I are going to tell you all about how to maximise your IBC.
But it won't just be the two of us. Don't panic. We have invited a number of guests to actually come and sort of have their voice about various aspects of what's actually going on at the show. And because this morning was a little bit jam-packed with you gentlemen, we've actually...
There were a couple of females, actually.
There were a couple.
Yeah,
there were a couple. Yeah. There were a lot of men. Yeah. But actually, hey, that's the world. But anyway, we've decided to sort of make a bit of parity and actually sort of have this as an all-female session. So I guess you could call this the media tech industry's version of Women's Hour. Or if we drink too much of that rosé that Jenny's actually brought along and is about to crack open, it'll become Loose Women. So Jenny, you know, collectively, you and I have been going to IBC for probably longer than we want to remember or mention, but it's definitely over 50 years between us. And, you know, there's so much sort of going on at a sort of show like this. And, you know, I know we both love them. We find them really exciting. You know, let's kick off with a few tips from you about how to make the most of going to a show like IBC.
Plan and preparation. And if anybody knows how to bank sleep, please do let me know. Because you work so hard up until the show, 24-hour days, and then you get to Amsterdam and you're expected to really, really perform. But preparation is really, really key. Just make sure you actually know why you're going and what you're going for. And don't think about lastminute.com things. I remember IBC a couple of years ago actually said only 4% of meetings on stands are by walk-bys. Yeah. And this, more than ever, people are not going for the whole time. So you need to maximise your time and make sure you don't step on that plane or train or boat or however you're getting there this year without a pretty full diary.
Yeah, and I agree. You know, it's all in the planning, isn't it? And we definitely found that earlier on this year when we were all in Vegas at NAB. You know, so many of my clients were actually saying to me that the amount of sort of pre-planned meetings that were paying off really, really sort of had made their show special. So make sure that in these final sort of days you're getting lots of planning done. Listen, we can't really talk about IBC without talking to the organisation itself. And our next guest actually is IBC's head of marketing, a lady called Jo Meyer, who literally must be the busiest woman on this planet right now, along with all of the IBC team who are incredibly excited to be getting back to Amsterdam. Jo, hi, thanks for joining us.
Hi, Gay. It's great to be here. Thanks so much to KitPlus for organising this fantastic preview event.
Yeah, you're welcome. Absolutely. No, it's great. This morning's been amazing, hasn't it?
You should see outside the room, though.
Yeah, it's buzzing. It's absolutely buzzing
Incredible.
here. I mean, it feels like we're almost at the show. Yeah. I just want to carry on to Heathrow after here and just get there. It's so cool. So look, just a week to go. Tell us, Jo, you know, how are the final preparations all going?
Well, as you can imagine, it's incredibly busy, really, really busy, but it's so exciting. You know, we're finally seeing everything coming together, and the general noise in the market, across social media, the press, from talking to customers, you know, everything is incredibly positive. Everyone is looking forward to finally meeting face to face, and for the reunion we've not had for, 2 years now. We've got over 1,000 exhibitors signed up, all the big brands, as well as a host of new companies. And we're expecting some major project launches, some major new technologies that will be unveiled. And I just wanted to say at this moment, we're really grateful for how the industry has supported IBC. We're also seeing really strong visitor registrations. We've got an international mix similar to previous years, and we've got an increased quality of audience. So we're all set for a really fantastic event. There's also a real sense that serious business is going to be done at IBC. And this is, very similar sort of feedback from what we saw at NAB and other major trade shows. And just finally, I was speaking today to the team who are already in Amsterdam, and they commented on how everyone is so super excited, really looking forward to, finally getting this show back on the road.
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, there's so much going on in those 4 days that we're all going to be in Amsterdam. But just give us a quick rundown of some of the highlights that we can expect to see when we're there.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're so excited. We'll be bringing everyone, a really special IBC this year, and there are so many highlights. So I've just picked a few that are sort of close to my heart and the ones that I'm really looking forward to. So we announced yesterday a really exciting must-attend sort of show keynote, which is free and open to all show attendees. So we're welcoming Noni de la Peña. She's the godmother of virtual reality, and she will be giving her vision of what content experiences will look like in 2030 and beyond. She takes place, she'll be speaking on Saturday in the forum at 12:15, so don't miss it. Also really close to my heart is the Accelerator Innovation Zone. This is where we'll see the results of 8 fantastic projects which have been developed over the last 5 months, and the findings will all be presented there. The accelerators are an amazing collaboration between broadcasters, tech providers, and they offer solutions to real-life challenges. This year we're seeing projects from Next Gen News Studio, blockchain, 5G, the cloud, audio, and much more. So head to Hall 2, meet the companies involved, and hear the presentations on the innovation stage. The Changemaker program, this is new for 2022. It's a free-to-attend program of content from key industry partners covering a diverse range of topics: sustainability, diversity, workplace culture. This takes place on Sunday and Monday in the Forum and E102. And I'd like to thank very much all our organisations who are participating. These include ACE, Albert, EDCF, Gals and Gear, Movie Labs, RISE, Soho Media Club, The Circle, and Women in Immersive Tech. I think I've got them all. Then finally, IBC is all about innovation. You'll find it everywhere, from the exhibitors on the show floor to the show floor theatres, where you can hear from the likes of Google, Amazon, Accenture, Zixi, Piano, and EVS. And this year, I'm also really excited. There's so many companies with new and innovative tech who are making their debut this year. And if you head to the IBC show website, you can find details of these companies, what they're presenting as part of our Exhibitor Spotlight feature.
Just sounds so exciting. Wow. There's so much going on. And Joe, I know this isn't your first exhibition or your first Amsterdam rodeo, but it is your first IBC in the flesh. So tell me, what are you personally looking forward to?
Okay, so I was personally looking forward to IBC. I've probably just sort of covered, but in terms of sort of events and exhibitions, for me, it's about coming on site. This is the culmination of what has been a roller coaster of a ride, and this year more than ever. After the last minute cancellation last year, I just can't wait to sort of see everything coming together. So, I fell into events. I didn't come out of university and choose a career in events. I just ended up here, but I love it. I love getting on site. I love seeing the show build up around you. I love getting to meet in person all the people who make the event special, having those conversations, seeing all those things that, you don't expect to see. I love being on the show floor. I love going out with the video crews, talking to customers. Working in events is hard. You're constantly juggling multiple projects. You're trying to keep everyone happy. But for me, it's a real privilege to work in a sector where you really do see the result of that work, in person, building up around you. And ultimately, I think that's why live events will always have a future and they will continue to thrive.
Yeah, hear.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Hear. I'm with you on that.
Face-to-face can never be replaced.
No, absolutely.
Exactly.
Finally, Joe, you've done a few like us. What's your top tip for a trade show?
Okay, I can obviously go with drink lots of water, wear shoes, out your feet, etc., etc. Make sure you book your hair appointment a bit earlier than mine, because I'm struggling to get to the hairdresser.
Fair enough.
My highlights done, but I have sorted it finally.
Or you have an appointment like mine for a trim and end up getting a whole new haircut.
Well, very nice. I am now finally sorted for Monday afternoon. So spot the new hair on Tuesday. Look out for it. Anyway, my top trade show tip really is just go with an open mind. Yes, you need to plan, especially an event like IBC. And we've got plenty of tools for you to do that. We've got the mobile app available from all good app stores. You can visit our website. You can go through your favourite trade publications. There's the IBC Daily, social media. There's masses and masses of tools for you to prepare so you can arrive knowing what you want to do. However, don't just do that. Make sure you've got time to walk around the halls, to pop into some of the content sessions, to talk to someone you don't know, because that's the sort of fairy dust of exhibitions. You know, that's the times when you'll probably, you know, you might see something you didn't expect to see. You'll meet somebody and have conversations that lead to business that you weren't expecting. That's the joy of an exhibition. It's when you find something that really surprises and delights you, and that's what you'll remember and take from IBC.
That's brilliant. Absolutely. What great advice.
Absolutely.
I have to say, that is a really top tip.
You are right. All around the edges are these ones, these new people that you know, blood, sweat and tears, and they finally come and they want to present it to the world. You're right. And this is what they do. So.
Well, that's great. Thanks so much for joining us, Jo. That's really given us quite a sort of like, you know, sort of insight into sort of some of the things we can expect and actually, you know, continue to help sort of build the excitement towards sort of being there next week. And we will certainly see you there next week, for definite.
I'll see you there. So thanks so much, both of you. Thanks for inviting me to Loose Women, and see you next week.
We'll try not to have too much. Yeah.
Thanks, Jo.
Take care.
Yeah. Bye. Well, that was just fantastic to sort of hear
amazing.
Sort of
Good,
all
really
of
good
those
start.
sort of different things that are going on and sort of, you know, sort of what's
gets you even more excited, right? Bit more pumped.
I have to say, you know, it's really fantastic as well to sort of hear that the keynote this year will be a woman, which actually is, you know, again, something that's sort of really exciting, because let's face it, diversity in this industry and in the technology industry in general is a challenge.
Absolutely.
And it's not just about women, it's actually about, you know, different representations so that we actually have a much more sort of equal playing field. In fact, one woman who's been going to the show for quite some time is a lady called Daniela Wegner from Cinegy, who actually is going to join us and talk about some of her experiences at trade shows. And I understand she has both professional and personal experiences to share with her. I won't say any more, Jenny, and steal your thunder.
Absolutely, she's
but
my
let
guest.
me hand over to Jenny and Daniela to have a little chinwag about this stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think we're waiting for Daniela to come on camera. You don't get away with voice only on here.
We need to see your face. Hello.
Lovely to see you.
I'm trying.
Hello, you. Thank you so much for joining. Hello.
Oh, you're welcome. Hello. Thank you so much for asking me. I'm very flattered. Thank you.
You were an obvious choice. And one of the reasons is it true, a little bird told me, you actually met your husband at IBC some 24 years ago?
It is absolutely 100% true. Yes, so obviously this was well before I started working at Cinegy, before we founded it. Yes, and I met Jan, who's also the co-founder and managing director of Cinegy. 24 years ago, 1998.
Amazing.
But I was very young, very young.
Of course, of course. And how did you actually meet then? Come on, give us the gossip.
Well, there's a long tale to be involved with, but he was working with my boss at the time, and they were working at the same company, and one was a distributor for the other, and that's how I got introduced to him. And then we had quite a nice few times in IBC at Amsterdam, as you can imagine, when one is younger and, you know, fancy free and footloose.
And company expenses.
Yes, exactly.
Those for the day.
Had a lovely time. And, yes, so we met there, and I have a little secret for you, which won't be a secret anymore. 8 days later, he proposed.
I know, it's so lovely. I know. Who knew that IBC was also Cupid?
That is amazing.
I know.
That is absolutely fantastic.
Such a lovely story.
Yeah.
Such a lovely story.
And we've been married over 21 years.
Oh, that's amazing. And you named your
current husband is the
current husband, yes.
And who's the future husband?
Well, there's IBC next week.
We'll see.
Don't worry, Jan. Nobody's listening to this. It's all fine. So, changing tact a little bit. I do know that you have an office in Ukraine. That's where a lot of your research and development actually is. And I know that when the war broke out and things were looking a little bit dicey earlier on, you and your team actually went to the Polish border, picked up your colleagues, and actually brought them back to Germany. That was now 6 months ago. So, and lots has changed, unfortunately not as much as we'd all like in some directions. So could you just tell us a little bit about that whole operation, really?
Yes, so a few of my colleagues went to the border initially. This was the beginning, or just a few days after the invasion happened. There was other partners of ours, other Cinegy partners, who were also involved in their own operations, and basically everybody just decided to go pick up who was there, who could make it. A few days later, we had other people coming via Berlin on the train, and essentially what happened was we've managed to get not just our staff, but their families, like mums and sisters and children. And I think at one point we had over like 25 people, 28 people at the beginning of March in Germany, Sweden, Poland. Some people later on went to the UK and hosted there with some of my colleagues out of the Bristol office. So really, it's been a very big community effort. It's not just me at all. I'm just very proud of all of my colleagues who continued to work under those circumstances. Luckily, we're not located in Kiev. We are located in Zhytomyr. And whilst they did have air raids, it's not quite so bad now. We had support working in the cellars, in the bunkers, in the garages, doing their jobs. And I have to say, I'm immensely proud of how they carried on and are still carrying on. All the men who are left without their families, their families are still here in Germany. Some of whom are settling here for the meantime so that they can give their families continuity. The children are in German schools, kindergarten. We've employed all of the ladies who want to be employed so that we can get them, proper status here in Germany. So the German government has been fantastic. But what we wanted to do is obviously make sure that we can pivot from one country to the other. And when the ladies want to go home, we'll just make that happen as well. So we're uber flexible.
No, that's really nice, and a real personal touch as well. So really lovely. So changing subjects again, and this, the fact I don't wish to scare you, but this time next week you will be in Amsterdam getting ready for IBC. I know, I'm sorry to mention that really. So what would be your top trade show tip?
I actually have 3.
Okay.
If I may. Sure. So I was always told when I first did trade shows some years ago, never wear new shoes. Always have strepsils or throat sweets. And the last one is very important. If somebody offers you a mint, take it.
That's yes, especially yes. It's a very unsubtle way of telling you something, isn't it?
Yes.
That's brilliant, Daniela. So thank you so much. You've been an amazing guest. Really, really appreciated you coming on.
It's been lovely. I look forward to seeing you both next week.
Absolutely.
We'll be
look
there.
forward to it, definitely. Take care.
Take
Safe
care.
travels.
Take care. Bye.
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 That's a really good thing about mints, and how many places give out mints, and now you understand why.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's something to always.
I always come back from trade shows and find mints in the bottom of
everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. No, I know exactly what you mean. So we've got another guest. As we just heard, media plays a major part in all our lives and our businesses. And a trade show like IBC attracts a ton of media attention. And this year, over 200 journalists and analysts will actually come. One person who has their eye on the future of the industry is Maria from leading research company Omdia. Let's hear from her now.
Hola, Maria. How are you?
Hola. ¿Qué tal?
How are you doing?
Very good. Nice to be here with both of you.
Thank you for joining us. So really exciting IBC for you guys this year because you were named the official research partner for IBC. So yeah, tell us what that entails and what you've been up to as part of that.
So yes, guys, very exciting because after so many years attending IBC, this year will be special because for first time Omdia will be the official research partner. What does this mean? This means that for first time we have created an exclusive report available for free to everyone attending IBC. So whoever is listening and doesn't have a ticket, go to IBC because you will get a free copy of exclusive report, Trends in Media, focusing particularly around advertising and all the opportunities there.
That's so cool. So tell us about some of the big trends that you're spotting in media right now.
Big trends, for sure, we're going to talk about advertising, hybrid models. I think with Netflix announcing that even them are going to introduce advertising, everyone is key to see what will that represent, what percentage of the revenues will be advertising. But more important, what are the key technologies that will allow that to happen? How, not just for Netflix, but for other streaming video services now launching advertising or hybrid models, how vendors attending to the show can fit, can monetize, can be part of this success story, how can they monetize and take opportunities coming from this growing activity in FAST, in AVOD, and in the advertising streaming world. Another trend that we will focus a lot during IBC is what is happening around sports, streaming versus broadcasting. We know there are still a lot of challenges around streaming. And again, how technology, how vendors attending the show can help the sports streaming service moving forward. Topics around latency, piracy, all that which is still critical in order to sports streaming to succeed.
Actually, Maria, I'm going to interrupt slightly because I know that you've actually just launched a new sports dashboard, haven't you? In fact, Max was in my office this week. I didn't sadly get to see him. I was at another meeting, but he was actually chatting to my team about it, and they were very enthused. So I think it'd be really good just to hear a little bit about that, you know, for a 30-second elevator pitch on that one. I think it's a subject close to lots of our hearts. Yeah.
You are spot on. We just launched a new sports dedicated service looking at sports fans. Who are the sports fans? What do they like to watch? Where do they consume content? How many minutes? And there are very interesting results, like looking at the UK, for example. When we look at the sport fans, 60% are men, but 40% are women. What do women and men like to watch? What is the age groups? In which devices? What are the opportunities there? So it's really exciting. Like, of course, football is number one for both groups. But when we take into account other things like the Olympics is the number one sports game that women in the UK love, and it's the second for men. So we're going to look at different types of sports, not just football, rugby. We will look at other types of sports and what are opportunities there for streaming video services, for partnerships, and for key technologies and vendors that they should enter in this space.
That is fascinating because, you know, you do hear a lot of people talking about, you know, that sort of lower tier of niche sports, and actually how streaming and the cloud gives them the opportunity to reach an audience that they haven't been able to reach before and sort of maximize the value of their rights. But unless you actually know who's watching it and who wants to engage with it, how do you go out and convince someone that that's a proper business model?
100%, and that's why we created the dashboard. Yeah. Of course, we have to still pay attention to football, rugby, and the top sports, but we're paying a lot of importance to those niche or more dedicated specialized sports that they have very loyal fans. And yes, we need to identify who are those fans and how to grow audiences for other sports that they also need to grow in eyeballs around the world. So we're going to focus on both. And I will be at the show with Max, and we will be presenting some of the results in sports on Sunday at IBC. So if anyone is interested to hear more about sports or advertising or any of the new trends in media, please feel happy to reach out to us.
Brilliant, brilliant. So, Maria, I know as part of all this work that you and the team at Omdia are doing, you actually spend a lot of time talking to broadcasters and service providers and content owners. So tell me, are they coming to Amsterdam? And more importantly, if they are, why?
Yeah. Gay, they are. They are because I think finally people see the light at the end of the tunnel and they really, really finally want to meet up, see people. September is a fantastic month for IBC. There are lots of networking opportunities, lots of parties, lots of activities around the canals in Amsterdam. So everyone is super excited. Lots of people that they said no in the past now are coming. So I think it's going to be a fantastic year for IBC. I'm personally really, really happy to be there next week. So I think it's going to be a massive success.
And finally, before we let you go, what's your top trade show tip?
I think everyone knows about comfy shoes, but I will say something very important. Always have water with you. Drink a lot of water. There are lots of parties, there are lots of activities, lots of indoor meetings. So please drink a lot of water because you will, your body will be grateful the next day, the next morning, and try to make the most of all the parties that you are invited. Even if you think, I know no one or it's not relevant to me, use all the network opportunities, go to all the events that you are invited to. It's fantastic to meet new people. There will be always new opportunities for you.
Yeah. That's great. Yeah. Thank you, Maria. Can't wait to see you there and certainly have a cocktail or two in Soho House.
And water.
and water, of course. And water. and water. When we get together. So safe travels and see you next week. And thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
See you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to sort of think about and sort of learn.
And there's so many different opportunities you can actually go to as well, which is great.
Absolutely. I mean, I think, this research that's going on will sort of really sort of give us that sort of feel into, the future of television.
Absolutely.
And sort of where people are going. And, it is sort of really quite fascinating that, all of these people gathering in Amsterdam to sort of meet and talk and debate and really sort of set the agenda for what's going to happen next.
Absolutely. No, I agree.
Yeah.
No, we are very fortunate to be in this sort of place at this time.
No.
There's genuinely change going on, right?
Absolutely. And of course, one part of IBC that gives you a real insight into that is the conference.
Definitely.
And actually this year, the IBC content programme is really exciting and has quite a lot of new elements. And we actually have as our next guest sort of joining us now, Jessica from IBC, hello, who is actually running the conference and the content programme at the show this year. So, Jessica, thank you so much for joining us.
Not at all. Thanks for asking me. Nice to be here.
It's a pleasure. And you, just like Joe, must be super, super busy. So we really do appreciate you taking some of your time for us.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a bit manic at the moment, but it's
really?
It's a little bit manic.
It's this banking sleep and banking energy. Once we figure it out, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
So you have the conference program, the content program. It's taking a slightly different shape this year. So and obviously we've had virtual conferences, and now we're actually going to have finally a face-to-face conference. So can you tell us a little bit more about it this year?
Yeah, the content programs this year are looking really, really strong, actually. So obviously, IBC itself is a little bit shorter. So we've got a 4-day program, but we've got loads going on. So we've got the 2-day conference program on the Friday and Saturday. We've got a new Changemaker program taking place on the Sunday and Monday. And then across the show floor, we've got different stages. So we've got the innovation stage, we've got the showcase theatre, and we've got the content everywhere stage as well, where there's loads of great content happening on the show floor. So there's a lot going on, but there's a clear differentiation between what's happening in each of those pockets of activities.
So one of the things is it is still quite difficult to get people to come out of their office or their home. So have you found it a little trickier getting a wider variety of speakers? It is, people have sort of got used to hiding behind Zoom a little bit. And in a way it's been good because you can have people from all over the world, like you're in London and we're not. So I'm just wondering how you found it with regards to actually getting people to turn up, attend and speak.
Yeah, I mean, confirming speakers is never easy. It always takes a little bit of persuasion and
they're sometimes very secretive, aren't they, as well?
Yeah. So it's never an easy task, but this year I think it's really good timing because people are, excited really to see each other and excited to share what they've been doing over the last couple of years, excited to meet their peers. So I wouldn't say it's been harder than usual to recruit speakers and get them confirmed on the programme. And there's been so much innovation that's been taking place behind the scenes, during these last couple of years, and lots of change in the industry that I think people are just ready to now talk about it face to face and reconnect with our community.
Couldn't agree more. And, you know, we've all got used to this, but there is nothing like face-to-face. So it is, you know, it is really good. So I really love the idea of these change maker sessions. How did that actually come about? And I'm probably not the only one who doesn't know much about it, but I do like the idea of the teasers that I've seen.
Oh, fab. So we really wanted to bring a bit more of a human, you know, bring a bit more of a human side to IBC and the content programs. And it's important to address subjects like diversity and inclusion, sustainability, new tech, leadership. You know, they're the sort of critical factors that, you know, impact us as human beings working in the industry. And there's so many great organizations out there already that are driving that change. We thought, well, let's, you know, if we want to sort of address that whole slate of the culture side of the industry, let's bring some organizations in that are doing that good work, and get them to tell us what they're doing and provide, you know, almost sort of create IBC as a platform to talk about them and talk about the next actions and the next things that are happening. So, you know, we've got groups like Women in Immersive Tech, who are talking about gender diversity in the kind of immersive tech world. We've got Albert coming to talk about sustainability. We've got Soho Media Club talking about how to make tech more inclusive. And then we've got the likes of Rise, who are talking about, you know, the really good work they're doing in terms of really championing women in broadcast. I've missed loads out, and I think we've got Amy coming next from Thousand Gear, who are also on the programme as well. So it's really about bringing these different organisations together to talk about, you know, how we need to drive change, what change is happening, and what can we do collectively as an industry to progress, you know, things like, you know, all the sort of the CSR topics, if you like.
And where exactly can we see or hear or immerse ourselves in this type of thing?
So you can come along to the Changemaker programme is taking place on the Sunday and Monday of IBC in the Forum and E102. So there's 2 tracks taking place in parallel. And we've got some really good sessions. A lot of the sessions have got networking drinks associated. So I'm hoping that's a bit of a bonus as well. But on a serious note, you know, the networking is an important part, and we've tried to weave that into the programme as much as possible. So, you know, even at the conference at the end of day one, we've got a conference networking drinks with a live DJ. We've got on the Sunday night, we've got the awards, IBC Awards networking event as well. And then, like I said, these sort of smaller networking events happening in between sessions as well. And it's just important to get people together again and an opportunity to reconnect.
Nice, thank you. Well, this won't be a surprise that our last question is going to be, and what is your top trade show tip? Because we're asking everybody, I'm afraid.
And getting some good answers.
Yeah, no, but we have. And that's the problem, that all the good answers are kind of gone. So, I know, it's tricky, isn't it? I know. Yeah, sorry about that. Go for it, no pressure.
Oh, so I can't say wear flat shoes and keep hydrated.
No, go on.
Well, I'd probably say plan to a certain extent, like cherry pick the really good things that you want to see, and across the board, like cherry pick 2 or 3 really good conference sessions, cherry pick a networking event that you want to go to, and cherry pick some innovations you want to see on the show floor. And, you know, just make it happen, really. And then maybe the rest of it, you can sort of go with the flow and leave it to chance to see who you meet. And, you know, you can get inspiration from anywhere. But I think just having kind of those few things in your back pocket that you know that you want to go to is a good idea, because it's an intense 4 days. So, yeah, it's good to plan.
Well, that's brilliant.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. And thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Yeah, not at all. Look forward to seeing you there.
See you next week. Absolutely.
All right. Take care.
That's our standard thing.
Absolutely.
See you next week.
See you next week.
So I have to say now I've learned a little bit more about the Changemaker. I'm even more intrigued, and I definitely need to sign up to some of those things.
It's a good idea, isn't it? I really love it, that inclusivity, bringing lots of different organisations in.
A little bit of fresh thinking.
Yeah, exactly.
Switch it up a bit, which is really good.
I love it. I really like it as well. Yeah.
So we're actually rather fortunate to have a guest from Washington, DC, in fact. That's why we've got it a little bit later, and she is, in fact, live. So, Amy, thank you so much for joining us from Gals and Gear.
Good morning, Amy. Thanks for joining us.
How are you?
Quite early. I'm good, thanks. And you?
That's okay. I've got my cup of coffee. I'm ready to go.
Absolutely.
We're on our rosé.
We're on the wine already.
and water, obviously.
Absolutely. You wouldn't expect anything less of us.
No.
So Amy, I'm very familiar with Gals and Gears, and I've actually sort of, had the privilege of doing quite a bit of sort of work with you. But actually, I think a lot of people here in Europe probably aren't as familiar. So, tell us a little bit about Gals and Gears and how you kind of came up with originating it as a concept.
Sure. Well, the short answer is that I was attending an industry event as a speaker, and I noticed there was no line at the ladies' room. There was a long line snaking out of the men's room, but not the ladies' room. So I wanted professional women in media and entertainment to feel like, especially women of color, LGBTQ, anyone who identified as a woman, to feel that they had a community supporting their professional goals and that they were able to be visible and to be heard. So initially, we launched as an informal speakers bureau to help source fabulous people who could talk about tech topics and just happened to be women. And then we expanded that into networking events. And a few years ago, we launched an emerging leaders training series.
Amazing. And why is it important for you to bring that message sort of out of the US? And why is being part of the IBC Changemaker program important to you?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, even though I started it in the United States, we are so happy to be participating at IBC, and we have women from all around the world who have been part of our programs. Partly in thanks to COVID, of course, because we had to go virtual for a couple of years. So we really have had women on every continent participating. And so it's important for us to feel that we're there to welcome women in a community of professionals wherever industry events are happening. So speaking of joining us, we want to welcome men and women to join our happy hour after our Changemakers program on the 11th. It'll be at the Forum Bar. So everybody is welcome, thanks to our wonderful lead sponsors, Dell and NVIDIA.
That's fantastic. And tell me a little bit more about your session. So you have the session before that. I think your sessions, is it at 3 o'clock on the Sunday?
I believe it's 3:30.
3:30, yeah. Tell me about that. What's that going to look at?
Well, I think one of the things that we're really looking at is innovations that are changing content workflow. And so the people on our panel are really right at the heart of that, but they're also at the heart of changes that are innovating the industry and making it a more diverse place. So they're all at the nexus of those two things, which is pretty exciting.
And who have you got speaking on that session?
We have Alexandra Husino from Immersion, which is an immersive platform. We have the moderator is Randy Altman from Post Perspective, of course. She's fantastic. We have, I'm slipping in my mind here because I didn't have my list in front of me. We have Seppi Motamedi from NVIDIA. We have Lisa Ausiker from Quilt. So it's a really diverse spread of folks, as well as myself, and all in different aspects of the content pipeline. So it's a pretty exciting group of women to pull together.
That's absolutely
amazing. Yeah, I know. Wow.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. And will it be the first time that Gals and Gears has been officially part of IBC?
Absolutely. So, that's why we had to host a happy hour.
I do love it when you guys
knows we're there.
Yeah, when you guys kind of get here, there's always a happy hour, which I absolutely love. And
it would be rude not to support them. Right?
No, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So please bring colleagues. We want to meet everyone. And one of the things we really love to do is also introduce women who are maybe a little earlier in their careers. to those of us who might be a little further along. So really, we want to make those connections for young women who are coming along the pipeline, whether they're in production, post, distribution, whatever aspect of the industry. So please bring all of those younger folks from your booth who may be busy, but you could maybe spare them for a few minutes to help them network for themselves.
No, definitely worthwhile. And I think that is actually part of, you know, what other guests have been speaking about. It's one of the good things that actually a complete range and age can actually has all the same opportunities as everybody, basically. And you're there, again, planning and making the best of it.
And I think that's what that whole sort of live trade show experience gives you, isn't it? It is that networking opportunity. There's people that you meet that you just wouldn't meet any other way.
There's nothing like it, Gay. You know it as well as anyone. There's nothing like the in-person, three-dimensional experience of connecting with people. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us, Amy. We will
I can't wait to see you in person.
You haven't asked her the question.
Oh my God, no! I haven't asked you my final question. Sorry.
The question.
And as a woman who has been to like a gazillion trade events, you have definitely got a lot to contribute. What is your top tip for going to a trade show?
I have a tip for you.
Yay!
Someone's already said it, but I have learned to take a selfie with people that I meet. So I always have my camera with me, take a selfie, and then also take a picture of their badge. So then I can send them a reminder that we met and what we talked about.
That is really
Now that's really smart because you get business cards and you have the person.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't know about you, but after a while I can't remember who is who.
And I'm a visual person, so I need to remember, you know, who I was and oh yeah, we were in that hallway, or oh yeah, we were at that coffee bar and we were talking about
It's really good. Or you bump into them, just like you say, not even in the exhibition place and everything else. Badge, face and everything else and you're golden.
Exactly.
That's a brilliant tip.
That's my top tip.
Yeah.
Only a professional filmmaker would come
That
up with
is
that as a
true.
top tip. Thanks for that one.
But
I
we are
really love
stealing it now.
Yeah, we are stealing it. We're all going to be selfies. Amy, safe travels, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much.
See you there.
Hey, see you
Bye.
there. Bye-bye. Fantastic.
Gosh, that was great.
I know. I don't know, you know, sort of after hearing about all of this, I just can't wait to
I know.
kind of get there.
I was worried that it's only a week, and now I'm thinking it's the whole week before we go there.
Absolutely. And, you know, a lot of us, you know, like Amy, like yourself, like me, you know, we've been going to trade shows for years. But you know, what happens if you've never been to a trade show before?
Yes.
You know, if this is your first time. So actually, for a little bit of fun, we've actually invited an IBC rookie to join us. And sort of like, actually, we're kind of opening the floor to her, and she's going to quiz Jenny and I.
It's a bit scary, this, because we
a little
don't
bit.
know what we're about to be asked.
Absolutely.
So.
And she's going to actually ask us sort of what she should be getting ready for as her first IBC. Welcome, Our. Lovely to have you with us.
Hello.
It's great joining you guys. I get to finally ask you guys some questions.
Yeah.
That's good.
No pressure. We're fine.
That's nice. I'm really excited for IBC. As you may have mentioned, so I work at Manor Marketing. I have recently joined the industry, so this is going to be my first IBC. And I think it may be the case for a lot of people as well. So I just thought it would be nice to ask you guys your top tips for anyone that is going to be attending IBC for the first time. Now, from your experience, what can you tell me about the atmosphere? What can I expect at IBC on that first day?
Do you want to go first?
Sure. I think the bottom line for me is just expect it to be bigger than you ever had it in your imagination.
Yes.
Because I think when you're working on an event like this and you're sort of like planning and sort of looking at sort of everything that's going on, the scale of the event doesn't actually quite hit you. And I've certainly had that myself with sort of new members of my team that we've taken out to Amsterdam.
Yeah.
When they've got there, they just walk around for the first hour with their sort of mouth open, eyes like wide, going, wow, I had no idea. So, you know, it is overwhelming, but the atmosphere it's electric and incredibly exciting, but it's big. So plan ahead on that so that you actually have an understanding of that size. You know, just little things like when you're doing planning meetings, you know, just physically to get from hall 10, for example, to hall 5, which are opposite sides of the Rye, you know, it's going to take you 10, 15 minutes, and that's if you know you're wet.
Yeah, if you get lost. Yeah. You just go the wrong way and you're going the wrong way. Actually, Joe mentioned an app, the IBC app, and actually that is really, really useful. You can put in where you're going, and then literally, a bit like Google Maps, you can follow the blue dots, and that will get you from point A to point B. You could maybe ask some people, but they might be lost too.
Fair enough. Well, I'll talk about water. I think I've heard a rumor, right, that you do need lots and lots of shoes. Is that true?
Lots, but do you know what? I remember going once, and I've still got a picture where I had a couple of pairs of boots, you know, sort of like high boots, and then sort of ankle boots, and then different shoes. I think I had about 9 pairs, which was absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Your feet do get sore, but basically you just need some different shoes and comfy shoes. Do not wear your heels. This is not the time to think glamour. This is more, you've got to be smart but comfortable.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you know, I've actually done that in my sort of like younger days, sort of tried to totter around Hall 1 in a pair of sort of high heels and realised quite quickly that that wasn't happening.
Not a good idea.
Also, don't be afraid. I always pack a pair of nice, smart trainers like Converse or whatever. Other trainers do exist. Because, you know, in this day and age, wearing a pair of trainers with a dress is absolutely fine. And, you know, there might just get to one of those days where there's nothing else you can bear. I mean, if it's hot, I always sort of resort to flip-flops because I live in them. Yeah, just be sensible and sort of, you know, wear things that you'll be comfortable in.
Nice. Well, you did mention kind of the venue and how, you know, large it is of a venue. What would you advise on kind of clothes? Do I wear a jumper? Do I not?
This is a classic case of layers. And that sounds really old-fashioned. Yeah. But actually,
like your mum.
It does rather, yes. I'm so sorry. Yes, we're going to now mother you. Yeah. But basically, you will find certain halls are really cold and certain halls are really warm. And when you're walking around, you're going to get hot and cold as well. So IBC is a little bit more, it's a wee bit smarter, I would say, than NAB. Yeah. So we're getting less of the suits, but it's still a lot more, it's a lot smarter. So I would always do different sort of tops and jackets, but also think about a lot of the time you don't go back to your hotel room. So you're going to be going straight from the show to drinks, to dinner, wearing the same shoes as well as the same clothes. So think about how you might have a nice top, but you wear a jacket during the day and then you can take it off in the evening.
Yeah, but also remember everyone's in the same boat. Yes. You know, no one's going to sort of like, you know, sort of like turn up in full sort of, you know, sort of glamour. And it is business, not show business. It is. And so, you know, ultimately, it's just being sensible and comfortable, and just knowing that you can be yourself.
Yeah, that's really important.
Nice. Well, I do have another question, right? Because it is going to get really busy in there. Do you have any sort of secret areas that you can just go and, you know, take a breather for just 5 minutes?
Behind green screens like this. Yeah. Just hide.
Yeah. Well, you know, the IABM lounge.
Definitely.
Yeah, the IABM lounge above Hall 4 is really good, if you remember. There's actually a really sort of good place. Again, above Hall 4, which many people don't know about, there's actually a cafeteria, and that has a really fantastic outdoor space that I have never seen busy. Yeah. So, you know, it's actually, you know, sort of really, that's a good place to hide.
But also, you know, just take, as if it's not raining and you never know, you know, get some vitamin D and just actually go outside. There's lots of places you can sit outside. If you have a little bit longer, there's actually some really nice, you know, sort of coffee shops and restaurants around the Rye. There's actually, that's really grown as an area, actually. Yeah. It used to be if you needed to go out, a meal or whatever, you had to go into town. But now the whole area around the Rye is really, really good.
Nice. I'm really looking forward to that. I do have one last question. There was a lot going on. There is a lot going on at IBC. Lots of great events. What are the ones that you're looking forward to, simply, and that we can?
You can take this.
I'm looking forward to lots of things, but I'm definitely looking forward to Sports Video Group's Women in Sports event on Saturday afternoon, which is always a great event, and then they follow through after that with their overall SVG event. I'm really looking forward to the keynote. I'm definitely going to make sure I don't have any conflicting meetings and go and see Nonna Della Penna, because I think that would be fascinating to hear her talk about reality TV. And you know, it'd be great if there were like loads of women in that audience to sort of like, you know, celebrate that there's a woman keynote at IBC. And I'm looking forward to Amy's Changemaker session.
I have to say, yeah, she's inspired me to go.
Yeah, she's fantastic. And she throws a very good happy hour.
So, yeah, I mean, she was alluding to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just as the IBM has a lounge where you can hide a little bit, there is also an event for their members as well. I think that's on Saturday night. Sorry if I've got that wrong, guys. And pretty much every single stand from about 4 o'clock onwards will have some sort of drinks or food event. Now, this is a really good way to network and everything else, but actually it's also a good way just to sort of drink maybe 1 wine, 1 water, to sort of pace it as well. But there's lots of different ways to actually just meet people, and don't be frightened of just going up and chatting to people. That's actually what they're there for. It's just more about engaging and talking.
Cool. Hope that was
really
Yeah, you need to just enjoy it.
Yeah, I'd enjoy it, but also take it as a big opportunity to learn. You know, there's so much to see and learn. So when you've got downtime and you haven't got meetings or things that you need to be at, just wander and go onto booths and ask questions. People are always keen to share what they're doing if they're not so busy, and actually, you know, sort of like show you sort of what their company's actually offering. And it's a great way of learning.
Definitely.
So enjoy it, and we're looking forward to seeing you there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I hope that this was also helpful for anyone else watching that was wondering a little bit more about what to expect. So that was really, really great. Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome. Thanks for joining us. Absolutely. Well, I can't believe it, but this hour has absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
I know. We were nervous about
it. Exactly, we were saying, how are we going to fill an hour? For God's sake, you know, and it's just gone by so quickly. And so, you know, actually, sort of, it's really fantastic. Matt and Simon have had some lunch, and they're almost sort of ready to sort of, you know, come back and take the hot seat. And how they're actually managing to do, what is it, 11 hours?
12 hours.
12
8
hours.
till 8.
Yeah, well, 11 hours of them.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
How they're actually managing to do that sort of today, I have absolute respect for.
Yeah,
and I think it's, you know, it's just such a great opportunity for people to sort of share their experiences and actually what they're sort of doing at the show. I mean, you know, we've heard lots of great tips. And I think, you know, one of the words that for me came out really strongly was about planning. You know, just knowing what you want to do, where you want to do it, and making sure that you actually follow through on that. I used to always kind of leave a trade show with a bit of a sort of departure angst.
Yeah.
Of
like,
kind
what
of,
did I forget?
Did I do that? Did I see them? Blah, blah, blah. And actually, what I'd actually do now is I actually just make a list. I have a list of the key things I must do while I'm there. And every morning I check off what did I manage to achieve. I actually, I'm a little bit anal. I even have lists like what must I have done by the end of the first day.
Right.
You know, what must I have done by then? And that way, actually, you don't kind of like get in the cab on the way back to the airport at the end of the show and like go, no, I didn't see so-and-so. So that would kind of almost be, you know, sort of my sort of analysis of that sort of...
And don't rely on your memory. Write things down.
Absolutely.
Write everything down that you know, hear about or you talk about, because there's so much that you'll be bombarded with.
Yeah.
You won't remember it all.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And Jenny, we've asked everybody the top tip.
Is it my turn for the question?
So I don't think we can get away without sort of doing that ourselves. So from your point of view...
But I have props for this. But
what is your top tip?
Well, my props, basically, don't wear these. You wear these, basically. And if you're in any doubt about where you can get a cup of tea, this is going to the UK Pavilion, and you are all very welcome to come and have a cup of tea there.
Well, and as a Yorkshire girl, or lass, I should say, a cup of Yorkshire tea is always something that travels the world with me, because I'm a big fan. I think sort of, for me, sort of, slightly flippant top tip would be eye gels.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely swear by these things. Yep. These actually happen to be cannabis ones, so very apt for IBC. Slap them under your eyes in the morning for 10 minutes while you're getting ready. No one will know you're drinking espresso martinis at 1 o'clock in the morning. You'll get away with it.
Good. We've had a fantastic time. But there is one thing that I feel I should mention, and that is regretfully that David McGregor passed away earlier this week. A staunch supporter of the entire industry, and IBC will not be the same without him. And there will be other people this year that regretfully we won't be seeing because we've not been together for a couple of years. But it is going to be incredible. Yeah. You have been an amazing partner in crime.
So have you.
Thank you very much.
Really enjoyed it.
So it's been really, really good.
Looking forward to seeing everybody. Yep. We're going to take a short break now, but we can't go without saying thank you so much to Simon and Matt and the KitPlus team and to IBC and to all our guests. Yep. And see you in Amsterdam, guys.
Thank you so much.
Go to a short video to give you some outtakes and sort of like smiles. And then Simon and Matt will be back for their next mega session until the evening. Take care.
Thanks
Travel
for joining
safe
us.
And see you soon.
Bye.
Thank you.
We've been here all week shooting videos as we have been doing for the last 12 years of 13 years of what I don't care. Let's try again.
We're here with, I've forgotten your name straight away.
Oh.
And we're here at NAB 2022.
We've been using the camera that I can't remember the name of because we only use a cutaway.
With this person here, I'm going to talk some shit because I have no idea what I'm saying.
We're now outside in a truck. Well, we're inside in the truck, outside in a truck. We're outside in a truck in the outside broadcast. No, see, I was all going well at the first bit.
NAB 2020, 2020, 2022 and 2022. It really has. It's been a long time. I've just materialised here from the Starship Enterprise.
We just need a Stella.
About what we're doing at KitPlus.com. Sorry.
Would we start again? Always do it with you, every single time.
Why? Bossy, I think is the word.
And we're in NAB, believe it or not.
NAB 2022 again, and no, we're not here again.
No, we haven't been here for a while at all.
A number of multi-dime videos. It's not a number of multi-dime videos.
I've already forgotten the name. I'm going to start again. What was it? Gordon, isn't it? Gordon.
Yeah, that's right.
We're not from the suburbs of Chicago at all. No, we've come 5,000 miles from England. You're going to go again from the top. You can't hide that.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Yeah. And
Stuart Russell. I'm going to do that again. I was going to call you Russell.
So what does Tallyman do, Simon? I'm going to interview you now.
Outside in a truck. Well, we're inside in the truck, outside in a truck. We're outside in a truck in the outside.
And welcome back. Wasn't that a fantastic hour with Jenny and Gay? If you want to see more of them, because I think they've got ideas of a weekly format now, so if you want to see more of them, then make sure you add your comments and we'll get them back for some more.
Why not?
So, part 2 of the 12-hour stream, IBC Exhibitor previews, and we've got our old friend Lewis from Cinegy coming online. Lewis, are you there? Hello. Oh, we can't hear you, Lewis.
Muted.
Oh, no.
There we go.
There we go.
I can hear you.
It was just slow. It was just like me feeling it today. No, welcome. Thank you for having me in your crazy telemarathon.
It's lovely to have you. Lovely to have you. So, straight on with IBC. That's what we're here for, Lewis. I'd be surprising if you're not showcasing something to do with 8K.
Always. Yeah, last time, it was so long ago we were at IBC last time, it was all a bit more new. We had to have like a man come from Sharp with his 8K camera to actually do something real. And now, of course, it's been 3 years and everything's so much more real. So all of the products that we were kind of showing, look, it's a preview of like live 8K workflows. It's all shipped a few years ago. So there will be again 8K, and of course Jan's bought himself a couple of massive 80-odd inch 8K screens for the front of our booth, which is bigger than ever. So yeah, it's going to be great to be back.
So is there any particular advances? Are we what are people, existing or new customers what are they coming to Cinegy to see and talk to you about?
So we're seeing a lot more people that they really care about kind of total cost of ownership and how they'll life cycle this stuff over multiple years. So some of the stuff we've been doing at Cinegy since our last IBC, 3 years ago, was, our professional services arm has grown quite a lot. We've done a number of really quite cool projects, really helping customers because they don't need to have the kind of skills that can roll out these kind of transformatory programs on the bench between like 5-year, 10-year upgrades. So we kind of drop in, help them. We see customers really, really appreciating that. And of course, what happened with the pandemic and just in general with availability of kit, the cloud is ever more important. So yeah, we're really, really chuffed to win the NAB Product of the Year award for Cinegy Channel in the Cloud back at NAB. And we've not stood still. We've continued building out. We'll be previewing some of the Cinegy Cloud platform components that enable people to literally just grab a laptop, bung it on some Wi-Fi and begin broadcasting without needing to be in the usual kind of Active Directory managed service. Where's my NAS head with all of the media storage? Yeah, we've got some really, really cool innovation in what we kind of refer to internally as our second generation cloud platform, where we're really looking to optimize how much this stuff costs, how much equipment you need humming in the background. So there's a lot of really cool low-level tech stuff that will help customers deploy and help customers' wallets.
Brilliant. And where they're coming to see you, are you in the same place, bottom of the escalators in Hall 7?
Hall 7, bigger booth than ever. We're back. We're keen. We're mean. You come out from the beach, roll out from there, come down those escalators, and you can't miss us.
The problem is, once you're at the beach, you don't often make it out.
Yeah, but for us, you'd make that.
We'll
sacrifice.
have a go. Yeah.
We make the effort. Lewis, thanks for talking to us. We'd love to talk longer, and in fact, we will be on your booth for quite a while, I think, at IBC. So we'll do some good videos and share those with everybody as well.
Sounds brilliant. Looking forward to being on your blooper reel next year.
Always. Thanks, Lewis. Take care.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
All right. Right. Hopefully we've got someone waiting in the wings. I think it's Will.
Yeah, we're talking to Will Walters from NewTek.
Excuse me.
He's the head of global product management for NewTek and NDI.
Interesting.
Sounds quite cool.
So yeah,
good
he's
job
not
title.
going to be far away.
So
incoming, so we believe.
John connects him through. So as we said before, John Pratchett is in the background. He's doing what he does.
And we think of NDI as being sort of, it's there, it's done, it's not evolving, maybe a bit of compression and that's it. There must be more to it. So
we'll ask Will in a
hopefully
minute.
Will's going to tell us about it. Oh.
Hi, Will. How you doing?
Hello, gentlemen. Great to be here.
It's lovely
Good
to
afternoon.
It's nice to see you too.
Afternoon at last.
So, Will, you're the head of global product management for NewTek and NDI. So, I guess you're the best person to answer Matt's question just then.
Yeah.
What's happening with NDI? Where's it going?
Oh, well, happening with NDI, well, we have a lot of places to go. So with NDI, we just part of this goes into creating or delivering some focus around the creator market. As we all know, the video is being used, from content creation to media production. We have a lot of video to feed demand. So we wanted to be able to deliver a more enhanced user experience, deliver some more tools such as the NDI router, to be able to have easy connection and taking really the advantage of IP workflows and bring that to people who don't need to be networking experts to be able to really get their audio, their video, their metadata, and all the particular things that you need for video production from one place to another in an easy, quick way. Additionally to that, we have, of course, the updates to NDI Remote with some talkback functions so that you can really have a backhaul or a communication across geography to some of this. And of course, a lot of improvements under the hood as we are always talking with our partners and our users, and as we see technology. That's what we have currently. You can see at the show. Of course, there's a lot of products that are built around it. And back at NAB earlier this year, there's 50 companies that were all having and showing NDI products. We are excited to see that and more here at the upcoming show at IBC with that presence. And then we have 30 NDI partners, I believe, that I already know are guaranteed to be on the show floor, working and moving around with NDI. Of course, the whole point is to really allow for that flexibility and give people the opportunity to take advantage of IP regardless of your level, right? And to really give the tools for companies to also be able to bring the products out to market so that they can take advantage of that same ecosystem.
Sure. And what can we expect? I mean, New Tech normally have some surprises to show visitors at these big shows. Can you give any hints about any new releases that we can expect to see?
Of course. You know, well, at New Tech, we are always about, we generally don't talk about future development and everything. However, you know, New Tech is very, we're always looking at innovation. And really, as I get up in the day and I work with the team at New Tech, we're always trying to think about what's coming next. What are the next tools that are needed for video production and video storytellers? So instead of having a brand new product that's just released, a brand new product in our TriCaster Mini line. And the idea here is as a desktop integrated live production, really studio or production device that is the 4 integrated HDMI connectors to it, but also 8 NDI connections, or being able to work with IP connections, really being able to take advantage again of software-defined storytelling so that you can create whatever you need, whether you're doing things in Zoom rooms, being able to give graphics and various things, even in calls like we are on right now, or to be able to really create and give your content. Now, something that's really cool in that TriCaster Mini X, we launched it with this product, but I'm happy to say at IBC, we're going to be bringing this to all of the current modern TriCaster line. Is something. What this does is it really allows you to have your video, like basically access to the internet right in your video switcher. So HTML graphics, we can render directly within the video switcher, but it's more than just the graphics component. Say you really want to be able to have that video on your corporate video on demand system, or maybe you need to a new product that is on a web experience. Well, we can render those directly within the switcher without having to have separate computers or separate devices, scan conversion, all of that fun stuff. It can be done directly within the product. So a really fun new way to think about video production, because again, we're all working and kind of bringing all these different things together. So that's one. Of course, we also have another product when you think of the future of video. We announced it and released it earlier in the summer, but it'll be the first show that anyone can see this. And that's a product we call CaptureCast. And this is the idea of micro broadcasting. So while it's most heavily used maybe in the educational space, the intent and the purpose here is really to allow non-video producers, say you're at a live event, anyone that's delivering information, or you have a situation where you need to capture and then rebroadcast or broadcast snippets or enrich that media in a very friendly, non-technical way, CaptureCast is a very cool product to be able to enhancement, media enrichment, and automation into those types of productions.
Brilliant. Well, as we know, New Tech NDI, it spans the entire sort of broadcast, shall we say, range of customers, you know, from education all the way through to broadcast. So where can we find you?
So we will be part, of course, you know, New Tech and NDI both are separate companies under the VizRT Group brand. And so you can see both and talk to people at Hall 7, booth C701. Specifically to New Tech, though, of course, we work with channel partners. And so the product of New Tech, look at the 3D Storm booth, who is our one of our fantastic distributors there in Europe. And they're also in Hall 7.
Fantastic. Thank you, Will. We could talk all day about New Tech and NDI, I'm sure, but that gives everybody a good overview of what to see at IBC. So thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you next week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. So more not in a similar line at all, but similar audience, Internal. We've got Daniel.
So John should be talking to Daniel first, but
we're not going to bring John in.
Challenge. So Daniel, hello.
Hi guys.
How are you doing, Daniel?
Good. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Time for IBC, right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you've got new products, new features for IBC?
Yeah. We've been working hard, and this year we will continue to push a lot for interoperability. We have, as part of the SRT Alliance and the RIST Forum, we think interoperability between vendors, between different manufacturers are key, and we've continued to improve our support for this. So we'll showcase that. We've done it before. We will showcase it again. We also have support for AES67 to improve our intercom solution and also to improve our remote commentary solution. More than that, on the software side, we have stream synchronization, key for multi-camera remote productions. So that's also a huge part of what we're showcasing. Yeah.
Great. And only leaves us really, where can we find you?
You can find us at Hall 5, stand F59. We also have, on the hardware side, we actually have a new release, and that's the Direct Link Compact. I know we've talked about it before. We will have a new standalone unit and a backpack unit. The unit is a one-channel encoder, but it can also support return video, VPN to control PTZ cameras, intercom, and of course cellular bonding with our network bonding protocol Bifrost. So it's a lot of fun stuff. I actually have the prototype here.
Cool.
Here it is.
Product placement.
Exactly.
Is that available now, Daniel?
Wasn't planned at all, I promise you.
Is that available and shipping now, or is that going to be after IBC?
It's going to be available after IBC. So this is actually the first prototype. It was lost a bit in shipping, but we found it again, so it's all good.
Yeah, don't lose the prototype, Daniel.
No, we'll try.
Fantastic. So yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you next week in Amsterdam. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Have a
very
good
much. Cheers.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Okay, quick. Move on.
I think our next guest is probably our most local one, probably only a few miles down the road.
It could be.
We've got Philip Adams coming in from Fabrics. Now, we spoke to Leader earlier on, Kevin Savage from Leader. Fabrics are Fabrics are part of Leader, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've been following Fabrics for a long time. And yeah, delighted to welcome...
Since their first IBC, I remember it.
Yeah, since the first IBC.
Yeah, I remember it.
Delighted to welcome Philip Adams. Hi, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, Simon. Hi, Matt. How are you guys?
Very good.
Very good, thank you. How are you?
Now we're fed and watered.
Yeah. No, looking forward to IBC. It's been a long time.
It has.
It's been almost 3 years. It's amazing.
So we spoke at length to you at NAB back in April, and you had lots of exciting announcements and plans and everything. And no doubt you've got new things to tell us about IBC now.
Okay, yeah. So IBC is like everything that was shown at NAB in prototype and early form is in deliverable form in the main,
cool.
And that's kind of what we're demonstrating. So yeah, and it's going to be a big show for us. We've got a stand. We've got a stand next to Leader. but we are demonstrating independently, and we have independent distributors, etc. And we've got our own nice little confidential meeting room on stand where we can meet customers. We're taking 8 or 9 people to the show, so we'll be, we'll have a good R&D attendance and a good attendance from sales, and we'll be able to discuss, and drill down into deep technical requirements of customers. That's kind of what we try to do at these shows, and we're really looking forward to it. In terms of new things at IBC, we're going to be showing the handheld range, and we're going to be showing the QX range. On the handheld range, it's the SXA, ED, and SX tag, and we're going to be showing them in 2110 IP environments, but also in SDI environments. So we're going to have two like halves to the stand, an SDI stand side and an IP side. And we're seeing lots of interest in 12 gig SDI. We're seeing lots of interest in 2110 IP. So those are the 2 big subjects that we're pushing. To support that, we have the QX range of products. And the exciting news for this show is that we're revealing a brand new product. And the brand new product is the QXP. We're calling it the Portable QXL. So the QXL is a test and measurement product, operates in 2110, operates with 12 gig SDI, and it allows you, and it's a rasterizer, and you can buy it in various flavors to meet your IP or SDI requirements. The QXP is a portable version of that. And what's new since NAB is we've added a V-mount battery support to the back of it. So you can now have V-mount battery, you've got internal mains, and you've also got a 12-volt input. So you can power this thing any which way you like and have backup power supplies, etc. It's got a nice built-in screen, built-in LCD, built-in speaker. It's got a brand new touch interface. So in the main, it feels like a QXL and operates like a QXL, but with the brand new interface, you have a multi-touch screen operating at a different DPI. So we're used to operating on rather large screens with, say, an array of 16 instruments. You can still do that, and you can still do that on a very small screen. But to operate it, you need to move to less instruments at a time so you can operate. So we put a lot of work into that, and we'll be demonstrating that at the show. We'll be shipping shortly afterwards.
And just to interrupt you there, Philip, I guess by adding the V-Lock battery there, does that open that up to a wider market of people that might then be able to use it in the field as such?
Absolutely. So it's us moving into a wider part of the market. So as we presently operate, we're good for R&D departments, that kind of stuff. When we introduced the handhelds, they got used in manufacturing and places like that. We see the QXP being ideal for manufacturing because everything's built in. It's got the built-in screen, it's got the built-in speaker, it's fully automatable. So it's kind of bringing what the handheld brought to those environments. It's bringing it now to the QXL set of features, which is much more high-end than the handheld was. So it's going to bring it to those environments. It's going to be useful on set. It's going to be useful in post environments. We're pretty excited. I think it massively increases the addressable market for that kind of product. Yeah.
We've got 30 seconds left, Phil.
Okay.
So I guess we should tell if you've got any other quick things to say and where we can find you at the show.
Okay. So I've probably got, I won't go into a ton more detail. There's lots and lots and lots of
we
stuff.
Could be here for a long time.
So come and see it. The stand is, it's in Hall 10. It's C01. It's where we were 3 years ago. So you should find us
near those
easily.
pretzel people. Yeah.
Yeah, and as we say, we've got probably 8 people on the stand at any one time in terms of people who can support you. So come along, en masse. And we've got the private meeting room to talk to you also.
Fantastic, thanks. And we're going to be spending some time on both Leader and Fabric's booth at the show.
Okay.
So we'll be recording some videos with you and the team to share as well. So, Philip, thank you very much indeed. Hope your final preparations go to plan, and we'll see you in Amsterdam.
See you there.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Philip. Bye bye.
Take care.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye bye.
So we've now got a newly appointed product manager from Pixelpower.
Dan Roth.
Dan Roth.
Yeah.
So we'll wait
until John has
do make sure you subscribe to the channel. You'll see a little red subscribe in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going to be, as we mentioned with Phil there, we're going to be doing lots of interviews at IBC, and we'll be putting those up on our channel during the show and after the show, so you can catch up on everything you might not have seen, or if you're not able to go, of course. Dan, welcome to the show.
Matt, Simon, hello.
Hi, Dan. You all right?
Very well, thank you. Yourselves?
Good. Yeah, we're bearing up.
Yeah.
It's better now we're fed and watered.
So this is your first IBC, I believe, Dan.
This is my first IBC with Pixel Power.
Okay. What are you looking forward to? What are Pixel Power shouting about this year?
So I think you had a colleague on, Andreas from Rosen Sports. So you're probably aware that Pixel Power are now part of the Rosen Sports family. Having only joined Pixel Power about 6 weeks ago now, very much looking forward to meeting lots of my colleagues that I've met over such platforms like this, but it's not quite the same as meeting people face to face. Same as obviously a lot of new customers I'm going to get to meet. And yeah, just that general vibe. I think a lot of people have already been talking about today. Just to get to meet people face to face and see what's going on in the industry world.
Yeah.
Is there any particular? I mean, I want to kind of say what's going to bring people to the Pixel Power stand, because you historically you evolve every trade show.
Sure.
What's new?
Yeah. So yeah, I think Andreas mentions obviously from Rosen Sports there's a big focus on Prismon, but Prismon being the multi-viewer and Pixel Power providing the playout solution, we're very closely knitted.
Yeah.
So we've got Gallium Workflow, which is the playout and graphics solution, and Stream Master, which is our highly configurable video processing software. All that's going to be monitored by Prismon, but obviously we'll be able to be showing all the features and all the great stuff that we've got as part of the Gallium and Stream Master offering. But it's kind of like a very big message because we're on the Rosen Sports stand, I believe, like we were for NAB. It's very much a kind of to try and get across that there's a collaboration with Pixel Power and Rosen Sports, and together we can kind of offer a lot of end-to-end solutions now for the broadcast industry as a whole. And one of those solutions we'll be showing with Gallium and Stream Master is a demonstration for distribution using one of the Rosen Sports 5G transmitters. So we'll be compositing the channel using the sort of the standard playout products that we have, and we'll be able to obviously show the graphics workflows and obviously the playout workflows you all expect, but then we'll be able to take that to a distribution 5G transmitter, which then obviously be picked up by 5G compatible devices. So it's sort of like a mini end-to-end TX, but hopefully the idea is to be able to show that can obviously scale very easily, and obviously show a way of being able to interrupt again and offer a single sort of shop solution.
Brilliant. Cool. So you're on the Rosen Sports. Let's remind people who may not have been on earlier. Rosen Sports stand. Where are you?
So we're in Hall 7, booth 7B21.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dan. We'll be spending some time on the Rosen Sports stand anyway, doing some video work. So that'll be good to spend more time learning all about the new solutions and products. So until then, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, we just one more mention. We have happy hour Saturday on Sunday. Raven beer and traditional German snacks, I believe. So hopefully you'll be around for that as well.
We'll be around. We'll pop round for some German snacks.
We'll make sure we're nearby.
Thank you very much indeed.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Dan.
Great, guys. Good luck with the rest of it.
Thank you very much indeed. Bye bye.
Thanks for coming in. See ya. Right, who's up next? Michael.
Accedo. Accedo? Is that how you say Accedo?
I say Exhido, but we're going to find out in a moment.
We've got Michael Lance from Accedo.
Yeah.
And we're going to be looking at industry trends. So this should be very interesting to get another input. Good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thanks for joining us. So, Michael, we're talking about IBC. We want to know what you're doing there, of course, but also it'd be quite nice to hear your views on industry trends as well.
Absolutely. So, of course, I'm sure you're getting tired of it, but I'm looking forward to IBC this year. It's been 3 years since the last time, and you know, when it's a 20-year trend for me personally to not be at IBC for several years, it's sort of you feel the itch. So I'm certainly looking forward to speak with everyone in the industry, trying to figure out sort of what is happening around the world. Everyone, including me, are is reading sort of what is happening with the big video providers in the world, with sort of a consumer sentiment, with sort of macroeconomic turbulence, and to find out how that is impacting, you know, the industry that we all operate in and love is something I'm looking forward to.
Cool.
And so, how are you planning to engage with people out there? Are you doing meeting rooms? Have you got a stand? Are you going? Are you just networking? What are you expecting to gain from it? Yeah.
So first of all, it's sort of a bit of a step back. So Accedo is the provider of video experience solutions. So we work with any platform to deliver sort of the most premium type of video experience for consumers around the world. We have a booth in Hall 5D65, for those of you who want to visit us. We will have a presence of about 30 people or so. So we're quite sort of, you know, there are a lot of people in Accedo wants to go there. And this is a big event for us. This is a way for us to engage with customers, with partners, and, you know, for me personally, with the industry in general. So I'm trying to meet up with both partners and competitors, as well as customers, of course.
And Michael, in the short time we've got left, what are the key things you're going to be announcing at IBC?
Well, for us, you know, we have plenty of things to talk about, but one of the key things that we are announcing is for our SaaS platform, Exhibitor One, which provides a no-code way of delivering a video experience across any device. We're announcing hybrid monetization models. As all of you know, most video providers are now looking at different ways of monetizing consumers, moving to a combination of subscriptions and advertising. And we are providing a way to deliver that with just effectively a touch of the button to deliver sort of an advanced use cases for hybrid monetization models. And we're pretty excited about that as a way to offer to sort of also lower tier video providers a way of emulating what the big ones are doing. So I think that's probably our biggest announcement at this show. And then as a second topic, we are inviting everyone in the industry to talk with us regarding sustainability. So we feel that sustainability over the next couple of, well, let's say 10 years in this media tech industry is something we all need to work together to achieve. Accedo has over the past couple of years made significant efforts in this area. We would like to share our views and also engage with other industry partners to jointly drive this forward in a good way.
Absolutely, it's a good message, vital message. Now, remind us again, your Hall 5?
Hall 5, D65.
D65. We'll make sure we get you know, people down to see you. Unless you've got something more to say.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to seeing you in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Thank you much.
We'll come by.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for coming and dropping in.
Bye-bye.
See you. Right.
I believe next one we're talking about lip sync.
Do you reckon?
I reckon it's lip sync. We've got Ateme and Russell Johnson is
Glass.
joining us. I just hope he's in sync, otherwise it's going to be very embarrassing for everybody.
Yeah.
Russell, hello.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yourselves?
Yeah, fantastic, thanks.
Pretty good.
It's good to see you and looking forward to obviously seeing you at IBC. We're doing some video stuff on your booth, I think, which would be great.
Yep.
Should we start by maybe people watching might not have come across Ateme, possibly? Give us a quick overview and then tell us what you're talking about at IBC.
Well, I think probably the best way to start is with a paraphrase of an old joke. I say, what is the secret of making a great live broadcast? Over to you.
I don't know. What did you say?
I missed that.
Sorry,
completely.
it's an old joke, but it's very appropriate because we measure timing.
Yeah.
We measure timing for live events, both lip sync and now latency as well. The latency thing is fairly new, but it's really, really important. People who produce live events have a really hard time about getting the things timed up. So the audio and the video have to be right in order for the lip sync to be good. But the video has got so many different types of delay that can creep in there. For example, cameras have different encode and decode times on them. Then you've got all the virtual paths in studios where virtual effects take a couple of frames to generate. You've also got overlays and graphics and things like that in sports. And to time all of these together is quite difficult for the engineers because there's lots of variation in it. So this is where we come in. We measure the timing. We take the guesswork out of trying to figure out just which path is the longest one, which one's the slowest. If you can measure it, you can make corrections, you can measure it again, and you know that it's absolutely spot on. So that's our philosophy, is to measure if it's wrong and then prove that it's right. The proving that broadcast timing is right is really valuable. Say, for example, some of the big things in America, the big sports, the NFL, for example, that is crucial in terms of the advertising, that the broadcast is proven to be good, because people don't want to spend millions of dollars for coverage of the Super Bowl if the coverage isn't actually spot on. So it's really important for the broadcasters to prove that the timing's good, and it's good for you and I to know that it's right. So by latency, I mean the time from a live event actually happening, being shot by camera, all the way through to it being shown on a television screen, and we measure that exact delay into millisecond accuracy.
And have you got any way of just of emulating that and showing that on the stand?
Absolutely, we built a time machine. It's a familiar looking blue box.
Yeah,
we need one of those to fast forward.
Yeah,
very useful things.
Just a couple of hours
I will be standing doing pieces to camera. We've got a couple of cameras looking on with different latencies, and we'll be interacting with the audience to guess which way they think the lip sync's going, which camera's ahead of which one. It's an interesting demo, and always live, so we're not cheating.
And where can we see it?
It's in Hall 10, and we're on stand A42.
Fantastic.
42 is easy to remember, like the universe and everything.
Absolutely. Russell, that's great. Thank you very much. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing you next week. And
I'll see you out in Amsterdam.
You can tell us even more then. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot then.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. The button's in the right-hand corner there. We'll be doing lots of videos around the halls, one of which will be Ateme, and you'll be alerted when there's a new video uploaded, so you'll hear it first on KitPlus TV. So now we're talking to Wizicom, and I believe Leslie is coming in to join us.
Should be here any minute. Everything else we've done today as well will be uploaded for video on demand. So
yeah, it will be. Yeah. We're going to cut all these up.
If you've missed any, then you'll be able to see them all. Leslie, here he is. So, can we hear you?
Yeah, I hope so.
Fantastic.
Right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, Leslie, we've got no notes for Wizicom, which is a good starting point, because the floor is yours to tell us what you're showing at IBC.
Well, Wizicom is a wireless microphone company. So we're working with pretty much all the major broadcasters all over the world, mainly US, Eastern country, Europe, and some other spotted countries here and there. It's a 20-ish old company, so the experience has been grown through different fields. Let's say we started with a lot of outside broadcasting, some of our major customer F1 and MotoGP and all those kind of big sport events. And then we moved pretty much all that knowledge and moving down into, let's say, smaller but not less important fields of application that can be ENG crews or theaters, live sounds, it can be cinema, a lot of location sound and documentaries. And now the market has moved also, and it's changing quickly. It's going into talent shows and reality shows, for example. So the application is spreading and is getting wider and wider. So we're trying to, run a little bit after and try to make everyone happy as much as possible.
And so, is there something we can pinpoint, particularly for IBC, that's going to be? Well, I hope there's something new. Maybe?
Yeah, there is. I mean, finally, we're back in Amsterdam after a couple of years, as I think everybody probably has the same feeling. So happy to be there again. And we've got some new products. And these past 2 years have helped us, developing sometimes, not help, but, we developed some new stuff that we couldn't present, basically, officially on the exhibition. So it's nice to be able to show some new concepts besides not just the product itself, but we also developed a sort of new idea of talking about wireless microphone and RF distribution in general. So also the idea of building up different solutions and combining different products to be able to fill the gaps that were so that we could see in the markets we're working in. So often you find companies doing microphones or doing just RF over fiber system or just, I don't know, RF metrics. So the idea is, okay, we've got the know-how, we built it through the years, so just try to find out the way to combine this and make it affordable and usable to a wider range of users. So this is pretty much the basic of the idea. So developing system, not just single products. And and the MRK16 basically is the product that probably, shows exactly what we are trying to afford to our target, our goal. It's a combination of different products we developed through the years. There is an RF metrics integrated. There is a RF over fiber. Everything combining 16 wireless channel in just one rack unit. So this is the idea. So make something that is also modular. There are 4 different slots. You can take out, in and out, 4 true diversity receiving channels. So the concept, the time here is not is what it is. So we cannot. I don't want to be boring explaining. I just can't see it because it's something.
No, we need the highlights. We need to know why people are going to come and see you, and of course, we need to know where we're going to send them. Where's your stand at IBC?
Our stand is Hall 8, and it's stand D78.
So it's going to be pretty much where you always are.
Yeah. I mean, besides this, some new things. Some other new things are coming, especially since the COVID. And for example, for us in the wireless microphone system, the social distancing thing has been something that, of course, has forced us to improve part of the remote control of the gears. So we released an app which is capable of controlling all the gears, all the devices remotely. And this is very important because most of the time now, talents and actors, they don't want to be too close to technicians or to other people. Maybe it's just an excuse they take about COVID. They just were afraid of people also before, who knows.
Yeah, they just don't want to be close to the dirty people like us. Yeah.
Leslie, we run out of time, I'm afraid, but we know you're in Hall 8 D78, so everybody head there for your wireless microphone solutions. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, take care.
Bye.
So on the way in now, we've got James Arnold.
Red B Media.
Red B.
Be interesting.
I haven't spoken to them for a long time.
Yep.
I think we did speak with them early lockdown. I'm trying to remember what the topic was because it was so long ago.
We did an interview with them at NAB once about what they thought of NAB. Yeah. It's quite interesting. So
well, let's find out.
It should be James Arnold. James, welcome to the show.
We're just sorting his microphone, maybe. Can you hear us, James?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, James. We'll just insert you into the studio. Bear with us. Here we go.
Apparently it was working, so hopefully James can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Well, nice to see you, James. Welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So,
pleasure.
James, give us an overview of Red B and what you're doing at IBC, what you're looking forward to, and everything IBC, really.
So, Red B, we've been going to IBC for many years. I mean, the background to Red B is we've been around for more than 20 years now. We provide managed services to the media industry, primarily broadcasters. Our heritage dates way back to when we used to be part of the BBC, but since then we've grown a successful standalone business. We're owned by Ericsson. We're the result of some consolidation of a number of businesses over a few years. So we've come to the market with a managed service proposition where we're looking to provide a range of media services to our customers, and effectively, that's our core business. So what we want to do is work with our customers and provide certain services which quite a few other customers or target customers of ours currently do themselves, but something which we believe we've got an area of expertise. And it's an area we've been investing in heavily over the last few years. So strong heritage in media, heavily dependent on technology, but media services, managed services business first and foremost. And that's how we look to approach the market. In terms of IBC, I mean, the first thing, of course, is, you know, we've had a period of several months now of looking to get face-to-face in front of our customers and across the vendor community. But I think it's probably the first really big opportunity we're going to have to get in front of a lot of customers in a short space of time, and just really re-establish some of those relationships that we've got and talk about the things that we've been doing. We've been very busy during the period of the lockdown, doing lots of things. And I think, yeah, we're just looking forward to that opportunity to spend a lot of time in the same space and just get to talk to as many people as we possibly can do.
Cool.
Yeah, I do remember that first year that Red Bee evolved, shall we say, out of the BBC and having a party downstairs. That was a good year. And but this year, have you got any other messages that are going to be stand out? Because, you know, it's sometimes it's difficult when you're in your area. You're not selling a metal box. What's the standout message this year for IBC?
Well, you're absolutely right. We are categorically not selling a metal box. Yeah. What we're looking to lead with, and always have done actually, is our managed services layer, which is predominantly the solutions, the technology, the capability that we've built, on top of which we put our fantastic managed services, our people, who have deep relationships with our customers, who understand our customers very well. But primarily, that's where we're coming to the market. Our business has evolved quite considerably over the years. We've moved a long way from the point where we had individual solutions and technologies for each customer to investing heavily into our platforms and our technology, partly out of necessity because we didn't find the necessary solutions that existed within the vendor market at this moment of time, but also because we felt we had some skills and capability where we could really knit together the technology with the operations in quite a compelling way, which meant we could do something a bit different at the managed services piece. So it's interesting. We were present at the DPP event in Berlin earlier in the year, and sort of Red Bee was pictorially represented as sitting between the broadcasters, the content owners, and the vendor community, and that's where we do sit. And so we've got deep relationships with customers, but also deep relationships with those vendors. So what we're looking to do is bring the blend of the best to make sure we can meet individual customer needs. And it's been a bit of a journey over the last few years, but we're now in a place where actually our deep investment and time, investment in both money and time, in building those platforms is starting to come to fruition. And we're now in the process of migrating existing customers onto our new platforms and all the associated benefits that go with that. But then also looking to talk to maybe some other customers who haven't yet thought about looking to the market to deliver certain of their services.
Where can we find you at IBC, James?
In terms of our physical location?
Yes. I think you're in Hall 5 normally.
Yes, we are. Bear with me so I don't give you the wrong information.
We don't want to send people on our goose chase. Yeah, go on.
We're in Hall 5, stand 5.H48.
Fantastic. James, we're out of time, but thank you very much for joining us. And we hope you have a really successful IBC and meet all of your objectives, of course. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Thanks for your time and look forward to seeing people there.
Yeah,
thanks a lot.
Great.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So next is Pixotope, virtual production.
Virtual production, yeah.
And we've got Ben Davenport who's joining us. And in my ear, I've heard incoming, which can only mean one thing.
He's in the wings.
Ben is...
well, he's being clever, look. He's,
Hello, Ben.
Yeah.
I followed some instructions. It was all good.
It's good to see you, Ben. How you doing?
See you, Ben.
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah,
we're pretty good.
Good, thank you. So I'm guessing you're not stood in front of that thing.
Yeah. No. This is our mascot, Dot. I think Dot's very keen to get to Amsterdam as well, and he'll certainly be making an appearance on our booth at some point. But yeah, Very excited to be back at the ride.
Cool. So for people that don't know about Pixeltope, what do you do and what are you doing and shouting about at IBC this year?
So for people who don't know about Pixeltope, we are a virtual production platform. And what that means is that we provide graphics and camera tracking for real-time visual effects. And if you've not heard of us, which is possible, you've almost certainly seen some of the work that our customers are doing, from the Super Bowl to Eurovision, French elections, Euro 2020 coverage in China, regional weather, to the largest esports production of last year, which was the Dota 2 championships in Romania. So yeah, that's what we do, real-time visual effects.
Cool.
And is there anything standout at IBC apart from Dot that people are going to come? You probably stretch quite a lot. You will appeal to a wide range of the market. So who's coming and why?
Yeah. So I think there's one of the things about virtual production and our mission at Pixeltope is to really break down the barriers to virtual production. And we believe it will become the mainstay of media production. In fact, and you guys are sitting there in front of a green screen and using a lot of the techniques we're talking about. So in terms of the barriers that we see, the top one is a shortage of talent in the industry. So one of our big announcements for the show is the launch of the education program, the Pixeltope education program. We have the first students being enrolled in that this September with a number of universities, and we're very proud of that. So I won't go into detail now, but read up on it on our website or come and talk to us about it. The second thing is the complexity of using some of the tools, and we are driven by kind of making them much easier to use and also much more accessible. I mean, the cost of some of these systems can be quite extreme, particularly when we look at the large LED volumes and XR, which is been a big trend over the last couple of years. So one of our big announcements for the show as well is the launch of our XR edition, which will bring XR to a much broader audience, making it far more affordable and far more accessible in terms of ease of use as well. So we'll be talking about that. We have I had the brief as the marketing guy to make a inspirational environment to come and chat with us at the show, and we are focused just on like a space to come and chat. But we're also on a few other booths at the show as well. So if you want to see our kit in action, that it is there at IBC too.
And where should we send people in the ride, Ben? Which I guess Hall 7?
So you should absolutely Hall 7. You should send them to Hall stand 7D08. And like I say, we're also on the booths with AGS, which I think are also in Hall 7, and XD Motion, which I think are in Hall 12, all the way the other side of the road. But yeah, first point of call should be 7D08.
Fantastic. Good stuff. Ben, we could talk all day about XR and virtual production. Really interesting stuff. So, were you about to say something? Did I interrupt?
I was just going to say one other thing is that we've got a couple of special treats on our booth this year. If you are into esports, and particularly if you're a fan of the game Dota 2, we will have some of the characters from that game appearing courtesy of one of the big Ukrainian esports production companies, WePlay. So that will be quite a highlight to come and see as well.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Brilliant, bit of fun. Well, we'll have to go by and make sure we capture it somehow.
Absolutely. Ben, thank you very much indeed.
Excellent. Look forward to seeing you guys there.
Yeah, take care.
See you down the beach.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
So, what's coming up?
We're now talking about cloud-based workflows. We haven't had a cloud
We haven't
for a
had
while.
cloud for a long time.
So we're back to the cloud, and we've got Gabrielle from Flowix is joining us. And we're going to talk about workflows, remote production, and data-driven graphics. Gabrielle, hi.
Gabrielle.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're very good, thanks. How are you?
Very good.
Doing well.
Good. So, cloud-based graphics, workflows, and Flowix at IBC. Right, give us a quick rundown of why people need to come and see you.
Yeah, sure. So we're excited to be presenting a new version of our cloud-based graphics engine. We're going to be introducing a completely redesigned graphics control interface with a focus on graphics operators that will enable graphic teams to create graphics rundowns with a lot more simplicity, with more flexibility. In addition to that, we're also introducing a number of updates to our data connectors. The FlowX data connectors are native integrations that we'll be building with external third-party data providers. Our goal with both FlowX graphics and with the data connectors is to simplify graphics production workflows in general. So we're also very excited to present our growing catalog of data connectors. We are now reaching a total of 60 different data connectors. That is for different use cases, including sports statistics, betting, weather data, financial data, cryptocurrencies, esports, timing equipment, and timing systems. So we are presenting the new data connectors that can be directly integrated with FlowX graphics. And there is also some important news with regard to the data connectors and the traditional on-prem graphics engines. We're going to be introducing the FlowX middleware that adds support now for using our data connectors with the traditional C sheets. So these are the 2 or 3 most important updates to the FlowX platform that we are going to be introducing and presenting at IBC, a new graphics control interface for FlowX graphics, and an expanded catalog of data connectors and the ability to use them also now with third-party graphics engines.
Cool. And are all the new announcements that you're talking about at IBC, are they all ready and available now, or there's some in the pipeline that are going to be released later on this year?
No, they will be, this new graphics control interface will be released after the show. So it's really a preview that we'll have at IBC. We have a couple of customers who are in a beta period, running some tests and giving us feedback. With regard to the data connectors, most of these connectors, they are already available to our clients, and we have a growing base of customers using different connectors. And some connectors that we are going to be presenting, they're going to be presented for the first time also at IBC. So it's going to be a first. So yeah, it's a bit of both. Certain features will be first introduced at IBC, and other ones, they are already available.
And where can people find you, Gabriel, at IBC? What's your hall and booth number, do you know?
So we're going to be at Hall 5. About our booth number, I need to check.
Let's have a look. We got it.
Find us at
C39.
C39.
We've got it.
We've got it. You're
got it.
Yeah.
Written on the note.
Thank you very much. We're out of time, but thank you very much for telling us everything about what you're showing on your stand. Hall 5, C39, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you.
See you in Amsterdam. Bye. So now we're talking to the show.
To the show, to Steve.
To IBC. So we've got Steve Connolly joining us. I guess we're going to talk about IBC.
We're going to hope, see how it's progressing, see what's happening, see if he's got any new news for us.
Yeah. And on the thing of IBC, do check out IBC 365. Just Google IBC 365. You can have year-round updates from IBC. Really interesting articles and interviews and so on throughout the year. Steve, hi, welcome to the show.
Hi guys, how you doing?
Yeah, we're good, thank you. Good. How are you?
Better than ever.
Glad to hear it. Same here. Not stressed in any way.
No. So Steve, I think we're up to about 80 now. We've been chatting to some really interesting exhibitors, some amazing products coming up at IBC. I mean, it certainly gets the excitement building of what the show's going to be next week now. How are how's your side going on?
How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. I mean, it's hard to believe it's actually going to happen finally. You know, we kind of spent 3 years with a few full starts. But yeah, we've got the staff on site now. The team's happily building up as we speak. I've been speaking to a lot of team on the site today. All plans going well. Everyone who is there, very excited to be there. And all the last minute plans coming together, it seems. So I travel out Saturday. So yeah, incredibly excited.
Yeah. How many, just out of interest, how many exhibitors have you got now? Because I know there was a idealistic 1,000 target sort of thing. How have plans gone along?
Yeah, pleased to say. So we've gone over the 1,000 exhibitors now. In fact, if you add all the co-exhibitors and the pavilions, it's well over 1,250.
Wow.
So yeah, we've surpassed what we thought we'd manage this year, and we're delighted with it.
Yeah, and in terms of registrations, I mean, I know people will come at the last minute, but how are they looking? I guess we could compare it to pre-COVID, or I don't know how you compare it or what you compare it with, to be honest.
Yeah, we've had the same challenge actually. What do we compare it against? But so we had record numbers in 2019. That was about 56,000. We're currently tracking around about 30% down on that, which honestly is probably higher than we would have expected. And like most shows, we're seeing quite a strong pickup in the latter weeks, whereas it would have been a smoother curve, I suppose, back in the pre-COVID days. I think every trade show we speak to has certainly seen the same. The last 2 weeks, registrations go crazy. But at the moment, we're tracking about 30% down. We still need exhibitors to do more registrations. They're a little bit down. We've got more purchases, funnily enough, as a percentage than we'd normally have, which is great for all the exhibitors. But yeah, we still need some of those exhibitors to register their last numbers of staff. And
how about? I mean, I think you'll always, in your position, you must every year have a couple of exhibitors that you think, oh, that's exciting to have them here. Are there any standout exhibitors that you were just sort of, just very pleased to get this year?
I think that'd be like picking a favourite child.
Oh, okay. All right then. Sorry. But I had a feeling it was going that way when I was asking it. Yeah. No,
we do have a number of new exhibitors, which is great. The likes of Google and Amazon have really increased their footprint this year, so that's really exciting. But yeah, I say we're delighted and quite frankly humbled to have so many exhibitors come back and be committed after the problems we've all shared for the last couple of years.
Yeah, there's actually quite a good part on your website. I mean, there's many good parts on your website, but if you go to, I think it's exhibitors, you actually got a section there for new exhibitors where you're doing a bio and a bit about those, aren't you?
Yeah, trying to do exhibitor spotlights on all the new guys. Again, probably more new exhibitors than we would have hoped for or could have expected, which is great. The majority of them are in Content Everywhere, and that itself has a new home. The purpose-built Hall 5 has now been extended, so you won't see the pavilion in front of the main entrance this year, which might be a relief for some people. But yeah, Content Everywhere, although we are obviously down on our record numbers across the whole show, Content Everywhere will actually be the biggest we've ever done. So yeah, really excited, and that's partly been driven by new exhibitors.
Yeah, and if you've got any top tips for new exhibitors now, just literally approaching build up, any tips that you need them to be paying attention to, or just things that are going to make their life easier?
Yeah, quite. Well, the app launched yesterday, I believe, so absolutely download that. But yeah, more than anything, plan. I think we've all said for years, and many of the trade shows in the same kind of industry say the same. Most meetings are all pre-planned. Don't expect too much of walk-on traffic, even in your first couple of years doing the show. So use the next week to plan as many meetings as possible, get them in your schedule, make sure your marketing materials are all ready and up to date, and make sure you're properly staffed, because it will be probably bigger and busier than you probably expect.
I mean, how's the general floor plan going to look, Steve? Because I guess with less exhibitors than we're used to pre-COVID, but roughly the same floor plan, isn't it? Same footprint.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how many people notice the differences, actually. So yeah, we don't have the pavilion out the front, but that's largely because we've got an extra 4,000 square meters in Hall 5. So that's one big change. We've closed a couple of halls. Hall 3 won't be open this year, and Hall 4, the Amsterdam, will not have MediaKind in there. They've moved to Hall 1 this year. But other than that, you might see a slightly smaller footprint in a couple of halls. So 8 is slightly smaller than it would normally for B. But again, unless you're an exhibitor in Hall 8, you probably won't notice. And where else is slightly smaller? Hall 8 slightly smaller, Hall 12 slightly smaller.
Okay.
But otherwise, as you say, it's largely the same footprint. 11 halls with the extension of Hall 5.
Fantastic.
And how have you found take-up on because I want to highlight this, I want to see how it works, take-up on the facial recognition for ticketing? Has that been people taking up on it?
We're pushing that heavily at the moment, so I think it's a bit early days to say, actually. So, but yeah, ask me again in a week.
Yeah.
I've certainly signed up for mine.
Well, my photo's gone up, yeah.
I've been dragged into doing a promotional video for it on Saturday as well, so I'm sure numbers will leap up.
Brilliant.
Cool. So we're talking to some of your colleagues later on about the Ibc Accelerator program as well, Steve. So we will be catching up with them at 6 o'clock, I think, this evening. So if you're interested in Ibc Accelerator, do tune in for that. In the meantime, Steve, thank you very much for joining us. We can't wait
Thanks for having me.
all be together at IBC next week.
See you next week. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So we've got Duncan next, haven't we, from GB?
Yeah, we must
GB
be
Labs.
talking cloud storage. GB Labs, Duncan
Cloud.
Beatty.
Here we go again. Right, you should be ready. And that's good. And there he is.
Hello, Duncan.
Hello, hi, gents. How are you?
Yeah, very good. How are you?
Very good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Fantastic. Thank you. I just want to say thank you as well to how hard you guys have worked with us all together. It's been absolutely crazy, and it was a long old stint. So yeah, thank you very much.
No, it's a pleasure.
I was just wondering actually if you're running a sweepstake in the background as to how many times people are saying cloud, hybrid, remote, pandemic, and who's winning.
It certainly should be. Yeah. I wish I'd had my money on cloud.
Yes.
So,
well, I'm going to add a few points to whoever's got that one. So
yeah, cloud storage then. Let's move on.
Yeah.
GB Labs at IBC.
Yeah.
Give us a rundown, Duncan. What's happening?
Yeah, so this year at IBC, we're focusing firmly on our customers. So we haven't actually got a booth, but we have got a meeting room with the IBM organisation, and really we're doing a lot of conversations. We've got a huge amount of meetings booked to really maximise people's time. To make sure that the visits they're having is going to reap rewards for them. We've got conversations and meetings with not only our tech partners, but our end users and prospective customers. We will have stuff to show people, of course, but it gives us a bit more freedom to be really flexible to work with these guys and really maximise that time. This is a little bit shorter, and we haven't had one for so long, of course.
So, go on, carry on, Duncan, carry on.
Yeah, I was going to say, so what we're going to be showing there, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about, particularly over the last couple of years with what's happened with the pandemic. We've seen a lot of change the way that particularly storage has been used, of course, with people being sent home. They didn't have a requirement on storage as much, but we've seen an increase in people using our product, predominantly because, the way it's being used has changed. It used to be where the people are, but now storage is really where the machines are. Because people are remoting in to use the machines, but the machines have to be next to storage, and they need to be more powerful because resolutions and workloads gone up, and so it's an interesting time.
And what's been the driving technology that's changed? That's made your technology, given you your capabilities. What's been the factor that's
I think really adapting to what the change has forced us to look at. So particularly with the remote working, there goes another one. But it's key to how people are working at the moment. But that use of storage, as I said before, has increased. So at IBC, we're going to be talking about some of our new stuff. So we've got our new generation of hyperspace. So the third generation of hyperspace, which is our accelerator that sits on top of our spinning disk platforms. So very, very high performance. And our generation 2 of our FastNAS platform. Again, that's got like 1,000% boost in performance over the previous generation, giving sort of real-world network performance around 4 gigabytes a second. And crucially, particularly with energy prices rising, this produces a very small footprint for incredibly high performance. So there's a reduction in running costs, there's a reduction in cooling costs in racks. The luxury of leaving everything on all the time is rapidly disappearing.
Absolutely, yeah. We were saying earlier on, I think one of the bigger themes from IBC is going to be sustainability and the environmental impact of what we do as an industry.
Of course, yeah.
So that's
absolutely. Yeah, and I've heard I've been watching a lot of the videos today, and there's been a lot of comments about working in the cloud or not working with the cloud. So we realise there's a requirement for on-premise storage, wherever that premise is, whether it's a machine room or where the people are. But that cloud integration, remote working is awfully important as well, and a lot of people are talking about it. And I think what's key is that we have to be incredibly flexible to what our customers require. So a lot of what we've been doing over many years now is offering great flexibility in our product. So you can use the same product in 4 or 5 different ways to fit our customers. Not every customer is the same. You can go down the street to Soho and meet 2 companies in the same group, and they have different workflows. So we understand that. Yeah,
absolutely.
And where can we find you at IBC?
So we're going to be in Hall 4 on floor 2 with the IABM team. That's where we've got a dedicated meeting room. If you go to our website, there's a nice little IBC button right at the top of the front page where you can just click and book a meeting. But the meeting room will have some equipment there. We'll be able to show the software, our Unify Hub, our remote working tools, and also our very latest generation of our Core OS, our Server OS, which there's a little tiny screenshot there, which I thought came up. Yep. So yeah, that's a completely updated GUI, updated engine, some great new tools in there, auditing, and loads of bits and pieces to see. So yeah, definitely come along, book a meeting, pop to our website and book a meeting, and we'd love to see everyone there.
And that website will be gblabs.com by any chance?
gblabs.com. Yeah, sorry, I've done my job there, haven't you?
Good guess. Duncan, I'm sure we'll bump into each other at IBC, so it'll be good to see you.
Some detail.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
Thanks for your time.
Brilliant. Thank you for your time, everybody, and everyone behind the scenes as well. All working around.
There's a lot of them behind the scenes. Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay.
My pleasure. Great.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right. So now we've got
quick mention
Raphael.
to those behind the scenes. So we're streaming live from Manor Marketing HQ. We've got Jenny, Cara, Claire, Beth, Lou, Lucy,
John.
Don't forget John.
Don't forget John. It wouldn't happen without John.
I'm sure I've forgotten somebody, but we've got a whole team of people helping us with the social media, and John, of course, doing all the technical stuff that he does so well. And we're just doing the easy bit, really, aren't we? Just chatting to people, which is quite nice.
Well, we'll find out. Well, we've got Raphael.
So we're jumping to ahead, aren't we, while we wait for some other guests to come in? So we're jumping to Raphael from Artel Video Systems. Hello, Raphael.
Hello, folks. How are you?
Very good.
Very good, very good. Yourself?
We're doing great. We're doing great here. We're entering the cool weather in England, so no complaints.
So what are you looking forward to at IBC, Raphael?
Wow. Well, first of all, I can't wait to be back. It's been too long.
Yeah.
Too long. With the pandemic and everything. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to just be able to talk to people face to face, press the flesh, as they say. I would say that venues like IBC give a unique opportunity to folks like us to really get our fingers on the pulse of the industry. I know we rely on Zoom these days a lot, but it's not the same. It's the conversations don't flow as natural as they should when you're in person. So can't wait.
Yeah,
we're really excited. Our sales team is very excited as well. So
what's
really looking forward to it.
What's going to be your Artel's standout message? Why are your customers coming to see you, or why should new customers come and see you?
Yeah, so we've been in this industry for quite a while. I think over 35 years. We've been in the leading edge of technology, helping the industry move forward with almost every type of new introduction of technology into the industry. Mainly in the service provider side of things, telecommunications, cable operators, folks like that. So mission critical support with technology of those workflows in support of the broadcast industry. So one of the main things that we want to do is to move that level of quality and reliability that we're known for into the heart of broadcast. So we are showcasing 3 different product lines. The first of them is the Smart Media Delivery Platform. It's a software programmable platform that serves as a bridge between the SDI world and the IP world. So it's in support of what I call the big transition or the big migration to IP. We have that technology in 2 different form factors in open gear, so that's very new. And again, it's intent to start moving towards broadcast. And then we have it also in support of our own frames that are used mainly in the service provider arena. The other product line that we are featuring and showcasing is the Quara PTP Aware Switch. It's been used extensively in that great migration that I was mentioning across the world, making studios and theaters and other types of venues move towards media over IP world. So we're really excited about how well the industry has adopted that product. So we'll continue to support that and showcase that. And then the last one is our FiberLink product line. So this product line, it's an extensive product line that supports almost every kind of audio, video technology out there. And it's useful in a lot of Pro AV applications. So you see it in NASA, for example, in cruise liners, in theaters, in churches. So it's pretty diverse in government applications and military applications. So it's pretty diverse as well. So yeah, we are gearing up to talk to folks about all three product lines. It touches different types of applications and market segments. So yeah,
it sounds pretty cool, Raphael.
Really excited.
I picked up on a open gear word earlier on, Raphael, and we always like to big up open gear because they're good friends of ours. What is it about the open gear platform that Artel particularly like?
Yeah, so we're really excited about the open gear form factor because there's a lot of open gear frames out there. The adoption has been great. We believe that our technology can help owners and users of open gear fulfill their needs. We are going to concentrate on high quality compression. So in the family of JPEG, so JPEG Access and JPEG 2000, and in the form of either SMPTE 2022 or SMPTE 2110. So yeah, the whole idea is, again, try to bring that level of reliability and quality that we're known for into that world, into the open gear world.
Fantastic.
Pretty good.
And where can people find you at IBC, Raphael?
We are in Hall 1, C99. Pretty easy to find spot. And yeah, you can find us also at www.artel.com.
Fantastic. Raphael, thank you very much. We're out of time, but it's been fantastic talking to you.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll see you at IBC.
Yeah, that would be great.
See you there somewhere.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, we're sort of skipping ahead a little bit because we've lost two.
We've lost two.
But I'm sure they'll come back later on. That's fine. We might have had technical problems, but who knows?
I won't say it is because he'll tell me. I won't say who it is who's not coming because he'll tell me off.
No, so we're delighted to welcome now Mark Harrison from the DPP. Hello, Mark. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you both?
Well, I'm good. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah. We think we're both well.
Bearing up.
Yeah, you're getting tired yet?
Luckily, it's been interesting so far.
It's been immensely interesting.
Yeah.
So, Mark, maybe we should start, just in case anyone's watching hasn't come across the DPP, maybe we should start with a quick explanation of who the DPP are and what your activities are going to be in Amsterdam next week.
Yeah, sure. So DPP is the media industry's business network, more than 500 member companies from all across the supply chain and all around the world. I think we're the biggest media association that covers everyone from customer to vendor. And what we specialize in is bringing customers and vendors together. So we have got a rather special series of events happening at the Hoxton Hotel. We've got an apartment there, a series of rooms at a pretty fabulous hotel on the Friday, the 9th. And we begin with our Espresso Summit, which is our name for a rapid fire mini conference breakfast. So great food for DPP members. And we'll be taking a look at 3 subjects. We'll be revealing some of the hot takes from our brand new survey about standards, about how people really use them and what they really think of them.
Yeah.
We've got a session about how you monetize multi-platform content and another session about how you can use software to spot signals of threat, security threat within your systems. And then later on in the day, we've got 2 parallel dinners running. We've got one that marks the launch of our How to Buy Better project, which is a huge survey exploring relationships between customers and their vendors. And then another dinner looking at the cost of success. That's all about what it actually means for a modern customer to try to modernize their systems. Can they actually afford to do all the things that a modern broadcaster or content platform now needs to do?
And what type of person or what type of company would normally attend these events, Mark?
These are all for DPP member companies, but within that, you know, every type of company that exists in media. That's what's special about the DPP. If you are not a member company, but you want a taste of what we're all about, then we have an open drink session on the BT stand on Sunday at 5 o'clock. So do come along to that. Their stand is 0A15, 0.A15. That's the BT stand. So everyone's welcome to come along and meet the DPP there and find out more about us.
Yeah. And outside of major trade shows, what are the benefits of membership of the DPP?
Well, you know, we are the organisation that puts customers and vendors into rooms together. So we do that by running projects, you know, insight work, which have workshops and events in which you would actually get to spend time working with your vendor or your customers or your potential customers. So you both gain lots of business intelligence, you gain lots of insight, but at the same time, you're building out your networks. And that's what's really special about what we do. We always have a huge amount of work going on at any time that covers, you know, lots of different aspects of the industry. So there's something going on at any one time for everyone, never mind what it is that they specialize in.
And can you identify one big thing that's come out of this 2 years? Because it's a massive, you know, so much has happened, and there's been so many changes. But you know, what's the one big takeaway that you could say that these last 2 years for DPP members?
Oh, without doubt, for me, it has been that relationships between customers and vendors have needed to become more intimate. I think, you know, just before lockdown, there was still quite a lot of that kind of old school behavior from customers, if I'm honest, about kind of giving the vendors a kick, saying, come on, you know, you're not with the program, we're going faster than you. And then I think through that trauma of those 2 years, they got to find out who their friends were. And at the end of that, I think we're at a place where, sort of ironically, it's possibly more difficult than ever for a supplier into the media industry to gain traction with new customers. I think getting access is harder than ever. But once you have that access, the potential for a fruitful relationship, which is more mutually understanding, is probably stronger than ever. So yeah, that's the kind of paradox, and that's actually why organizations like us are so helpful, because, you know, if you try to get that traction just by spamming your prospects with lots of emails or hoping they'll come and you know, watch your launch videos on your website, you're probably going to be disappointed.
It's a very good point, isn't it? Because I mean, there's the old thing, you know, if you stick together in hard times, you're going to be happy in good times, aren't you? And I think that's what we've been through, supporting each other when times have been hard. Hopefully, those companies will reap the rewards now.
Yeah, it means the quality of discussion and debate going on right now, I think, is higher than ever, more intelligent than ever.
Absolutely. Yeah. Mark, always fascinating to talk to you. Enjoy your dinners, won't you? You enjoy your dinners and your drinks while we're pacing the floors.
Yeah. We always make sure that DPP members are well fed and well nourished.
Yes, we must consider.
membership. Yes,
I really think you should. You'll get your money's worth in wine alone.
Brilliant, Mark. I hope you have a really successful IBC, and hopefully we'll see you over there. And thank you for joining us.
Take care. Bye for now.
Bye bye.
So hopefully we've got someone. Yes, we have got someone in the wings, and it's going to be Hakan from Zero Density.
Cool. Haven't spoken to Zero Density for a while.
Yeah, not for a while.
Fantastic.
Hi, Hakan.
Good afternoon, Simon. Good afternoon, Matt. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're
very well.
Very well. Now I have to ask: is that a virtual background, or do you really live that? Some of that
live in the jungle.
No, this is a real one.
It's nearly as green as our background, but it's slightly nicer.
Yeah, we are always thinking about the most photorealistic thing, so I thought the real thing is going to be real fantastic today.
Fantastic.
Well done.
So, Hakan, for those that might not have come across Zero Density, just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're showing at IBC.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us. To be honest, we are thrilled to be back on the IBC show floor after 3 years of break, and we are excited to show the changes during the last 3 years. I'm a business development manager at Zero Density, and my job is to do the storytelling for our most photorealistic virtual production, AR, and XR sites. So, in fact, at Zero Density, we are fully aware that whether you are interested with augmented reality, virtual productions, or extended reality, having the right set of tools makes a huge difference at the final picture. And during this year's IBC show, we are not only going to announce new hardwares or new software releases. We will also show how our battle-tested ecosystem of products can allow broadcasters to build immersive experiences. And having said that, during the show, we will have both a green screen cyclorama and an LED stage, as usual in our booth. And in the meantime, just across our production booth, we will also have demo pods, so anyone can get in hands-on with our battle-tested products that are used by the Fox Sports, RTL, BBC, Weather Channel, and so on. And moreover, we will give showgoers a sneak preview of our new products as Reality Hub 1.4, a universal control tool, an automation tool that controls everything from a web browser, and Reality version 5, our real-time virtual studio and AR and XR platform based on Unreal Engine 5. And of course, through the show, we will always delivering demos every half an hour on both our green screen cyclorama and LED stages. And the demos will be utilized in 4K and ST2110 IP workflow this year. And for that, I would like to thank our partner, KSP Moscow, for providing us the infrastructure. And of course, that's not all. We are also getting prepared for a surprise for the industry, where visitors will be able to see a new product joining our Traxxas brand alongside our award-winning talent tracking product, Talent S. So apart from those, there will be some sessions from our partners like Dreamwall and KSP Moscow as well. For example, Thibaut Barras from Dreamwall will present on their sports broadcast capability with the reality ecosystem. And there, Felix Moscow from KSP Moscow will showcase the automation trio between the reality, Kairos, and Cambot, which we call the Holy Trinity.
Okay.
So that would be fantastic. And just not that. So we will also like our visitors to get relaxed and seize the day after long visits between the halls. So we organize and hosting 2 happy hours on Friday and Sunday at 5 p.m. So there will be plenty of beers to drink, and we'll be just waiting for visitors to visit us Friday and Sunday. Just mentioning it again, 5 p.m. to join our team, kick back and relax.
Hakan, thank you very much. That's it. That's
another place to come and have beer. We'll be there on Sunday.
Where can we find you on the show floor?
We will be at the 7th hall, A59. So we will be having, like I said, 2 booths across each other. One is our production stage. Every 30 minutes we will have the demos, and then we have the demo pods, meeting rooms. So we have plenty of time to discuss the boost, the virtual or extended or hybrid production.
Thank you, Hakan. We're completely out of time. But we
best go feed the dog.
We're gonna see you. We're gonna see you for a drink, I'm sure, at IBC. And
looking forward for that.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for coming in and seeing us. Yeah, definitely.
Have a
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Cool.
So,
we've got a quilt.
Quilt, Lisa.
Have you come across quilt before?
Quilt? No, I don't think I have actually.
No.
No.
This is QWILT, if you haven't heard of quilt, as we haven't. So it's going to be interesting to find out what they're showcasing. Hello, Lisa.
Hi.
Lisa, hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very, very well. Thank you for having me on.
Show, not at all.
No, it's good. So, Lisa, we were just saying that we haven't come across quilt before, and those watching may be the same as us. So perhaps give us a quick overview and what you're shouting about at IBC.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so happy to be able to share a little bit about what we're doing because it's really, really exciting. So we'll actually be, the quilt team will be at IBC this year in full force, showcasing to get our solution together with our partner Cisco on their booth in Hall 1. And we'll also have a quiet space to sit down and hold discussions on nearby. And that's always nice to be able to sit down and have a quiet discussion at IBC. The quilt solution is really cool, really different, and something that all content providers, whether you're a streaming platform or any sort of content provider, and any sort of service provider, whether fixed or mobile, should check out what we're doing. What we are doing is working with service providers around the world to help them deploy open caching nodes in their networks. These nodes are very, very close to the edge of their network and very, very close in proximity to end users that are enjoying content. And then through kind of a streamlined, one-time way of entering the quilt program, content providers worldwide can access this global network of carrier edge network to deliver content to their end users. And so what happens here is because of the proximity of where we're delivering, the quality is amazing. So, streaming has come a long way, but there's still, still things that we struggle with as an industry in terms of like mass live events. But with open caching, the spikes around that just disappear. So it's a much more efficient way to deliver the content for those service providers. And the end result is great for content brands that want to deliver a high quality of experience, and also for everybody who wants to enjoy streaming.
I get the quilt reference now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So, and is there anything particular that's new this year? That's new that you're really going to be shouting about? What's the particularly unique element of your?
Well, I mean, that's the particularly unique element is the fact that we are kind of an ecosystem that bridges streaming in a way that hasn't been done before.
Okay.
It breaks down kind of a siloed approach and gives players on both sides of the media value chain a unique advantage that they didn't have before.
Yeah.
What we will be able to talk about is some very recent references. So yesterday we had an announcement for Airtel. So Airtel is going to be deploying Quilt across India.
Well done.
And so 400 million subscribers across India will have improved quality of experience in streaming. So that was very exciting news for us to be able to launch yesterday. And then within the US, just a few weeks ago, we talked about the progression of a partnership we have with the NCTC. The NCTC is a group of service provider members that are small to medium rural cable and broadband service providers. And we announced our original partnership with them at the end of last year. But what we were able to announce just a few weeks ago is that we are already working with, I think, about 120 of those members in deploying Quilt within their network. So they're able to provide a better quality of streaming experience to their end users.
So where can we find you at IBC?
So we're in Hall 1 on the Cisco booth. They're our partner, and you'll be able to find us there. And you can reach out to me or any of my colleagues on LinkedIn if you want to try to schedule a meeting. We'd love to tell you about what we're doing. Be able to talk a little bit more about what we've been doing with some of these recent references, and specifically what we can do with your content delivery or with your network.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lisa. It's, now we're informed, aren't we?
We know we're not.
I feel educated and I feel ready for IBC.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We will direct people to Hall 1, A11.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed.
Let's just go. Great. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right, quickly, on to the next.
I
think we're going to Rick Young, aren't we?
LTN. Yep, I think so.
Platform, LTN.
Rick is the SVP, Head of Global Products at LTN. Rick, hello, good afternoon.
Hey there, guys. How are you?
Yeah, we're really good, thank you.
You hanging in there?
Hanging in there.
What part of the world are you in, Rick? Are you UK? Or...
I'm in the US. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
I thought I detected the accent. So Rick,
what gave it away?
Tell us quickly about LTN.
Sure. LTN is a global video transmission production technology service provider. We work with the biggest media companies in the world, enabling a broad array of services, everything from video contribution to production, ad enablement, all the way to distribution to end platforms.
Cool. And sorry.
Go on.
Let's bring it back to IBC. What are you most looking forward to? What are you shouting about at IBC next week?
We got a lot to talk about at IBC. We're super excited to be back in Amsterdam. I could say it's because I want to meet with customers and shake hands and do all that stuff, which I'm sure every other person has said. But would it be wrong to say I'm also looking forward to walking the streets and the canals and grabbing a Heineken? Would that be wrong?
That'd be absolutely
nothing wrong with that at all, Rick. Yeah.
All right.
Just got to be careful which streets you walk down. Just.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Trying to keep it real, guys. Anyway, LTN has a broad portfolio of products, and of course, we're available and there to talk about all of them. But we're really a solution company, and so we have 3 specific solutions that we are excited to chat about and get some feedback from our customers and really tell them about what's going on. Briefly, those 3 solutions, which we think are solving really big problems for the industry. First is LTN Wave. LTN Wave is a IP transmission solution that allows companies to move away from satellite, move away from fiber to the fiber circuits to the really flexible, scalable world of IP transmission. We've been doing this for 10 plus years, but what we're hearing from the market and what's new and what we're going to be talking about at IBC is the need to take not only transmission, but marry it with the ability to do blackouts and content replacement and ad enablement alongside of transmission. We're hearing that a lot. Big networks, big programmers, big and small programmers are looking for the ability to customize and reach to target specific channels to specific regions or areas. And so marrying that with a one-of-a-kind global transmission network is super exciting to us, and we're happy to talk about that. Secondarily, we have LTN Lift. LTN Lift is a brand new solution we announced this year, launched with our flagship customer, a major broadcast station group here in the United States, serving really the biggest markets. And it's a solution that allows folks that have a news and information channel or a sports channel to create derivative or secondary versions of that channel for various platforms, OTT, social, fast, et cetera, or even customize a channel for specific regions or hyper-local type use cases. And what's different from some of the other solutions and products you see on the market is LTN's sort of core DNA, which is our live and real-time DNA. So we allow you to mix both live and non-live content in a really intuitive, very automated fashion to reach consumers wherever they are. And then the last solution that we also launched earlier this year and have had a ton of great success is LTN Arc. And while Lift is really talking about creating versioning around linear channels, LTN Arc is all about versioning, high volume versioning of live events, sports events. Sports has proven to be a real differentiator for OTT platforms and of course leagues everywhere. Love the idea that you can get live content on all platforms. So we've been working, our flagship customer that launched this year is a Spanish language OTT platform. And we've been working with them to do thousands of live games, matches, soccer matches, baseball games, etc. And what we're doing is taking the primary version, the primary feed, and customizing it with the appropriate graphics or in-market language announcers, and of course, all of the ad signaling to monetize those games on various platforms, whether it's the OTT platform's own experience, or oftentimes we're seeing customers want to take those versioned or customized or tailored games and put them on other third-party platforms. We've launched already with a couple of customers this year, super excited about that. We're rolling out a major sports league as well. So we're finding tons of interest in both Lift and Arc, both in the US, but we also have a number of customers in Europe and elsewhere in the world. So, you know, it's been a busy year and super excited to get to Amsterdam to talk about.
So where can we tell people to come and find you?
Sure, come find us in our booth. We're in Hall 5. A77, Hall 5, A77, and happy to have folks stop by, chat, and maybe grab a Heineken. Who knows?
Sounds good.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
Thanks, Rick. Great to meet you. Great to talk to you. And yeah, safe travels to Amsterdam, and hopefully we'll see you at IBC.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
So we're going back in time on our schedule. We're going back to this morning.
Oh, is there someone who shouldn't be here?
We skipped Nugen.
Yeah, Nugen.
Nugen Audio, and we're going to be chatting to Freddie Vinehilcliffe. And Freddie,
it looks like
Freddie's
ready.
I am here. Hi, how are you doing?
Hello, Freddie. We're good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Better late
I'm
than
here
never.
in the. I know. I'm so sorry, but thanks for rescheduling for me. I'm here in the Nugen office, which is not a very common occurrence these days. But here I am, change of scenery.
Yeah, I think in the past we've chatted to you on your living room sofa, but hey, that's
correct.
We digress. So you've got a primary focus for IBC, Halo Vision.
That's correct, yes. Halo Vision, it's a brand new plugin of ours. We originally announced it at NAB back in April. And unfortunately, we had a few different delays for various things. I think there was something to do with an Apple OS update that caused us some issues, some other things. But now it is finally being released at IBC. We're finally giving the people what they want.
So give us a quick overview of what Halo Vision is, Freddie.
Sure. So Halo Vision is a comprehensive visual analysis suite for 3D and immersive audio. So for people who are already familiar with plugins of ours, it's quite similar to Visualizer, but Visualizer only operates in stereo, whereas this goes up to 712 channels of audio. So that means it's suitable for Dolby Atmos bed tracks and so on. So anyone who's working in 3D or surround, the idea behind this is that it gives you the information that your ears might be missing. So say, for example, you're in an unfamiliar studio that you aren't necessarily familiar with the sound of, or maybe you're just not even in a studio, you're in a less than ideal working environment. Perhaps you've been in the studio all day, your ears are getting fatigued, whatever it might be, this is a visual aid to make sure that you are indeed hearing what you think that you're hearing. So it shows you frequency information, correlation information, various other bits and pieces.
Cool. And is the suite shipping now, or is there still some work to do on it?
So it will be shipping, I believe, on the 14th of September, but there is early access available from the 7th of September, which you can sign up to via our website. I think it's if you go to nugenaudio.com/early access. I think it's early-access, and there will be a way to access that from our IBC booth as well.
Cool.
So come and say hello, and then you'll be able to get the goods before everyone else.
And where is that booth so that we can send people there?
That is a very, very good question. Hang on.
I bet it's all eight somewhere.
Now you're asking. Hang on.
You're normally above the beach, aren't you? I don't know whether that's for strategic reasons or...
So yes, we used to always be on the HHB booth, but we now do have our own.
No, you're on your own. Look, I've found it.
Let's have a look. Oh, I've got it here as well. Go on, you've won the race. You've won the race.
7.P11. So it's one of the pods in Hall 7. The hot
That's
room.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Good stuff. Freddie, thank you very much indeed. We're out of time. It's great to hear all about Halo Vision. And of course, we're going to be spending time with you at the show as well. So we'll be doing some videos and you can tell us even more about it then, which we can share with everybody. So until then, Freddie, safe travels and thanks for joining us.
Go into detail when we're there.
You too. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, who's next?
Good.
Who's next?
Right, Lightworks. Oh, sorry, LWKS. I don't know, David Winter.
We need to
ask
know
him
whether
that.
we're allowed to say Lightworks anymore.
I don't know,
it just shows how old you are when you say Lightworks.
Lightworks. Oh, brilliant.
Hello, David. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Matt and Simon. How are you today?
Yeah, we were just debating whether we're allowed to say Lightworks or do we have to say LWKS now?
Well, for you guys, I'll allow Lightworks. Not everyone. Most people have to say LWKS, but you guys can say Lightworks.
Just today only. I'll give up. Yeah.
You somewhat reinvented yourself from a solo non-linear editing system to a full post-production workflow now. Tell us about that journey and how that's gone.
Yeah, sure. So to be honest, it just seems like a fairly logical step if you think about the history of how non-linear editing's come about, right? It's about taking the technology of the time and using it to improve manual processes. That's what happened decades ago when NLEs were first invented, when Lightworks was one of the forefathers there. So you fast forward to now and Lightworks has reformed into LWKS as its own company. And it was a case of sitting down and thinking, what other places are there that people are performing manual, complex, perhaps unsecure processes that we can automate, iterate, improve upon, and just generally give them a leg up by taking care of a lot of the legwork for them? So we've enhanced our offering by adding 2 new products. The first one being QScan, which is a piece of automated quality control software.
Yeah.
So as that description might kind of give away, what that's doing is it's automating the process of quality control to the standard of pretty much wherever you're delivering to, whether it's Apple, Netflix, Disney Plus, any of the big players or any other delivery platforms. It can make sure that everything is up to the correct standard for you, rather than you having to try and do it, by yourself. So that saves you a lot of time and effort. And then most recently, we've added a new product called React. Now, you won't have heard of React, partly because it was trading under a different name previously, but React is kind of one of the best kept secrets of the post-production world. It's been toiling away in the background, being used on films, broadcasts, pretty much professional productions of any tier, to allow them to share and review their content securely, cloud-based, automated, all of those good buzzwords. And it's been doing that very successfully. But the reason you won't have heard of it is it's been operating almost entirely in the Nordics up until now. So it's kind of a good kept secret in that it's been tucked away in that little bit of the world. So what LWKS has done is they've acquired them. We're working with the guys over there that have built up this amazing product. And we're now looking to bring that to the global stage so that we can spread it out to, eventually the whole world.
Yeah, there's some good tech come out of the Nordics over the years. So does that sum up all of the stuff you'd be shouting about at IBC, or is there anything else we can say?
Yeah, of course. So that's like the headline of the 3 main products we have: Lightworks, QScan, and React. So we'll be showing each one off individually. React and QScan especially, when we tell people about them, they almost sound a little bit too good to be true once we run through the full feature set. So the best way to combat that is to go, well, if it sounds too good to be true, come and see it in action and you'll see that it's not. Yes, but the other big aspect of this is all 3 of these are designed to work solo by themselves, or together as part of a larger platform. So that's one of the things that we'll be showcasing, is how you can use the 3 different products in tandem to overall give your post-production workflows a boost, and how that sits in with your pre-existing system. Because that's the other big thing here. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel and replace the systems you've already got. What we want to do is integrate and sit alongside them and just give them a leg up and make your life easier overall, kind of saving you time and money in the process. So that's the thing. We'll be showing off the products individually and as a big group together. We've got some new features in React. I mean, React is kind of new to the world as a whole, but on top of the pre-existing platform, we've got a new desktop app that allows you to do automated upload and download from your computer to the cloud. We've got a new speech-to-text system, which we were having a look at this morning, actually. And to be honest, it's mind-blowing how well that works. I think it's going to be quite a game changer in the speech-to-text game. So we'll be showing off that. In terms of QScan, we've got a few new features. We've got the ability now to add eyeball events to your reports. So obviously, until we reach that kind of Skynet level of complete AI control with robot overlords, there's still going to be things that an automated system can't catch from a quality control software perspective. So you've now got the ability to integrate those eyeball events into your reporting. So it's all contained in one place. There's also a integration with Lightworks itself. So what we're doing is we're taking the Lightworks technology, what powers the NLE, and we're using that so you can do things like actually view on a timeline exactly where the errors are taking place. So rather than just getting a report saying at 1:52 there's a single frame of, you know, just black on the screen, you can actually see exactly on a timeline where that is and then go in and correct it quickly if you want. So yeah, there's a number of new and old features we'll be showing off there at IBC.
And there'll be some demos. And where have we already covered where we're sending people to come and see you?
No, you haven't, but we can cover that. So if you want to actually book a slot, you can go to lwks.com/bookibc. That's book IBC. You can choose. Yep, you can choose what product you want to see, how long you want to see it for, even who you want to see it with. And I won't be offended if it's not me. That's fine. There are smarter people at the company, so I'd probably recommend one of them, to be honest. Alternatively, we're on stand C19 in Hall 6, so that's 6.C19. So if you don't want to actually book a slot, that's fine. Just swing by and say hello whenever's good for you.
Thanks, David. We're out of time completely, but looking forward to seeing you at IBC, and yeah, hope your final preparations go well.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Bye-bye.
Catch up. Cheers.
Okay, straight on to Studio Technologies. We've got Gordon Capes. Gordon's a regular that you chatted to him at NAB, didn't you? Because I only remember it really because it's in the outtakes.
Oh, really? What did I do?
Gordon, hello.
Good morning from Chicago.
And good afternoon from the UK.
Great.
Are you well?
Doing fine here. Beautiful day. Hopefully nice for you too.
We wouldn't know. It might still be daylight. Yeah.
That's right.
So you've got you've got loads of products. Let's face it, Studio Technologies have got a lot of products. What are your key things you're shouting about at IBC this year?
We're showing a number of our Dante connected audio over Ethernet products. We keep expanding our line of products that are good for on-air broadcast, for production, for people who are setting up intercommunications or doing podcasting, things like that, who want to use their Ethernet infrastructure for sending their audio, whether it's for on-air or main audio or for intercom or technician or production personnel audio.
And are you on your own booth, or are you with one of your distributors over here, or?
I won't be there. Mark Townsend, our sales agent who's based in the UK, will be in 8F93. He's sharing space with another one of his clients called Nixer. So we're sharing space with Nixer, and we'll have a lot of our products there.
And are you showing anything brand new to the European market, Gordon?
You know, we are. For example, we're showing our model 354, which is a 4-channel talk station, Dante connected. And I think our specialty is responding to customers' needs and not being afraid of putting in many, many different features in a product. So we start with, let's say, a simple product like the Model 354, which allows a gooseneck microphone to have 4 push buttons to talk to 4 different channels. Starts sounds pretty basic, but from there, we put in many features that allow the installation person to easily set up these channels to be, whether they're interrupted foldback, which are talent cues, or whether they are used with many stations to do station busy applications for theaters or things like that. So our specialty is really giving people the resources they need to attack specialty applications. So that's one of the products we're showing. We're also showing our Model 209, which is intended for podcast use. So we tried to address the needs that people have for doing effective podcast work.
Fantastic. Gordon, that's great. It's a shame we won't see you in person, but we'll definitely look forward to seeing the booth and mixing with your colleagues and seeing what's new at IBC. Thank you very much indeed, Gordon. Good to see you. Good to chat.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, catch up with Studio Technologies, Hall 8 F93, that was. And we are moving to Italy, I think this will be from. We're chatting to Fabio. From 4A now. Hello, Fabio. How are you doing?
Hello. Good afternoon. Everything okay? What about you?
Everything's going okay for us, Fabio. How about you?
Yeah.
Well, very good. Very good.
Very good.
Looking forward for IBC.
Cool.
Yes.
So, are you going to talk us through the stand at IBC? Because 4A normally have quite a big area, don't you? What's going on?
Oh, yes. We are in the usual position as it was for the last, I believe, 25 or 30 years. And so Hall 2, stand A51. And yes, we will have, first of all, we are very happy to be there after 2 years of pandemic, that of course this show was cancelled, but as well as many other shows were cancelled. So we are very happy to start again our usual work to see our customer and partners in the show.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, we will have.
Sorry to interrupt, Fabio. We've got 2 minutes to give us your highlights of why people need to see 4A.
It's basically we are introducing some exciting news, and we are very focused on 3 main topics, which are hybrid production, so seamless production within SDI and uncompressed IP, where we have introduced several equipment, such as our new processor, which is the FA1616, which is a 32 channels video and audio processor in one rack unit with a variety of audio interface such as MADI, Dante, etc., etc. And this is a Swiss knife for video production. It is allow mutual conversion within HDR, SDR, uncompressed IP, SDI, 12G SDI. So it's a comprehensive processor for the video production that allow to move from one standard to another easily.
Yeah.
The other very, very hot topics we are introducing this year is NDI connectivity. We are introducing a board to an optional board for our video switcher, which is an NDI interface that allow direct integration into our switcher of NDI, but not only as a video stream. We will also have the possibility to control PTZ camera, and because the board is inside the switcher, it is also part of the ecosystem of the switchers. It means we can record preset, we can use it for macro, etc., etc. So all the operation that a normal switcher have will have also with this NDI board. And the other very hot topic is a new all-in-one production center, which is the MFR 3100AX. It is a router, but not only a router, it is a streaming platform. It is a recording platform. It allows to have an integrated video switcher, and it allows PTZ control, camera control, and many other functionality, and a variety of audio and video interfaces. And the last hot topic we are going to introduce in IBC is a suite of software of our partner Class X, which is a data-driven graphics, which is now at version 8. So we will introduce the version 8 of this software. And it is a comprehensive platform that goes from character generator to virtual set to augmented reality. So in one platform, you can do all the graphics production you need for your broadcast production.
Fantastic. Fabio, can you remind us where people can find you at IBC?
Stand Hall 2, stand number A51.
Fantastic. Fabio, I'm really sorry, we're out of time. We could talk forever. And actually, we're going to be spending time on the 4A stand
to go into detail.
As well. So we can go into detail, do some videos and share those as well. So thank you very much, Fabio.
See you in IBC. Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you there.
Take care.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Okay, so now we're going to get an insight into the exhibitors. Exhibitors getting their stuff to IBC. And we're going to be chatting to Paul. Paul heads up Think Expo Logistics, and it looks by these high visness that he's there at the moment. Hello, Paul.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, sorry, Paul. Hello. Welcome
Paul,
to the show.
We're running behind as normal. We've got a couple of minutes, and it'd be really interesting for everybody watching to get a little bit of insight into the journey that everyone's goods goes from factory to show floor.
Absolutely. Well, I'll be quick, guys. Thanks for having us on. First of all, if you're here this early, you'd have to wear silly PPE as well. It's a requirement to be on the show floor during build-up. The journey for your freight is quite in depth, to be honest, especially now we've left Brexit, with the most important part being getting all of your customers' paperwork in place and correct. We use ATA Carnes to get all of our clients' products, stands, and equipment out to the show, and it's by far the safest and easiest way of doing it. It does mean it needs a little bit of preparation from you guys to prepare those lists for us. We submit those to the Chamber of Commerce, who raise the ATA Carnes for us. And then obviously the driver brings them along, takes them to customs, and eventually your goods end up here. It seems a fairly simple process, but it's been quite tedious, obviously with lots of equipment, and it's been a very equipment-heavy show, checking thousands of serial numbers because we have to copy check every document. It's been a bit of a nightmare, but we're here. All of the freight is here. So yeah, we're in a good place.
And are you finding, Paul, is most of the stuff you're shipping from the UK to Amsterdam, or are you shipping from other European countries and even further into Amsterdam?
Yeah, obviously this is a massive international show. We have shipments coming out of the US, coming in by air freight, from Hong Kong, from Asia, from Australasia as well, a couple of shipments out of Australia, and also shipments from within Europe. So we have stuff out of Holland, Belgium, a couple of shipments from Italy. So yeah, from pretty much everywhere, obviously including the UK, which is our major service centre.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Fantastic. And I guess you're on site now until it all shuts, I guess.
Well, I'm here for 16 days in Amsterdam. So you may think we flit in, flit out. We're not. I'm here for 16 whole days. So yeah, quite a long process for us. I have to say the weather here today is absolutely gorgeous. So if you're coming, bring shorts. It's absolutely lovely.
That's going to put a curse on it.
It's going to all change in the next week now. Yeah, umbrella and extra layers, I think.
Paul, would love to chat more, but we're out of time. Thank you very much. Have a safe, continued setup. Do what you do well, and yeah, I'm sure we'll catch up with you in Amsterdam sometime.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Now, think about the biggest stand you see at most shows.
Oh yeah, okay.
And who do you think?
Well, it's going to be Blackmagic Design, isn't
it? I reckon it could be Blackmagic, and we've got Simon Westland coming.
Which make an impact, don't they?
Hello, Simon.
Hello, boys. How are you?
Yeah, we're overrunning, so sorry to keep you waiting, Simon.
Oh, don't worry. I'll give you the short version then this afternoon. We'll keep it to a minimum.
So we were just saying the Blackmagic booth normally stands out. It's the main thing in Hall 7. Are you staying to the same size, and what sort of things are people going to see on it?
Yeah, gosh, it's actually bigger this year. It's I think we are. We're proud to be the largest exhibitor at the show, and I think we have been for a couple of years. So it's up to some ridiculous 1,000 square meters or something like that. So we're bordering on a couple of football pitches. And, I'm mulling over plans on my desk at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Which I've got a mountain of paper, and we start build today. So that's the exciting thing, and it's going to happen. So, we're starting to build in Amsterdam today, and we're really looking forward to it. I mean, it's going to be great to be back after 3 years. Yeah. And I think, what's kind of weird in all of this is that a lot of the products that we'll show at IBC this year may be sort of 12 months old or 18 months old, but they've never been shown at the show. So we got a heap of things that have never been out in the wild, as it were, and so it's going to be great to sort of reconnect with customers and see 35,000 people or whatever the number is over the course of the 4 days of next weekend.
This is going to be an impossible question to answer, really. But is there anything that you would highlight from what's new? I mean, from the last IBC, there's just too many announcements for you to cover. But is there something that's worth saying? No, make sure you come along and see this.
I think one of the things that's been really interesting. It kind of feels like the whole pandemic was a bit of a hard stop and a reset for people on how they go about the things that they do. And talking to a lot of companies over the last few months, it really comes down to sort of what's changed pre-pandemic to how they go about their content production now. So specifically, I think that what we're seeing on that mat is that we're seeing quite a lot of companies sort of really consider their technology footprint and decide what they now need to invest in. They may have worked out during that period that what they have now doesn't suit what they now need to do. So we've seen a lot of live stream activity. We've seen a lot of live production. So in particular, I think over the last 12 months, we have a new Ursa Broadcast G2 camera designed for broadcast for B4 lens or EF lens. We have new studio cameras. We have new Ateme products. So I think both of those sort of product areas around live production are certainly right up there in terms of, people's interest levels. But of course, as you say, it is a difficult one to answer because we've also got things like Blackmagic Cloud, which is brand new for us and changes the way that people can work collaboratively with Resolve. So very much sort of plays to the strengths of Resolve because it's got edit and it's grade and it's VFX and audio. The inclusion now of Blackmagic Cloud means that you can all be working on the same project, even if you're spread around the globe. So, there's heaps of things which, and it's going to be exciting to talk about those and most importantly, see what's changed for the customers, see what they need more of and what they need less of, and for us to respond to those needs.
It's interesting to point from a customer point of view, because coming to the Blackmagic stand could be quite a daunting experience. I mean, literally.
I hope not.
Sorry, not daunting, but you know what I mean. I mean,
we try and be as friendly as
where
possible.
do I go first? Now, you might have some advice on how the customer might better engage with you guys. We make appointments and have, I want to say a stand tour, but basically, is it come up, grab someone, tell them your needs, and they'll...
Yeah, do you know what? The most important thing is engaging conversation. I think that there's no steps onto our booth. There's no appointments. There's no diary. There's something like 77 of us on the show booth across the 4 days. We're all wearing the same shirts, so we're pretty easily identifiable. And I think, to be honest, Matt, one of the things that I hope that people recognise about Blackmagic as a business and who we are as individuals is that actually we just want to engage in conversation,
right,
and understand. For us, IBC, and I've said this a number of times, and we've done interviews, with yourself and Simon before. It's as much about what we learn from the show as what we can pass on to our customers. It's a really good opportunity for us to listen, and I think we'd welcome everyone to come on and have a look at products that they're looking for, but especially really just tell us what they're trying to do, what they're trying to achieve, what problems they want to solve, what they want to make better in their sort of current setup. So just come and talk to us.
I think, I think that's obviously demonstrated by your whirlwind European tour you've been doing this year over the summer, Simon, and also your support of our own show.
Yeah, I was going to say this time. To be honest, this is the precursor. This is the one we need to get out of the way before we hit London on the 30th of September, Bristol on the 4th of October for the KitPlus Roadshow. Which but again, sort of joking apart, I think the big thing in that is that gosh, we all complain so much about being confined and not able to get out. So one of the big things for us has been exactly that. We wanted to come and support what you're doing with KitPlus and the events there, and that's great. We've also done a tour of our own, which is kind of taken us to Dubai, Munich, Istanbul, Paris, Madrid, Milan, and we've worn out some
all
shoe
the nice
leather.
places.
Yeah, well, yes, we only pick good ones. and no, I mean, I think, the critically, and that's exactly kind of, I guess reflects the comments I just made. It's about being able to get back in front of customers because that's the thing we miss so much.
Absolutely. Thanks, Simon. We're completely out of time, but we will be spending time on the Blackmagic stand with the crew. So we'll be probably at the back where you have your fantastic media area, which isn't quite so busy. And we can have a longer chat then. And
I look forward to seeing you both.
For anyone watching this, as Simon says, you can catch up with the Blackmagic workshops and all their tech 30th of September in Twickenham and 4th of October in Bristol. That's kitplusshow.co.uk to register. Registration's open now. Simon, thank you very much.
See you soon.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Cheers, Simon. Bye.
Okay,
right, next
so
up.
we're talking to a regular now, aren't we?
Oh, regular.
We're going over
An
to
old
Todd.
favourite.
Todd, is he California? California?
Yeah, he's in California.
Yeah. Marshall Electronics is coming up.
Yeah.
Hi, Todd. How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Cheerful as ever.
Yeah. Well, you guys you guys are amazing. I can't believe you've been going this long.
Oh, we're being looked after by the Manor marketing team. They just brought us a tea. Well, actually, we were told there's scones with cream and jam in it, but they haven't arrived yet. But hopefully when they hear this,
well,
they'll,
I figured you guys be having your first pint by now.
Well, I should be. So
Todd, back to serious business.
Yes, serious business.
We always spend a lot of time on the Marshall stand at shows because you always got so much to tell us, and you're a regular on our show. Give people an idea of what they can see at IBC this year.
So we moved halls, so we're actually right next to Atomos. That's hall 11, C23. But we have kind of a long and skinny. We have quite a number of cameras set up this year. We're showing our award-winning miniature POV cameras in the CV500 series. We're showing a large number of IP cameras. So we're still very much pushing the IP space with our cameras or capabilities. We like to have kind of live, we're from broadcast industry, so we like the SDI workflows still going into switchers, but we're also adding that extra IP interface, and in some cases adding the USB interface as well, like I'm using now on the new CV420E. This camera has IP, USB, and HDMI outputs. So our latest and greatest in the miniature camera line, we're showing a 10x, 20x, 30x zoom block cameras, as well as full PTZ cameras. What we've done quite a bit over the last 2 or 3 years, actually the first NDI camera we had was back in 2017. So we were one of the first ones to add NDI to our IP platforms.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw here in the media yesterday, actually, we joined forces with Zixi to add the Zixi platform to the IP. Our cameras also are HEVC. They're also SRT. So it's not only starting with a very good sensor, refining broadcast quality in signal processors, chipsets, but it's also making it easy to use in all kinds of different IP workflows. And like I said, working with those companies and making sure that their firmware and soft codecs are, their soft codecs are built into our firmware. And many times what we add and what capabilities we might be refining can be uploaded and updated in firmware downloadable from our website. So it's real easy to update IP cameras, obviously, and we keep collaborating with some of the best companies in the industry. So it's been real exciting.
I'm going to hold my head in shame for not realising that it was 2017 when you added NDI to your cameras.
Well, the first NDI, right?
The first NDI.
The first one was NDI HX. We're actually working. I know we've been trying to get the full NDI camera out for a while, but that looks like it's going to be happening in the first quarter of next year. Okay. But we won't be showcasing the high bandwidth. We'll be showcasing the NDI HX3. So with HX3, you get lower latency. You get in challenging network environments, but also lossless video or near high bandwidth performance as far as video quality. So we keep adopting the new NDI standards. We keep making sure it's compatible with the newest and latest NDI tools and discovery equipment. But just as important is incorporating those other compatibilities, like the new Zixi relationship we just established.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I know you don't really want to go off anything except go offline. That you want to be all about cameras, but Marshall isn't only cameras. Are you going to be sharing the booth with any other parts of the business?
Yeah. So obviously, as you know, we've been around for 40+ years. We've been in broadcast with monitors, with waveform, vector scope, that kind of thing. So we'll be showing a couple new rack mounts. We'll be showing some audio racks, as well as a kind of a simple switch in our VMV 402 SH. That's kind of a sub switch. People use it as a sub switch in a lot of environments, maybe bringing in 4 POV cameras in the workflow into their main switch. So we do other stuff. As you know, I'm hyper focused on cameras, obviously. So
we love them. We've got lots of them. Yeah.
So my plate is full for a lot of things. But we also, for instance, have converters. So we're coming out with a new 3G SDI and HDMI to USB-C converter, right? So any camera can be used in an environment like this through USB into a PC or a Mac or into the live streaming, conferencing, Zoom conferencing, all kinds of stuff. So obviously there's been a kind of a lot more smaller production type environments. And, we work with vMix, OBS Project, and others to make sure that our cameras can be plugged in and easy to use.
Fantastic. Todd, we are out of time. As you can see on Matt's lap, he's already tucking into his...
Are you sure it's been 5 minutes?
At least.
At least 5 minutes.
Are you sure?
It always goes so quickly with you. To make up for it, we'll spend extra time with you on the show floor.
IBC.
At IBC. And we can
make not up on Rembrandt Plain, right? At the Old Bell.
The Old Bell on Friday night. Be careful. So
thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
It's good to see you, and safe travels to Amsterdam, and we look forward to seeing you next week.
We'll see you soon. Take care
Todd.
now.
Bye-bye.
Take care. So who have we got next?
We've got
thanks to Todd. That was
Gary
good.
Rosen from Pliant Technologies.
Pliant. Gary, so he's probably in the wings at the moment. Yes, we've had our
we've been
had our
well
cream
looked
teas
after
delivered
by Manister with our cream tea, as we'd expect.
There we go. We can see him. Can we hear him?
Hello, Gary.
Gary, hi.
Good afternoon.
So I'm hoping you're in San Francisco, Gary.
Well, I'm actually in San Diego, but the background for San Francisco is much more pleasing than the hotel.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So you've got a new control unit being shown for the first time at IBC. Tell us about that and everything else you're looking forward to at the show.
Sure, thanks. We're looking forward to actually getting back to the show, which is quite pleasant in itself. So we have a few new things. The highlight in our hardware side is a new control unit. So previously we had 2 models of the control unit, and that handles all of the I/O and our networking. The 2 models handled either 2 2-wire and 2 4-wire intercom lines, or 4 and 4. And customers driven us to give them a 8 4-wire I/O. That's the name 08 for 0 2-wire and 8 4-wire. And when you combine it with up to 4 control units, it gives us 32 I/O in 4-wire. And what's happened over the last few years, actually, is it's really become quite popular and the broadcasters for, especially for sporting events. So we're doing some of the largest events. They have a great deal of I/O running around, and they've come back to us and asked us for this new version. So we're pretty excited to show that. In addition, we are also showing, be the first time in Amsterdam, our new high density mode, which greatly increases the number of users that you can have in the system.
Cool.
Oh, this is all part of the CrewCom, is it?
It is.
Yeah.
So at Client, we do specialize in wireless intercom. That's our focus and has been for quite a long time. And, you know, our entire CrewCom line has both an expandable version, the original CrewCom, and a scaled down version for smaller applications, which is great for a standalone small auditorium or boardroom or a house of worship. And that's called the CB2, like CrewCom Base 2.
Cool, cool. Forgive me if you've already mentioned this, Gary, but have we covered the high density mode for CrewCom yet?
Well, I mentioned the high density, so let me explain what that is.
Yeah.
So our system, the CrewCom system, is quite modular. It allows you to have multiple transceivers, multiple access points, which will either grow the number of users or the number of locations you're covering for RF, where we can roam seamlessly, or both. So the original firmware allowed you to use 6 users on a transceiver. And so if you wanted multiple users in a location, you put multiple. So if you wanted 18 locations in one area, you would use 3 transceivers. With the new scheme, it's software selectable and now allows you to have up to 32 users on a transceiver. The compromise there is that it gives you 4 people talking per transceiver at a time. And in many applications, that's really what they're looking for, is many users, but rarely are they talking. So we have the high density mode, and we also have the normal mode, and they can both be used at the same time.
Cool. And that's a new feature that you're showing this year.
That's correct. It's not only a new feature, but it is contained in our latest firmware, 1.10, which is a free download. So this is an upgrade not only for new users, but for all existing users, and that's at no charge.
Got it. Cool.
And I've got on the notes, you're going to more, maybe you can go into more detail of CB2.
Sure. So the CB2 is really a scaled down version. It uses the same radio module. So it has the same great RF, the same exceptional audio quality, but it's built for the users who don't need a scalable system. They don't need that many users. And often that could be anything from a boardroom to a house of worship to an educational facility or a small rental company that's doing, you know, medium-sized jobs around, and they don't really require a tremendous amount of users. So for that system, a single system is in, again, it has high density, but in normal mode, 6 users. And in high density mode, 16 users with up to 4 people talking. And another feature of the CB2 is you can actually combine 2 systems together and really double their capacity.
Cool.
Cool. Where can we send people to come and talk to you more about your solutions?
Well, obviously our website, flyingtechnologies.com.
Yeah.
And forgive me because I don't have it in front of me, but
I'm sure I've got it in the notes somewhere.
It's Hall 10.
Hall 10, C53.
C53. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's okay.
Yeah, stop by and stay high.
Yeah,
brilliant.
It's good talking to you, Gary. Safe travels from San Diego to Amsterdam, and yeah, look forward to seeing you at IBC.
All right. Well, we'll see you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Cheers.
Cheers, Gary. So,
okay, we're talking trends now, I think.
Oh, Gambino, harmonic.
Harmonic.
He's in the wings, apparently.
Yep, he's just rooting through. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. You'll see the red button in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. We'll be doing lots of interviews at IBC. So yeah, if you subscribe, you can check up on those during the show. Rob, welcome to the show.
Thanks. Happy to be here.
Cool. So tell us about the latest innovations that Harmonic are highlighting at IBC this year.
Sure. So at IBC this year, we're excited to be sharing a couple things for both our on-premise appliances and cloud-based solutions in what we're really hoping is going to be an exciting time for our broadcast customers. We're highlighting two areas. First is in the online streaming space. And we're always looking to make the streaming experience better. And for all the broadcasters that we've ever talked with, picture quality is definitely a part of that. We're an industry leader in that space, which includes Ultra HD and HDR. One of the reasons we were selected for last year's Olympics. So one of the things we're going to be showcasing, of course, is our outstanding encode quality. Also in that online space, ad-supported streaming has been a really hot topic lately for everyone that we've talked to. And that's both direct to consumer and through fast platforms like LG Channels, Samsung TV Plus, Roku. So this year at IBC, we'll be highlighting how easy it is for broadcasters to extend the reach of their content by distributing their channels online, and how to generate additional revenue with our server-side ad insertion capabilities. And then lastly, in that online space, we always like to talk about how important the public cloud is in enabling streaming services. And now we're highlighting our partnerships with the big three, Azure, Amazon, Google. So no matter how you want to get to the cloud, we're there for you. Cool. Switching gears a bit to DVB, which is a topic near and dear to every broadcaster we've ever talked to. We've got two big developments there that we want to highlight for our XOS media processing device. In that same vein of targeted advertising, we've got DVB-TA, which of course is that new targeted advertising spec that allows broadcasters to do some new and interesting dynamic ad insertion in the connected TV space. And then DVB-SYS, where really we're building an ecosystem where you can come to Harmonic as a one-stop shop for lighting up really anything TVB, T2, terrestrial, direct to home, whatever you want to do using our Harmonic gear.
So just quickly, Rob, we're running out of time, but I'd like to talk about trends that you're seeing in the industry. Sure. And how Harmonic are addressing the trends. We've only got about a minute left, so if you can give us a brief overview of those.
Yeah, so advertising is definitely one of the bigger trends that we're seeing, and I would say we're addressing that by our focus in that fast space. We've made a number of strategic partnerships on the monetization side. We've also implemented a number of workflow changes in our products to make things easier for our broadcasters to bring their content online and monetize it. Things like an easy to use scheduler that lets you drag and drop, automated rules for advertising, that sort of thing. For those broadcasters who are still not fully in that online space, but are looking to dip a toe, that DVB-TA spec is where they're going to want to investigate, where it lets them use a lot of the same architecture they're using today to deliver their signals, but start to add some incremental monetization for when their viewers are consuming their content on connected TVs.
So where do we send these potential customers? Where do we send them to find you? Where's your
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So we're happy to be back at 1B20, same place we've been for a couple of years now. Anyone that wants to set up a one-on-one meeting with us to talk about their needs can go to harmonic.com to easily book an appointment.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Rob. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And hopefully our paths will cross in Amsterdam and we can find out more.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We'll be happy to see
you. Bye-bye.
Brilliant.
Bye.
So that was Rob from Harmonic. Very interesting. Now we're probably staying in the States. Haivision. We got Mark. We got Mark Horchler, who's coming to talk about what they're showing. Hi, Mark. How are you doing?
Doing great. How are you doing, Simon?
Yeah, very good. I predicted we were staying in the States. Whereabouts are you in the world?
I'm in Montreal right now at the Haivision headquarters. Yep.
Excellent. So, Mark, tell us what you're showing at IBC. What are the standout points that Haivision are talking about this year?
Well, I mean, we're first of all really looking forward to IBC. We think it's gonna be a great show, and we're super excited to see everyone there. And you know, it's been a while. So, but there's been a number of trends that have developed over the past few years. And for example, we've been running this survey of over hundreds of broadcast professionals around the world. We've been running it for 3 years now, and every year we've been doing the survey, the Broadcast IP Transformation Report. It's 5G comes up as the top thing that is going to have the most impact on the broadcast industry. So that's one of the things we'll be talking a lot about at IBC. We have a whole range of products that we'll be showing, 5G mobile transmitters and encoders and receivers. So that's it's going to be really cool. And basically what we're going to be showing is 5G for mobile video contribution, especially for live sports and news as well, where you can stream video up to 4K and an HDR from one part of the world to another over a 5G network at very low latency, down to 200 milliseconds. So that's pretty exciting. And you can also keep multiple camera feeds in sync as well over 5G. So that's going to be a big theme this year. And then the other two themes that we're going to be focusing on is decentralized collaboration. So during the past couple of years, a lot of us have been working remotely, but working as part of a team remotely from home. And for broadcasters, that means having access to low latency video, right? Being able to share video at low latency, even with colleagues who are in the facility or home or working from the cloud. And so we'll be showing that as well. Our Makito X4 encoders and decoders have been used extensively by broadcasters around the world for enabling people to work from anywhere on live broadcast productions. So we've been doing that. And then finally, the other big trend, which of course remains a big trend across the entire industry, is cloud, right?
Yeah.
Cloud, how is that impacting broadcasters? And so we'll be showing our cloud solutions, which will enable broadcasters to manage their mobile transmitters, their encoders and their receivers, decoders, all of their gear, no matter where it is. They can manage it all within a single browser interface, and then they can also, manage their streams, making sure if a camera person is out in the field covering a live event, that camera person can focus on their job as a camera person and not worry too much about where is my stream being sent to the right place, because there's someone else who can be doing that for them using our cloud solutions. They can make sure that the stream is being sent to the right production workflow. So so 5G, decentralized remote production, and cloud will be the three big themes that we're going to be talking about.
There's a lot there that will throw up a lot of challenges to demonstrate well at a trade show. How sort of real world experience are you able to offer people on the booth? Have you got demonstrations, or just discussions?
No, we're going to have a whole host of our products on display. For example, for remote collaboration, we'll have the Makito X4 and encoder and a decoder pair, so you'll be able to see how it's going to encode 4K HDR video, and you can actually go, and if you come to our stand, you'll be able to see it for yourself and see how it works. We'll also be showing our mobile transmitters. We have our Haivision Pro, our Air, and our Rack, as well as our apps for mobile journalism. That we'll be able to see that at our stand. So we'll be bringing, we like to bring our products to IBC so people can touch them, feel them, see them work in action. We don't necessarily have scripted demos. It's more about coming to our stand to see the products and even try them out for yourselves. So that's what we'll be showing, and of course we'll have access to all our cloud solutions as well through the internet.
Thank you, Mark. Where can people find you at IBC?
So we'll be in Hall 2, and our stand is at B36. So Hall 2, B36.
Fantastic, Mark. Thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing Haivision at IBC. Safe travels in the meantime.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing you too next week.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Take care.
Okay, we're not too far behind. 10 minutes behind. Not too bad for us, is it? Yeah. We got Neil Anderson coming in from Codemill. Looking forward to chatting to Neil, and he's incoming, which is always exciting to hear.
There we go.
Neil, how you doing?
Hey, good to see you. How's it been? How's it going?
It's going. Well, it's a bit warm in here, actually, isn't it?
It's suddenly got very warm. I don't know if it's because I've just had a cup of tea.
Or it could be the four scones you've just eaten.
Or it could be yeah.
So you must be as excited about IBC as everyone else seems to be. It seems, I get the impression it's going to be a complete madhouse of meetings back to back all the way.
Let's just get on.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the excitement after what we've witnessed today is certainly growing. There seems to be so much innovation and people just desperate to get out there and show what they've been doing, which is why you're here. So Neil, give us a quick elevator pitch on Codemill and then what you're shouting about in Amsterdam this year.
Yeah, sure. So Codemill is traditionally a Swedish company, but we work internationally. So we have most of our client bases in the Hollywood studios and a lot of the European broadcasters. We specialize in software development and cloud native software development around media asset management and also media supply chain. So taking a finished master asset, creating localized versions for doing cuts for compliance, changing subtitles, changing the audio, adding additional audio tracks, and making sure that all of those different versions for different markets are then properly QC'd and ready to be delivered to different platforms. So if you think about things like Disney Plus, Apple TV Plus, Amazon Prime, Netflix, all those VOD and OTT platforms, the studios are firing out fresh content as quickly as they can, but they then need to make 50 or 100 or more different versions. Our tools, they're all run in the cloud and they're all standard web browser type technologies, enable them to manage all of that content and localization, versioning and things like that. So that's our core business. We're kind of 50% product. So we have our accurate video software and we also have our Cantamo media asset management software. And then the other half of the business is digital services. So doing custom software development for studios, custom UI, UX, and then sort of full stack software development.
Cool.
And so IBC 22, this one that we've been waiting for 3 years to get to. What are people going to come to you and talk about?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, a lot of stuff is now being moved into the cloud. I mean, the pandemic accelerated things significantly from what was going on before. So more and more of the studios are wanting to move the vast majority of their workloads directly into the cloud. So, they've been doing a kind of 90% on-prem, 10% in the cloud, perhaps prior to the pandemic.
Yeah.
And their ambition is to really move 90% to the cloud and 10% on-prem. And that 10% is probably the online editing, the grading, the audio mix, the final mastering. But then everything else is done in the cloud. And so we've really been focusing on building out our existing tools to really enable them to migrate and to work more effectively with things like high resolution content, being able to play that directly in the cloud. So we have a new initiative called the Just-in-Time initiative, and that allows our software tools to play back high-res video directly from the cloud. So you might have ProRes files, JPEG 2000 if it's IMF, or MXF files, and you need to play them directly from a cloud storage like AWS S3. And then you can now play that directly into our Accurate Player software. So you can check the video, the audio, the subtitles, everything's in sync before you then, distribute it and send it to different platforms. So that's a big announcement we've been working on. We showed an alpha preview of it at NAB, but now we're in a kind of a late beta phase. And we should be shipping that before the end of this year. And ultimately that just-in-time initiative will come to the rest of our Accurate Video products. So our Validate QC product, our Edit product, so that customers don't have to work with proxies anymore in a browser. They can actually just play the high-res files, frame accurately, and work in a more cloud-native way than ever before, I guess. So that's one of the big initiatives. The second one is also our existing Cantamo media asset management software. That's been in use with a lot of broadcasters and studios for many years now. We've done a full revamp of the user interface. So again, this is a web browser-based media asset management product, runs in the cloud and hybrid and on-prem, but we've completely refreshed user interface, brought it up to date, and also integrated our Accurate Player software, which is a very highly regarded professional media player that runs in the browser and allows to do all that kind of checking of content, making sure it's absolutely correct, frame accurately. So that's probably one of the other big initiatives. And finally, we also, with our Edit product, which is a browser-based editor, now have multi-asset support. So rather than just being able to edit and cut up single clips for compliance editing or segmentation for promos. Users can now do things like highlights editing, rough cut editing, and export that sequence into things like Premiere Pro to do their online editing later. So that's an improvement to our edit product. And then the other feature that has been requested for a while is there's a limitation with playing back MP4 video in a browser. It only lets you play back channels 1 and 2, whereas we've now overcome that and allow users to be able to play any audio channels within an MP4. So that's useful for QC and things like that. So those are kind of the overview of what we've got and what we're demoing at IBC on our stand, which is in Hall 6, stand C11.
This just sounds like it's the evolution of what would have been coming. You know, it's like finally arriving. Yeah,
that's it. I mean, it's you know, the shift is really moving forward into next year. I mean, a lot of the studios have got big plans. Virtual production as well is another big thing, moving to the cloud, trying to get everything right from the camera directly into the cloud and then collaborate from there rather than shifting it around different studio post-production areas, which is just massively inefficient. So yeah, the big shift is happening.
Absolutely. Thanks, Neil. So we know we're going to find you Hall 6 C11. Thank you very much for joining us today. And
we'll see you there.
We'll see you there.
Brilliant.
Come
Look forward to it.
I think the beach.
I think we just got to wait for John to switch us back because John's in control of everything. So.
Oh right, yeah, we are.
Thank you, Neil. Good to see you.
See you soon. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
So I'm not sure who's coming in next, but so yes, we've got Robert Brown from RJS Electronics.
I hope we did.
So it's been a non-stop day. We're chatting
actually there's some new people because I don't know RJ. Oh, maybe we do, but I'm
Hello, Robert.
Hello, how are you?
There we go.
Very good, thank you. So, RJS Electronics, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you're showing at IBC?
So, what we do is we supply components to a lot of the different manufacturers at IBC. Not sure if you can see from the sort of green screen behind me, but it's things like push buttons, LEDs, motorized faders. And that would be the easiest way to describe it is on a mixing console. I won't name any brand, so any mixing console, you tend to have buttons on the front of them that you press in to change different selections, and then the motorized faders that you slide up and down, or you might have in a broadcast room like an LED indicator panel above the door that says like it's live or on air, and it's things like that. So I don't know if you can see there behind me, we've got like our podiums. One of the big things that we do recently, well, not recently, last 5-10 years, is metal switches. Okay. So for absolute years, our main thing that we did was PCB switches. So they're, if you're not familiar with what they are, it's just the buttons that go onto a printed circuit board. And you can have them with RGB LEDs, you can have them with custom caps, you can have them with custom legends so that you know what the button does before you press it. But the metal switches, that's where we've sort of come from having a tiny little area of our stock room to now half our stock room and half our orders out the door every day are these metal switches in the corner. And while they used to be referred to as anti-vandal, they're now just premium metal switches. So you see a lot of these on rack mount equipment. There's things with like power buttons.
Well, we've always, as an industry, had heavy-handed operators. I mean, that's part of the thing, you know. The old days, wasn't it? Was it the Paltex edit controller? I know I'm going a bit old-fashioned now, but it was, you could whack it really hard, and you know, it went forever. And that, you know, being robust in this industry in a machine room in a hectic environment, in sometimes a dirty environment, is important. So, who are you hoping to? I mean, okay, kind of obvious. You want to see all the manufacturers, but who are you hoping?
We want to see. It's really bizarre. Whenever we go to a show like this, we're not here for the visitors. We're primarily here for the exhibitors. And we always hope that the exhibitors have a terrible time and they leave their stands and walk around and come and find us because they're bored. Because the worst thing about a brilliant show for everyone else is they tend to be on their stand and don't go for a walk around. So there you go. It's a bizarre way of looking at it, but it seemed to work for us every time. Whenever we have our customers saying the show's rubbish, we only
Yeah,
know that
great
because our
show.
customers come onto our stand and come and spoke to us, and then they see what products we do.
I'm a bit worried about asking for your opinion on what would be a successful IBC for you, because it would be a failed IBC for everybody else.
Well, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because I guess the last day of the show is probably your best day. And
yeah, the last 2 hours
of the last day
of the last day are bizarrely where we get the people that walk around. You never get the £100,000 inquiry, the £1 million inquiry then, but you get the genuine inquiry of, oh my God, I wish I'd seen you earlier in the week. Here's my card. And then you take that at a glance. You used to go, I'll put it in my pocket, speak to them later. But after doing this for 13 years now, they're the people that you get back. You send them an email while you're on the plane, and you call them the next day because they haven't spent enough time with you to remember you in 6 months' time. But if you put yourself in front of them, they're the guys that really need a product because they've stopped when they're really busy and want to go home. They've stopped to have a chat with you.
There you go. Yeah.
So, I mean, our main people that we want to see is business owners, product managers. It's weird to say, but like high-end end users. So whether you call that the distributors or the people that are using the end product that have got enough sway with the manufacturers to say, well, we really like your product, and you put that in it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Where can we send them?
So rjselectronics.com, that's our website.
Yeah.
We deal with customers worldwide, always have, always will. I mean, I'm up at 7 in the morning and working till 10, 11 o'clock at night some nights, speaking to our American customers or European.
And whereabouts on the show floor, Robert?
Oh, sorry. I had that open a minute ago because I know I forget, because we've changed.
Oh.
You're either Hall 3 or Hall 1.
We've always been, we're Hall 1 now. We've always been Hall 6, but we are Hall 1 C37A.
Fantastic. Robert, we are completely out of time, but it's been really interesting talking to you. And we'll come and press a few buttons at IBC on your booth.
Press some buttons, have a look at our podiums, try not to call them Christmas trees to the marketing girls. And I hope to see you there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Robert. Nice talking to you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good to meet you. See you. Right.
So we're talking to Susanna Brady now, and she's wearing 2 hats, I believe. Susanna is from Cobalt Digital, and we're also talking to her about the RIST Forum. So if you don't know what the RIST Forum is, then we're about to find out. Susanna, hello.
Hello, how are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too as well. It's been a long time since NAB, it seems.
It's been a long time, yes. Nice to see you guys again. So thanks for having us.
No, it's a pleasure. So, Susanna, we're talking. You're wearing 2 hats on this interview, aren't you? You're talking a quick overview of what Cobalt are doing at IBC, and then we're going to have a quick chat about the RIST Forum. So, do you want to start with Cobalt first, and what we can expect new from them?
I can start with Cobalt first. So, thanks for having me. We will be highlighting native 4K ST2110 solution. Okay. So basically, the Indigo 2110. Data card that we have is a factory add-on to Cobalt's existing 9904 UDX 4K Open Gear card. So the 9904 UDX 4K already includes a very advanced audio video processing engine capable of a lot of different things, up and down cross, audio routing, color correction, 3D, STR, encoding and decoding. And now we're going to be able to have this highly integrated ST2110 companion for the 9904, basically including multiple 25 gig Ethernet interfaces to support 4K signals and everything else, that we had before. So that's one thing. Great. We're also going to be promoting our SafeLink gateway as a software package. We've had SafeLink for a couple of years, but now we're really creating a software package before. I will explain what SafeLink. SafeLink basically provides protection for live video and audio data over unsecured networks for legacy systems. So it was previously offered as a hardware solution on the company's OGPC card, which is a PC card in an open gear form factor. And now we're launching it as a software-only form factor. So it will include support for UDP, RTP, FEC, and risk main profile, basically with encryption and authentication, and customers will be able to deploy this in any platform they want. Of course, everything runs on REST, which is the reliable internet stream transport protocol that we'll touch base in a minute. And another big thing for Cobalt at the show would be the quad channel 3G SDI bridge to Dante audio. So Cobalt made Dante's IP-based audio networking solution available to users on a license basis. And it's a much higher density scale by incorporating basically the functionality into our existing quad channel 9904 cards. So now this dual, the 9905 plus the Dante license, will be able to do all the functionality that the 9905 does. Plus, it can also do audio processing, and it can embed and de-embed 60 channels from and to audio inputs, and upgrade the software upgrade also add another 64 more channels of Dante audio using the built-in gigabit Ethernet port that we have on the card. So it's a very, very, very high density. It's basically 128 additional channels per card, and you can add 10 cards to a frame. So you do the math, it's very, very high density for this one. For Cobalt at IBC, I just wanted to highlight, we'll be at a session at the SBG Europe event on Thursday, September 8th at 3 o'clock. We're also going to be taking part of roundtable discussion with Technicolor with focus on the state of HDR today in Europe. So that will take place on Friday at 3 p.m. On Saturday, we'll be at the IP Showcase. We're basically going to do an overview of Risk Relay at 12:30 p.m. And on Sunday, the Cobalt group will host a Risk cocktail reception party at from 5 to 6 p.m. on Sunday, the 11th. So it's besides everything else, it's a very full agenda that we'll be working on the Cobalt side.
Absolutely. So why? I mean, for the RIST, why should people come along to that RIST reception?
Yes. So now today we have about 210 members at the RIST forum. Those are all companies helping develop the protocol. Yeah. Really. The protocol is a result of a big collaboration with brilliant minds, and we're going to have about, out of the 210 members, there's half of them going at IBC. Half of us have a booth, some have suites, some are going to be just showing and participating. So there are 3 or 4 sessions on RIST at the IP Showcase, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, for those of you who want to check it out. We have the reception on Sunday from 5 to 6 p.m. And Cobalt, for example, will be featuring its latest compression product line, the 9992 encoder and decoder series, which they all support RIST, RIST Simple Profile, Main Profile, and as well as SafeLink that also supports RIST. Then AMUX spin-off of SIP radios will be showing, demonstrating RIST-enabled products in the 4A booth. Ateme, Net Insight will be showing a lot of innovations on the RIST side, Open Broadcast Solutions, Semcor, Ciena's, Amazon Web Services, Dixie. Those are all companies that are going to be exhibiting a lot of different things about RIST during the event.
Brilliant. So where are we sending the people to on the show floor?
On the show floor for Cobalt, will be in Hall 10, B44 for Cobalt. For RIST, we're putting out a press release that went out this morning. It will be published on our website. The press release has all the companies that are exhibiting RIST capable products and all the different booths. So you can find that in a single press release. And that is going to be posted today or tomorrow on the RIST website, which is www.rist.tv.
Fantastic. Susanna, we're also spending time with you at IBC. We're going to be doing some interviews and some filming on your booth. So we're going to be covering a lot about RIST and, of course, Cobalt and OpenGear as well. We're going to be chatting about at the show, so people can find more about that on our channel. So do subscribe. So Susanna, in the meantime, do have safe travels to Amsterdam, and we look forward to catching up with you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. Nice talking to you. Thanks for this quick snapshot, and I'll see you soon. See you next week.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Thank you.
Safe trip. Right.
We've
got Jesse next, haven't we?
I think we've
got Jesse
from
next,
Multidine now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think Jesse can make it to the show, so we won't be chatting to him at the show.
Why won't you be making the show?
I don't know.
He's in Texas.
So we chatted to Jesse at NAB. Can find those videos. If you scroll down on our playlists, obviously once this is finished, you can find our NAB playlist, and you can see the booth videos we did with Multidine there. But yeah, now Jesse's here. Hi Jesse, how you doing?
Hi guys, very good. Thanks for having me.
No, good to see you, Jesse. So we're going to talk about IBC, and we're also going to talk about your recent acquisition of a compression company. I'll leave you to decide which you want to start with.
Sure thing. So the acquisition is Niagara Video, and Mike Gawley will be joining the company as a compression specialist and essentially running that division. That's always been or recently, the past couple of years, been a key focus of the company is to expand into the compression market. And Mike is going to bring a wealth of industry knowledge and product line as well in regards to streaming encoders and decoders. So that is what the acquisition news is about. And then IBC, just to set the stage, Multidine is, we specialize in fiber transport in a range of form factors for live production, outside broadcast, infrastructure, interconnectivity. But we also have a line of audio monitors and video and data monitors. So I'd like to show you what you can see at the booth at stand 11 B17. You see there is our new Dante audio monitor. That is a embedded 16-channel 3G SDI audio monitor layer beneath the Dante functionality. So you could toggle between traditional SDI and Dante workflows, fully compatible with Dante configuration software. So that'll be on the stand. Our VP of Business Development for Europe, in the Middle East and Asia, Sebastian Mucha, will be on the stand to answer any questions on any of these products that you see. So we really hope you stop by. Another key technology that Multidine specializes in is the Open Gear platform. We've been members for over a decade, and that card you see in the middle of this hub and spoke scenario there is it's OG 4600, just 12G SDI, and it speaks to all of our other form factor products that you see there, the camera adapters, PTZ, bulk extension. We have our field fiber kit in the light box there that you see in that Pelican case. So that card will be on stand. The development engineer will be there. Sebastian's very technical. If you wanted to learn more about what that card can do for you, and Open Gear to any products you see there, they'll be able to elaborate on that. Another key product we'll have on location is the Silverback V, which is our flagship system that's been shipping for a few years now. It's a 2RU base station, houses 2 camera chains in that 2RU with power over SMPTE hybrid fiber. This model you see here is lower cost, smaller footprint. It's a Silverback VB, so it uses our VB product as the base station, and there's a power supply, which you'll see shortly, that can be used in between to emulate that power over SMPTE hybrid workflow that the bigger system provides. But you could actually use just single mode 9-micron standard fiber between the adapter and this base station if you have power at your camera, whether it's like house of worship or enterprise commercial type of installation, and get all of the video and audio and data and Genlock and everything back and forth over that one fiber. And that would be your system right there, that small base station and the adapter. So that's the Silverback VB. And then pretty excited about the Hut Ape product. So this can be used with the Silverback VB. We could then power our camera adapter and actually support with a new module that is a companion product to the Hut Ape. Here's the Silverback Ape. We can power 24-volt cameras, which is exciting when you look at the new Arri Alexa 35. It's 24-volt only. So now we can bring that live cinematic multicam production with 12-volt cameras, like the Sony Venice, really popular, or this Alexa 35. But this product also is meant to be used with Simply Studio cameras, and it has support for the full range of Grass Valley cameras. So it's a systems camera that has a hybrid LEMO SMPTE spec connector on it with the base station traditionally. It also supports Sony systems cameras and Panasonic, the 3900 specifically from Panasonic. And all of those manufacturers have 2110 IP workflows that will actually negate having to use a CCU at all. So if you don't have a CCU, how do you power the camera? This product right here will power the camera, and then you just take the fiber IP over fiber directly into the Cairo switcher in the case of Panasonic, right?
Yeah.
So this product here can enable that next gen workflow of camera right into the IP network, and like I mentioned, we can power up to 3 kilometers away. So it's a really hot product for us.
Fantastic. Where can people find Multidyne, Jesse, at IBC? What's your booth?
11B17 is our stand. We've always been for years in Hall 11, but we moved a little closer over, right across from Ross, a partner company of ours, with the Open Gear partnership.
Stuff. Yeah.
Cool, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so just come across and check us out, and all these products will be there for touching.
So who is the silverback in Multidyne? Who's it named after?
Oh,
or
no,
do we not ask?
The owner, Frank. Yeah. Not named after Frank, but he likes to name products. I don't know if this is inside information, but like a 10-year-old kid would think was cool, or it could kill you. So,
very good. Yeah, I'm with you.
Bruno, we're out of time,
you.
Jesse, but we'll be stopping by the Multidyne booth at IBC to do some videos and interviews. So we'll catch up with your team there. Thanks for joining us. It's great to see you again.
Good to see you guys. Thank
Take
you.
care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
And next we're going to our friends at TSL. And I think we've got Rob Adams waiting in the wings. Yeah.
TSL products. Great. Yeah, I wonder who the silverback is, and I wonder who the.
Well, we always used to talk
Hut.
to Frank.
Yeah.
But I haven't. Yeah. I never liked to ask before. What's
apparently.
Yeah. So
what is it?
So don't forget to subscribe to our channel. We'll be doing lots of interviews. One of those will be Multidyne. And our next guest, TSL, we're going to be spending some time at their booth as well, talking about what products they've got on show as well. We did quite a few videos at NAB. Again, we mentioned it before. If you scroll down, you can see all the playlists from previous shows. I think we've amassed over 2,000 videos now. So you can always do a search on our site for TSL, for example, and you'll see all the videos we've ever done with TSL at various trade shows. Rob, welcome to the show.
Afternoon, guys. How are you?
We're very well. Thank you, Rob. How are you?
Thanks very much for having me. Very well, thanks.
You're welcome.
Congratulations on this excellent idea and extremely well executed.
Well, I'm not
It
sure.
wasn't a good idea. It was just well executed.
So, Rob, we're going to start on a slightly sad note in the fact that we were very sorry to hear about the passing of David McGregor this week, and we'd just like to send our heartfelt condolences to the TSL family on that news, because we know what an instrumental part he's played in the journey of TSL over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you for asking. It is very sad news indeed, and of course, David was the co-founder of TSL many, many decades ago. And absolutely, I join you in our condolences to his family and the vast number of friends and colleagues he has in the industry. If anyone knew him, try walking down an aisle at any of the trade shows and it would take him, hours to get 100 meters. He was an absolute legend.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's turn our sights back to IBC. And we want to talk about what TSL is showing there and how you're evolving the products to meet the demands of today's users. So off you go.
Yeah, thanks very much. There's a lot of news to give you, so 5 minutes is going to be a press. I apologise if I therefore speak extremely quickly. Business is going quite well. we're seeing growth back from led by the USA and then into parts of Europe and more recently in the last quarter in the Middle East. But it's still patchy in the sense that parts of North and Southeast Asia are still a bit tricky. But we've got a lot of show news for you. We've got a lovely new booth. We've got some exciting new technology and some new faces on the TSL booth, myself included. But that extends to Matthew Quaid, who's the new CEO as of last Monday. So he will be there, and looking forward to meeting lots of you if you want to swing by. Our focus at the show is really on three core things: audio monitoring, control solutions, and power management. So if I take them one by one, on the control solutions side of things, that's about 50% of our business these days and growing pretty quickly. At IBC 2019, just before then, we acquired a company in LA called DNF Controls, and they were quite well established in North America. And so this is our first proper European showing of their technology in Europe on our booth. And essentially, we're now branding that TSL Control and a global branding. And the idea is to have the best of both technologies melded together. Essentially, when we talk about control, it's about human and machine interface, but increasing the machine and machine interface. So you have intelligent workflows and triggers and so on. We offer physical interfaces. They'll all be on the booth, as well as virtual interfaces, which we'll be able to show you, and we can customize those and build them for our end users. So many of our SIs are enabled to develop those own custom interfaces themselves as well. So that's a unique differentiator of one of our control solutions. We offer remote workflows. We also offer hybrid workflows between SDI and or IP. And I think Alison mentioned it this morning about the skills shortage. So one of the things that we are really pitching is the ability to do more with the same number of staff, or the same amount of stuff with fewer production staff. It's one of the challenges we're facing. So we're also on the hiring campaign when we're at the show. So if anyone wants a job, definitely come and search us out, or send an email to careers@tslproducts.com.
There we go. There's a job offer on the show for somebody.
Absolutely. So a couple of examples of that late last year. One of the things I think we want to promote is that, going back to David, everyone thinks they know TSL and what we do. In fact, there's a lot more to us that we need to kind of promote and get out there.
Yeah.
And so one example of the control offering is the ability to do dynamic ad insertion. And so late last year, we sold Sky a little niche bespoke system that was based on SCTI markers for dynamic program insertion based on protocols -35 and 104. So that enables splice commands, manual override, stop and skip commands, certainly in things like live sports or network break-in and break-out. That's a big thing. The other thing that we've got to announce at the show is a new IP routing control system that we're calling XConnect. It's essentially a control layer. It has a user interface and distributed control processor node architecture, so it's scalable. And essentially what XConnect does is it ensures all the individual pieces of broadcast audio and video equipment can be found, launched, and managed across a network using IP media routing. We're utilizing NMOS, so it's vendor agnostic, and it's one of the things that TSL has always been, like the Swiss of the broadcast world, because we don't make routers, and we're not trying to sort of do bespoke stuff that's proprietary. What we want to do is to offer protocols to everybody. So this means if we're vendor agnostic, then we're highly compatible to existing workflows as well as new media devices. We're basing this technology on common off-the-shelf technology, so it's COTS. That means it's scalable, and also because it's TSL, it's extremely cost-effective. And we've got real-life examples of that. Earlier this year, we installed a couple of systems at JP Morgan with Diversified, and also the Berklee School of Music in Boston. I've also got a real-life installation of this. Those two particular ones are based on Riedel embryonics fabric, but so it's an interesting thing to come and talk to us about that. Great. The second part of this was audio monitoring. Everyone knows us for our audio monitors. We do SDI and IP monitoring. We've got a whole gamut of offerings there. We have announced a new platform called SamQ. We sold many of those in the SDI format, but we are also launching a native 1 gig connection with no SFP that's required. So that saves on real estate in the switch. Obviously, it's video only. And then the third thing is power management. So we've got some really cool power management solutions here. Intelligent 2 inputs, 14 outputs. You can do remote control of turning on and off and recycling individual ports. Billable accuracy level. It saves power. It's very cool about the ability to audit how much power is being consumed and be able to turn stuff off when it's not in use. So it extends the life of the stuff in a rack.
And feeding into our sustainability.
Rob, we are completely out of time. Rob, where can people find all this amazing technology at IBC?
We've always been and always will be at the front of Hall 10.
Yeah.
I wanted to say we're on B52 because that would be quite funny, but we're actually on B41.
It's close. It's close.
We might be able to get a B52 at the beach if we're lucky.
Rob, thank you very much indeed, and we're looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam. Thank you.
Great. Look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. Right. Let's quickly, sorry to rush you, Rob, quickly get on to...
someone new to us.
Ivanka,
Ivanka from Profus Digital.
Profus.
Now, Profus are actually exhibiting at the KitPlus show in Twickenham.
So really, we should know more about them.
We should know more about them. But I think we're gonna find out more about them now.
We're going to find out all about it. Hi.
Ivanka, hi. How are you doing?
Hello, I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, we're fantastic. Thank you.
Very good.
Great.
So, Ivanka, for those that haven't come across your company before, do you want to just quickly tell us about you and what you're doing at IBC?
Yes, of course. Our company is called Profus Digital, and I'm the CEO of the company. I co-founded Profus Digital back in 2014 as a successor of the Playbox company, group of companies, with my partner, Mr. Caton Ferdinando. Caton is our CTO and has been one of the main persons behind several products. So we started Profus Digital with the aim to continue the innovation of the Playbox group and bring more innovative and up-to-date and products to Playbox clients, but not only, because we started completely new lines for digital assets and also management, as well as subtitling solutions.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the main product lines which Profus Digital develops. One of them is called Subtitle Next. Within this brand name, which has become more popular in the last few years, we offer complete subtitling toolsets with several modules and solutions for subtitles preparation, but also managing complete subtitling production chain, as well as distribution of the subtitles, live subtitles and paired subtitles. And the new thing which we are going to show and present to IBC audience this year is our Profus Lapis platform, which focuses on centralizing under the complete digital content preparation and workflow organization chain. So this will be one of the highlights for IBC, but we will also introduce this Profus Lapis product for the first time to the UK audience at the KitPlus show in London on 30th of September.
Yeah, it's a good plug. Thank you for mentioning that, because I was about to say if somebody isn't able to get to Amsterdam, then
I now know the connection.
And if they're in Twickenham or London or wherever, they can come in. And
we'll be there as well. Yeah, great. And we'll be happy to meet people in London.
Fantastic.
Introduce our solutions
for
the first time.
Whereabouts can people find you in Amsterdam, Ivanka?
We will attend the IBC show because of the IBC 2022 award ceremony, where Subtitle Next team will be honored because of their contribution to one special initiative started by our colleagues from Playbox New and Cinegy to support the media professionals from Ukraine to continue to operate during the difficult for them times. And Subtitle Next offered our subtitling software for free to all companies who wanted to share their message in real time within Ukrainian or another language during these times. And they decided to provide us some awards. So we will be at the IBC award ceremony. We will also be available for one-on-one meetings with clients, so they can meetings with us through our website, producedigital.com.
Fantastic.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're out of time, so it's been lovely talking to you. And of course, we're going to see you in London in a few weeks as well. And looking forward to IBC as well.
Yeah.
Great. Yes. If you cannot meet us at IBC and cannot find us, please look for us, Produce Digital at KitPlus show in London. We'll be there and we'll showcase everything you are interested in.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on, Ivanka. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, straight on to Salsa Sound.
Yeah, we haven't had much audio, have we?
Not enough, probably.
Not enough.
We always used to be quite well known for.
TSL were doing their solutions.
New gen.
So we got Rob Oldfield from Salsa Sound.
Yeah.
Hi, Rob. How you doing?
Rob. Hi, Rob.
Hey. Good. Thank you very much. Yeah. Well done, guys. Doing a good job with this marathon.
Trying.
I think we're in the final third, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, Rob, on to IBC. What is Salsa Sound all about, and what are you showing at IBC this year?
Yeah, we've got a really exciting show for us this year. So for those of you who don't know, we make intelligent audio mixing software, AI driven. And the idea is you put all your mixes in and all your mics in rather, and you get a mix out. Super intuitive and super easy. And this year at IBC is the first outing of our flagship MixAir product. And we're really pumped to be demonstrating that on our stand. We've actually got 3 really exciting demos this year. So the first is we're going to be showing a live production of a football game, or an as live, I should say. We don't actually have 22 players running around the field in IBC Hall. Probably big enough to do that, but not this year. But we're streaming in all the microphones from a Premier League game, and we're showing how actually completely hands-off you can create a really compelling, engaging mix. And more than that, you can actually produce, with a touch of a couple of buttons, you can have stereo mix, 5.1 mix, Dolby Atmos mix, MPEG-H mix, and all producing simultaneously. And you can have different flavors, like different language commentaries, or different flavors of crowd, like your home crowd and your away crowd, all produced simultaneously, all at once, and all AI driven. So we're really excited to be showing that. But that is just one of the cracking demos that we've got lined up. As I say, that's the first outing at IBC. We launched that product at the back end of last year. So we're excited to be showing that in Hall 8 this year. The other things that we're showing, we've been really excited to be working with Fraunhofer, and we've got a partnership with them, and we're actually going to be showing the first ever, I believe, fully automated MPEG-H production of a live game. So what that means is we've got the sports content going in, we've got our MixAir product creating all of the stems, all of the components for that MPEG-H encode. It's doing the encode and it's sending it over IP to an NVIDIA shield, and you'll be able to actually watch that match and engage with the content. So swapping in and out of different commentators, and kind of changing the output formats and the mix balance and things like that, all done live in MPEG-H and kind of powered by our MixAir. So that's a new feature that we're excited to show. And if you come and see that, you will be the first person to experience it. So challenge everybody to rock.
That sounds like early release stuff. If Fraunhofer are involved, you know, well, I mean, you might have already done it, but is that being released yet?
Yes, yeah. This is this is the release of it.
This is the release of it.
So so
excellent.
We're excited to be partnering with them, and definitely worth a glimpse at that, and got a cool UI to go with it. And then our final demo is we've been doing some work recently on 5G. It's called the 5G Edge XR project. It's a project we've been doing with BT and Condensed Reality and a few other folks. And that is basically looking at what does XR sport look like, and can it be powered by 5G and edge compute? The answer, of course, is yes, and we've done that. And so what we're going to be showing on our booth is a 360 football application that you can consume with, what do you call it, an Oculus Quest set. And you can watch it from different angles. You can go behind the goal, up in the gantry. And as you move your head, the audio is rotating around. And it's about really putting the viewers in the seats in the stand. And so that is a very, very cool demo that is an absolute must in my opinion, of course.
Great.
And shameless plug, we actually won best paper in the technical papers. The best for this year's IBC. So Andy Gower from BT Research and Innovation is going to be presenting that on Saturday morning, 10 o'clock, I think.
Cool.
So that's the paper that describes that work. So we're really excited about that. That's another little reason why we're excited about this year's IBC.
Yeah.
But I would
Got a lot going on. Rob, we are out of time, I think.
Are we already?
All a bit tight.
But
sorry.
Where can people find you at the show?
Yeah, we're in Hall 8, B77C is our booth, just near the Fraunhofer guys, actually. So if you find them, you'll find us. And everything audio, I believe, in Hall 8. So
absolutely.
Pop down and say hi.
Brilliant. Thank you, Rob. Looking forward to seeing you at Amsterdam.
Cool. Likewise. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Good. Cheers, Rob. Bye-bye. So
now we're back to virtual production now, I think. We're going to be chatting to Moses Engineering. If you came to the KitPlus show in Media City, you'd have seen them doing their academy, the Moses Academy. I'm sure Stephen Gallagher will touch on the Moses Academy. Hello, Stephen. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. Yourself?
Yep, we're both good. Stephen, we're looking forward to IBC. I guess you are as well. It'll be your first one with your Moses hat on, I guess.
It will, yes. Yeah. I've certainly been through plenty with a different colour cap on, but this is the first with a Moses top on, for sure.
So what are we looking forward to from Moses specifically at IBC?
Well, I think first and foremost, I'm sure everyone said this that's been on the show today, and I know you've had a busy day, but it's the first one since 2019. And I think it's a great opportunity for people to come along and see all of the innovations, all of the great things, and have a good catch up with the things that we've been doing at Moses. We are pretty relentless at developing new technology. The innovation never stops. And I think it's a really good opportunity for people that didn't manage to come out to NAB, haven't seen us at things like ISE, to come and see us within Europe at IBC and catch up. So I think that's a really important opportunity, and I think people are really looking forward to seeing customers face to face and interacting again.
So, Stephen, give us an idea of the technologies that you've got on your stand and you're demonstrating.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit going on, actually.
I can imagine.
Yeah, you've seen the press releases, yeah. So we've got a fairly large stand in Hall 8. It's stand A49 if people would like to make a note to come and see us. And we're going to be demonstrating virtual production solutions for both cinematic projects and also broadcast. So on the broadcast side of things, we're actually going to have a really small green screen setup. And over there, we're going to be demonstrating our brand new product. We're going to be launching this really at IBC, and that is MoRail. So it's a motorized rail that's intended, it carries a payload of up to 15 kilos. It's intended ideally for PTZ cameras, but it'll happily take ENG cameras, and it's suited for newsrooms. So in the past, a PTZ camera, of course, everyone knows a PTZ. It's got the movement that a PTZ does, but it's a static movement. It's not a creative shot.
Yeah.
So the rail, if combined with the PTZ and also Star Tracker PTZ, if you're using it in a virtual scene, in a newsroom environment, can orbit around the presenter and give a real immersive parallax effect and bring the viewer into the program and really sort of, I guess, boost the qualities of the content that's being created. So. And it's also height adjustable. It's programmable. It's got the accuracy that you would expect from Moses. So I think that's going to be a real draw for anyone that's involved with in broadcast, and particularly newsroom environments.
I'm interested then. I know I'm going into too much depth now, but is it a frame or is it a ceiling mount or is it floor standing?
So another way that you might create this would be quite a costly tracked dolly system. Yeah. So what MoRail is a fixed curved. We're also going to offer a straight version, but the curved is the one that we're going to be showing at IBC. So it's a fixed rail. It is height adjustable from around just over a meter, about 1.1, let's say, up to about 1.7 meters. So that's not a creative move. That's just to set it. So whether it's you, Matt, or whether it's Simon, who's the presenter, you can adjust the height.
What are you saying?
Accordingly. And so yeah, it's really intuitive to use. I think it's going to go down a storm at IBC, and I'm looking forward to people coming over and being able to see that. So that's the broadcast side of things. We've got a lot going on in between. We're going to have our U50, which is our heavy-duty remote head, and that's going to be carrying a autofocus lens from Fujinon. We're going to have also an E-crane, which is going to carry the G30, which is our gyro-stabilized remote head.
Yeah.
And that's going to be looking into quite a major LED set. So we've got it's a 3.5 by 6 meter, so really significant LED wall, and that's being provided by our partners Alphalite. So that's going to be really impressive, and we're going to be showing off BP Pro XR and features for cinema use, such as cinematic XR focus, which is this unique ability to pull focus from between objects in the foreground, so the real objects in the set, and virtual objects that are placed really deep in the scene. So it becomes really immersive, and it really does break down the barriers, and it becomes very believable. So anyone that's interested in, VP for cinematic quality content, I'm sure they'd be really interested to come along and see the demonstration there.
Cool. Stephen, in the last 30 seconds, can you quickly give us an overview of the Academy, which we can see the logo, and we were fortunate enough to have Moses Academy at the Media City show, and of course we've got Twickenham coming up as well. Give people that might not have come across that, why it exists and what it does. Literally 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30. Well, really, I must really quickly mention also we're going to have Star Trek Max. So this is the long-awaited new Star Trek. People have, this IBC is the first opportunity that people are going to get to come and get their hands on this thing and come and see it. So a quick shout out for Star Trek Max. Cool. The Academy. The Academy is just going from strength to strength. It has really, it's all about the transfer of knowledge and small group practical learning. So our students are able to come in. It's not just students out of university. This is people that are within the industry, who are upskilling. People that are not necessarily going to be hands-on actually in virtual production, but maybe you are somehow related. Your role is now being introduced to virtual production, and there's courses for all different levels, and it's going to give you an understanding of what virtual production is all about. So there's something for everyone there, and it is like I say, it's all about hands-on practical learning. We are running these in Greenwich at Moses HQ, but right now actually the Academy team over in LA, where we've got such sort of great demand that we're able to put on courses over in LA now. So if anyone's interested, then please get in touch. They'll be able to come and see us at IBC and discuss the Academy. Or, of course, come and see us at KitPlus in Twickenham.
Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Stephen. Looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam next week.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, until then, goodbye. Thank you.
See you guys.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye. Now we've got
someone from over the water again.
Quite an interesting solution. This is something that we spoke to them about it.
Yeah.
About a year ago, and we didn't know. I didn't even know it existed before. Broadcast blinds, yes. Rick Smith.
Yeah.
It'll be quite an
solve
interesting
some
one.
Pretty basic challenges.
Hey, Rick, how you doing?
Hey guys, I'm great. How about yourselves?
We're very good. Very good.
Very good indeed.
It's nice to see you live again.
Nice to see we're still alive. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's all of us.
Yeah.
Rick, the name speaks for itself, really. Broadcast blinds, and we've spoken to you before, so anybody that follows our channel might know, but we've probably got a lot of new viewers watching this. So give us a quick overview of what you do, maybe give some case studies of where your products have been used, and then we'll go on to IBC and what you're showing.
Okay, well, great. What we do is we provide systems to control daylight coming into studios that have exterior windows. It sounds simple, but in practice, I think the experience speaks for itself, that we've been at it for 20 years, and we've got studios ranging from China to New York to the West Coast in the United States, the Middle East. So we get around a little bit.
So
sometimes some of the studios want to have something additional. So since we often do these with rolling screens and rolling gels, we sometimes add a layer of green screen to give a little bit more utility to a space that's being used.
Okay. And so IBC, what are you going to be? Are you going to be concentrating on anything particular at IBC?
It's really just our standard. This is our first time exhibiting at IBC. We were all set to get there in 20, but obviously 20 and 21 were busts for that. So I'm just very excited to expand our efforts in Europe.
Absolutely. And has there been anything new? I mean, you say you've put green screen into some of the. Is that a new feature, or have you had that a while?
We've been doing it. It's just an occasional thing, but it's something that we find is useful for some of our clients. CNBC, for instance, had a set, and this didn't have any windows, but they wanted to be able to add utility to a 15-foot section of the set. So we created a 15-foot wide, 12-foot tall green screen, which allows them on almost, under a minute's notice to throw somebody in there without the set doing something virtual. So that's a pretty exciting opportunity. And the fact that you can roll it in and roll it out in literally 30 seconds makes it useful to be able to do it during a commercial break and then go back to your regular programming.
Yeah, I guess also we don't have to be talking about the NBCs and the BBCs and the big broadcast. You know, you're there because you're a relatively unique worldwide supplier to studios of any size that have got outside windows.
Absolutely. And we've worked with and continue to work with small guys as well as large guys.
So where do we find you at IBC?
Oh, that's a really good question. We're in Hall 12.
I can tell you, Rick. I can save you. I can save your pain. You're in Hall 12, stand A20.
Thanks. For some reason, I can't remember it. I can figure out how to get there. You walk in the hall. As soon as you get in the door, you turn right and go to the end, and we're right in front of you.
You're right in front.
Even after 3 years, you still remember the way.
You know where you are. Brilliant.
Fantastic, Rick. We're looking forward to catching up with you to see the solutions and everything on offer.
Great. Well, see you guys over there.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Take care, Rick. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you there.
Bye.
Right. So next up,
Carl from
another regular.
Carl from MediaKind.
Well, MediaKind, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't manage to chat to them, did we?
We tried to see them at NAB.
Yeah, I think we're probably seeing them at IBC.
Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to have a look at all the NAB interviews that we did, and of course the interviews that we're going to do from the show floor when we get to IBC.
Yeah, we've got about 50 or 60 booth interviews planned,
Already
I think.
booked.
So there's going to be a lot of content coming up all over the weekend. So we try and get our booth interviews up within 24 hours. So do subscribe. Little red button on the bottom right-hand corner of the player window. Carl, Ferguson from MediaKind, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
Thank you for this little sprint in your absolutely massive marathon today.
No,
great work.
Get it all over and done with quickly. No.
It's good to see. Carl, what can we expect from MediaKind from next week onwards at IBC?
Absolutely. I mean, we've got huge portfolio covering live and on-demand media processing, TV and middleware platforms, and rights management and monetization, both for on-premises and cloud deployment. But really our focus at IBC is going to be about streaming live without limits. So scaling, streaming, transitioning streaming and broadcast to the cloud. And really on the booth at IBC, you're going to see three main demonstrations from us. The first is really putting our product to the test. We're going to take our broadcast and our streaming solutions and deploy them in the public cloud. We're taking video from the booth, so we have some race simulators on the booth, so come along and join in the content by playing on the race simulators, contributing that content up into the public cloud, doing some live production with partners with Telio, doing some playout with partnerships with BC Next, where we're also doing advertising insertion decoration as well. And then we're both doing StatMux broadcasting as well as full streaming of that content back onto the booth. And then in addition to that, we're also showing the latest advancements in our Engage direct-to-consumer media and monetization platform, which is really built for doing large-scale streaming of live events and for D2C operations. And the third and final part, really to give a bit more of a flavor into what the advertising and monetization and rights management technologies can do. We have a widespread use of our Prisma technologies, and that we're using to do blackout. We're using it to show how alternative content placement works, and we're also using it to do dynamic ad insertion. So if you come to the booth, join in with the game that we have on the booth, you will see personalized advertising working in true operation with a chance to win some prizes as well.
Fantastic.
I'm interested in this game. Is it actually participation?
Absolutely, yeah. You come on the booth, bring your phone, scan the QR code, and you'll actually join the live stream that's coming from our cloud-based head end. And then during one of the ad breaks, we show both blackout, we show alternative content placement, and as it's all individual targeted advertising, one of those people that have scanned into the stream during that next session will likely win a prize.
And just out of, I mean, I don't know if he's going to be tell us now. Do we know what the prizes are going to be yet?
Various parts of wonderful MediaKind merchandise, as well as a once a day gold prize. Which will be a
thank you very much. It's been an honour. Yeah.
Yes, we'll be along at 6 o'clock.
We'll be along at 6 o'clock. No.
Carl, thank you very much. I guess this is not your personal first time at IBC. Can you maybe share an experience or top tip for someone that might be new to the show?
Yeah, this is going to be my 20-something-ish IBC. For both the vendors and the attendees, you know, prep for a few days of long days. Keep hydrated, have a plan as to what you want to achieve. And it's all about the networking as well. So quite often we see a lot of people in the late at night in the Old Bell in Rembrandtplein.
Of course.
Where quite a few of the industry seem to meet late at night.
Try not to ruin Saturday morning. That's the key.
Carl, thank you very much indeed, Carl. We're out of time, so thank you very much for joining us. And have a good trip over to Amsterdam. And I hope the show goes well for you.
Take the opportunity to see you all soon.
Yeah, take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, so up
Broadpeak.
next,
I think it's Matthias from Broadpeak. We're going to be chatting to him.
Yeah, well, that's another mention of the Old Bell.
Yes.
We're going to have to watch that.
It's going to be weird going back to the Old Bell, isn't it, after so long? Because it started to die out a little bit, or was it just me getting older?
No, just you getting older and going home earlier.
Yeah, I had to be in bed by 10.
There you go.
Matthias, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Matt and Simon.
It's a pleasure. Matthias, Broadpeak, IBC sort of go hand in hand. You're a regular exhibitor, shall we say. What are you showing in 2022?
Yeah, and just for the quick introduction, we are super excited to be there. It's going to be, I think, the biggest presence we've got at IBC. We have been public end of June, so it's really an important show for us. And well, we have a lot of things to show, so I'll try to focus because we're only 5 minutes today. But what is important, I think, is we are going to highlight a new service that we have building since few months, which is called Broadpeak.io. And Broadpeak.io, so it's a video API platform that you can visit yourself if you type Broadpeak.io in your browser. It's a SaaS. It's fully self-serve. People can go home, sign up, and access to the technology that we propose on Broadpeak.io. And the concept of Broadpeak.io, it's the first video platform which helps to automatically contextualize video streams. So just to give you a few examples, you can adapt the feeds based on the location of the viewers. For example, like if for the same linear channel, we can have like automatic English going on like in the US or Spanish going on for a country in Latin America. So he adapt on the location of the viewers. He adapt also on the type of device people are using. So the quality can change a little bit if you are using a phone or if you are using a big screen. He can also adapt to the type of customers because, you know, as a service provider, you may want also to propose a different experience for your premium customers or for your regular customers, I would say. And you know, Broadpeak.io is pretty new. We have been starting in January, and we start to add more and more application on Broadpeak.io. And the biggest news we have for IBC is we are releasing officially our dynamic ad insertion application on Broadpeak.io. And this is pretty exciting for us because it's been a couple of years since we have seen that the market struggled a little bit with the insertion of ads in streaming platform. And so with Broadpeak.io, we aim to drastically simplify possibility to target customers with advertisement. Okay, so people can, you know, like monetize easily the video stream and also in parallel propose a better experience for end users because sometimes, you know, like having ad is not really pleasant. And so you need to really propose a good experience from the streaming front.
Ad insertion does tend to happen at a very unfortunate time, mostly.
Absolutely, and so that's what we want to do with Broadpeak.io is like to make it much more smooth for customers, so they don't drop the ads, right? Because, you know, like that's basically a loss for everyone in that particular case. Something super exciting that we are also doing, it's a demo that we do with a company called Speedeo. So I don't know if you're familiar with Speedeo, but French company, they do content recommendation. And so what we basically demonstrate is the integration between Broadpeak.io and the Speedeo backend. And the concept is like we have the ability to create a unique and personalized linear channel a little bit on the fly based on the feedback coming from the recommendation of Speedeo. So just to give you an example, imagine like Matt and Simon, it's Friday night, you're coming home from work, and what you don't want is like, you don't really want to, you know, like pass 30 minutes to look for something to watch, right? Like that's what's happening all the time is like you're on Netflix, you are checking, you know, like, oh, maybe I should watch that or that. Typically you lose a lot of time there. So what we want to provide is what we call a lean back TV experience. When we create a channel specially designed for the people in front of the TV.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yeah. You know what we want.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's my personal channel.
It's a bit scary, that.
Yeah. A bit. Yeah. The idea is really to use the recommendation, so to know like what you like, what you may like also Friday night in comparison with Sunday morning, and so we create on-the-fly channels for any kind of end users, and we make it scalable.
Great.
Yeah. Cool.
So yeah. So, you know, it's a small extract of what we show on the booth. Of course, we have a lot of other demos. Broadpeak, we have all around technologies in the video data plane space. So, you know, packaging, distribution of video stream. So yeah, we are really looking forward to welcome everyone on the booth. We're on L1 booth B79.
Fantastic. Matthias, that's a really good insight into Broadpeak and IBC. So thank you very much indeed. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you at the show.
Yeah, me too.
Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
See you there. Yeah.
Bye.
Right, we're going to go hot over to David Thompson now from VSET. VSET.
Yeah, we've spoken to them before, I'm sure.
We have spoken with VSET, and we're going to look at the latest
news
updates to VSET Nimbus, I think. Hello, David.
Yeah. Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, we're great, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's nice to be here.
Good.
Fantastic. Well, you're very welcome. And obviously, we're talking about IBC, and you've got the VSET Nimbus, and I believe there's some updates you're releasing at IBC this year.
Yeah, there's some pretty exciting things. So we were one of the first platforms since 2011 to play out linear channels on the public cloud, so primarily AWS, but other clouds as well. We're kind of looking at two different spaces for this year's IBC. The first one is in the space of channels who are delivering to FAST and OTT platforms, because a lot of these new customers we have are inexperienced with scheduling primarily, so scheduling linear channels. So we've developed a couple of tools to try to make it as easy as possible for them. So one of them is creating what we call content blocks. So you can either do it automatically. So for example, if you have a bunch of 1980s music videos, for example, or maybe automobile or nature programs, you can use those to create a block. You can also do them manually. So someone can come in and they can kind of curate or make their own block of programs. And then these can then be dragged and dropped in, and they can be used to make a playlist much easier. And they can be put in either randomly or they can loop. So there's quite a bit you can do. A second feature that we developed is around making it easier for people to view what they programmed on a weekly basis. So it's kind of like what we call sort of the Outlook calendar, but it's like a 7-day view that you can have, and you can see exactly what you're playing out each day at a particular time, and then you can review that, you can make changes. So it's really trying to make it as easy as possible for people who are just coming into programming linear channels for the first time, to not have to get over the hurdle that people in broadcast have done with more complicated systems.
I get a feeling this is very, like, almost beautifully targeted at your sport channels, maybe, or you know, and live. Well, it's linear, so but live events. You know,
Lots of sports, lots of news, so concerts, events that people have. And another feature that we're also working, so we've been working with AWS to also launch CDI, which is the ability to play out uncompressed video over the cloud. And this has been really important for some of our live news and live sports customers, because they don't want the latency. So in the cloud, in order to get things compressed, to deliver them over different technologies and protocols, it adds a couple of seconds of latency, which if you have a sporting event, you really don't want that. So we're looking to use uncompressed to make it as quick as possible.
Fantastic. So what else are you looking forward to at IBC? Is there any standout things you're looking forward to?
I think in general, it's just really exciting to see everyone. I feel like it's been ages since we've actually seen any of our customers, and so much has changed. I mean, we're all working, remotely from home, or we're going to the office maybe 1 or 2 days a week. There's so many new platforms that people are watching content on, and it just feels like it's been an age since 2019 when the last one happened. So really looking forward to getting in, kind of brainstorming with people I haven't seen, with both customers as well as with other providers. And just really excited about that, and see what's going on and all the new things people have been working on over the last 2 years. So to me, that's just going to be the best part of it.
Yeah, we know there's been progress, and we know that, but what we haven't had is as many opportunities to brainstorm with people who we don't know as well.
Exactly.
I think that's the key. It's not only the people you do know. That's fine. It's just meeting those randoms.
You don't know it until you know it.
Yeah.
David, we're out of time. We're out of time,
Okay,
David.
great.
So
Well,
thank you very much for that great explanation. And we look forward to seeing you at IBC.
Richard, see you then.
Oh, do we know where?
Oh, hold on, yeah.
Do we know where?
Whereabouts are you?
Where are you?
Yeah, we're in Hall 5, D36. So please come by and see us. It'd be good to see you.
You can go now. Thanks, David.
Cheers, David.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Right.
So we're talking to, is this our, no, it's not our first camera manufacturer, because we've spoken to a few today, but we're talking to Canon now. Jack Adair from Canon is going to be joining us very, very soon. And it'd be quite interesting to talk about what they're...
Over here. There he is.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Hey, man, Simon, how you doing?
Very well. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Very good.
Good.
Cool. So you've got a number of zones set up at IBC, I believe. Do you want to talk us through the zones and what you're showing on each?
Perfect. So, as you mentioned, got a number of zones. I think what we're trying to show with these is, in the past, we've usually gone with the zone approach of having various things focusing on pro video, cinema, EOS range, and products like that. What we're trying to do this year is show as well that our products are great as standalone products. We're trying to show how well they can integrate into part of a wider system. So we have a live shooting zone. This has a number of our cinema EOS products, XF605 camcorder, as well as our PTZ range, which we launched last year. So this is to show how, since remote production has been massively on the rise in the last few years, this is to show how well all of these products can integrate in sort of that wider system workflow that we're seeing more and more in the broadcast industry. We also have an extended reality studio zone, which is really, really exciting, which we're doing in partnership with Moses, who I believe I saw on the call earlier. So yeah, we'll be doing that with them again, with some of our cinema cameras and lenses, just to show how they can integrate into an extended reality situation. We also have a very exciting virtual reality zone. Obviously, in the last couple of years, we've launched the RF dual fisheye lens, which is compatible with our R5 and EOS R5C cameras. This proved we did a smaller version of this at another trade show at the beginning of the year. We also did one at NAB, and I know it's been getting really popular. So with the growth of VR in this industry, to show that we have the products, the cameras and the lenses to produce this is really exciting.
I remember, I could be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, and it might not be a focus for this year, but it might be there somewhere. What 8K acquisition did you have a few years ago? Am I right?
Yeah, so you're not wrong. So we've had, it's something that we do work in the 8K space. 8K acquisition, I'm trying to think back to what that could have been. We did have a concept cinema camera on our stand.
It hasn't evolved yet into more this year. So this year you're doing these, so as you say, VR, AR production, and
that's the main focus. Is we also have the old favourites that you'll see every year on our stand, so such as our broadcast lens area,
of course,
with a range of box lenses and ENG lenses, and also our professional monitor display. And touch and try, so people can actually get their hands on our products on our stand for the first time in 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. And are you in the same usual space?
No, we've actually moved. So we've moved now to Hall 11, C45. So obviously, for those who've been before, you go straight up those main escalators and straight ahead of you, and we're just there.
Cool. I've got a note on the form here, location the beach. So I was expecting to find you to there.
I wish we were. I wish we were.
There must be something going on at the beach.
Yeah, not from us this time.
Well.
But, you'll certainly be able to find me down there at some point.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So we're going to send everyone to Hall 11 C45 to check Canon out. Jack, we're out of time, but thank you very much for giving us that great overview. And looking forward to catching up with you at the show.
Yeah, definitely.
No problem. Looking forward to it too. Thank you, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
You too. Bye.
And we are straight on, I think, with Jeff Stedman from SDVI.
He's nearly here.
Yeah, so we're going to have an overview, I think, of SDVI, just to have a bit of a recap.
Yeah, if only because my brain is stuffed with lots of other people's information.
Hello, Jeff. How you doing? Can you hear us? Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Jeff. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you for having me.
No problem. So, Jeff, can you give people watching and us a quick overview of SDVI and what you're showing at IBC this year?
Yeah, sure thing. So at SDVI, we are essentially a cloud-based software platform for helping media companies run and move their media supply chains to the cloud. And what we mean by that is we help orchestrate and automate and manage and monitor all of the tasks and processes associated with content, from content ingest all the way through to content distribution. So at IBC, we're really excited to be back. I think our number one first goal is just the opportunity to reconnect with all of our international customers and colleagues and partners, many of whom we haven't seen in quite a long time. And it's actually the theme of our stand, is to reconnect. Then from a solutions perspective, it's really showcasing the Rally Media Supply Chain platform and all the enhancements that we've made. As a software product, you're continuously innovating and adding new features and capabilities and third-party integrations. And so, it's been 3 years since we've been able to show it at IBC. So we're super excited to show people really what the platform is capable of doing. Go ahead.
So what over the last 3 years, what's been the pick out moment or the pick out technology for you that you've really used for your clients?
Well, really, one, helping them move to the cloud and take advantage of what the cloud can offer in terms of helping them gain more efficiency and more agility. We've actually extended the platform over the last year or so in a couple of interesting ways. One is within a product we call Rally Insight, which is a data visualization tool which helps our supply chain operators really get intelligence out of all of the supply chain data that we're collecting as content goes through the process, and help them really identify further opportunities to optimize that supply chain. The second interesting service is one we call Rally Connect, which is a content and metadata exchange service that helps streamline and standardize the exchange of content between business partners when you think about the broader media supply chain. So from content producers to content owners, from content owners to content distributors, and so on. So some interesting extensions to that core media supply chain platform.
And we've been talking throughout the day really about themes of the show, and sustainability has come up quite a few times. And SDVI have got an initiative there, haven't you?
Yeah, we do. Thanks for asking about that. Another exciting topic for us to talk to customers about at IBC is what we call our Net Zero Supply Chains Initiative. So earlier this year, we took an initiative from a sustainability perspective to make all of the operations of our platform and the third-party applications that we manage, to make all of that net zero. So it starts by making the platform more efficient and using less resources to begin with. And then whatever we're actually consuming from an emissions perspective, we're offsetting on behalf of all of our customers. So anyone using the SDVI platform is now running basically net zero media supply chains.
Wow. And where do you see that initiative going in the future? I mean, do you see that being spread across more of your partners as well, taking the same initiative?
I think so. I think we're encouraging all of our partners to take advantage of first becoming more efficient yourself. So looking at how are you using resources, how are you using storage, how are you using compute resources, how can you make your applications more efficient so you're consuming less of those resources to begin with. At some point, you've got to consume some resources. So the second step then is offsetting what you're creating. But I think before you offset, you want to look to become more efficient to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. And sorry, Matt, were you about to say?
No, I was just about to say I was going to ask where, but then I looked at the screenshot and I noticed that he's got his stand number right behind him. Yeah. But it sounded like you had a good question. Go on.
Oh, no, I was going to ask the same thing. Where can we find you? Stand 5.
We're not looking, are we?
69.
We're actually in two spaces in a way. So our main stand is in Hall 5, C69. Yeah. We're also part of an IBC Accelerator project called the Cloud Localization Blueprint. And that's an effort to basically define a set of best practices around a supply chain for localizing content. And as sort of the orchestration and management platform underpinning this, we'll be demonstrating that within our booth, but we'll also be in the IBC Accelerator zone, which is in Hall 2.
Fantastic. Cool. Jeff, thank you very much indeed for explaining it so well. We're looking forward to seeing you at IBC.
Same here. Look forward to seeing you as well.
Great stuff. Thanks for your time. Bye-bye.
You bet.
And of course, we're talking to Mark Smith at IBC later on about the Accelerator program.
Yeah, looking forward to. Yeah, we've got a 15-minute slot for them actually, because they've got quite a lot to say about it, which sounds quite interesting.
Yeah, it'll probably be late though.
Sorry,
it'll probably be late.
We are running a little bit late, but that's quite good because we've got a few free spots that we're going to fill. Mark Brown from Densitron is joining us, I believe. He's just incoming in our ear. Mark, hello.
There he is. Oh, I can't hear you.
Are you on mute? The famous words from 2020.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So how do I, okay, good seeing you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. Okay. So, IBC, what brings you to the show this year?
Well, we've been to IBC before, and obviously with the pandemic more or less behind us, we're really excited about interacting with the potential customers, our current customers, and we've got a lot of good things going on that we're going to be showcasing. really from a hardware and software product standpoint. Yeah, we'll definitely be front and center. Our stand or our exhibits 8.C90. Once again, that's 8.C90.
Yeah.
So just I just wanted to go a little bit about how we've gotten to this point. We've done a lot of innovation over the last few years, and what I wanted to tell you is that the company's been around, Densitron, for over 50 years. We're definitely a global company that is innovating human-machine interaction, otherwise known as HMI. And a lot of this is based on the foundation of custom touch display technology that we've developed over these past 50 plus years. One of the things that the broadcast industry is looking for is ease of use and simultaneously controlling things while also managing what's in front of them on the stage, for example. So if you come by our booth, once again, stand 8.C90, we're going to be introducing some groundbreaking tactile technologies. We'll be including our haptics 10.1-inch modular solution. We actually have a campaign in the field where we tell our customers you really need to, quote unquote, ditch the switch and integrate buttons, knobs, sliders on top of the display, the touch display, giving you better room and ease of use. So that's using a PCAP type technology. The other things that we're going to be reviewing, or at least presenting and showcasing, is our intelligent display system, known as IDS. We'll be introducing innovative software updates. We'll also be introducing what we call the IDS Cloud for on-premise or localized support. And finally, we've got a new model of selling that we call ODM Plus. And really, that's a design and manufacturing model. It's geared towards broadcast companies that want to outsource their manufacturing and design to Densitron. We added the plus to ODM because what we'll be doing is we'll be giving these customers access to our intellectual property, our IP and patents. And really what it means for the customers is they can now focus on, their core value add, software engineering, market developments, and other activities. So yeah, those are the three areas that we're going to be working on and displaying and bringing forward during IBC next week.
Fantastic.
It's very difficult for me to ask a question because the questions that came up during then is what do we do about IDS?
I'm sorry.
And what about haptics? And you've covered it.
You've covered it very well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark. And as you said, we can find you in Hall 8C90.
Yeah. Can I just add one more comment
sure.
with our intelligent display system, IDS? Our partners are very critical. They're an important element of our workflow integration. And other companies exhibiting at IBC, such as Bird Dog, Evertz, Global Distribution, Grass Valley. I'm trying to think of the other, Scarhoy and Tag Video Systems. So they'll be showing Densitron integration with their solutions. And I really encourage the folks that are going to be there to stop by their stands as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's real important. The ecosystem that we all work in the broadcast.
Got to play well with the others.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So once again, our stand is 8.C90, and look forward to seeing everybody there.
Great.
Well, thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing you in Amsterdam.
All right. Take care.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Thank you. Fantastic. That's really cool. Sounds really interesting stuff.
Yeah, good. So we're on next to Black Box from Ireland. I don't know.
There we go.
So Black Box Video. Yeah, he is incoming. He's in the wings. He's waiting to come in. We've spoken to them before.
We have. Yeah, we've had an interview.
Yeah.
Hello, John. How are you doing?
Hello. How are you?
We're fine, thank you very much. So, John, what's the focus for Black Box this year at IBC?
Well, I suppose a key focus for us is to, I suppose, re-engage with people again after a couple of years of pandemic having us kind of not have been at the IBC show. And we're very much focused on the key, I suppose, use cases that we work and support customers in like post-production, OB trucks, control rooms, and esports. And what we deliver is a KVM system that allows people to connect to both physical assets and virtual assets in a seamless way, whether they're using our transmitters to connect to HD or UHD sources, to virtual machines using RDP or PC over IP, PC over IP Ultra, and how they kind of deploy and work in different areas, like say in OB vans, how you can actually leverage our technology and its ultra low bandwidth so that you can reach into a truck from central locations to be able to have a reduced staff at it. And that was something during the pandemic, we actually did a lot of deployments with customers to enable them to have the skeleton people at, say, live sporting events, and have everyone back at base or back at their homes actually controlling assets inside the truck. So they're the kind of things. We'll have demos of those kind of scenarios and use cases. And we'll, of course, be launching some new products. In our overall kind of Emerald KVM over IP family, we're doing a new major software release with a lot of extra functionality, such as allowing, say, HD stations connect to a 4K source, while in a kind of obviously in a compressed format, while having someone on a 4K station having completely pixel perfect or lossless compression coming to them at the same time. And we'll also then be introducing a couple of, I suppose, new products in terms of our Emerald View, which is a high-end multi-viewer. It takes in 4 UHD sources, can actually allow you to put them out on 1 or 2 UHD outputs in various formats, various fixed formats or even free formats, with lots of different ways of actually doing that. And we'll be demoing very easy ways for an efficient operator interface to that. We also have our Emerald Gateway product, which allows our Emerald system, which already has baked into all our receivers the ability to connect to both physical and virtual machines. But some of the receivers only talk RDP to virtual machines. So with our Emerald Gateway, you can talk to PC over IP, destinations or PC over IP Ultra, and basically be able to share those across multiple users simultaneously. And then also one of the things we'll be also showing is an early preview of our Desk View, Emerald Desk View, which is a kind of a new concept we're bringing into, I suppose, the KVM over IP kind of area, where users today want to be able to monitor and interact with multiple clients that can reside on various computers or computing nodes, different workload information like post-production, editing, IPTV, live feeds, email, rendering jobs, and many more. So what we're doing with Emerald View or Desk View is enable a user to range their workspace across up to 4 different video monitors for optimal interaction with up to 16 different sources. And it supports connections to obviously our Emerald physical transmitters, to virtual machines using RDP, PC over IP, PC over IP Ultra, standard H.264, 65 decoders, as well as VNC type sources.
Well, that's a pretty comprehensive rundown. I don't think we'd be even capable of picking holes in anything that you've missed out. But whereabouts? I can see it's on the back. You're just about covering the actual.
I can just see there.
There we go, Hall 8.
We're in Hall 8 at booth F42, and we're there all the show.
And just before you go, John, just very, very quickly, how's business been for you this year so far?
I think businesses over the last 12 months has bounced back as, I suppose, all the economies have opened up again. We've had some very large projects we've completed both in the US and EMEA. And we've actually seen a lot of interest, particularly where people are looking to, I suppose, get more efficient. Like a lot of where we find a lot of traction happening is where, say, people want to build on some of the workflows that they had actually developed during the pandemic. So like being able to have less people in an OB van and be able to reach in to support that transaction, or just get their workforce. I think the phrase I heard someone use is their workforce needed a larger span of control, which is a nice way of saying the operator needs to do more stuff with less support.
Yeah.
So making things more intuitive is a very important thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. Brilliant. Thank you, John. We're looking forward to seeing you at IBC.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Catch up. Great stuff. Now an old favourite.
We're talking the king of audio consoles now, aren't we, really?
Oh, careful.
Was that? I can be careful.
Yeah, I'm sure they're up there. Yeah, no. We know they're up there. Calrec, absolutely, yeah.
Kevin Emmett will be joining us very shortly. And it sounds like they've got a very crammed stand. So, Kevin,
it's
hello.
always pretty busy there.
How are you doing, Kevin?
Hello, how are you?
We're very well, thank
well.
you. Very well. So, IBC, apparently you've been shoehorning it into the stand to get all the stuff you've got to show onto the space.
We've crammed it all in, yeah, because it's been 3 year. So, I mean, why not just get everything in? It's I almost can't remember the last time we went to an IBC. It's really, so this one's really exciting. So we've got, and it's all about the network. It's all about different ways of working. I mean, we've had these discussions, haven't we, over the last couple of years, a number of times about how, and it's almost a cliche, isn't it, now to say, oh well, technology ramped up and we all found different ways of doing things, but they're all established now. They're all established ways of working. So when we talk about cramming lots of stuff in on the stand, it's all those different workflows that we have to address, that all our customers are using and experimenting and building on and developing and everything. So we've tried to address every aspect from an audio mixing point of view. So we have large format console with the Artemis there. We've got a portable Brio plug and play mixer. We've got a modular Type R mixer. We go even smaller. We've got modular Type R Lego, which we will be having a draw. We're having a daily draw to win a modular Lego Type R system. I mean, that doesn't actually process any audio.
It's just a Lego kit, is it?
Basically just a Lego kit.
Right, lovely. I'll be there.
But it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
We've got a headless mixer with Calrec Assist, which is all in a web GUI, and we've got RP1, which is a remote production engine, which we've been showing for a number of years now, but obviously recently that's really come into its own.
Yes.
And we've got all those things on a hybrid network. So we've got a Hydra 2 network, which is Calrec's long-served proprietary network, and an IP network. So they're both talking to each other with gain control and everything else. So you can see, visitors can see all that working as well.
Cool.
And very important part of the booth. I'm a bit worried that you couldn't manage it with your, with Brexit. Have you got Houghton Bridge Ale on the?
We have.
Oh.
And you wouldn't.
It is. It's worth it.
IBC's back on again.
Yeah.
Honestly, you wouldn't believe how difficult it is to get it shipped over there. I mean, the last time we just stick it in the back of the van and drive it over.
Yeah. I didn't want to be political, but I really hoped it was going to be there. But back to tech, back to the serious business, because we are short of time. Have you covered all the highlights?
No, there's one other thing that I kind of need to tell you about. So on the first day of the show at 10:30 on the opening day, we do have quite an exciting announcement to make, which I can't give you any details on. But because it's with the best will in the world, not everyone's going to get to Amsterdam. So we're doing an in-person event on the stand. We've also got an online event, which is happening at the same time. And what I would urge you to do, or if anybody is interested in being the first people to hear what that announcement is, we have a landing page where you can register. And the landing page is calrec.virtualevent.page. And that's.
I'm sure there'll be a link to it on your regular website.
There's a link on our website, and there's a link on every one of our social channels as well. But that's the last thing we've been able to squeeze in.
Cool.
And you're in the usual spot, I guess, in Hall 8.
We're more or less. I mean, we're just a little bit away, but more or less the usual spot. I mean, it'd be like going to see an old friend, won't it? Kinda.
It is really. Yes. No. It'll be good. It'll be fantastic.
Okay. Hall 8 B57, Kevin. We will be there. We will see you at the show, and we're looking forward to sampling your fine ale.
Perfect. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing you, and everyone actually.
Everybody, absolutely.
It's been so long. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, good to engage.
Thanks, Kevin. Take care.
Safe journeys. See you later.
Bye bye.
Cheerio.
Bye.
So
now we are compliancing. We're looking at compliance. Data logging with media proxy. We've been working with since the beginning of COVID, really.
Yeah.
And Media Proxy supported KitPlus show, got us off our feet, and we're our primary sponsor for a couple of years. And we're delighted to welcome Raj into the show. Hi, Raj.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Simon.
Hi.
Good to see you. How are you doing?
How you doing?
Good, thank you. Good. Looking forward to the show. We've got a couple of newbies from all the way from Australia coming. So when we're not on our stand, 7B38 will be in our favourite bars and cheese shops.
So, Raj, let's rewind. Give people who might, hopefully people know who Media Proxy are, but just in case on the off chance they don't, give a quick elevator pitch of Media Proxy and what you're so excited to tell people about at IBC.
So we provide, Media Proxy, we provide software tools for compliance logging and monitoring for both the outgoing signal and the incoming signal, just to make sure everything's fine, especially with regulatory bodies. So Ofcom and people like that. At the show, we're going to have our full suite of software, log server, log player, Monwall, and we're going to be focusing on how we've helped customers with SMPTE 2110 signals using off-the-shelf hardware. So no proprietary hardware and not reliant on third parties. The other big one we've done is for the past 2 Olympic Games, we've helped customers with cloud deployment. So we'll have that as well, showing people how we can be deployed in the cloud as playout moves to the cloud. And then the hot topic, especially for us in the UK, disaster recovery. So again, we've got some ideas about redundant systems, redundant configurations, and how the whole thing fits together, and how, as a compliance logger, we fit into that picture.
Raj, without naming any names, with disaster recovery, we hear about it as a concept, but you don't often hear about it actually being used because there's been a disaster. Have you had any? Has Media Proxy products been used in earnest, and have you got any sort of case studies where you've actually, the customers actually needed it,
recovered a disaster
in real life, recovered a disaster?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we're just monitoring what's going on. So if we've gone off air or we're not recording, our encoders have stopped recording the picture, our time code still continues, and people can see where the outage was as such. But what we've done is we can now configure within the software a redundant configuration. So if something happens to their encoders, we can bring other encoders online. We've also seen lots of people now using us, having us on both the DR site and the main site, and they're both linked. So that leads on to a new configuration tool that we've developed, which now allows you to configure our servers remotely from anywhere around the world, and one point of entry into the system.
And what is Media Proxy? I mean, out of everything, what are you most excited about IBC?
Really excited about seeing old friends again, but also new customers. We've had lots of inquiries about our product, and also looking at how people can use it, because compliance is the boring bit. I've told you that, guys, before. So just seeing how they can use our tool set and how we can help them, because we've got customers now not just using it in compliance logging, but in the sales team now they can take out a chunk of the media and send it to the promo people who can send it out, or send it to the customer. We played your commercial at 3 o'clock. Here's the clip, time coded for you. So here's the clip and the invoice. So seeing all of that's what excites us now, taking the product to the next level, and how customers use it.
And as a IBC veteran, I think I can call you that without insulting you. As an IBC veteran, what top tip would you give to someone? This may be their first IBC.
Well, I've told the boys coming across, I said, comfortable shoes. And we all remember Good Morning Vietnam, and just keep hydrated. That's the killer, isn't it? Because we all forget to eat, we all forget to drink. We're so hit with the buzz of the show that you don't realise that at 9:30 and then suddenly it's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, where are we going to find Media Proxy?
So we're in Hall 7, B38. It's not our normal position. So if you hang past Avid and near the other big mob, I've forgotten who they.
We won't call them a big mob.
We're
Hall 7.
Hall 7.
Hall 7. We'll find you.
Hall 7.
Yeah.
We'll find you, and likewise, we're looking forward to seeing you and Eric and the team as well. Is Eric over, or is he staying in Australia?
No, Eric's not going to come over for IBC because he's going to come over for a month in November. So we'll catch up for a beer then with you guys.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Thanks, Raj. We'll see you
Cheers.
next week.
Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Safe journey. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Raj. Bye. So,
I feel like we're on the final leg, do you? Well, no, actually.
No, I don't think so.
Another hour and 45 minutes. That's fine. We've got Peter from Coral Bay TV joining us.
In a moment.
And it's good. The first question we've got is, what does Coral Bay TV do? Because I don't know, do you?
No, I've never come across Coral Bay before.
Peter, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for welcome.
No, you're very welcome. Peter, what does coralbay.tv do? That's a good first question, I reckon, to start with.
Okay, well, coralbay.tv is a software company, and we develop cloud native playout solutions that can be hosted in any public cloud, but can also be hosted on premises if that's what our customers prefer. So the founders of the company have all got a long history in playout, having worked for other vendors in the industry. So that's roughly what we do.
Okay.
Shall I tell you what makes us different?
Yes, go for it. Yeah.
What makes us different is that our products are developed using microservices, and so we use Docker containers and Kubernetes, and that means that our software is truly cloud native, and that offers a number of advantages when hosting in the cloud in terms of the elasticity and the redundancy that's offered by the cloud. And so systems can scale up and down very easily. It also means that Kubernetes, you get some advantages with Kubernetes because it monitors the health of the containers. So the services that are running the containers, if any one of them was to fail, Kubernetes would detect that and it would restart it automatically. And it also monitors the host. So if you were to get a failed host, it would detect that, it would spin up a spare host, move the software across and start it automatically. So you kind of get this N+1 redundancy effectively for free. And there's a few other advantages compared to a monolithic application. It's much easier to do software upgrades because the software is organized in smaller services. It's easier to just upgrade the module that's been affected by any software change, and you don't have to change the whole thing at the same time. So that's less risk when doing software upgrades. And it also means that upgrades can be done on a live system very easily. So what do our products do? Our products manage the playout of linear TV channels. So what you get with it is you get a user interface to manage the channels. You get playlists, you get timelines, and you get other kind of UI components to help manage a large number of channels. There's also a video server, there's a switcher, there's a keyer, there's a DVE, there's graphics control, there's subtitling, skitty insertion, Nielsen watermarking, loudness normalization, and a whole host of other features on board.
So let's return the focus to IBC now. What's new for the show? What are you going to be shouting about?
Quite a lot. It's been a while since we last did an IBC, just like everybody else. We haven't done an IBC since 2019. So there's been a lot of change since then. So in terms of new features and enhancements, we've got improved graphics and DVE. We now use HTML5 for graphics. There's manual control of secondary events, which is very useful during live events because it means that you can manage graphics, for example, without having to schedule it and take it whenever you want to. We're also going to be showing our new multi-tenant feature, which allows service providers to manage a large number of customers on the same platform. And it looks like it's one big system, which makes it easier to manage. But under the hood, everybody's playlists and media and logs, they're all totally separate. And that makes it much easier to manage. And in addition to that, there's improved user access rights. There's enhanced stats and timers and counters. So we have dynamic counters to provide the user with a timer to say the next live event, also the next missing event, if any events are missing, or any selected event. You can just select an event and have a timer to that event. There's also a compliance recorder, which records the output in a low-risk format. There's secondary record, closed captions, and many, many other things.
Cool. Brilliant. So where can people find you?
We're in Hall 1. Our stand number is C37C, and we're on the UK Pavilion.
Fantastic.
Oh, super. Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. I think we've run out of time, so it's been lovely talking to you. And
we're getting very tight on time now.
Looking forward to seeing you at IBC next week.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks
we'll drop by if we can.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye.
So now we are talking to IBC again.
Hopefully.
We're back to IBC for, it's a bit of a triple bill really, covering the Accelerators programme. So we're going to find out a little bit about it with Mark first, and then we're going to be talking to Mookie as well. So Mark, hello.
Hi, good to see you guys. Actually, Mookie's not with us today. I think she's in Salzburg in Austria and not able to join us. So it's just me, I'm afraid.
Oh, you've got a long shift. You've got a long shift to fill there, Mark.
Brace yourself.
I can never replace Mookie, but you know, here we are. It's good to see you guys again.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Yeah.
So, Mark, we've possibly should have spoken to you earlier in the day because quite a few exhibitors have mentioned the Accelerator programme and their participation in it. But people might be watching thinking, what is it? So let's rewind to the beginning. Tell us what the Accelerator programme is, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so it was created by IBC, in fact, back in 2018, and it was designed or developed as a framework to enable and allow and empower and fuel collaboration between the broadcasters, the content owners and studios, those who go to IBC to buy technology. They would set out a challenge, and we would help to form a group around that challenge that would comprise of other broadcasters and buyers of tech, the co-champions. Yeah, that's right.
We were talking to John.
I didn't mean to interrupt you then.
And
you carry on, Mark.
To interrupt.
You
shouldn't have been able to hear us.
Never mind.
Sorry.
Carry on.
Yeah, it was created in 2018. I'll just backtrack a little bit. 2018 to basically as a framework to enable collaboration amongst the broadcasters, those that go to IBC to buy the tech. We help to form a team around that challenge that they set out. We find other co-champions who are interested in that challenge. We find the right vendor expertise, and we create a project team. And that project team gets underway. And it's pretty much a fast-track approach to developing a solution between a kind of March-April timeframe and IBC itself. And then when we get to IBC, they showcase what they've been working on for the past few months as a proof of concept at the Accelerator Zone at IBC. Now, we haven't been able to do that for, obviously, since 2019, when we had the first 3 projects that were showcased. But actually, you know, we've gone through about 24 projects and showcased them, developed them all virtually, showcased them all virtually since that time in 2019. And this will be the first year that we'll be showcasing 8 fabulous projects in real life at IBC next week. Very exciting.
Where do people come to register, to view, to see what's going on?
Yeah. So it's in Hall 2, and the Accelerator Zone where the 8 projects will be featured is A14 in Hall 2. And it's very close to the innovation stage in Hall 2.
Right.
So there'll be a project pod, and all 8 projects will be part of that on that accelerator zone. And then in the innovation stage in Hall 2, we will have sessions that run from Friday morning, Friday the 9th, right the way through to Monday, the 12th of September. And you can see on the IBC site, you can see the different times for the showcase sessions that run for each of those projects through the weekend.
Cool. So Mookie was going to join us to tell us a little bit more about other projects being showcased this year as well. Do you want to tell us a bit about those?
Well, actually, we issued a press release today, and very delighted. IBC is thrilled to say that AMD Xilinx, you may know them, have come on as a sponsor of the whole accelerator program, along with Microsoft, and both of them have been playing increasingly important and significant roles in supporting the projects as vendors over the last couple of years. And I'm thrilled to say they've seen the value and importance and the level of interest in this in the industry over the last few years. So they've come on as sponsors, and we issued a release today that talked about that, but also about a couple of cloud projects that they've both been supporting, cloud being a kind of a key theme for this year. And the 2 projects are so cloud-based live events, and looking at sort of the impact in workflows of various kind of elements of a cloud workflow. What do they add to the latency? So we've been looking at sort of protocols for ultra-low latency in cloud workflows and developing kind of all the stages of cloud editing, but also keeping a very close eye on kind of the impact of latency, and we'll be reporting on that. Some fantastic players involved in that: BBC, BT Sports, BT Media and Broadcast, and ITV and DAZN, some disruptors as well there, and Olympic Broadcasting and Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, all as champions in that project. And then we have vendors like AMD and Microsoft and Grass Valley, Native Waves and Net Insight and MediaKind, and so it goes on, Theo Technologies and TAG. So a real who's who of the ecosystem that have been involved in supporting that. The other kind of cloud project that we've had has been focused on sort of an international, I guess, a cloud localization blueprint. So it's a first of its kind project, really, that's been bringing together everybody in the supply chain to create a definitive, they call it blueprint for distributing entertainment globally. So from that whole process of licensing content to localization and that final delivery, we've got everybody that's been involved in that chain working together, led by Fabric. But we've had AWS, and it's been championed by ITV and the Pokemon company. So that's a first, I think, for Pokemon to come and get involved in something like this, and Warner Brothers Discovery. And then we've had AWS and who's who like Fabric and LMT, Language Metadata Table, Ayuno, SDI and RightsLine and SDVI and BiddySpine, and many of the players kind of integral to that whole localization value chain. And that's the idea of that is really to speed up the process of localizing streaming content, whatever it might be. It could be all forms of content, but it's been a really complex and time-consuming task until this accelerator hopefully will unlock some of the challenges in doing this.
When do the sessions start, and when do they? When do they? Yeah.
So they start the sessions for, they'll be showcased, the teams will be there at the Accelerator Zone showcasing, so you can come to that anytime to talk through these things with the teams. The first showcase session, I think, is on the morning of Friday, and that one, actually, the very first session, I should talk about that one, is going to be a blockchain project. It starts at 12:30 to 1:15 on the innovation stage in Hall 2, and that's called Media Content Sharing, Monetization and Micropayment Systems in via the blockchain. It's a long title, but essentially what it is, it's providing over the blockchain a whole mechanism for audiences to be incentivized to share content. So they become sort of micro distributors of content using NFTs and everything. And it's a fabulous breakthrough project, and it's Alluvio. They've been breaking through for some time with some of the world's leading studios around blockchain for distribution. And they've been working with Tata Elxsi, the big Indian conglomerate, to develop this process. to share content and monetize content. And also they've been working with, as the champions in this have been DAZN and Barco Digital Cinema. So that's a first blockchain project that we'll be showcasing as well. Very excited about a couple of 5G projects, and we've had 5G projects for the last couple of years, but these have, I think, continued to evolve as the 5G standards have evolved, right? So we've seen 5G isn't something that would appear overnight. It's been a continuation of evolving releases in the standards that bring in things like, the radio side came first. The next comes the sort of ultra low, ultra reliable latencies, and then machine to machine and some of these other protocols as part of the 5G standards. So one team has been looking at the arena of the future for 5G and XR events, and that sort of whole idea of the 3D arenaverse and the future of live augmented reality for esports. And that's had kind of Vodafone that's been leading that project, and a whole host like Hado, the virtual dodgeball game that's been involved in it. And then we've got on the other side, complete flip side, 5G remote production in the middle of nowhere. And this is a continuation of the 5G private networks projects that we've been doing. But this is really literally taking 5G with a private network in a box to the middle of nowhere. And the team have taken it to the middle of Kenya in a conservation area and produced and actually done some live streaming via 5G with a network in a box and looking at all sorts of things in terms of conservation and social issues in Kenya and Africa. And it's a first, I think, for 5G empowering a broadcast production, not only in Kenya, but I think in Africa. They've been to New Zealand and they've filmed schools with a 5G in a box. And they've done satellite, using satellite links, low Earth orbit satellite for backhaul. And in not only in New Zealand, but also in Southern Ireland at a music festival. And I think this is a first that this has been done with a Starlink, actually, and bonding two Starlinks together for the backhaul. And we'll be showcasing some of that world first kind of use cases, I think. The project we did in the use case in Southern Ireland with RTE, in New Zealand with Maori TV, and in Kenya with a really young, youthful production company called What's Good Media. And the team from University of Strathclyde and Strath SDR have really been breaking boundaries with this private network. And I think, we're going to have a live link from the Pitlochry Highland Games on Saturday via 5G broadcast. And, some of the things they've been doing with this, they've been pushing full kind of NDI through this system.
Right.
And the uplink they've been getting is phenomenal. And I think we'll be showcasing that on the stage at 1:30 to 2:15 on the Saturday. And that will include that live link from Pitlochry Highland Games. But you can also see the live broadcast or transmission from Pitlochry on the hour at the Accelerator Zone as well.
Sure.
Great team there, amazing team behind that. Just about a who's who of broadcasters involved in it.
Mark, if I can just interrupt, because we're getting short of time. Just as we close, this all sounds really exciting, and people will watch this on demand and this one. How can they get involved next year if they're not currently involved?
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and we want people to come get involved. And we'll be actually announcing a call for challenges this year. And typically they come from broadcasters. But if a vendor has a challenge in mind and they can bring some broadcaster or studio champions to work with them, we'll have an online process that they can go to the Accelerator Zone on the IBC website and actually just there and then download or apply through the website, or come talk to us at the Zone. We'll be looking at having another Kickstart event for the next round of challenges in early 2023, around the February timeframe. And basically, we're looking for new challenges already for the next set of projects. So yeah, come and get involved. I think you can talk to some of the champions and participants on the Accelerator Zone this year and hear about their experiences of being involved in the accelerators. They just rave about it. Yeah. So I hope.
Well, we can tell your passion and enthusiasm for it comes across in bounds. So it's been really great talking to you. And we'll most certainly be hearing and seeing more about it at IBC next week, I'm sure.
Fantastic.
And hopefully on demand afterwards.
Yeah, on demand. All the sessions will be available on demand on the IBC website as well. Yeah, yeah.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Brilliant, Mark. Thank you very much. We'll leave you to continue your journey. We can see you're in a car somewhere.
I'm about to accelerate somewhere, so I better get going. Yeah,
yeah, nice one. Thank you very
guys.
much. Take care.
Thanks, Bart.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
God,
Right.
Interesting stuff.
So.
Yep. I don't know whether we've got Matthew.
Matthew from Whitby. Right. Well, we'll find out about Whitby.
Yep. Hi, Matthew. How you doing?
Can't see him. There. Hello.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good to see you, Matthew. So, IBC approaching. What's the big news from Whitby?
Finally, we've been waiting for IBC to approach for a good long while, and we are very happy at Whitby to finally be back in Amsterdam after 3 long years to meet our customers and also our prospects and partners in Amsterdam. We have a lot of exciting news for IBC. For people who have not seen us in 3 years, I would say that Whitby is almost kind of a different company. We even changed our logo and color scheme and website a couple of times. The most interesting thing is on the product side. The complete Whitby product suite got a nice makeover during these last couple of years. The main element being our robot suite that got a nice upgrade with the new Whitbox lineup. I have the Whitbox 1 here, which is the first one of these Whitboxes that we announced that we followed up later this year with the Whitbox Plus and the Whitbox Net. The full lineup will be showcased at BIBC, so the whole team coming from Europe, but also some of us coming from the US, Johan, our CEO, and myself, would be more than thrilled to showcase these new robots to anyone who is willing to stop by our booth.
So what real challenges is a Whitbox? You know, you've got to be solving problems really with any of these products. What problems are we solving?
Well, at Whitby, we've been experts in doing test automation and QoE monitoring for the last 20 years. That was really our core mission, helping operators and also video broadcasters to measure the quality of experience they deliver to their end users in order to improve this quality of experience. And so the Whitbox is doing this just much better. It's still a test automation robot, so it's capable of being connected to any type of end user device, whether it is a set-top box, an OTT device like an Apple TV, a Roku device, but also like any type of more exotic device like a gaming console, a smart TV, a mobile phone, or a web browser. And these Whitbox are capable of controlling any device and reproduce any end-user journey on any kind of video service. So the result is an automated system that consistently measure the quality you are delivering to your end users. And this helps our customers to increase the quality of experience of the services they're delivering. What we realized during these last few years is that people also needed a way to manually control the set-top box. Like when you receive an alarm saying, hey, this channel is not available in this city, or this movie is not available on this platform, people want to be able to confirm. And so we added a lot of capabilities in the remote control realm with this Whitbox that can be deployed very easily anywhere. But also the remote eye controller, our main application for remote control, that got a nice upgrade in the spring of 2022, which allows people to take control of any device deployed connected to a Whitby robot, and instantly control the device like if they were sitting in front of them. So now when people receive an alarm, they are able to just in one click take control of this device, manually confirm the error, and this makes the escalation process much faster, leading to a shorter resolution time.
So where can people come to see you?
Yes, so our booth at IBC will be in Hall 5, D67. I saw someone that had like a Zoom background with the number. We'll do this for the next interviews. Yeah. Again, we'll be flying out of San Francisco on Sunday, and the whole team is again really, really excited to meet with all of you.
Fantastic. So I'm sort of interested. You've done IBC before, clearly. You've been there for a while. Now, what are you most looking forward to, other than the obvious meeting people?
I mean, I don't know. I've been going to the IBC for a while. I think when I was in my 20s, I was really expecting. I was really looking forward meeting our customers in a more funnier setup. Yeah, relaxed setup. I don't know. After 2 years of COVID, we'll see how I handle both the jet lag from California and the nightlife of IBC.
You'll be fine.
I might have my team more available for our customers. No, jokes aside, I love the IBC. It's I love connecting with people, and I think it's been very hard in these last 2 years. So I'm very happy to be able to connect with everyone coming from Asia, Africa, some of them coming also from America. So I'm really looking forward to meeting everyone, either on our booth or in a more relaxed setup. It's always like a way to connect with people, which is kind of like what we are doing this. So
fantastic.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Matthew. And safe travels on your flight. Looking forward to seeing you in Holland.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
So, Whitby, that was good.
So
And
now we're talking to our friends from Dejero now. We've always got something to...
Jeremy.
Well, they've always got something new. We've got Jeremy Miller coming in. Now, we've spoken to them on the show quite a few times. Rob Waters has been in. Yvonne, we've spoken to her at lots of trade shows around the world. And
now we've got Jeremy, and he's in. He's live.
Jeremy.
If we can hear him.
Welcome, Jeremy.
Oh, no, mute.
Hello there, Matt.
Oh, there we go.
There
You're
we
here.
go.
Yeah.
Hi.
I'm here.
Nice to see you. So, you're unveiling your new 5G solutions at IBC for the first time. The Engo 3 and the Engo 3X. Am I right?
That's correct.
Fantastic. So for those who haven't come across them before, tell us all about them.
So these are our brand new mobile units, reiterating or coming over to the 5G generation. So we've taken the time to fully optimize the capabilities of 5G by bringing in and optimizing our RF design and redoing our RF design completely to give us a better capability with the 5G networks.
Okay. So just go into a little bit more depth about these next generation Engos and how they do what they do so well.
Oh, yeah. So the 3X is going to be our multicam unit and also capable of doing 4K ultra high definition. So that's a different unit. And then we also have our Engo 3, which is similar to our current Engo units. It's just a 5G version of it. So those are the big differences of coming into these units, and utilizing the 4 antennas per modem allows us to get overall better throughput and reliability when people really need that capability to get a live shot out or just to have connectivity in the field.
And you've got a new receiver, the Waypoint 3. How does that fit into the family?
That fits into the family because of the 3X. We have to be able to receive 4K video. So the Waypoint 3 allows you to receive 2 4K videos simultaneously and then 2 HD signals at one time. So still able to do 4 video or receive 4 videos at one time. And then you can also have the capabilities after that to receive up to 4 regular HD streams as well.
Okay.
And then we also have the capability or added the capability to do 4 simultaneous MPEG-TS streams out of the Waypoint 3.
So I've got a note here about Dejero, specifically an accelerator for the broadcast industry when it comes to optimizing 5G and cellular.
So the big thing with that is we went through the process and took our time to get the certifications with, very prestigious and or specific carriers. So we are Verizon certified. So we made sure that we took the time to go through that process. And then we are also PTCRB certified. So that way we know that the unit is safe for a user to use, no matter where they have it in and around them. And then we also make sure that it is fully optimized and being able to get a signal out. And that's also important to go through those certifications to make sure that it's a approved unit and safe for people to use.
And do these approvals, are they, you've done Verizon, is it a worldwide necessity as well?
Well, there's certain ones. Obviously, Verizon's very specific, right? So it's going to the PTCRB, which that one is a little more generic. So that way, a lot of people, that's a different government.
As soon as you've achieved that standard, you're okay.
Yes, and that's one thing that I think is something that we're striving towards, to try to build a standard to make sure that our units are safe and capable for users.
So, Jeremy, have you got any? I mean, I appreciate these products are very new. I think they are shipping now, aren't they?
They're going to be shipping soon, going into Q3, Q4. So we're obviously into that time of the year. So they are going to start shipping towards the end of the year. And then we just have to get in contact with our sales rep or your person sales rep to coordinate when they'll be able to receive those. But they're going to be going out really soon.
And in the testing phase, during your research and development and manufacture, did you use them on any events that you could tell us about? Any sort of test events?
Right now, we've been primarily testing them in-house. We're going to actually have, it's kind of exciting. We have one that's going to be used in, or going to be operational at IBC. So this is something that's brand new for us. We're really excited to get it out there. We've been doing a lot of extensive testing in multiple countries, and we're bridging that out to make sure that our capabilities are global with the unit, because we do have global modems in there as well. So that allows us to go in many different regions with a single unit, by just having to swap out different components of it to be able to travel internationally.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to see them on your booth at NAB, and we were struck by the ruggedness of the build quality. That it may not be unique to Dejero, but it's certainly something that you take a lot of effort in making sure these things are going to last, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we were joking about this the other day. We still have like first generation transmitters still working in the field because people just love it, because they're designed to last and the reliability is there. So people are still using those in the field. And then also being able to work in diverse environments, as you know, with reporters and photographers traveling all over the globe to cover stories. We have to make sure that they can withstand the wear and tear that they put them through, and as well as first responders that we work with.
Yeah, because of course it's not just the broadcast industry, is it, that you work in?
No, we're very diverse now. So we're working on, first responders, public safety. So they're utilizing those to cover many different workflows, very similar to broadcast. So it's video distribution or contribution, and then distribution possibly. And then we also work with, the gateway. So now adding the gateway mode and being able to turn that box into a strict internet connection in the field is a very good feature that we've enabled on our newer Engo units. So it gives it a lot of versatility for folks to be able to use it for many different use cases.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it needs to be used in some quite challenging conditions, I'm sure.
Yeah. Where can people find Dejero at IBC, Jeremy?
So you can find us at stand 2.B51.
Excellent, fantastic. Well, we've run out of time, but the good news is we are spending quite a bit of time on the Dejero stand next week. So we'll be doing some filming and some interviews. So all those videos will be on our IBC playlist if people want to check back next weekend, probably. Jeremy, thanks for your time. Safe travels to Amsterdam, and thank you for talking to us.
All right, thank you guys. We'll see you soon.
Take care. Bye-bye.
See you there.
Bye.
And now we are going over to Mark Rushton from VTech.
VTech.
VTech's a company that we speak to quite a lot at shows, isn't it? Because they've always got so many boxes
boxes. They've got all. They develop something new every time.
There is, yeah. An Open Gear partner, I believe, as well.
I think they are, yeah.
So we will be talking to them at IBC. But before that, of course, Mark, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
And you again.
So, Mark, what have you been up to leading up to IBC?
I'm sure you've heard tonight it's been many years since we've all managed to get together face-to-face in what is effectively a flagship broadcast show.
Yeah.
And in the last 3 years, numerous number of things have happened at VTech, obviously continuing to develop products moving forward, acquisition of a various number of companies to strengthen our position as video market leader in the market in the vertical place, an expansion to our broadcast portfolio, including to launch at IBC our Diamond Plus Open Gear encoder. And as we step into our 35th year now, dealing as video specialists, we peer into what 2023 may come and offer. And so wrapping up those 3 years and what we've been doing, it's everybody head down and pushing forward to the day when we can get back to IBC and press for the flesh, as it were.
Absolutely. So I'm sure most people watching this know what VTech do, but what problems are you mostly solving for people?
So within the broadcast scenario, what we're looking at is contribution, remote backhaul, for example, as well as items as REMI, etc., for the broadcast market, whether it be tier 1 all down through to local transmissions, through to CDN, etc. And what we're trying to achieve is to give a capability of transmitting video over various different networks, such as even down to the internet, reliably within a very low turnaround space, so that you don't get that latency that often was the case in the past.
Fantastic. So yeah, Matt, you got a question?
Well, are you in the same usual place?
Yeah, well, Hall 7, we're stand A39, which is a number change, but I think we're actually in the same place. It's just they've been renumbered this year. But certainly Hall 7, where we've been for the last, decade and more, shall we say.
Yeah.
And you've always got something new, Mark, so I'm waiting for you to give us a big announcement now. Something that nobody else knows.
Somebody else knows. So recently to the wire, we launched the release of our Diamond Plus encoder, which is an open gear format card. In taking on our experience from the previous incarnation, which was the Diamond, this new product allows us to do a lot more, such as HDR. We've got the ability with UHD, low latency streaming, stream protection, and 2110 is also within the remit of that product too. So it's our latest product specifically designed for the broadcast market, addressing their niche needs, shall we say.
Cool. And you've been to many IBCs. What are you giving a top tip to someone else that might not have gone? Where would you start with that?
Oh yes, I'd hate to think when I actually started. I'm a veteran at it now, but I think it is pace yourself, work out who you want to see, and bear in mind you cannot do the show in a day. If you have appointments, keep an eye on your time. It takes a long time to walk between halls, even if there's very few footfall traffic in the early or later part of the day. We hope it's going to be busy, but sometimes it can take you 30, 40 minutes to get from one hall to the other. So pace yourself, don't burn yourself out, enjoy the evenings. There's a lot of networking going on, and VTech are hosting a number of things as well. But honestly, it would be pace yourself. You cannot get everything done in the time frame you think you can.
No. And are you taking on your booth? Are you mainly pre-arranging bookings, or have you got sufficient capacity there that anybody can just turn up and they should be able to talk to an expert straight away?
It's a hybrid approach because of our acquisition of Exterity last year as an organisation. We have got plenty of staff on our stand. We are taking direct bookings so that you can actually have a physical booking and meeting space. But the stand is very large and therefore can cope with people who walk on. There'll always be somebody who'll be able to help you whatever time of the day you turn up.
We mentioned it at the beginning, actually. Are you doing anything particular with the open gear? Because we'll probably be coming by to say hello and talk about your open gear products. Is there any more developments in that?
So the new Diamond Plus open gear card is one. We've also got the standard Diamond, which also slots into there, as well as our decoder. So it's a full range of products for the open gear chassis. We're also developing a VTech open gear, a VTech open gear type chassis, which will take those cards specifically for our products, and that will be coming in 2023. So there's a little bit of a heads up for you there.
There you go.
Fantastic, Mark. Thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you next week, maybe in Amsterdam.
Yeah,
scary, isn't
Absolutely. Look forward to it, guys. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thanks for coming by.
Take care. Bye bye.
So if you want to find out more about Open Gear, we've shot a lot of videos at various shows and also virtual interviews with Open Gear partners.
Open Gear is a Ross technology, is the right word? With many partners.
Group of manufacturers, yeah.
Yeah, many manufacturing partners that uses a common control panel, common interface. So if you want to find out about Open Gear, do check out our channel. Just search Open Gear on our channel and you'll find loads of videos. So we're now welcoming Paul Richards from PTZ Optics. Hi, Paul. How are you doing?
Hello. Congratulations, guys. This is quite a marathon you guys are running today.
Well, my words are beginning to get mixed up.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us. All the way from sunny California, I believe.
Actually, I'm here in Philadelphia on the East Coast.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So what can we expect from PTZ Optics at IBC this year?
Well, we're super excited about IBC because we are announcing a brand new series of cameras. We're calling the PTZ Optics Move 4K, and these are our brand new 4K PTZ cameras. And it's not just one, it's an entire line of PTZ cameras.
Wow.
And what sets them apart from previous you see, you confused me then with the PTZs, because we've got to call them PTZs. Your PTZs, what sets them apart from previous products of yours? Is it just that they're 4K? There must be more.
Well, these are our PTZ Optics Move 4K cameras. They're available in 12x, 20x, and 30x models, and they have a variety of video outputs. I was told not to show the back of the camera yet because we're announcing this at IBC, so I'm not exactly allowed to show everything quite yet. But we have the Move 4K, and then we have the Move 4K Pro. And the main difference here is that this is a brand new generation of cameras for us. So we've got upgraded robotics, so they're smoother and they're quieter. We're supporting 4K over NDI, HX, and HDMI. The traditional SDI ports are still 1080p 60, but the 4K outputs are 4K 60. So they're really cool looking cameras. I'm limited on what I'm allowed to share and how much I can say. But along with these brand new 4K cameras, which we're going to be talking more about at IBC, we have one other new product called the Studio Pro.
Okay, interesting.
Okay. This camera I'm really excited about. It's small and it's static. It's not a PTZ, but it is designed to be what we call a premium webcam. So it's got the optical glass of a digital SLR camera. It has a 12x optical zoom, and it actually includes a light on top. So if you're doing video conferences or small meetings, we're able to hit a price point of just $699.
Wow.
Okay.
And this one, I can show you the back. We have power over Ethernet. We have USB connectivity for plug and play. We have HDMI and NDI as well. So quite a few options for power users. But what we're really thinking is, you can see here, a woman doing yoga. And this is really at the $699 price point, a really high quality, crisp camera for anyone from a gamer who's taking their content really seriously to someone on a professional Zoom call.
Wow. That's pretty cool. And Paul, has that come about because more people are either working at home or streaming at home or doing stuff at home? Is that a result of the pandemic, would you say, that camera, or was that going to always happen anyway?
Well, we were certainly planning this camera anyway for a lot of reasons. And I will say there's right now we're seeing work from home, and we're also seeing return to work, right? So we're in that middle ground. Obviously, many people are working from home and they want to look good, and they're sick of how they look on a regular webcam. And there's a large growing amount of people who want to look good on video. And it could be just at their desk. And so this is more of that middle ground between, hey, I don't need a PTZ camera yet. I'm not in a big venue, but I do want to look good. And I've got a little video from our last trade show at Infocom when we started to first show this camera. It also has a 9:16 mode. So if you look at the monitor right there, you can see it's not horizontal, but it's actually vertical. And so there's a switch on the back of this camera which will allow you to do vertical video. And that is a huge growth space. Everything from TikTok to social media on Facebook, YouTube now supporting it. And short form video specifically is just explosive right now. The engagement rates, the intention, the scrollable style of vertical video is really taking off. So whether you're looking for this type of camera to do, regular Zoom meetings and live content, or if you're making short form video in the vertical format, our engineers took a little extra time to put a switch on the back to go from horizontal to vertical, because that's a new growing space in the video production and broadcast market.
It's funny because I was just about to correct him saying no, 16:9, and then I started to twitch when I saw it was vertical video. It's everything wrong, but the youth, it's an age thing. Yeah. Stop filming upright. Anyway.
So are all these products shipping now, or is there still work to do on some of them? Or
so this is an announcement, and we are not shipping yet on all of those products that I just mentioned. We are still shipping some of really the most popular PTZ cameras in the market, which are our second generation PTZ optics cameras. With the announcement of Gen 3, we are also announcing promotions with an instant rebate for the Gen 2 cameras. So we actually have really aggressive and awesome pricing for Gen 3 that's going to be announced really shortly. Cool. And because it's so aggressive and it's a really good price for Gen 3, we're actually going to do instant rebates to reduce the price of Gen 2, which is shipping today. So, it's going to be shipping. All of these products will be shipping before the end of the year, but you know what that's like from an international shipping and supply chain situation. So this is an announcement. We're using IBC as a great platform to share some awesome new products. You'll see videos and live streams coming out, and then we'll have another announcement when we're ready to ship.
Cool. Finally, Paul, you do a lot of tutorial videos, I know, because I watch them. What one thing do you find most people want to know about either PTZs or the cameras you make? What's the one bit of knowledge that everybody seems to need most?
Well, there is a wide variety of people playing with video production gear today, right? I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, we were talking to professionals and broadcast engineers, and we were talking about in-depth workflows and camera control technology. And today, we could be talking to a 12-year-old influencer who is doing makeup in her parents' basement, who's making hundreds of thousands of dollars and is ready to buy some upgraded equipment, all the way to, a volunteer at a church. So as you know, over the past few years, the video landscape has completely changed. But to answer your question, I mean, the easiest thing to say is that OBS is still the most popular live streaming software in the world by a long shot. Okay. And we work with lots of people who are using our PTZ Optics camera plugin to gain PTZ camera control directly in OBS. So OBS, even though it's not necessarily a company or a software you're going to see at IBC, it still has a massive presence in the emerging live streaming and video production, the people who are newer, and those are the people who do need more tutorials and help. Yeah. But we still work, vMix has absolutely exploded as well. And as you may know, we have like PTZ control integrated into vMix. vMix has also become so much more prevalent across a variety of verticals, from house of worship to, sports to education to corporate to the whole gamut. Software has made a massive disruption in this industry. There's been a huge move to software, meaning use your own computer, right? Bring a laptop, bring your own computer kind of thing. Networks, right? NDI, IP, SRT, and the cloud. And I have to give you guys my hats off. You guys are using Zoom. It was easy to come in here. It looks great. You've got hundreds of people coming in and out. And that's the cloud, right? Zoom.
Yeah.
Paul, thank you very much. Oh, where can we find you at IBC?
I can tell you.
I can't see it because he's just in the way.
11.D20.
We are going to be in Hall 11, D20. We're also going to be in the Grass Valley booth. I believe that's in Hall 10.
Fantastic.
Great.
I think we're actually spending some time with you as well, doing some interviews and stuff. So safe travels to Amsterdam, and yeah, can't wait to meet up in next week.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I look forward to it.
Take care. Thank you.
Take
for
care.
joining us.
Safe trip.
Cheers.
Bye, guys.
Cheers.
Okay, now we're going to Netgear, where
Netgear.
John Hemphill is going to be joining us.
I wonder what he's going to be talking about. I mean, we're using their routers out there. I wonder whether that's whether
we're
we're
using a
talking
lot
about
of
networks.
yeah.
NDI specific, we came up earlier, didn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
So great. Well, we'll see what John has to say. And he's here.
Hello, John.
Hey guys, how you holding up?
We're there.
We're in the last hour.
Are we?
We're fine. Yeah.
Yeah, easy.
Time for a pint.
I don't think I'll get home in time for that.
So, John, IBC literally just around the corner now. Everyone we've been speaking to is very excited. Got a lot of innovation to show people. What can visitors expect from Netgear this year?
So Netgear, people have known Netgear for a long time, right? Been in business for over 25 years. We've really been focusing on the Pro AV market for a while. We were at NAB recently in the US, of course, the other broadcast show. So what we're going to show you is an easier way to configure network switches. So whether that's NDI or soon coming up IPMX, those are the main protocols. Of course, anything else AV over IP. We have an easier way of configuring the switch, which can be the bottleneck to a lot of that. Where does the plumbing? We're not the fancy fixtures on either end. Where does your plumbing? But you got to have good pipes, and those need to be configured properly. So we have what we call the Engage controller. It's a new way of configuring these switches, the M4250, which I guess you guys are using for this broadcast too.
I believe he is. Yeah.
So
he will confirm
this Engage
in
controller, the 4250 switch has had this AV GUI built in, which is great. Then we pulled it out of there in order to let you use that with the 4250s, which are really for 1 gig applications. And then also with the 4300s, that'll do 10G applications with some 40 gig uplinks. So it's an easier way of controlling multiple switches across the board, and just showing you we have all that goodness available for you to make your life easier when you're configuring a switch.
Okay.
And so I'm interested. One of the challenges that we faced when we started to get involved, and especially when we started to get involved in NDI, you're investing in a lot of new kit, and price points become an issue for stuff that is. As soon as you start making something specific, you give something some special, the price starts to hike up. Where are we looking here?
Yeah, I mean, we're middle ground, I guess. We have a range of switches. We're also showing you 2 new desktop switches, which of course are going to be cheaper. They're smaller.
Of course.
And we've certainly had plenty of instances where people have used one of our regular switches for some of this work, and it takes a lot of configuration. They aren't optimized for AV over IP. So what is that time worth to you? Is it worth a couple extra dollars up front for the switch that's designed for AV over IP? Or do you want to sit there and work on configuring it for a while? Have a range of options for price points. We make switches all the way up to 100 gig, our M4500 switches. So for that core switch where you need all that throughput, we have a couple of options for that. And you got some small desktop switches that are priced accordingly, put it that way.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do. So are you on your own booth out there? Are you in partners' booths? Are you in both? Can you see you on NDI? Where can we find you at IBC?
All of the above. So we're on our own booth. We're at Hall 1 in C16. And we're just a small presence, a little 10 by 20 booth at most of these shows. That's enough to show you our goodness. But the key is all of our partners. So at all these shows, we're at dozens, if not more than dozens, of partner booths. Whether it's in front on display or we're actually behind the scenes, we're powering so many of the other booths that are doing video and audio around the network. So that's where we get extra love, is that we're all over the show floor. And you'll look for these little powered by Netgear signs around the show floor. We should have a contest maybe for how many you can find. But we're all over the place.
Are there any trends that you're either seeing now or expecting to see in the very near future, John?
I think IPMX is one of those trends we'll start seeing more of. SMPTE 2110 protocol for broadcast is very complicated and heavy lifting for us to implement. So we're taking a look at that for sure. But IPMX, which was debuted at NAB, I think, too, is one of those things that we'll see a lot more of coming up, because it gets you some of the goodness of the high quality high-end video audio transmission without all the overhead of the SMPTE 2110 protocol, and it's more easily adopted.
Let's see what happens. And a very quick question for me. It looks like an Emmy in the background.
That is
Go on.
That's an Emmy.
Tell us.
Everybody's got a past. I actually come from more of the broadcast world, and I spent a couple of Olympics. I did the 2002 Salt Lake City, and this is one with the NBC sports team when I did the 2004 Athens Olympics. I was an edit supervisor, and we made sure all the editing gear is ready to go, and then kind of sit down through the games and make sure everything runs smoothly. And NBC team won an Emmy, so I was part of that team.
Cool. A career highlight, no doubt. Well done.
Clearly it did go smoothly. Well, we worked out you're in Hall 1. We got the stand number. We got it 1C16. We'll make sure we drop by. Very nice.
Unfortunately, I will not be at the show, but my counterparts from Europe will be. But they'll take care of you. Please stop by and say hello. For sure.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. Nice to talk to you.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Bye-bye. See you. Bye-bye.
So we are now going over to Imagine. We're going to be talking to Tom Blake. Now I'm going to have a sip of tea, which has been very kindly made for me by one of the Manor team. Yeah, we've got a big team supporting us, haven't we, today? We've got, see if I can not forget any names. We've got Jenny and Claire, Awa, Lou and Lucy and Beth.
Well done.
And of course, John is all of our guests are going through John. He's behind the controls, he's doing all the switching. In fact, he set this whole studio up in about 5 hours yesterday.
Yeah.
And if we get time before 8 o'clock when we're finishing, we'll try and switch to John. So at least he can give us a little bit of insight. But before that, Tom, welcome to the show.
Hi guys.
How are you doing?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah.
I can't believe you must be exhausted.
No, it's been good conversation, hasn't it?
Actually, it's kept us interested. Yeah. I mean, there's been the odd moment, you know.
Here's a challenge for me, right? There we go.
So you've got to keep us awake, Tom. What exciting news can we expect to hear from Imagine at IBC this year?
So Imogen, the company calls themselves, we're exhibiting in Hall 1 C37D. Hopefully you'll get an opportunity to come by and see what we're doing. We're a media asset management, cloud native media asset management company. And this year at IBC, we are going to be really focusing on new use cases that our clients, existing clients and new prospects can enjoy through the use of the Imogen platform. So what we're known for is managing large archives very, very elegantly, and particularly large sporting archives, clients like the Premier League and the FIFAs and NBA, Major League Baseball. We manage their video libraries in the cloud, which is nice, very nice. We do it very elegantly. We allow their sponsors, their partners, their broadcasters to come and have access under secure access control lists to that content. But we've been working this year on thinking, how can we add more value to that? It's nice to hold those files. It's nice to make an elegant experience with those files for people who want to discover them. But how can we enable our clients and prospective clients to generate new revenue streams, improve operational efficiencies, enhance remote production, etc. So we're focusing on some new use cases this year on the booth at IBC.
Cool. So what are your shout out points on the booth? What are you going to be mainly hoping people are going to get really excited about?
Okay, well, for the sports clients, where we have traditionally taken recorded files and then put those into a repository, into an archive, we're now ingesting multi-camera angles direct from events using the SRT streaming. So being able to give your broadcast partners a lot more choice, not just what the editor chose to put out on the world feed, but now being able to allow broadcasters to pick up multiple different camera angles of live sporting events, which is very exciting. We can see a lot of operational efficiency for the host broadcasters, but also a lot of new choice for the sponsors and partners to put in front of their consumers. So we're focusing a lot on that. And we've got new integrations of our software, native integrations with some of the OTT destinations, Amazon Prime, for example, Comcast, and a whole plethora. We probably have a list of 15 or 20 different OTT endpoints that you can now deliver your media to. And most exciting of all is we don't operate in isolation, is working with some very exciting partners, both cloud, on the cloud side of the large infrastructure partners, but also some niche technologies that do some really exciting things and can add a lot of value to the technology. And we've been expanding our API suite to be able to do many more integrations with some of these really classy, clever AI tech and the like. So do come by and we'll show you some more.
Yeah, so you say come by. Who are you hoping to meet at IBC?
Do you know, in most years, we rarely rely on people just walking up to the booth. We see IBC as a place where, ironically, sometimes we have to go all the way from London to IBC to meet people from London.
Yeah.
Which is just, I'm sure the same for everybody. But a lot of our meetings are pre-arranged. We tend to see a lot of our existing client base and our partner network at IBC. And we work with a very well-established systems integrator, channel partner, and to be able to spend time with them as well is really important. But that said, we always like to see new faces come by. We love to give a very short demo of the product, and then if it's something that people want to look into more detail, we can take that offline and go into more depth. And we can do a nice demonstration to show you how clients like the Premier League are using Imogen as their central media hub for all of their graphics and distribution to all of their broadcast partners and sponsors. Come and see that if you'd like to. Come and see how ITV are using Imogen to manage their clip sales, their footage sales. All of their archive revenue is generated through their use of the Imogen platform. Channel 4, Reuters. There's a lot of tier one exciting clients, and if you're looking for a way to manage and monetize and distribute your media, then it's definitely something you should come and look at.
Yeah, it's interesting because me and Matt were chatting to a very influential BBC lady at NAB in Vegas back in April, and when we asked her what she most enjoyed about international trade shows, it was stumbling across the exhibitors and the booth that she didn't know she needed, because ultimately you don't know what you need to know until you know it, which I think is what she said to us exactly. Because and the beauty of a trade show is you've got all these people in one place and you can wander around, and the booking meetings is great, but of course you're only going to you're booking meetings with technology that you already know about, and it's about discovering that new thing that is going to help you solve a problem, isn't it?
Absolutely, and so we ensure that we man the booth with enough expertise that there is always somebody available to have a discussion with new faces that come by, and we really do welcome them. I'm probably from the old school of selling. I believe in networking and meeting people, of shaking hands. I love all of this. I think it's really enhanced the hybrid of being able to have lots of meetings with international friends and partners and customers via Zoom and the like is fantastic. But shaking hands and building a network and hearing what's happening and walking the floors is really important to both your own learning, and that's from a vendor side as well. It's not just about the clients. We need to go out there and meet. So I'm looking forward to being back there in the flesh this year. I enjoyed NAB, and I'm going to enjoy IBC, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And I've got a thought process going through my head, and I'm not quite sure how to express it, but I'll give it a go. You've been highlighting tier one customers there. You've been highlighting the Premiership and ITV and the enterprise customers. Now, a lot of people, a lot of customers out there, a lot of manufacturers out there that have been traditionally only ever interested in that customer have been, I don't want to say commoditizing, but they've been, really broadening their horizons, looking for, in your case, content owners that they might own a lot of content still, but they just don't happen to be the Premiership. Maybe it's Scunthorpe United or I can't think of just one team. Is it relevant? Banked?
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody who's got valuable rights in their media,
right?
And I talk about the big guns, of course, but we're delighted with all of our clients, and we give as much service to the World Curling Federation, the International Weightlifting Federation.
There you go.
And some sort of small niche sort of viral video libraries. they're just as important. They're a different scale, and people usually want to hear what the big guys are doing.
Yeah.
But we're trying to democratize this software, and one of the wonderful things is that cloud has allowed that. Now it's all cloud native. You don't have to buy expensive tin and run a machine room in order to have the benefit of the software and the capabilities of that.
And its scalability.
Brilliant, Tom. Yeah, thank you very much. That's.
Do we know where to find it?
Well, Tom will tell us.
We were on booth 1, hall 1. Never been in hall 1 before. We were always a 7 or a 6, but we're in 1 this year. It's 1C7D.
Fantastic. Nice and easy to find hall 1. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll drop by.
Congratulations to you chaps on a very, very enjoyable afternoon.
I'm glad you've enjoyed it. So we'll be cutting all these up and putting them all up. So hopefully people can just watch the snippet they're interested in before the show as well. But no, thanks for your contribution. Much valued. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
See you over there. Right, so we've got a Johan.
Johan from Agile Content. The pile of papers definitely getting thinner.
It's getting thinner.
Definitely getting thinner.
Hang on, no, yeah, thank heavens. Yeah, there you go.
So don't forget to subscribe to the channel. We've got, even if you're watching on demand, do subscribe. We will be doing lots of interviews at IBC, and we'll be putting those up over the weekend of IBC and the week after. Yeah, always good content.
Johan, he's in.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, Johan.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening.
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
Good. Yeah. Where are you calling from there?
I'm from Stockholm, Sweden.
Ah, okay. Fantastic. I reckon that's no, it's not our first Nordic. We've had Internorr in earlier, didn't we?
We had Internorr, we had Next Edition.
Oh, there we go. Agile Content. Yeah.
Tell us all about the company, just in case people watching don't know, and then we'll go on to IBC and chat about the show.
As a matter of fact, there's a good chance they don't know about content. So, I mean, that's why IBC is very important for us this year, right? So, for some background, Agile Content has primarily been a Spanish operating company for a good number of years, and maybe most famous for actually running the Agile TV service in Spain. And while if you're not in Spain, you have no idea, Agile TV is actually a pretty successful service. So it's one of the, in Europe, total top 5 fastest growing TV services, with now, I think we have a little bit more than 800,000 subscribers in Spain. And we're operating that in a partnership model with the telecom operator. So in Spain, it's primarily MásMóvil, who is our partner. So we're running the TV service together with them, but it's branded, obviously, with our brand. So what we have done, what Agile Content have done last 1.5 years is we realized that in order to get better scale on technology investments, we like to start sell technology as well, in addition to running this service. And in order to get that technology right, and knowing that we have the best of breed of technology, we have acquired a number of companies, including Edgeware. So Edgeware is actually where I come from. So Edgeware, maybe you knew, is a CDN and packager company up in the Nordics. We also acquired a Portuguese set-top box and set-top box management, the device management company called WeTech in Portugal. And we even acquired a Wi-Fi company called FOM, and not so much for the Wi-Fi, more for the very comprehensive subscriber management system that they had as part of the Wi-Fi proposition. So what we have been spending the last 1.5 years on is about trying to figure out how to take all of this technology and start to integrate that into a platform. So that's what we have pretty much. To be honest, it's not really completed yet. Still a lot of work to do, but we're starting to see the kind of the shapes and the content on that platform. So IBC for us is very important, because it's our way to show the market outside of Spain that, hey, we're here and we are building something that we are pretty proud of.
And so what are people going to be coming to IBC when they come to IBC? Who do you want to come and speak to you, and what are they going to get new from you?
This is because as you know, there are plenty of companies building OTT platforms, right?
Yeah,
on the market. So the uniqueness with our platform is that we kind of stumbled into the area of cloud production as well. So if you think about us, you could think about us like an IPTV or OTT TV platform, but that also includes cloud production. And this is not only cloud production that we built as a POC, it's actually cloud production that is being launched in about a month by Swedish Television, which is the public broadcaster in Sweden. And as I said, we stumbled into this, and obviously we come from the distribution side. And about 2 years ago, I think, we, in dialogues with Swedish Television, we realized that, hey, a lot of the technology we are working with on the distribution side can actually be kind of repurposed and used on the production side. And a big kind of mindset difference when we do a production solution versus the traditional production companies is that the distribution side of TV has been working with internet and trying to get TV to work on the internet for many, many years. While on the production side, it's more like, how can we fix the internet so it works for production? So our solution is based on just public internet, standard cloud, and so on, and but still producing broadcast grade quality. And we think that's pretty unique. So one of the reasons to come and visit us, next to just learn to know the company and what we're doing, is to have a look at this, because we think that we have managed to get production and distribution together in a way that actually no one else has. And this means that you can produce what we like to think about as really user-centric TV all the way from production. So as an example, you can, when you decide what to produce, you can set the trade-offs between quality and latency all the way down to the camera, and create and curate content so it fits the distribution you want to do. I'll give you an example of what Swedish Television has been doing that we find is very interesting, that they have created special content and TV channels to be distributed on Twitch. And that has been hugely successful. So they have some formats where they tenfolded the audience by doing this, and so on. So this is a solution that kind of caters for that. It caters for the broadcasters to start produce and curate TV content that is tailored for the distribution platform and the audience they want to reach. And yeah, actually we did win the EBU runner-up prize, or the EBU Innovation runner-up prize earlier this spring as well for this very project that we've done.
Well, let's hope you beat runner-up this year.
Yeah. So that's why I think you guys, anyone seeing this should visit us. It's we've done some really interesting stuff that has rendered a lot of interest.
Absolutely.
And introduced somewhat of a different kind of perspective, we think, in broadcast.
So where do we send people to come and meet with you and find out what you've got to show?
You mean where they would find our booth?
Where's your booth?
Yeah, they find us in Hall 5, and it is it D72, I think.
I'm looking at notes. Yes, right, it is. Yeah, well done.
Yeah,
well done. And you'll be there?
I will be there the full show. As a matter of fact, 1 week from now, I hope I'm having a beer at some bar and everything is working as it should. Worst case is that I'm still struggling with getting all our demonstrations and so on to work. So I will be there the full show from Friday morning until Monday evening.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you in Amsterdam.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
See you then.
So we've got a little bit of a gap to fill now. So we've got a couple of pre-recorded VTs. I know it's the first gap we've had. We've lined up all sorts of VTs to play because we were expecting...
We haven't had a chance.
Expecting guests not to connect, but I think we're over 120 so far. And we've got a couple of gaps at this end of the day. We've still got 3 really cool people to talk to, or 4 actually. But we mentioned the KitPlus show a few times. and Philip Bloom, who you may have heard of. He spoke at our show, and he's speaking at our shows this year as well. We're going to play you a quick VT of what he thought of our Twickenham event, which John's going to hopefully play now.
So this is the first event show, camera gear show, that I've been to in 2.5 years, and it feels really weird to come to something like this. I used to go to all of them, and to see different stands with all the gear, get your hands on with things, and to reconnect with people, which has been one of the strangest things. Is one of the things you miss the most is seeing your friends, and you see them here. People you used to see at every single show. So it's definitely they're the two main things for me: is just seeing the gear and meeting up with people, and of course talks. I mean, I'm not going to really mention talks too much because I just did one. It's sort of like picking yourself up a bit, but the talks are also really useful. But it's a surreal feeling, to be honest with you. I never prior to today, I was so bored of trade shows. I was like, I didn't even go to the last IBC. I got so tired of them. And it's funny, I've just been absolutely craving them to come back, and it's so nice to be back at one. So I just did a talk with Alistair. It was a discussion, although we were supposed to have opposing views, sort of, but we don't really. We basically think the same thing. It's about choosing the right camera for you, because there is no one camera that everybody should buy. What is really most important for me isn't necessarily going to be for Alistair or for somebody else. So we went through that sort of stuff, and we moved a little bit away from the sort of the technical stuff as well, into more about into the broader how people consume things and whether it makes a difference as well. So I think it's a very interesting talk, and it's not going to tell you which camera to buy, because no video, no seminar, nothing will ever tell you what camera to buy, because it's what I'm going to tell you to buy is based upon what I want, which may not be, and most likely won't be, what you want or need. In the past year and a half or so, I think there's been about 2,500 cameras launched just from Sony, let alone all the others. And so it's just like there's so many different new products which have come out: lighting, audio, cameras, lenses, and we've seen them online and stuff. And this is the chance to actually look at them and see them, which is going to help you, because it's very difficult to, if you're going to spend a lot of money, you really want to actually use it and try it out first. I think it's a really important thing to do. So this is a great place to actually see multiple different brands and companies, and just see if there's anything that cements your decision to potentially buy something which maybe you're on the fence about. The thing I love about this show right here in Twickenham in particular, is I live a mile that way. So I've never had a show this close. It feels really weird. Most of the shows you go to, I'll go to NAB or to IBC, the big shows, they're fine, but they're way too big. You never ever get a chance to see everything. I much prefer smaller shows where you can easily see everything and find people as well. So yeah, big shows, I'm still not sure I'm going to go to any of the really big shows, but I might do, maybe just because I've missed them. But this is really nice. Almost makes me want to play rugby, except I don't play rugby or football. I do a bit of golf. Do you think they're mind? A bit of pitch and putt on the pitch. So KitPlus do a couple of these a year, and they are regional, and I think that's a really important thing, is make sure not all, I'm a Londoner, but they're not always in London. So go to kitplus.co.uk to keep up to date with when the next one is.
There we go. So that's Philip Bloom. Philip's doing talks at our Twickenham event on the 30th of September, Twickenham Stadium. It's the second year you've been there, isn't it?
It was very good last year.
It was very good. It's a bit wet, wasn't it? But it was all right.
A bit wet, but everyone enjoyed it. And Blackmagic Design is there this year. We should have the Motions Academy there as well, which is going to be exciting. And hopefully, still being in September, it will still be nice weather.
And Philip's going to be repeating his talk, although we do record them, Philip's going to be repeating his talk in Bristol the week after. So KitPlus show is very much it's a minuscule IBC. It's a regional show in the UK. And this year we've been to Media City in Salford, and then Twickenham and now Bristol coming up in September and October. So yeah, Philip's one of our lineup of seminars. We have Rise, which is a advocacy group championing females in the broadcast industry. They're doing a seminar session. John is in Bristol. He's going to be doing a talk on how to improve your live stream. So lots to look forward to. You can check out everything we're doing on our own shows at kitplusshow.co.uk. Now we have, I hope I haven't dropped that one.
David Feller.
David Feller.
And he's dropped the piece of paper that we need to read.
From Spectra Logic.
So,
David,
let's find him. Now,
he's just coming in.
Well, we thought he was coming in, but we can't see him yet. So we're oh, here we go. No, we've got him. Well done.
Hello, David.
Howdy.
How you doing?
I am great. Thank you very much.
Good. So, David, tell us a little bit about Spectra Logic. Many people would have heard of you, of course, but others might not have done. And then we can discuss what you might be showcasing at IBC this year.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. So, yeah, Spectra is actually a 40-year-old private company out of the U.S. For those that are international, we're in Colorado, right in the center, in the Rocky Mountains, near Boulder, Colorado. We're probably most well known for our storage solutions. So we've been selling disk, tape, cloud storage, and storage solutions of the like into, of course, this market, media and entertainment, as well as genomics and high performance computing and such for, like I say, 40 years. It was started by the boss in his college dorm room at the University of Colorado, just a few miles up the street.
Fantastic. So what's new? What's going to be new at IBC?
You bet. I am really looking forward to this. We did, NAB just a little bit ago, but it's going to be nice getting back into the swing of shows for sure. And we're excited about showing everybody what we have to offer. And as I mentioned a minute ago, we're probably most well known for physical storage that we've been providing for years and years. And we've got tape libraries and disk systems and kind of every major network and post-production house and around the world. We're pretty well versed in that side of things. But over the last 10 years or so, we've been really getting into not just object storage, but storage management. So we are really excited to be the world leader now in migrations. One of those things that wasn't sure it was actually a market all to itself, but you'd be surprised how many customers want to migrate from, you name it, tape to disk or tape to cloud, or from a Diva or a FlashNet system onto a modern object storage system, or those sorts of things. But we've also just in the last year launched the world's first real on-prem multi-site, multi-cloud object storage system. So we can take workflows and make them just seamless, regardless of where you're using data or what kind of editors or post-processing you're doing anywhere in the world. And give them access to the same data and let them work on it, with the same namespace and the same pool of data using a single object store. And we're seeing lots of customers want to go, use some services in Amazon and some in Azure and some in Google, and then store some things locally, and just making all of that work together is what we do. And so those are the kind of folks we're looking to talk to.
Making hybrid work for everyone who works in a completely different way each time.
Yeah, and what's funny is even the long-term customers that we talk to, every time you talk to them, they go, "Hey, I got this new workflow, and we want to integrate this new country, and that's found a new process that they want to touch."